In the land of fire's Kanahagakor, a stunning young girl, approximately 1.5 meters tall, was leisurely strolling down the bustling streets. Her delicate, fair features, graceful and well-proportioned figure, silky white hair, and crimson eyes that resembled burning flames exuded an aura of youthful vitality and purity. Even though she was dressed simply in a white hooded jacket paired with black trousers, passers-by couldn't help but be drawn to her beauty, perfectly embodying the saying, as long as you're beautiful, even a sack would look stylish on you. However, what others didn't know was that the girl's inner thoughts were far from as serene as her outward appearance. She was carefully checking her personal status panel. Name, Hoji Chihaya. Physique, Elite Genin. Strength, Ordinary Genin. Agility, Elite Genin. Spirit, Ordinary Chunin. Chakra, Ordinary Chunin. Abilities. Windblade Swordsmanship, Beginner, 751/1000. Ancient Style Swordsmanship, Proficient, 13190/25000. Shadow Clone Technique, Skilled, 3345/5000. Wind Release, Gale Palm, Skilled, 123/1600. Shuriken Throwing Technique, Skilled, 1531/1600. Konoha Style Taijutsu, Novice, 135-400. Body Flicker Technique, Skilled, 327/450. 3 Basic Techniques, Proficient, 7/200. Current Impression Value, 0. Just a day ago, the experience value of ancient style swordsmanship had been 13,100, meaning that after an entire day's training, she had only gained 90 points. And that was on a good day. On average, she usually gained only 60 to 70 points per day. Given her current talent and age, she couldn't afford to overtrain and had to balance work and rest. Even if she could consistently gain 90 or even 100 points daily, it would still take at least 4 months to advance to the next stage. But the problem was, this was already the 60th year of Konoha, and she was in the same class as Naruto. Tomorrow was the graduation exam, and the day after that, team assignments would be made. The story of Naruto had already begun. In 4 months' time, even the third Hokage's funeral would be over. Forget participating in the plot, she wouldn't even have time to be a spectator. With her current attributes, she was merely an elite genin. If she attempted the Chunin exams at this level, she would be walking straight to her death. But she had to participate in the story because she had a cheat ability. Although she had no idea how to obtain the impression value that was supposed to allow her to allocate points, she had been treating it like a training progress tracker. But what if this impression value actually required her to make an impression by participating in the story? Understanding how to gain impression value was crucial. As a transmigrator, if she couldn't even make use of her cheat ability, then what was the point of even transmigrating? More importantly, before transmigrating, she had been a proud and upright man. But after transmigrating, she had turned into a girl. It was as if she had sacrificed her dragon just for this transmigration. If she couldn't make a name for herself in the shinobi world, then not only would her transmigration be wasted, but she would have suffered a huge loss. This was absolutely unacceptable. It seems that if I can't make rapid progress in ancient-style swordsmanship in a short time, my only option is to fully focus on windblade swordsmanship. Chihaya pondered, her gaze shifting to another skill. This was a taijutsu style she had created herself, inspired by a character from a game in her past life. Thanks to the fact that her status panel only gained experience from proper training, she had managed to refine this self-created taijutsu style through trial and error. Now, windblade swordsmanship was nearing completion. Perhaps this time, she would get lucky and achieve a breakthrough. Alright, that settles it. Having made up her mind, Chihaya continued walking toward her usual training ground. However, just as she took a few steps, a small video frame, similar to an internet video player, suddenly appeared before her eyes. Immediately, a flood of barrage comments began scrolling across the screen. Nice to meet you. Firetones, mark my presence. Firetones, mark my presence. Holy crap, this looks so real. Every detail is crystal clear. Of course. What did you think, that an AI was messing with you? Yeah, AI is really advanced now. I even watched that new AI-based actress movie, super realistic. Ahem, bro above, I have a friend who. While these familiar-looking comments filled the screen, an awe-inspiring, nine-tailed fox loomed before Chihaya, its fiery red fur burning like flames, and its ferocious, saliva-dripping jaws sending chills down her spine. Even though she knew this was just a video, the sheer presence of the strongest-tailed beast was enough to intimidate her. And yet, what shocked her even more was that the two-dimensional scene she once knew had now become a three-dimensional reality. But this was a classic scene. With the third Hokage's voice narrating, Chihaya instantly recognized it. This was the first episode of Naruto. What puzzled her most was that this mysterious video frame was broadcasting Naruto-related content, complete with barrage comments from viewers. From their chat, it was clear that these viewers thought they were watching a completely AI-generated show called Legend of the Shinobi World. Chihaya frowned. Isn't this just Naruto? Could it be that in the world these commenters are from, Naruto doesn't exist? To find out, she stood still and continued watching. Her suspicions were confirmed. These people had never seen Naruto before. To them, this was a completely new story. And judging by their chatting style, they sounded exactly like the internet trolls from her past life. At this realization, everything clicked in Chihaya's mind. This mysterious video, these uninformed viewers, the answer to a long-standing mystery was now right before her. Just then. Naruto, Naruto. Stop right there, Naruto. A chaotic chorus of voices erupted, but they weren't coming from the video frame. They were right behind her. Chihaya turned around and saw Naruto being chased by a group of Chunin, running straight toward her. She glanced back at the video frame. It showed the exact same scene. By recognizing the buildings around her, she confirmed that the broadcast was showing live events happening in real time. Chihaya's eyes widened in shock. Wait a minute, this is actually a live stream? And if that was the case. I get it now. She finally understood, the way to earn impression value wasn't by impressing characters in the Naruto world. It was by impressing the livestream viewers. And to test this theory? Simple. Because. As Chihaya was deep in thought, Naruto had already reached her side. Using a camouflage cloth, he disguised himself as part of a wall to evade the Chunin. As Naruto moved, the livestream camera followed, capturing every detail. Suddenly, a striking figure appeared on screen. A girl with pure white hair, as pristine as freshly fallen snow, tied into a neat high ponytail. Her ruby-red eyes gleamed like gemstones, her delicate features ethereal and otherworldly. With a beauty that seemed tailor-made for internet culture, Hoji Chihaya had just made her grand entrance into the livestream. As the audience's gaze focused on the screen, capturing that perfect face, which could be both playful and serious, a face that seemed specifically designed to captivate Chinese viewers, the previously lively discussion about Naruto suddenly fell silent. The next moment, an unprecedented barrage of comments flooded the screen like a tidal wave. Beautiful. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Wife. 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 Oh no, this is the feeling of falling in love. White hair and red eyes. White hair and red eyes. White hair and red eyes. I swear, I truly love this one, my brothers. Self-restraint? What is that? This is my ultimate weakness. Sister, just end me already. 3 minutes. I want all the information on this woman. Losing my mind completely. Indeed, this was madness. In the past, no matter how realistic the special effects in TV shows or movies were, they were still ultimately fake. But now, this AI-produced Legend of the Shinobi World, with realistic visuals serving as the show's footage, completely stunned the audience. Unfortunately, the breathtaking scene of the Nine Tails had only been a fleeting moment, leaving pent-up emotions within the viewers. And now, the sudden appearance of Chihaya's divine beauty was like igniting a fuse, instantly detonating the audience's suppressed excitement. The most direct response appeared on Chihaya's personal panel. Heavy +1, heavy +2, heavy +3. Heavy +443, heavy +4396. Since her transmigration, her impression value had been stuck at 0. But now, within mere moments, it skyrocketed. From 0 to nearly 77 in the blink of an eye, and it was still continuing to rise, ticking up at a +1+1+1+1 pace. Just as Chihaya had suspected, the way to gain impression value was indeed through the viewers in that mysterious live streaming window. Finally understanding how to use her cheat ability, an overwhelming surge of joy rushed through Chihaya. She couldn't help but smile from the bottom of her heart, a radiant, breathtaking smile. This genuine, infectious expression triggered another explosion of impression value from the livestream viewers, instantly pushing her total past 23333, **. At first, Chihaya had felt a little awkward about the comment barrage worshipping her beauty. Since arriving in this world, she had focused entirely on training, never daring to slack off. The reason? Her appearance was simply too outstanding. Without sufficient strength, she could easily become a target for villains, or worse *** reduced to a mere ornament, relying on her looks to survive ***. However, as she watched her impression value skyrocket, only two thoughts remained in her mind. 1. You guys really have good taste. Insert knowing smirk.jpg. 2. I wanted to scold them, but they're giving me too much. Fueled by the massive influx of impression value, Chihaya immediately adjusted her expression, adopting the demeanor of someone who had just accidentally appeared on camera. Though in reality, she truly had appeared on camera by accident. Before long, the broadcast screen shifted back to Naruto. Naruto, realizing his classmate was nearby, grinned excitedly, eager to share his antics. Hey, Chihaya. Did you see that? Those dumb adults totally fell for it, just like Bayu. Fooled in an instant. Ha ha ha. I told you, didn't I? Catching the great Uzumaki Naruto? Ha! They're 20,000 years too early for that. He struck a triumphant pose, hands on his hips, basking in his own brilliance. But after indulging in his moment of self-congratulation, Naruto suddenly froze. Wait a second, Chihaya, isn't this class time? What are you doing here? Chihaya refused to answer, rolling her crimson eyes at him. Not only had Naruto stolen her screen time, but also, yeah, Chihaya, I'd like to know the answer to that too. Behind them, a chilling voice suddenly spoke. It was Iruka. Staring down at his two truant students, Iruka was absolutely furious. Naruto. Chihaya. Do you two realize it's class time right now? Ah. Naruto yelped, immediately crouching down in a defensive stance, covering his head. Meanwhile, Chihaya simply gazed up at the sky, completely speechless. And so, amidst a flurry of ha-ha-ha comments in the livestream, the two little truants were dragged back to class. Naruto received a thorough scolding. As for Chihaya? Whether it was due to her honor student and beautiful girl buffs, or simply because Iruka considered using shadow clones for class attendance a valid skill, she was let off with a light reprimand. The rest of the storyline played out as expected. **** After scolding Naruto, Iruka proceeded with the transformation jutsu test ***. This was followed by Naruto's first demonstration of the sexy jutsu. In these brief sequences, Chihaya did not get any more screen time. And once Naruto's transformation scene ended, the mysterious livestream window also turned pitch black, no longer displaying anything. This made sense since the broadcast was happening in real time. The screen had also gone black earlier when Chihaya was being dragged back to the academy. Eventually, her impression value settled at 24,151. Now that she had gathered enough points, there was only one thing left to do. Allocate them. #afternoon, after school. The moment school ended, Chihaya rushed home. She created a shadow clone to prepare dinner while she herself opened her personal panel, her eyes locked onto her list of abilities. Time to level up. Taking a deep breath, she focused her mental energy, then forcefully pressed the plus button next to Windblade Swordsmanship. All of my strength comes from my own hard work. System, allocate points. Ding. Consume 7,248 impression value ***. Windblade Swordsmanship, Beginner, 751/1000, Initiate, 1/7000, Skilled, 1/49000. A surge of pure energy flooded into Chihaya's body. From her previously clumsy, undeveloped movements, she advanced to harmonizing with the wind, reducing air resistance, and enhancing her agility, the initiate stage. Then, she took it further, mastering form manipulation, allowing wind currents to enhance her speed and provide partial defense, the skilled stage. Ha! A free-flowing breeze swirled around Chihaya, filling her heart with an exhilarating sense of lightness and agility. And with this breakthrough, her overall stats also improved. Agility, Elite Genin Ordinary Chunin. Spirit, Ordinary Chunin Elite Chunin. Chakra, Ordinary Chunin Elite Chunin. An instantaneous triple stat boost. This power-up was immensely rewarding. She burned with the desire to grow even stronger. However, her remaining impression value wasn't enough for further upgrades. And since unspent points couldn't be saved, she needed to use them all immediately. Her gaze shifted to ancient-style swordsmanship. Ding! Consumed 12,810 impression value ***. Ancient Style Swordsmanship, Proficient, 13-190/25000, Expert, 150th000. A new wave of power surged through her. After a while, Chihaya's eyes snapped open in delight, her crimson pupils gleaming with excitement. Wow. So reaching the expert level actually grants new skills. At the expert level, Ancient Style Swordsmanship had bestowed upon Chihaya two unique techniques Fong Thrust and Shikuchi, Ground Shrink. Fong Thrust was a simple yet devastatingly effective move a lightning fast thrusting attack Shikuchi, however, was far more intricate. It was a movement technique that exploited an enemy's blind spots, allowing the user to close the distance instantly. To a foe, it would appear as though Chihaya had teleported, as if the very ground beneath her feet had shrunk. With these two new techniques, combined with her expert-level ancient-style swordsmanship as the core and skilled wind-blade swordsmanship as support, Chihaya finally felt a sense of confidence growing within her. It was as if the fire of determination in her heart had been reignited. After leveling up both ancient-style and wind-blade swordsmanship, she had 4,903 impression value points left. Although 4,000 plus points seemed like a lot, for high-level abilities like her sword techniques, it wasn't even enough to increase a single rank. However, if she invested these points into lower-ranked abilities, she could significantly enhance them. Her gaze locked onto the three basic techniques: transformation, substitution, clone jutsu. Chihaya was curious, would the impression value system have an upper limit on growth? For example, could substitution jutsu eventually evolve into something as powerful as Flying Thunder God? Moreover, since expert-level ancient-style swordsmanship granted her new skills, would high-level 3 basic techniques also unlock special abilities? This is getting exciting. She murmured, pressing down on the upgrade button with anticipation. Ding! Consumed 2,993 impression value ***. 3 basic techniques, Proficient, 7/200, Expert, 1/400, Master, 1 out of 800, Grandmaster, 1/1600, Peak of the Shinobi World, 1/3200. As the points were consumed, a torrent of knowledge and battle experience surged into Chihaya's mind. She took a deep breath, organizing all the information. She felt a mix of both disappointment and excitement. The disappointment? Despite reaching the peak of the Shinobi World, the 3 basic techniques did not grant any new abilities. The excitement, the effectiveness of these techniques had been maximized, making them infinitely more practical and combat-ready. For instance, her transformation jutsu's realism was now so advanced that even a Byakugan user might struggle to see through it. Her clone jutsu could mimic her movements with near-perfect accuracy, creating deceptively realistic decoys. Her substitution jutsu had become so seamless that she could evade attacks at the last possible moment, making it nearly impossible to track her movements. It was akin to playing a high-skill assassin character in a game. In the hands of a fool, it was just a weak ability. But in the hands of a master, it became a game-changer. This greatly compensated for her previous lack of escape options. Nice. Chihaya cheered inwardly. Although she hadn't yet discovered the system's upgrade limits, this was already a fantastic harvest. Unfortunately, her remaining impression value wasn't enough to make any more major advancements. So, she casually distributed the last few points, boosting Konoha-style taijutsu, body flicker technique, and shuriken throwing by 1 minor level each. Final status panel ***. Name, Hoji Chihaya. Physique *** Ordinary Chunin. Strength *** Elite Genin. Agility ** Ordinary Chunin. Spirit ** Elite Chunin. Chakra ** Elite Chunin. Abilities. Windblade Swordsmanship, Skilled, 149th000. Ancient Style Swordsmanship, Expert, 150th000. Shadow Clone Technique, Skilled, 3/345/5000. Wind Release, Gale Palm, Skilled, 123/1600. Shuriken Throwing, Proficient, 1/6/400. Konoha Style Taijutsu, Skilled, 1/1/600. Body Flicker Technique, Expert, 1/4/050. 3 basic techniques, Peak of the Shinobi World, 1/3/200. Remaining impression value, 93. Aside from her natural disadvantage in strength as a female, the rest of her attributes had all risen to Chunin level. Among her abilities, she now had 1 peak level, 2 expert level, and everything else was at least skilled level. The 2 biggest problems that had troubled her since transmigrating, her weak strength and understanding of her cheat ability, were now completely solved. At this moment, she finally saw a bright future ahead of her, her tense nerves relaxing for the first time. She let out a long, relieved sigh. Just then, the shadow clone she had sent to cook appeared, carrying a tray of food. The white-haired, red-eyed girl, now wearing a kitchen apron, gracefully balanced the dishes in her slender hands. With a soft touch of warmth and domestic charm, she stepped out of the kitchen, exuding an aura of gentleness and elegance. She looked just like a perfect wife, the kind anyone would dream of having. If only this perfect wife weren't just herself. Chihaya couldn't help but laugh wryly at the thought. But then she shook her head, thinking, what am I even wishing for? If this weren't herself, then in her previous life, she probably wouldn't even have a chance to meet someone like this, let alone be served by one. It was only because she was herself, and because ninjutsu existed, that she could enjoy such luxuries. However, at that moment, an idea struck her like lightning. Her system relied on gaining impression value through appearing in the mysterious livestream whenever it broadcasted scenes from Naruto. That meant, wasn't she basically a live streamer? The only difference was that she had to find ways to get on camera herself. And for a streamer, a memorable persona was crucial. It helped viewers quickly remember and recognize them. So, if she wanted to maximize her exposure, she needed to establish a distinct persona. And what better persona than the ultimate waifu every Naruto fan wants, ***. It was simple to build, just showcase her beauty and charm. After all, people are naturally drawn to beauty. Moreover, in the early stages of Naruto, there weren't many standout female characters, meaning she had no competition. Her ruby-red eyes sparkled with excitement as she gently stroked her chin, murmuring, becoming the dream waifu of every Naruto fan, huh? Alright then, once I have money, I'll buy some new outfits. And for now. She opened her mouth with an air of entitlement and extended her hands toward her shadow clone. Feed me. I've suffered for 12 years, surely I deserve to enjoy life now? The shadow clone blinked in surprise, then chuckled warmly. You always come up with new tricks, don't you? Fine, I'll feed you. And so, the two identical beauties sat together, their silvery white hair intertwining, as they shared a moment of sweet indulgence. But even as she enjoyed the blissful mealtime, Chihiya's mind remained sharp. Tomorrow was the night Naruto would steal the scroll of seals. Should she get involved? And if so, how? As she pondered, a white-haired silhouette silently crept toward Naruto in the forest behind the Hokage monument. At this moment, the plot was unfolding, and Xianyu's arrival was quickly reflected on the livestream screen. Since Naruto was sitting and reading, the camera angle remained low, so the audience first saw a pair of slender, elegant jade-like legs stepping on cloth shoes adorned with plum blossom decorations, exuding an air of refined beauty. She then slowly came to a stop behind Naruto, slightly to his side. A few seconds passed, and noticing that Naruto was too engrossed to realize her presence, the newcomer bent down. First, her silky smooth white hair entered the frame, followed by a breathtakingly beautiful face. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto, are you learning a new ninjutsu? Xianyu openly scanned the key details about the multiple shadow clone technique in the ceiling scroll, pretending to be puzzled as she asked. Yeah. Naruto answered instinctively. Once I master this jutsu, Iruka-sensei will definitely let me graduate. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. Wait, who just spoke? He jerked his head up and found himself staring directly into Xianyu's glistening red eyes. At the same time, Xianyu smiled slightly, preparing to speak. However, a ghost. Whether it was due to the lighting or some other reason, Naruto was so startled by Xianyu's sudden appearance that he jumped in fright, flinging the ceiling scroll out of his hands. Like an arrow released from its bow, he bolted 5 or 6 meters away and hid behind a large tree. A ghost? You're calling me a ghost? Xianyu's smile froze instantly. In order to leave a strong impression, she had deliberately changed her usual simple attire. Her hairstyle was no longer just a plain ponytail, she had added a butterfly ribbon and styled her bangs into a princess cut. She had also temporarily switched her outfit to a flowing short-long asymmetrical dress, reminiscent of Mihoyo's designs, elegantly displaying her long, slender white legs. By all means, she was a sight to behold. Yet in Naruto's eyes, she had somehow turned into a terrifying ghost. 1,000 curses surged in Xianyu's heart, nearly spilling out of her mouth. Her emotions at this moment were transmitted through the mysterious livestream to all the viewers watching the scene unfold, causing the chat to explode in laughter. I'm dying. What a foolish virgin. I could admire those legs for a whole year. For real. If a ghost like this came to me in real life, I'd make sure she's taking maternity leave by tomorrow. Same here. A ghost like this? Give me a dozen. I, Nanashiro, will charge in headfirst and fight till dawn. Guys, maybe tone it down a little. Rushing into everything will only harm you in the long run. Still too young. Just like those kids who are surrounded by girls but only find them annoying, completely unaware that they are at the peak of their lives. Can't say it's inaccurate. The chat ruthlessly mocked Naruto for his complete lack of awareness. However, Naruto himself remained oblivious to any issue with his reaction. Instead, he even began to complain righteously in response to Chinyu's question. What? Am I wrong? It's the dead of night, you're dressed in white, wandering around a forest without making a sound. Then I suddenly turn around and see a pair of red eyes staring at me. Getting scared is totally normal. Hearing Naruto's reasoning, Shinyu was momentarily speechless. From his perspective, his reaction actually made sense. Forget it. I'm not going to argue with you about this. Shinyu shook her head, deciding it wasn't worth debating with a Naruto who hadn't fully matured yet. Right now, there was something far more important to focus on. Her gaze shifted to the ground in front of her, one of the main reasons she had come here, the sealing scroll. It had rolled more than a meter away, its contents fully exposed. Clearly, this was the second ninjutsu recorded in the sealing scroll after the multiple shadow clone technique. Suppressing her excitement, Shinyu controlled her expression, stepped forward, and picked up the scroll. She feigned curiosity, but in reality, she was eagerly scanning its contents. However, when she saw the second technique, she froze. Water release, great water arm technique? She recognized this jutsu. It had been used by Suigetsu Hozuki before. Its effect was to enhance the strength of one's arms and wrists, but it was merely a B-rank ninjutsu. So why was such an ordinary Kirin arm experience card placed within the sealing scroll? Frowning in confusion, Shinyu continued reading attentively. Then, she finally understood her earlier ignorance. Because written under the jutsu's creator section was a shocking name. Senju Tobarama. Moreover, this great water arm was not the same as Suigetsu Hozuki's version. Suigetsu's technique was simple. He merely injected water into his arms to increase their strength, which worked because his clan possessed the hygrophication technique as a natural bloodline limit. Ordinary people couldn't replicate that ability. In contrast, Senju Tobarama's great water arm enhanced strength by accelerating the user's blood circulation, channeling a surge of energy into specific limbs to amplify power and even resistance to attacks. According to Tobarama's description in the sealing scroll, if mastered, this technique could allow an ordinary ninja's punches and kicks to reach the level of Senju clan's monstrous strength, making it an incredibly practical jutsu. Unfortunately, despite its usefulness, the difficulty of mastering it was exceptionally high. Accelerating blood circulation wasn't a simple task, it required extremely precise chakra control. Any mistake could lead to severe consequences. It had a B+ rank effect, A rank difficulty, and near S rank danger level. That was why it had been sealed away. Even Tobarama himself hadn't expected anyone to actually learn this technique. In his view, the Great Water Arm was merely an unfinished prototype. The fully developed version should have spread the enhancement across the entire body. But completing it was too troublesome, so he simply left it as a challenge for future generations. However, for Shinyu, this was no issue at all. Just now, after scanning the description of the Great Water Arm, a new entry appeared on her personal skill panel. Water release, Great Water Arm technique uninitiated, 0 out of 200. As long as she could allocate points into it, she didn't care about training difficulty or whether the technique was incomplete. Any opportunity to increase her strength was something she would never pass up. Having just picked up the sealing scroll and immediately acquiring a new jutsu, Shinyu was extremely satisfied. She wanted to keep reading further. Unfortunately, the third Hokage was definitely spying on them using his crystal ball right now. Naruto had tossed the sealing scroll aside, and she had merely picked it up and glanced at it. This was a perfectly reasonable action. But if she kept flipping through the scroll, that would start looking suspicious. If she wanted to continue leeching ninjutsu, she would have to rely on Naruto. Just then, Naruto walked back over. After reading through the Great Water Arm technique, Shinyu suddenly realized something was off. Her brows furrowed as she deliberately flipped the scroll over. Sure enough, 4 large characters stood out on the back. Sealing scroll. Shinyu's expression darkened as she asked in a serious tone. Naruto, where did you get this scroll? What? How did I get it? Naruto looked at Shinyu with a bewildered expression and asked in confusion, I just took it from Grandpa Hokage's place. Shinyu's expression became serious as she asked again, did the Hokage give it to you? Of course not. Naruto's face instantly lit up with excitement. I used the sexy jutsu to knock Grandpa Hokage out and snatched it. I thought it would be really difficult, but turns out, one sexy jutsu was enough to get the job done. After saying this, he even laughed proudly. Ha ha ha. Shinyu, listen, once I learn the jutsus in this scroll, I'll be able to graduate. Shinyu's expression became even stranger. Graduate? But you failed the exam earlier. Why do you suddenly think you can graduate now? Yeah, exactly. Because I failed, Mizuki-sensei arranged the special exam for me. Naruto replied nonchalantly. Shinyu looked puzzled, as if she was starting to believe Naruto's overly confident explanation. Is that so? Of course. What else? Naruto asked back, his eyes filled with confusion. Then, as if realizing he was wasting time, Naruto hurriedly waved his hand and urged Shinyu, alright, move aside. I need to keep practicing that jutsu I just saw. Shinyu sighed helplessly and stepped to the side. After a moment, as if suddenly remembering something, she asked, what about this scroll? Whatever. Naruto responded indifferently. Just don't take it away. With that, he went back to practicing the multiple shadow clone jutsu, leaving Shinyu standing there dumbfounded, holding the sealing scroll, utterly confused. She had originally come here just to leech some jutsus, but due to an unexpected turn of events, she now had the entire sealing scroll in her hands. Now, she faced a dilemma. Reading the sealing scroll would undoubtedly help her increase her strength, but it might also bring trouble later. On the other hand, if she didn't read it, it would feel like walking into a treasure trove only to leave with a single rock. She simply couldn't accept that. At this moment, Shinyu was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was troubled by the very same issue. He watched Shinyu's bewildered expression through his crystal ball, his brows tightly furrowed. He never expected Naruto to be this unreliable, just casually abandoning the sealing scroll like it was nothing. Had he known earlier that there was another person lingering in the forest, he would have immediately ordered the Umbu to clear the area, rather than assuming that since Shinyu was Naruto's classmate, she could be included in the test. Now, through Shinyu, he had confirmed that Naruto wasn't an ambitious power seeker. However, the sealing scroll had ended up in Shinyu's hands. And from her earlier reaction, it was clear she wasn't like Naruto, who had no idea what he was holding If Shinyu became greedy, for the sake of security and secrecy, he might have no choice but to silence her. But ultimately, this entire situation was his mistake. Of course, being the third Hokage, he wouldn't feel any guilt over it. His main concern now was Danzo and the two elder advisors. If they found out about this, they would severely reprimand him. But at this point, there was no turning back. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, the third Hokage exhaled a long stream of white smoke, his eyes deepening as he watched Shinyu through the crystal ball. Don't make things difficult for me, little one, he murmured. At the same time, as if somehow hearing the third Hokage's words, Shinyu, who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly moved. She did not do what the third Hokage had hoped taking her one jutsu and stopping there Instead, she continued flipping through the sealing scroll. However, she wasn't reading every detail. Instead, she skimmed through the jutsus quickly, as if she was searching for something specific. Finally, after flipping through nearly half of the scroll, she stopped. Oh? Found the jutsu you wanted? The third Hokage, who had been closely observing her actions, immediately zoomed in on the crystal ball's image. On the sealing scroll, a set of bold characters stood out clearly. 8 gates released formation. Seeing the bright smile on Shinyu's face, it was obvious this was the jutsu she had been looking for Holding the sealing scroll without taking anything would be a waste. But taking too much could cost her life. So, she needed a jutsu that was not overly sensitive, yet still incredibly useful. And the 8 gates technique was undoubtedly the best choice. It was a forbidden jutsu, yes. But compared to techniques like Reaper Death Seal or Edo Tensei, its danger level was negligible. Additionally, 8 gates was extremely difficult to master. Even a genius like Kakashi could only open 2 gates. Without immense determination, one couldn't even begin practicing it. It was a technique that required great effort for little reward. Considering all factors, the 8 gates was a perfect pick. Watching Shinyu begin memorizing the training method for the 8 gates, the third Hokage's eyes flickered with surprise. She didn't even look at anything else, she went straight for this. Interesting. He decided to continue observing. During the Third Great Ninja War, Might Due had used the Eight Gates released formation to take down the majority of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, an event that remained vivid in the Third Hokage's memory. If Qianyu was willing to train in the Eight Gates, he would be more than happy to see Konoha gain a few more users of the technique. With Qianyu's choice made, an invisible storm seemed to quietly subside. In the forest behind the village, aside from the sound of the wind, the only thing audible was Naruto practicing the multiple shadow clone jutsu. No one knew how much time had passed when the sound of approaching footsteps and the livestream screen lighting up again made Qianyu, who had memorized the Eight Gates method and was now resting with her eyes closed, suddenly open her eyes. It was Iruka. With an expression that looked like he was ready to murder someone, he slowly walked up to Naruto, fully prepared to teach this troublesome student a lesson. However, before he could say anything, he noticed something strange. Naruto wasn't holding anything. Wait, wasn't Naruto supposed to have stolen the sealing scroll? Where is it? Iruka asked urgently. It's with me. A pleasant female voice rang out from the side. Qianyu lifted the sealing scroll and gestured toward Iruka. Iruka-sensei, you're finally here. Just as I thought. So today's events aren't as simple as Naruto claimed. This wasn't just a special graduation exam arranged by Mizuki-sensei. Qianyu placed the sealing scroll down, preparing to explain further. But at that moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A barrage of kunai suddenly rained down from behind Iruka. In that split second, Iruka had just enough time to push Naruto forward, shoving him out of harm's way. But in doing so, he left himself vulnerable. Thud, 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 thud. The sharp sound of kunai embedding into wood echoed through the air. In an instant, Iruka was struck by the kunai barrage, his body forcefully slammed against a nearby wooden hut. A total of 15 kunai had pierced the air like phantoms, precisely outlining a perfect human figure around Iruka's waist, shoulders, neck, and even the top of his head. One kunai had embedded itself deep into his thigh, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. Immediately after, a cold and distant voice echoed in the night. Iruka, I must say, I'm impressed you managed to find this place. Mizuki. So that's how it is. Hearing Mizuki's voice, Iruka's previously confused gaze finally cleared up. So that's why. Why would Naruto steal the sealing scroll for no reason? It was obvious now that this was all part of Mizuki's carefully planned conspiracy. However, understanding the truth now was too late. After crippling Iruka, Mizuki no longer paid him any attention. Instead, his gaze shifted toward Qianyu, and he asked the crucial question Iruka hadn't had the chance to ask. Feng Huangxi Qianyu, why are you here? As Mizuki spoke, the livestream camera shifted as if drawn by an invisible force, focusing on Qianyu. Still wearing her signature bright smile, Qianyu replied casually. Just a coincidence. My training happened to reach a critical phase today, so I stayed out a little longer. As a result, I just so happened to run into Naruto. I see. Mizuki nodded slightly, his expression relaxing somewhat, but inwardly, he was carefully analyzing the situation. In that case, Qianyu, can you hand over the scroll? This has nothing to do with you. You should leave while you still can. Of course. Qianyu deliberately dragged out her words, her smile never fading. Just as Mizuki's face lit up with joy, and Iruka's heart tightened in suspense, she finally finished her sentence. Not happening. Ha! Iruka exhaled in relief. Mizuki, however, instantly erupted in fury, his voice turning ice cold. Feng Huangxi Qianyu, do you really think a mere rookie genin like you can stop me? Why not? Qianyu tilted her head adorably, her right hand gripping the hilt of her long blade, her eyes flickering with unwavering determination. 3 against 1. We have the advantage. Since I came here to fish in troubled waters, of course, I made my preparations. 1-on-1? I'm really not afraid of you, Mizuki. Not to mention, I still have Iruka-sensei and Naruto on my side. So in this fight, I'd actually love to use you as my test dummy. Her words were bold and confident, making Mizuki's face darken instantly. However, Iruka didn't want Qianyu to endanger herself. Seeing that she had no intention of leaving, he gritted his teeth, painfully yanked the kunai from his own thigh, and urgently shouted. Mizuki is still a Chunin. You guys aren't his match. The sealing scroll must never fall into his hands. Qianyu, take Naruto and run. Naruto, did you hear me? Leave with Qianyu. His voice was filled with anxiety. But Naruto, still confused, frowned in bewilderment. One of you wants me to stay, the other wants me to leave, just what the hell is going on? You still don't get it, Naruto? Shinyu sighed helplessly, a trace of pity flashing across her eyes. The so-called makeup exam was just a lie. Mizuki's real goal is the sealing scroll in my hands. You were merely a pawn in his scheme. What? Naruto's pupils contracted instantly, a look of shock appearing in his eyes. He turned sharply toward the tree where Mizuki stood, his voice trembling as he demanded. Is that true? That's right. Mizuki's expression turned proud, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. Naruto, you should be thanking me. At the very least, I only saw you as a tool, a pawn, not as a monster, not as the nine-tailed fox. What, do you mean? Naruto's face changed drastically, pain and anger flickering in his eyes. Iruka immediately realized what Mizuki was about to say and he knew it would destroy Naruto emotionally. He frantically shouted to stop him. Shut up, Mizuki, you bastard. But Mizuki ignored him completely and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. At this point, what's the point of hiding it? Let me tell you the truth, Naruto. 12 years ago, you were the very same nine-tailed fox that killed Iruka's parents, Shinyu's parents, and nearly destroyed the entire village. This fact has always been hidden from you by a strict gag order. No one was allowed to speak of it. Naruto, have you never wondered why people despise you? Why no one ever played with you as a child? Why nobody ever acknowledged you? There's a reason for all of it, Naruto. You son of a... Mizuki's words struck Naruto like a sledgehammer to the chest. Memories of his lonely childhood resurfaced, and his chakra began to spiral out of control. Tears fell uncontrollably from his eyes as his mind spiraled into despair. He had never imagined that the truth would be this cruel. Perfect. Mizuki's eyes gleamed with joy, inwardly pleased with himself. Naruto was emotionally broken, Iruka was half-crippled, and now, all he had to do was kill Shinyu. With that thought, Mizuki reached for the giant shuriken on his back. But at that moment, a silent kunai streaked through the air like lightning. Mizuki had been so focused on Naruto and Iruka that he failed to react in time. At the very last second, he barely managed to tilt his head. Thud! The kunai embedded itself deep into the tree trunk, and in its wake, a few strands of silver hair floated gently through the air. A thin red line appeared on Mizuki's cheek. You little brat! You're asking for death. Mizuki felt the slight sting of the cut and furiously turned his head. Only to realize that, under the cover of the kunai attack, Shinyu had already closed the distance. Her body was wrapped in swirling winds, her long sword in hand, moving like a phantom. Clang! A sword light, pure as moonlight, burst forth in the dark forest. In the next instant, Mizuki's body flew backward like a broken kite, carving a perfect arc through the air before crashing into a bush in front of Shinyu. His fate unknown. Only then did Shinyu's soft voice echo through the air. Naruto, a demon fox? I'm his classmate, I know better. Sure, he's a bit of a fool, but he's a good person. If you won't acknowledge him, I will. As for you, Mizuki, scheming is one thing, but running your mouth? No wonder you've been stuck as a worthless Chunin for years. The live stream exploded with comments. That speed. That kindness. Incredible. She's beautiful, strong, and kind. I'm in love. Meanwhile, standing atop Mizuki's former perch, Shinyu's lips curved into a subtle smirk. She glanced sideways at a nearby tree, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Then, she spoke. Hey, if you're alive, come out. You didn't really think I'd be fooled by that substitution jutsu, did you? Tisk. From behind the large tree, Mizuki emerged, gripping a giant shuriken in his hand. His face was grim, and blood covered his head. A deep, bone-revealing slash ran clearly through the center of his forehead protector. At the same time, with a bang, the substitution log in the bushes exploded into pieces. Just as Chiyu had said, it was indeed a substitution log. You little brat, how did you figure it out? Mizuki asked with an ugly expression. I was sure that my substitution technique this time was flawless. Earlier, his attention had been entirely focused on Iruka and Naruto, allowing Chiyu to distract him with a kunai and land a solid strike. That was indeed his mistake. However, whether it was using his forehead protector to block the sword and avoid a fatal injury, or executing a substitution midair to retreat into the shadows and lure Chiyu into pursuit, he had done everything to the best of his ability. Yet even so, Chiyu had still seen through him. This was unacceptable to him. As a teacher, he had been outmatched by his own student. Had he really wasted all these years of teaching, only to end up making himself useless? Of course, Mizuki had not truly made himself useless. After teaching for so many years, he had explained the 3 basic jutsu countless times. From Chiyu's perspective, Mizuki's substitution technique had at least reached an expert level. For a technique like the 3 basic jutsu, which was easy to learn but difficult to master, expert level was already quite impressive. But unfortunately for Mizuki, Chiyu had the ability to allocate skill points. Mizuki's little tricks were as clear as the lines on a palm to someone like Chiyu, who had already mastered the 3 basic jutsu to the pinnacle of the ninja world. It was simple. Too stiff, Chiyu said disdainfully. You think you can fake a fall and trick me? I see. Mizuki finally understood. At the Ninja Academy, students were taught a skill called breakfall techniques, methods to minimize injury when falling. From this perspective, Mizuki's substitution, which resulted in his head hitting the ground stiffly, did indeed seem unnatural. That said, Chiyu's blade had struck his head. Although he had blocked it with his forehead protector, and due to Chiyu's lack of strength, the poor quality of the blade, and the natural hardness of an adult's skull, he had avoided instant death. The impact still caused a concussion that momentarily left him unable to react. Under such circumstances, Chiyu had managed to restrain herself from recklessly pursuing, which demonstrated her exceptional composure. She had a precise understanding of her own abilities and knew exactly what kind of effect her strike would have. Tisk. Mizuki clicked his tongue again. The contempt he had held for Chiyu as a student quietly faded away. But even at this point, Mizuki was still determined to win. He simply realized that this battle would be difficult. He removed a giant shuriken from his right hand and pointed it at Chiyu, while his left hand reached behind him to grasp another. He assumed a clear battle stance. Phoenix Temple Chiyu, I admit I underestimated you. To have honed your swordsmanship to this level at such a young age, you can be considered a genius. So I'll give you a chance, step aside. Don't force me to kill you. As he spoke, blood streamed down from the wound on his forehead, dripping along his face. Combined with his ferocious expression and the darkness of the night, he looked both menacing and terrifying. It was clear that he was ready to fight to the death. Chiyu did not respond. She merely tightened her grip on her long sword, using her actions to express her resolve. Ha! Mizuki sneered, and the giant shuriken in his right hand began spinning at high speed. Then, he lifted his left leg and stepped forward, twisting his body while using his right leg as an axis. He gathered all his strength, his entire posture resembling a fully drawn bow. The enormous shuriken, carrying the sound of wind and thunder, shot forward like a cannonball. Faced with such a powerful attack, Chiyu immediately retreated, preparing to dodge. However, just as Mizuki's giant shuriken reached the midpoint of its trajectory, something unexpected happened. The enormous shuriken, which had been flying straight toward Chiyu, suddenly curved midair and veered towards Naruto instead. It was as if the giant shuriken, large enough to be the size of an adult's torso, was a normal-sized shuriken deftly manipulated by an Uchiha, capable of intricate mid-air maneuvers. Clearly, this was a brilliant feint tactic. Damn it! Chiyu cursed inwardly. She had fallen for it, which meant that Iruka and Naruto were in even greater danger. A fierce gust of wind surged around Chiyu, chakra rushing from her core to her feet. She was preparing to use the body flicker technique to rescue them. But Mizuki had anticipated her reaction. Since he had devised this trap, he had naturally accounted for Chiyu's interference. The moment Chiyu changed direction, Mizuki hurled the second giant shuriken from his left hand, cutting off her escape route. Watching Chiyu's desperate rush forward, her face shifting between emotions, Mizuki let out a sinister laugh. It's useless, Chiyu. Do you think I became a Chunin without earning my merits? This secret technique of mind twin swallows can even take down a Tokubetsu Jonin. So Iruka is dead for sure. Even the Hokage couldn't save him if he wanted to. As for why the giant shuriken was aimed at Naruto but the one fated to die was Iruka? That was because the true essence of this technique lay in forcing the enemy to protect their ally. Iruka had been Mizuki's target from the very beginning. It had to be said, Mizuki's move was treacherous, but undeniably effective. Without hesitation, Iruka spread his arms and shielded Naruto with his body. But this was no casual throw like in the original story, where Mizuki had merely toyed with his prey. If Iruka took this hit directly, he would truly die. Damn it! Chiyu gritted her teeth. She hadn't expected Mizuki, who had been so easily defeated by Naruto in the original story, to have such a dangerous technique. She had underestimated the world. But if Mizuki thought this would be enough to stop her, he was gravely mistaken. Her wind blade technique specialized in shape transformation, allowing her to unleash gusts of wind. If that was the case, Chiyu's eyes grew sharp, and her chakras surged like a flood breaking through a dam. The wind around her intensified, spreading to both of her hands. As she dashed forward, she slashed her sword. A pure white wall of wind formed ahead, steadily expanding, intercepting the second giant shuriken. Wind blade technique, wind wall. Screech, screech, screech. The high-speed spinning shuriken clashed against the wind wall, producing chaotic gusts of air. In the ninja world, there were water walls and earth walls, but never a wind wall because the untamed nature of wind made it unsuitable for defense. But today, a wind wall had been born. A solidified barrier of wind stopped Mizuki's giant shuriken in its tracks. Impossible. Mizuki's eyes widened, disregarding the stinging sensation of blood flowing into them. Even the third Hokage, who had been watching the scene through his crystal ball, was equally shocked. The live broadcast shifted angles, capturing the stunned expressions of everyone present. With the broadcast enhancing the moment, Chiyu's renown skyrocketed. However, she had no time to celebrate. Mizuki's interference had worked, some things were now too late to stop. Mizuki's first giant shuriken was now only an arm's length away from Iruka. And Chiyu was still 5 steps away from him. In the original storyline, Iruka had not been in any real danger. But now, with Chiyu's involvement, the situation seemed to have escalated into a crisis. This made Chiyu question herself. Without her involvement, Iruka had been fine. But after she stepped in, was his life now at risk? Had she intervened for nothing? No, there had to be a way to prevent this outcome. In a flash of insight, Chiyu quickly sorted through the abilities she had mastered. Soon, a sword technique she had unlocked when improving her classical swordsmanship surfaced in her mind. At that moment, she had an idea. If it was that move, then perhaps she could turn the situation around. Chiyu gripped her sword with one hand, channeling all her remaining strength into her arm before thrusting forward with full force. The unstoppable momentum of her sword propelled her body forward, and in just 5 steps, she closed the distance like a lightning bolt. Pshh. Clang. The simultaneous sounds of a blade-piercing flesh and metal clashing rang out. The giant shuriken's edge had embedded deep into the spiral pattern on the back of Iruka's Chunin vest. Ugh! Iruka spat out a mouthful of blood. His already injured body could no longer support him, and he slowly collapsed to his knees. It worked! Mizuki's eyes lit up with joy at the sight. No, you failed. Chiyu shook her head slowly, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly. The long blade, which had been inserted into the central hole of the giant shuriken, seemed to regain its strength, forcefully halting the weapon's momentum. Then, the massive shuriken was carefully withdrawn from Iruka's back and fell to the ground. The blood-stained edge that had pierced Iruka revealed the truth. Mizuki's weapon had not penetrated too deeply. Just as Chiyu had calculated, Iruka, though supporting himself on all fours, was far from being at death's door. He even had enough strength to turn his head toward Chiyu and give her a grateful smile. Thank goodness you were here, Chiyu. It's okay, Iruka-sensei. Everything in this world follows the principle of cause and effect. As a teacher, you were willing to risk your life to protect Naruto. So as your student, of course, I should do everything in my power to protect you. Chiyu replied sincerely. Even though she had transmigrated into this world, she still held deep respect for a teacher like Iruka. Turning her gaze to Mizuki, her eyes filled with ridicule. Compared to Iruka-sensei's noble character, a certain someone who only knows how to scheme and manipulate students is simply unworthy of the title teacher. And the best part? He plotted and schemed, betrayed his comrades, and yet still ended up failing. Truly a spectacle worth watching, Mizuki-sensei. Chiyu deliberately stretched out the last 2 syllables, instantly transforming into a mischievous troublemaker, overflowing with mockery. And the best part? Everything she said was true. Lies could hurt, but the truth cut deeper than any blade. Chiyu's words were like a critical strike, sinking straight into Mizuki's heart. Bastard! 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 You damn brat, I'll kill you! Mizuki completely lost his composure, roaring in rage. Then come on! Let's see who kills who. Chiyu stood tall, gripping her sword with both hands. The tip of her blade was aimed directly at Mizuki's eyes, forming a textbook Chunin no Kami stance. The moonlight gleamed off her blade, reflecting a sharp, piercing radiance that seemed to stab straight into Mizuki's heart. Recalling the earlier overwhelming defeat at Chiyu's hands, Mizuki, who thrived on bullying the weak, felt an instinctive urge to retreat. However, he quickly steeled himself. Of course, it'll be me killing you. Yes, Iruka is noble. Amazing. And you, his student, are a genius. But so what? Mizuki sneered, his expression twisted. That noble Iruka is gravely injured. And as for you, the so-called genius, he pointed directly at Chiyu. That wind-release jutsu from earlier must have consumed a massive amount of chakra, right? And you just used a high-speed thrust. So tell me, how much stamina and chakra do you have left now? Your blade is dull, your strength is spent. Stop bluffing, brat. As he spoke, Mizuki pulled out a kunai and spun it in his hand, stepping forward with deliberate, heavy footfalls that pounded like hammers, pressing down on everyone present. Chiyu's expression flickered slightly. She had to admit Mizuki was right. She had been bluffing. Her chakra and stamina were indeed running dangerously low. That wind wall earlier had consumed a significant amount of chakra. Normally, someone with elite Chunin level reserves wouldn't be in such a dire state. But today, for the sake of making her act convincing, she had arrived early in the morning to train. Meanwhile, Mizuki had been resting and conserving his energy. However, speaking of conserving energy, wasn't there still one person who hadn't made a move yet? Naruto. Realizing the key to the situation, Chiyu quickly glanced at the live broadcast screen. Sure enough, the camera was now focused on Naruto. At this moment, Naruto was already consumed by rage. His fury was boiling over, ready to erupt at any second. Since that was the case, Chiyu decided to light the final spark. She suddenly spoke. Naruto, Iruka-sensei can't fight anymore. But there's still you and me. You're not scared, are you? Of course not. Iruka also caught on. At this point, both sides were exhausted. Even the smallest bit of extra strength could tip the scales. They had to rally Naruto. With tears in his eyes and unwavering sincerity, Iruka called out. Naruto, you are the student I believe in. You are exceptional. Naruto was visibly moved. After a moment of silence, he wiped his tears away and looked up with a bright smile. Yeah. I'll protect you both, Iruka-sensei and Chiyu. He firmly stepped in front of Mizuki. Seeing this, Mizuki's lips twitched involuntarily. His frustration boiled over completely. One after another. You all keep acting like this is some kind of scripted drama. Naruto, who do you think you are? Protect? Don't be ridiculous. You're just a brat. I'll take you down in one move. Mizuki gripped his kunai tightly. Naruto, undeterred, met him head-on. Then try it, scumbag. I'll pay you back 1,000 times over. Ha! You think you can? Then let's see you try, Demon Fox. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. With a loud shout from Naruto. Poof. 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 Thousands of Narutos appeared, densely packed across the entire forest, standing atop the branches. And with multi-shadow clone jutsu now in play, the outcome was already decided. As the first rays of dawn broke through the horizon, Naruto had finally passed his test and officially became a proud Konoha genin. His promotion mission was complete. As a reward, he received a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. After finishing his ramen, Naruto happily headed home. It had been a day of overwhelming triumph. However, just as Chiyu was about to leave after finishing her meal, Iruka suddenly called out to her. Wait, Chiyu. Let me see your sword. Eh? My sword? Sure. Though puzzled, Chiyu handed it over. Iruka examined it carefully. It was an old, well-used katana. Aside from the newly wrapped hilt, the blade was covered in signs of wear. Only through meticulous maintenance had it remained usable. But after tonight's battle, cutting through Mizuki's forehead protector and clashing against the giant shuriken, the blade had been completely ruined. As Mizuki had said, her sword was now battered and dull. It was no longer usable. In the intense battle earlier, Iruka had keenly noticed that Chiyu's strength was almost entirely concentrated in her sword. With the sword in hand, she was a genius girl capable of going toe-to-toe with Mizuki. But without it, she was merely an above-average student at the ninja academy. Iruka understood this well. Chiyu's sword had been destroyed because of him. If she were to encounter danger in future missions due to the lack of a weapon, he would never forgive himself. If that was the case. Chiyu, let me give you a new sword. Iruka suddenly said. Eh? Really? Chiyu's already beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Iruka's assumption had been correct. Her current sword was an heirloom left behind by her long-deceased father. For someone who had once been so poor that she nearly had to change her surname to Bukawa, a brand new sword was like a ray of warmth in the cold winter, a blessing in her time of need. She simply could not refuse. Iruka laughed heartily, his eyes filled with affection. Of course. Since when has a teacher ever lied to his student? Come on, the ninja tool shop should be open by now. With that, Iruka took the lead and walked ahead. Watching his back, still stained with blood, even Chiyu had to admit, as a teacher, he was truly admirable. ####, a new blade, a new beginning. The two of them headed to Tenten's family's ninja tool shop. The process of buying the sword did not need much elaboration, only that Iruka spent a considerable sum to pick out a high-quality new blade for Chiyu. And when she finally held it in her hands, this unexpected gift marked the perfect ending to her eventful day. That night, Chiyu returned home too exhausted to even check her impression points. After taking a quick shower, she collapsed into bed and fell into a deep sleep. But while this seemingly insignificant butterfly had drifted off into slumber, the storm she had stirred was only just beginning to spread. ####. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a crisp knock echoed through the room. Come in. The third Hokage's voice carried through. Creak. The door slowly opened, and a distinctive silver-haired figure peeked inside. As he looked toward the third Hokage, who stood by the window, calmly puffing his pipe while gazing at the peaceful village of Konoha, Kakashi greeted him respectfully. Hokage-sama, you called for me? Yes. The third turned around, a warm smile appearing on his aged face. ***, Kakashi, you're here. Yes, sir. What do you need me for? Kakashi nodded, his visible eye filled with curiosity. Not much. Just take a look at this document first. The third Hokage gestured toward a file on his desk. Kakashi picked it up and began reading. A few moments later, his eye widened in surprise. This was an Umbu investigative report on a genin? Why would a mere genin warrant a special investigation from the Umbu, personally assigned by the Hokage? Intrigued, Kakashi first glanced at the photo attached to the file. The moment he saw the girl in the picture, he froze. She was beautiful, her faint smile, combined with her snow-white hair and ruby-red eyes, made her seem like a celestial being who had stepped out of a dream. Next, his gaze shifted to the name field. Phoenix Temple. Chiyu? The name was completely unfamiliar to him. Konoha had numerous jonin, both alive and deceased, yet none bore the surname Phoenix Temple. But for the third Hokage to specifically call him in and show him this file, this girl was clearly important. What was going on? Kakashi looked at the Hokage, puzzled. Noticing his expression, the third Hokage sighed and smirked. Keep reading, Kakashi. Or is it that you only have the patience to carefully read Ika Paradise these days? Kakashi suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Now that he thought about it, he did tend to skim through reports too quickly. But of course, he wouldn't admit that to the Hokage. So, he obediently continued reading. As he read further, his expression changed drastically. Oka-san! Kakashi exclaimed in shock as he reached the section detailing Chiyu's family background. Because under the section listing her previous generation's relatives, a particular name had been highlighted. His mother's name. In other words, Phoenix Temple Chiyu was his cousin. Yet, despite their close blood relation, he had never known about her? Seeing Kakashi's confusion, the third Hokage finally explained. The Phoenix Temple clan was once a proud samurai family. But they declined even earlier than the Hatake clan. Originally, your two clans had a long-standing tradition of intermarriage. When your mother, Phoenix Temple Kaori, married your father, it should have been an opportunity for the Phoenix Temple clan to rise again. But unfortunately, your mother gave birth to you in the Fire Country's ancestral lands, not in Konoha. She died in childbirth. And then, just a few years later. Tsukumo, ***. The Hokage sighed, his voice filled with nostalgia and regret. I see, Kakashi murmured. After Tsukumo passed, you were left alone as a child. If the Phoenix Temple clan had tried to claim you, it would have seemed like they were fighting the Hatake clan for custody. So, over time, they simply distanced themselves. That's why neither you nor Phoenix Temple Chiyu were ever aware of your relation. Even I was shocked when I first found out. The third Hokage chuckled. But Kakashi had latched onto another key detail. A genius. Exactly. The third Hokage handed him another stack of papers, ***, a detailed battle report ***, from Chiyu's fight against Mizuki the night before. It contained a thorough breakdown of her swordsmanship-based combat style and even mentioned the possibility of her having developed her own wind-release-based taijutsu technique. As Kakashi read through it, his expression shifted rapidly ***, even with his mask on. his shock was evident. Watching him, the third Hokage smiled knowingly. She reminds you of someone, doesn't she, Kakashi? Yes. She's just like me, too much like me. Kakashi nodded firmly. A swordsmanship prodigy. A self-developed combat style. Though she wasn't as powerful as he had been in his youth, her path mirrored his own almost exactly. A blood relative, a hidden genius, and one who had only now come into the spotlight due to unforeseen events. And considering the current timing, Kakashi had already guessed the Hokage's intention. Hokage-sama, you want to transfer her into my team, don't you? Exactly. The third Hokage laughed heartily. It would be a waste to put such a genius in any other team. Of course, assigning her to your Team 7 isn't just because of your familial ties. He paused for a moment before dropping a bombshell. Last night, when Naruto stole the scroll of seals, this child was there too. What? Kakashi was stunned. He wanted to ask more, but the Hokage raised a hand to stop him. Naruto learned one jutsu from the scroll. But this girl learned two. One was an unfinished water release taijutsu technique created by the second Hokage, dangerous, but manageable. And the other. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. A memory surfaced in his mind. It couldn't be. The Hokage nodded. Yes. The 8 gates. I understand now. Kakashi nodded slightly, a knowing glint flashing in his eye. The third Hokage's intention was clear, he wanted Kakashi to train and closely monitor Chiyu. Such a prodigious talent could not be allowed to burn out from overtraining. Fortunately, thanks to his relationship with Mike Guy, Kakashi had a decent understanding of the 8 gates technique. He wasn't yet familiar with the water release, Hero's water arm, but with his Sharingan and mastery of all 5 elemental releases, he was confident he could figure it out. And considering their newly discovered familial connection, no one else was more suited for the task. Thus, the responsibility was firmly assigned to him. However, a team has 3 members. And now, he had to simultaneously train and monitor all 3? For someone as habitually lazy as Kakashi, this was going to be a real hassle. With a bitter expression, he asked, Hokage-sama, can I refuse? Unfortunately, no. The third Hokage smiled mischievously. If a simple refusal would have worked, why would he have brought up their family ties? That connection was meant to bind Kakashi to this responsibility. And so, thanks to a background Chiyu wasn't even aware of and a tiny butterfly effect, the VIP seat in Team 7 had now opened just for her. Sometimes, luck was also a form of strength. Meanwhile, Chiyu, unaware of her fate, was reviewing her gains. After an intense battle, the most important thing was to assess the spoils. Upon waking up, Chiyu sent a shadow clone to buy food, had a simple brunch, then sat on her bed and summoned her status panel. Name, Phoenix Temple Chiyu. Physique, Standard Chunin. Strength, Elite Genin. Agility, Standard Chunin. Mental Energy, Elite Chunin. Chakra Reserves, Elite Chunin. Abilities *. 8 gates, untrained, 1/1000. Wind Blade Technique, proficient, 1000/49,000. Classical Swordsmanship, expert, 1752/50,000. Shadow Clone Technique, proficient, 3345/5000. Water Release, Hero's Water Arm, untrained, 1 out of 200. Wind Release, Gale Palm, proficient, 123/1600. Shuriken Throwing Technique, mastered, 165/6400. Konoha Style Taijutsu, proficient, 1/1600. Body Flicker Technique, expert, 18/4050. 3 Basic Jutsu, Peak of the Ninja World, 1/3200, ***. Impression points, 121, 173. Compared to before, her panel now displayed 2 new abilities, ***, 8 gates ***, and Water Release, Hero's Water Arm. Her Wind Blade Technique, Classical Swordsmanship, and other skills had all gained additional experience from battle. However, compared to the most important gain, these were all secondary. Because this time, she had dominated nearly half an episode's worth of screen time, earning a whopping 120,000 plus impression points. This was the definition of a power spike. Choosing to get involved in the sealed scroll plotline had been the right decision. With so many points, the next step was obvious ***, allocation ***. This time, she had no hesitation. 120,000 points were more than enough to boost multiple aspects. Without thinking twice, she allocated all of them at once. Ding! 114,648 impression points consumed. 8 gates, untrained, 1/1000, beginner, 1/8000, proficient, 1/64000. Wind blade technique, proficient, 1000/49000, mastered, 1/343000. Classical swordsmanship, expert, 1752/50000, master, 1/250000. Water release, hero's water arm, untrained, 1/200, beginner, 1/1000, proficient, January 5000. 3 basic jutsu, peak of the ninja world, 1/3200, transcendent, max. In an instant, 4 abilities leveled up simultaneously. The rush of power was exhilarating, like floating on cloud 9. However, Chiyu quickly realized her mistake. Even though 8 gates initially required few points, it was still a gated technique. Beginner level unlocked the opening gate. Proficient level unlocked the rest gate. 2 gates instantly opened, forcing her body to be reinforced to withstand the strain. On top of that, her wind blade technique and classical swordsmanship had also undergone massive upgrades, requiring tremendous amounts of energy. Like a wild, untamed stallion, a torrent of energy rushed into her body at once. Before she could even react, a balloon-like swelling sensation spread throughout her limbs. A balloon that expands too quickly would burst. Her body couldn't withstand the overload and instinctively converted the excess energy into a special state. She blacked out. ####. The next day. When Chiyu finally woke up, it was already the next morning. As the storyline progressed, the live broadcast automatically resumed. Naruto. A piercing scream shattered the air, jolting Chiyu awake. She snapped her eyes open. 2 faces were right in front of her. One was Naruto. The other, Sasuke. Her mind instantly pieced it together. Wasn't this the infamous Naruto x Sasuke accidental kiss scene? Had she really slept straight through to this moment? Then, the painful memories from before gradually resurfaced. Chiyu immediately sat up, checking herself thoroughly. Feet, still soft and fragrant ****. Legs, smooth and long ****. Waist, slim and toned ****. Bust, still C+ cup, no shrinkage ****. After a moment, she lowered her hands, her face turning oddly contemplative. She had to admit this system's enhancements were insane. Even though she had recklessly overdone it, she was completely unharmed. Not only that. Because of the massive energy influx, she had accidentally expanded her chakra pathways in Dantian. If her chakra network had previously been the size of a bottle cap, it was now as wide as a sports bottle lid. Her Dantian, originally the size of a volleyball, had expanded to basketball size. Her chakra reserves had skyrocketed. Opening her status panel again, she confirmed the changes. Chakra reserves, special Jonin level. Wait. I can do that? Chiyu was dumbfounded. Could she farm more impression points and abuse this method to boost her chakra capacity further? However, she quickly dismissed the idea. Nothing came without a price. Though her chakra pathways had expanded, their walls were still thin. While the system had prevented them from rupturing, it hadn't actually strengthened them. If she recklessly pushed her chakra output, she could damage herself. Thus, she reluctantly abandoned the idea. But this experience taught her a valuable lesson. Next time, she needed to upgrade in increments. Even so, she couldn't deny **** this power boost was incredibly satisfying ****. First of all, after undergoing enhancement, Xianyu gained numerous remarkable improvements in her abilities. Among them, the 8 gates released formation was directly opened up to the second gate, the rest gate, which removes the limitations of physical fatigue. This granted her a powerful trump card, allowing her to have greater endurance in battle. Next was the wind control sword technique. She had achieved a mastery-level control over nature transformation, enabling her to unleash sword energy, or rather, wind blades. Additionally, she could enchant her sword with wind release chakra, thereby enhancing its sharpness. Originally, the wind control sword technique only offered the effect of manipulating wind but lacked the sharpness of true swordsmanship. Now, however, it had gained the essence of a real sword technique, making it far more lethal. Compared to the wind control sword technique, the improvement in ancient-style swordsmanship was rather unexpected. Achieving master-level proficiency in ancient-style swordsmanship granted Xianyu a new realm of understanding called sword domain. The effect of this was that, within the range of her sword's reach, using herself as the center, everything within this sphere could be considered her territory, her domain. Within this range, her reaction speed, ability to read enemy movements, perception skills, and even her sword speed and control over the blade would be significantly enhanced. She could achieve perfect synchronization between mind and blade, where her sword moved as she willed, her eyes saw and her blade followed, and her thoughts dictated its actions. This understanding was heavily defense-oriented, placing all skill points into close combat. Its advantage was that Qianyu no longer had to worry about sneak attacks and could significantly boost her combat power within her sword's reach. However, the drawback was equally obvious. Her swordsmanship would never be able to unleash long-range sword energy techniques like Zoro ***, leaving her lacking in ranged attack capability. Qianyu herself found this development perplexing. She had always trained her swordsmanship in a steady and methodical manner, so why had she suddenly arrived at such an extreme understanding? However, she quickly realized that she could compensate for this lack of ranged attacks in other ways, so she didn't dwell on it too much. Overall, the upgrade to master-level ancient-style swordsmanship was a significant improvement for her. But even this wasn't the most astonishing enhancement she received. The biggest surprise was that she had surpassed the peak and reached the pinnacle in the 3 basic jutsu. The key term here was pinnacle, which meant pushing already perfected ninjutsu to an even higher level. For example, her transformation jutsu previously, no matter how well one transformed, there would always be flaws. However, now at its pinnacle, the transformation jutsu could achieve perfect mimicry. Her clone jutsu, while still slightly inferior to the transformation jutsu, could now create a shadow clone with power close to that of the original body, similar to would clone jutsu. Finally, the biggest improvement was in the substitution jutsu. Originally, using the substitution jutsu required preparing a substitution log beforehand. However, at its pinnacle, this jutsu had transformed into something akin to a gain-like substitution ability or even Sasuke's Heaven's Hand power, a Minato Jikara. Qianyu could now instantly swap positions with any object within a 10-meter radius. Although this substitution ability could only be used once per day, its instant teleportation effect was already incredibly powerful. If she had possessed this ability during her fight with Mizuki, he definitely wouldn't have been able to ambush her. Just a once-per-day teleport. TSK, feels a bit ominous. Qianyu muttered to herself. After all, the last person to have a similar miraculous teleportation ability was now wandering aimlessly through the universe. However, she didn't have time to dwell on such thoughts. She had slept the entire previous day and a days, and now, the most urgent matter was getting to the Ninja Academy as soon as possible. The class division was about to happen, and time was tight. But she believed she could make it, even with her C+ speed. Qianyu demonstrated the legendary speed of a former male in the shower, finishing in just 5 minutes before immediately dashing toward the Ninja Academy. Her special Jonin-level agility was fully unleashed at this moment. Though she had missed the iconic Naruto vs Sasuke confrontation, she arrived just in time before Iruka announced the class assignments. "Qianyu, you're here. Why are you so late today?" Sakura greeted her proactively. "Gee, good morning, Qianyu." Hinata shyly waved at her. "Nothing much, just stayed up a bit late training last night." Qianyu answered Sakura first, then turned to gently pat Hinata's head. "Good morning, Hinata. You look adorable today as well. But if you could be a little less shy, that would be even better." "Oh, okay, Qianyu." Encouraged by Qianyu's words, Hinata blushed deeply and tried her best to lift her head. However, the moment her pure white eyes met Qianyu's encouraging crimson gaze, it was as if she had been electrocuted, and her head immediately lowered again. Sorry, Qianyu." Hinata apologized softly. "It's fine. Personality changes take time." Qianyu gently ruffled Hinata's silky smooth hair again before finally bidding her farewell and walking toward her seat. Seeing this, Ino's voice drifted over playfully. "Qianyu, you really spoil Hinata, huh?" "Can't help it, Hinata is just too cute." Qianyu turned around to look at Ino, a mischievous smile appearing at the corner of her lips. Then, in a sudden assault, she wrapped an arm around Ino's slender waist, pulling her into a peak-to-peak embrace. Unfortunately, Ino's waist was still wrapped in bandages, which somewhat ruined the experience. Still, as the fastest developing girl among the female Konoha 11, this peak-to-peak interaction was quite enjoyable. "What's wrong, Ino? Don't tell me you're jealous?" Qianyu teased. Who's jealous?" Ino's face turned crimson instantly. "Alright, let go of me. Iruka-sensei is about to arrive." Fine. Xianyu didn't push any further and released Ino, returning to her seat. Walking through the classroom, she had greeted Sakura, patted Hinata's head, and hugged Ino. In short, aside from herself, she had flirted with almost all the attractive girls in the class, yet none of them seemed displeased. Several boys looked on with jealous expressions, wishing they could trade places with her. If the livestream chat was open, the comments would undoubtedly be filled with, "I don't envy immortals or lovers, I only envy Xianyu every single day." Little did they know, Xianyu's daughter's red had been brewing for 12 years, and she was still waiting for her bottle opener. Without that, even with Hinata and Ino around, she could only get some fleeting enjoyment. As for how Xianyu managed to maintain relationships with her classmates despite focusing entirely on training, the credit went to the acting genius shadow clone that went to school in her place. Soon, Iruka arrived and began reading the team assignments. Classes 1 through 6 were quickly announced, but Xianyu's name was not among them. Since the class had 30 students, and teams 7, 8, and 10 took up 9 students, Xianyu quickly figured out her teammates. I see. Kusanagi Kyo and Mizuno Ami, huh? Not bad. However, just as Xianyu was planning her future, Iruka's voice rang out again. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Hoji Xianyu, and Uchiha Sasuke. Xianyu's mind blanked out instantly. Xianyu knew very well that this meant a new chapter of the story was about to unfold. Sure enough, as soon as Naruto grumbled in frustration, his impatience led him to start setting up a trap. The previously quiet classroom was suddenly filled with movement, drawing Sasuke's attention. Watching Naruto's childish actions, Sasuke shook his head helplessly and said, "A jonin would never fall for your pathetic trap." Hearing Sasuke's words, a flash of insight appeared in Xianyu's eyes. A brilliant idea to steal the spotlight popped into her mind. She suddenly said, "Want to bet on it? Let's see if our jonin instructor will actually fall for this trap. Is there even a need to bet?" Sasuke looked at Xianyu with disdain, clearly unimpressed. "Even I wouldn't fall for something this stupid. How could a jonin possibly get caught? Xianyu, you're usually pretty reasonable. Don't tell me just because you got put on a team with that dead-last Naruto, you've started catching his stupidity?" Sasuke advised her in a serious tone. He actually had a good impression of Xianyu. Unlike the other girls in class who constantly fawned over him, she wasn't a fangirl. She was rational, intelligent, and fairly strong, which made him relatively satisfied with her as a teammate. However, Xianyu only cared about the spotlight and entertainment, not Sasuke's warnings. She smirked and said provocatively, "Oh? What's wrong? You scared? Me? Scared?" Sasuke's brows twitched, and his posture straightened slightly. As expected, he took the bait. "What would I possibly be scared of? Then what are you willing to bet?" Sasuke asked arrogantly. "Let's bet on leadership," Xianyu said casually. "Whoever wins this bet will be the leader of our team. Deal? Fine. I accept." Sasuke's eyes gleamed with interest. He really liked the idea of securing control over the team. Yet, Sasuke had no idea that Xianyu was merely reeling him in with a predetermined outcome. Poor Sasuke, at this moment, was completely dancing in the palm of Xianyu's hand. "Nice. That's the Uchiha Sasuke I know, so decisive." Xianyu even flattered him, raising his confidence even higher. "Hey, you too. At least consider my opinion." Naruto, who had been completely ignored, jumped in frustration. Sure, he was fine with anything that went against Sasuke, but at least give him some face. Outside the classroom, he could endure it, but now? He was willing to kneel if needed. But at this point, no one was paying attention to Naruto anymore, not even the livestream chat, which had become completely engrossed in the bet between Xianyu and Sasuke. ####, live chat explodes. Place your bets. Once placed, no takebacks. Vote 1 if you think the jonin will fall for it, 2 if you think he won't. No free fishballs here. If you guess wrong, type "I'm an idiot" in chat. Alright, I'm in. I, Huhan-san, accept this bet. 111. Zhu Yuchen from Beijing Experimental Middle School, Class 2-1, is betting on it. 1111111. 2222222. 33333333. 4. Wait a second, I almost got tricked. Delete everyone who voted 3. Wait, hear me out. My 3 means that a ninja always takes an unconventional approach. He'll enter through the window. That actually makes sense. But too bad, my 40-meter-long sword never misses. Prepare to die. Ha 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 ha. The chat descended into chaos, as if demons were dancing wildly. Even though Qianyu only glanced at the chat out of the corner of her eye, she nearly burst out laughing. To avoid looking out of place, she had to forcefully hold it in. Meanwhile, Sasuke noticed the slight smirk on Qianyu's lips, an expression as uncontrollable as an AK's recoil. It was as if she was already certain of her victory. Humph. Sasuke snorted coldly, focusing his gaze on the classroom door. Seeing this, even Naruto quieted down and waited. ###, the moment of truth. Soon enough, just like in the original storyline, the classroom door slid open. A chalkboard eraser immediately fell from above, landing perfectly on Kakashi's white hair, covering it in dust. He fell for it. He really fell for it. Naruto burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. And, as dictated by the Naruto-Sasuke laughter conservation law, the happier Naruto was, the darker Sasuke's expression became. How is this possible? Is he really a Jonin? Sasuke's face twisted in disbelief. Wait a second, you two didn't plan this together, did you? Sasuke, frustrated, suddenly became suspicious. After all, there weren't many white-haired people in Konoha, and their instructor just happened to be one of them. What if he really was related to Qianyu? Realizing this potential truth, Sasuke turned to Qianyu with a skeptical gaze and asked, "You seriously didn't plan this with him?" "Of course not. Where would I even find the time to set something like this up? It's all just deduction." Qianyu waved dismissively, acting as if it was nothing special. "Deduction? How?" Sasuke asked, still in shock. "Simple." Qianyu snapped her fingers confidently. "Because he was late." "Just because of that?" Sasuke stared at her in disbelief. "That alone is enough." Qianyu smiled, then suddenly her expression shifted, her voice growing deep and serious. "Sasuke, tell me, what is a ninja?" "What is a ninja?" Sasuke was momentarily stunned. This question was too broad, different people had different understandings. For example, Jiraiya's famous answer was, "A ninja is someone who endures hardships that others cannot." So, for a moment, Sasuke didn't know how to respond. But Qianyu didn't need his answer, she already had one of her own. A ninja follows orders. A ninja follows rules. A ninja is punctual. Unless something urgent happens, a ninja would never break an agreement, ****. But our instructor was late. What does that tell us? It tells us that he either doesn't follow rules, or he doesn't care about them. That leads to two possibilities, either he's completely laid back and indifferent, or he's too arrogant to care about something as trivial as a chalkboard eraser trap. Am I right, sensei? As she finished, Qianyu smiled confidently at Kakashi. Her face was radiant on the livestream screen. ###, live chat explodes again. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot too. The livestream chat flooded with makes sense. And I'm an idiot. Earning Qianyu another wave of impression points. Well, you got everything right, kid. Kakashi masked his surprise, never expecting Qianyu to analyze so much from something as simple as him being late. With mild curiosity, he half seriously, half playfully asked, "So, what do you think? Am I arrogant or just lazy?" "Both." Qianyu's response once again caught Kakashi off guard. "You appear lazy on the surface, but deep down, you're arrogant." Kakashi fell into silence. It wasn't because she had hit the nail on the head about his inner thoughts. Rather, it was because he himself had always believed he had completely given up on everything, that he was both outwardly and inwardly resigned to his fate. Yet, in Qianyu's eyes, he was someone who only looked lazy but was actually proud inside. That answer was unexpected, and for a moment, Kakashi wasn't sure how to feel about it. After a long pause, he slowly looked up at the three in front of him and said, "How should I put it? My first impression of you is pretty annoying." The room went silent. "Alright, follow me." Kakashi didn't dwell on the conversation any further and led Team 7 out of the classroom. ###, rooftop, Team 7 self-introductions. Before long, the newly formed Team 7 arrived at the Academy rooftop, where the classic self-introduction session began. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke's introductions were mostly the same as in the original series. However, when it was Qianyu's turn, she suddenly hesitated. Likes, dislikes, future dreams, and interests, I don't think I've ever really thought about these things. After all, ever since she had reincarnated, she had been constantly struggling toward the future. Even after her system became fully functional, she had barely taken a break. But after thinking for a moment, she finally came up with an answer. I like all beautiful things, especially beautiful girls. That's why I have a high tolerance for them, as long as they don't cross my bottom line. As for what I hate, I absolutely despise being powerless when something happens. My future dream? Immortality, freedom, and peace of mind? My interests. Finding entertainment and pleasing myself, does that count? I really love myself, because I'm just that beautiful. Xianyu stated this matter-of-factly, completely confident. So if anyone tries to hurt me, I won't tolerate it. One of my biggest motivations for getting stronger is to protect myself. Naturally, I also won't accept men. I mean, come on, look at me. I'm perfect from head to toe. Even if I lock myself away and admire myself all day, it wouldn't be enough. So why would I ever let a man enjoy me? ####, live chat reaction. At this moment, the livestream chat erupted into chaos. At first, viewers started spamming Alicia. Then Kaneki Ken. Then Hanli. Then Komi Shuko. Then Haim-sama. And even Suzumiya Haruai. But soon, they ran out of comparisons, because Xianyu was simply too unique. All that remained was her rapidly increasing impression value, proving just how deeply her words had impacted them. Of course, some chat users were also typing. Yandere Queen. Dom S Queen. I love her. ###, Kakashi's inner thoughts. Listening to Xianyu's introduction, a faint sense of danger rose in Kakashi's heart. Yes, danger. Xianyu's mindset was completely different from a typical ninja. She was far more self-centered, and Kakashi had no idea how to restrain someone like her. And the fact that her dream was immortality? That made Kakashi instinctively think of a certain someone. Although Xianyu wasn't as extreme or dangerous as that person, her deep love for herself still worried him. He knew that people like her could become unpredictable. For a moment, Kakashi felt a headache coming on. Third Hokage, what kind of monster did you assign to me? He really wanted to go request a refund. ###, Naruto's delayed reaction. Naruto finally processed what Xianyu had just said and let out a delayed exclamation. Hearing Xianyu boldly declare that she wouldn't accept men, Naruto's mind was flooded with thoughts, but he couldn't put them into words. For a moment, he was so frustrated that he scratched his head wildly, looking like a KTV machine that suddenly caught fire. Alright, if you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Xianyu laughed and patted Naruto's shoulder. Yeah, Naruto, people in this world come in all kinds. Once you've seen enough, you won't find it strange anymore. Kakashi had already given up on continuing the self-introduction session. Instead, he changed the subject. Let's talk about what we'll be doing tomorrow. Tomorrow? What are we doing tomorrow? As expected, Naruto was immediately distracted. We're going to have a survival exercise. Xianyu, pretending not to know, interjected. A survival exercise? This isn't an ordinary one, is it? That's right. As expected of Xianyu, you saw through it immediately. I hope you'll be just as sharp tomorrow. Kakashi nodded, his tone turning a bit eerie. At the same time, his elite Jonin aura subtly leaked out, casting a thin layer of pressure over the group. What do you mean? Sasuke, sitting in the classic Gendo Ikari pose, furrowed his brows. I mean, out of the 27 graduates this year, only 9 will be recognized as genin. The remaining 18 will be sent back to the academy, ****. Kakashi covered his face with one hand, speaking in a mocking tone. And what do you think determines who gets sent back? Tomorrow's survival exercise. Sasuke immediately understood. Correct. Not bad at all, Uchiha. You're quite smart, Sasuke. Kakashi, deliberately sounding smug, praised Sasuke. Normally, if Kakashi had praised him like this, Sasuke would have remained cold on the surface but felt secretly proud inside. But this time, instead of feeling proud, Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. 27 students, 18 eliminations. That's a 2/3 elimination rate. That means out of the 3 of us, only one person might get to stay. Sasuke and Naruto were visibly shaken by this revelation. Even in the livestream chat, discussions erupted. A 2/3 elimination rate? That's brutal. What do you expect? This is the ninja world. In episode 1, so many ninjas died like weeds under the Ninetales claws. This isn't a joke. Damn. My Xianyu wife won't fail, right? Dude, don't be stupid. You saw how Xianyu fought Mizuki in episode 1, there's no way she's failing. But still, this Jonin seems like a tough one. I just wonder how Naruto and Sasuke will handle this. Looking forward to it. Bro, look at the episode progress bar. It's not happening right away. Damn, you got me there. But while she acted surprised, Shen Yu was thinking deeply. Not just because of the chat but because of Kakashi himself. She had noticed something her past self had never realized while watching the anime. Who told Kakashi that there were only 27 graduates this year? Because in reality, their class had 30 students. Not to mention, Shikamaru, Ino, and Shoji's Team 10 still existed. So this 27 students, 18 eliminations statistic? It's just a lie Kakashi made up. He doesn't actually know how many students are in our class. The fact that Class 10 had such a glaring flaw with 27 members was something Chiyu only noticed after she transmigrated. She couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. However, when she glanced over at the barrage of comments, she found that no one seemed to notice anything odd in Kakashi's words either. Only then did she feel relieved and continued pretending to be fooled by Kakashi. On the other side, the 3 members of Team 7 remained silent. Seeing this, Kakashi continued talking about the plans for tomorrow. Remember to bring your ninja tools. We'll meet at 5 in the morning. Oh, and don't eat breakfast, or you'll throw up. After leaving behind this classic line, Kakashi instantly disappeared, leaving behind the 2 anxious members of Team 7 sitting on the steps. Chiyu wasn't worried at all. At this moment, she was leisurely watching the inner monologues of Naruto and Sasuke on the live broadcast. But just then, Chiyu suddenly furrowed her brows because she had discovered another issue. The system's anime live streaming room seemed to almost never display her inner thoughts. Just like now, Naruto was warning himself not to get eliminated, Sasuke was maintaining a certain posture with his hands trembling, and as for her, the camera only briefly flashed past her slightly furrowed brows before moving on. Chiyu pondered to herself, this means that I will always be an outsider. Although I can leech some screen time, the camera won't actively display my inner thoughts. Or perhaps, some of my thoughts aren't allowed to be broadcasted, so the system simply cuts them out entirely? That's not impossible. But actually, this is a good thing for me. Indeed, it was a good thing. Firstly, it helped her conceal her special nature. Secondly, the fact that the livestream actively displayed others' inner thoughts was advantageous to her. If she were to engage in battle with an enemy, and the livestream revealed what the opponent was scheming, it would essentially be like reading their mind. While Chiyu was deep in thought, the livestream room closed again, signaling the end of this scene. Seeing this, Chiyu stood up, looked at the 2 others, clapped her hands, and said with a chuckle, "Alright, you two, still not calmed down?" The crisp sound of her claps snapped Sasuke and Naruto out of their thoughts. They looked up to see Chiyu blinking her charming, large eyes playfully, a mischievous smile on her face. "If you've calmed down, then we can start discussing tomorrow's plan." Of course, Chiyu wasn't going to foolishly show up at 5 in the morning only for Kakashi to arrive at noon. Now that she had joined Team 7, how could she not stir things up a little? After that, Chiyu shared her plan for tomorrow with Naruto and Sasuke. Following an exhausting afternoon and night, Team 7 gathered again the next morning at 11 a.m. Looking at the completely empty training ground, Naruto, who had been anxious, was now in complete shock. Kakashi-sensei really isn't here yet? Sasuke secretly let out a sigh of relief but still refused to be soft-spoken. Idiot, didn't Chiyu already explain yesterday? Kakashi is a chronic latecomer. TCH. Smug Sasuke. Who are you calling an idiot? You were the loudest one questioning her yesterday. Naruto shot back without backing down. And just like that, a natural argument unfolded in front of the viewers watching Naruto. However, at this moment, the viewers in the barrage completely ignored Naruto and Sasuke's bickering. Instead, the screen was filled with rows of question marks. What are they talking about? Did I miss an episode? It's not that we missed an episode, it's just that some parts were skipped. Based on what they just said, Chiyu must have told them yesterday that Kakashi would be late, so they didn't have to come early. I see. So in the end, Kakashi really was late again. My Chiyu wife predicted it perfectly. She's amazing. Yeah, she's way better than those brute force strategy advisors. Damn, original. Bro, can you stop saying original all the time? I can't even tell if you're praising or criticizing. Yeah, forgot the beginning, forgot the middle, forgot the end, but you know what I'm saying. Then, the chat became filled with incomprehensible Genshin-related jokes, which were so lively that even Chiyu momentarily lost interest in watching Naruto and Sasuke argue. As the two bickered, 10 minutes passed by in the blink of an eye. Finally, Kakashi arrived, leisurely greeting them. Yo, good morning, everyone. Not bad, looks like you're all full of energy. Naruto and Sasuke, who had been arguing, were startled. You? When did you get here? Naruto was flustered, mainly because he had no idea how much of their argument Kakashi had overheard. Seeing Naruto's reaction, Chiyu could only sigh helplessly before boldly reprimanding Kakashi. Too slow. With Chiyu taking the lead, Naruto and Sasuke quickly followed suit. Yeah, too slow. Due to the adrenaline rush, Naruto and Sasuke's voices were particularly loud. It was as if they could power a battleship. However, only the viewers in the barrage knew how nervous they were at this moment. Comments flooded the screen. This household would fall apart without Chiyu. Someone, get Naruto and Sasuke a new pair of pants. They must be sweating buckets right now, little brothers. Ha ha ha. The audience erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, in the scene, thanks to Chiyu's quick reaction, Kakashi didn't get suspicious. Or rather, even if he had suspicions, he didn't care. He simply started reciting his usual terrible excuses. Well, I couldn't help it. A black cat crossed my path, then I ran into an old lady and helped her cross the street, and then. Before Kakashi could finish, he had to stop. Because while Naruto and Sasuke were merely pretending to be calm at first, they were now genuinely furious. After all, if Chiyu hadn't given them a heads up to come later, wouldn't they have been waiting here like fools for half the day, completely fooled by Kakashi's ridiculous excuse? Facing their sharp glares, Kakashi cleared his throat awkwardly before taking out an alarm clock and placing it on a nearby wooden post. What followed was, of course, the classic bell-snatching test, 3 people, 2 bells. This was essentially a textbook example of 2 peaches killing 3 warriors. Anyone who had attended school for a few days could tell how much of a trap Kakashi's setup was. Just as the viewers were busy criticizing Kakashi, he suddenly called out. Begin! Naruto immediately shouted, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of clones rushed forward. At the same time, Chiyu and Sasuke reached into their ninja tool pouches. Whoosh! 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 A barrage of ninja tools rained down on Kakashi like a torrential downpour. In an instant, all possible escape routes for Kakashi were completely sealed off by Chiyu and Sasuke's coordinated attack. What the hell? The sudden assault shocked everyone present. No one had expected that just a second ago, Kakashi was still smiling as he told them to come at him with the resolve to kill, and in the very next moment, as soon as he said begin, Chiyu and the others actually launched a real attack. Such a swift and unexpected assault not only left the unaware audience and the livestream utterly stunned, but even Kakashi's eyes widened slightly in surprise. However, that was all. Although Chiyu and Sasuke were both highly skilled, one excelling at shuriken techniques and the other nearing expert-level proficiency, their encirclement did pose some threat to Kakashi. After all, if he couldn't even deal with shuriken, how could he possibly handle Naruto? Kakashi took a step forward. His movements appeared casual, yet there was no wasted motion. With just 1 or 2 swift actions, Naruto's previously chaotic swarm of shadow clones collapsed to the ground, creating an unintended human wall that blocked the incoming barrage of ninja tools. He even had the leisure to critique their attack. Not bad. You attacked decisively, with the intent to kill. But unfortunately, sometimes, sheer numbers alone aren't enough. As Kakashi finished speaking, the human wall made of Naruto's shadow clones was obliterated by Chiyu and Sasuke's projectiles, dispersing into a cloud of smoke that seemed to affirm his words. However, at that moment, Kakashi noticed something strange. Despite their failed surprise attack, Chiyu and the others showed no signs of panic. On the contrary, Chiyu suddenly flashed a bright smile. Oh? Is that so? But why do I feel like Naruto's shadow clones are incredibly useful? The moment she finished speaking, the smoke from the disappearing shadow clones reappeared beside Kakashi. But this time, it wasn't because Naruto's clones had been destroyed, it was because Naruto had used transformation jutsu, disguising himself as one of the kunai scattered on the ground, and now he was dispelling the transformation. Immediately after, 5 Narutos sprang forward at once, each grabbing onto Kakashi's arms, legs, and neck. Sasuke, now! Naruto shouted. I don't need you to tell me. Sasuke's hands rapidly formed seals. In fact, he had already completed the final seal before Naruto even finished speaking. With the last tiger seal formed, Sasuke took a deep breath. His previously small chest expanded like a balloon. The next second, a massive crimson fireball erupted from his mouth. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Boom! The scorching flames engulfed Kakashi in an instant. The high-temperature fireball struck the ground, scorching a small crater into the training field. Waves of heat radiated outward. A few seconds later, the flames dissipated. Everyone looked forward only to see a completely charred, empty space. Naruto nervously stepped forward, panic creeping onto his face. Hey, Kakashi-sensei wouldn't have been burned to ashes, right? I didn't feel him breaking free from my hold. Really? Hearing that, Sasuke fell into thought. However, he wasn't concerned about whether Kakashi had been burned to death. He had a decent understanding of the damage output of the most merciful jutsu in the ninja world. Since Naruto claimed that Kakashi hadn't broken free before the clones were destroyed, that meant Kakashi had only moved after the fireball eliminated Naruto's shadow clones. At that range, Sasuke was confident even for a jonin, escaping completely unscathed would be difficult. In other words, Kakashi is injured. Did I actually wound a jonin? Sasuke's heart surged with excitement, his emotions difficult to contain. After all, even Uchiha Itachi was only a jonin. If Kakashi was injured, then naturally, he had to press the advantage. Where is he? Sasuke quickly scanned the area. Behind? Above? Left? Below? Kakashi's voice suddenly came from underground. But not beneath Sasuke. Beneath Naruto. Naruto! Watch out! Both Sasuke and Chiyu turned their heads toward Naruto, and without hesitation, Chiyu drew her sword and slashed. Unfortunately, she was a step too late. The few steps Naruto had taken forward earlier had now become an insurmountable gap. By the time Chiyu's wind-like blade reached its target, the object in front of her was no longer Naruto's feet, it was his head. The timing was so precise that it almost seemed like she and Kakashi had secretly coordinated, one using Earth-style headhunter jutsu to pull Naruto underground, and the other responsible for the beheading. Not good. Seeing this, Sasuke's heart leaped into his throat. Because the strike Chiyu had just unleashed was a full-force, unstoppable slash meant to save Naruto. If she couldn't stop in time, then wouldn't Naruto die at the hands of his own teammate before even facing the real enemy? Kakashi had the same concern. That's why after pulling Naruto into the ground, he hadn't left. Instead, he stayed close, ready to pull Naruto out again at a moment's notice. However, what neither of them knew was that Chiyu's swordsmanship had long since reached a master level. Within her blade's range, her sword was like an extension of her own hand. She could stop when she wanted to stop, move when she wanted to move. Thus, what had seemed like an unstoppable slash just a second ago. In the next second, it suddenly stopped. As if all the force behind the blade had vanished in an instant, the movement became effortless and controlled. The gleaming edge of the sword halted precisely above Naruto's forehead, just as he let out a panicked scream. The razor-sharp sword wind swept past, slicing off a few strands of golden hair. The sharp, clean cut stung Naruto's wide eyes, and physiological tears welled up in the corners. But at this moment, any lingering shock in Naruto's eyes was completely forgotten. Staring at the blade mere inches above his forehead, his mind went blank. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he sobbed with relief. I survived. Yeah, you survived. Sasuke also let out a deep breath. He hadn't even considered that if Chiyu's sword had actually struck down, he might have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was simply in awe. Chiyu's swordsmanship was incredible. But could her swordsmanship really be described with just the word incredible? An amateur saw the spectacle, but an expert saw the mastery. Watching this scene, Kakashi, who had somehow emerged from the ground, was at a complete loss for words. Because purely in terms of swordsmanship, he was actually inferior to Chiyu. Of course, he had long since abandoned swordsmanship. But before he had gained the Sharingan at the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, he had diligently trained in the art. At that time, he had a renowned teacher, a prestigious lineage, and had survived countless battles. Yet now, a girl who had grown up in an era of peace, with no parents, no prestigious lineage, and only a single sword manual left to her, had actually surpassed him. Kakashi fell silent. For the first time in his life, the so-called genius felt the sheer, overwhelming gap in natural talent. So, this is how Obito felt back then. A rare sense of frustration washed over him as he recalled his old friend, Uchiha Obito. But at that moment, he failed to notice. Hidden in a nearby bush behind him, a pair of deep, autumn water-like eyes were locked onto him. At this moment, who exactly was the beautiful girl with autumn water-like eyes silently hiding in the bushes? As the camera zoomed in, Chiyu's flawless face was clearly revealed for all to see. Chiyu! Wife! Why is Chiyu here? Yeah, when did she get here? The barrage of comments exploded in shock. Those who had still been caught up in the intensity of the earlier battle were now utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Wasn't Chiyu just about to accidentally decapitate Naruto with her sword? How did the camera cut away, only to show her suddenly appearing here? Could this be Chiyu's shadow clone? Some quick-thinking viewers immediately made a guess. And surprisingly, they were half right. Because the Chiyu hiding in the bushes was not a shadow clone, she was the real Chiyu. The one who had nearly beheaded Naruto earlier? That was actually the clone. From the moment Naruto launched his fierce assault with his shadow clones, Chiyu had already swapped herself with a clone, allowing her real body to hide and wait for the perfect moment. And now, that moment had finally arrived. Seizing the instant when Kakashi was momentarily distracted, Chiyu sprang forward like a swift and agile predator. Her chakras surged like a raging wind, enhancing her movements. Already possessing agility at the special Jonin level, her speed now soared to an even higher level. In that instant, she was like an arrow released from a bow, her razor-sharp blade aimed straight at Kakashi's back. This was a perfect fusion of her wind-style swordsmanship and Raikiri's piercing technique. A chilling sensation crept up Kakashi's spine. Behind me. When did she? Kakashi instinctively turned to counter the attack. But the next moment, an identical sense of danger struck him from the opposite direction. It was Chiyu's clone, launching an attack at the exact same time. They had perfectly coordinated their strikes, forming a pincer attack that put Kakashi in an extremely perilous situation. Kakashi silently cursed in his heart, why does Chiyu's shadow clone feel exactly like her real body? Which one is the clone, and which one is real? He quickly attempted to analyze and distinguish between them. Only by identifying the real Chiyu could he allocate his focus accordingly. But this time, Kakashi miscalculated. Because Chiyu's mastery of shadow clone jutsu was on a completely different level. Each one of her clones possessed the exact same level of strength as her real body, none of them were mere decoys. Kakashi had been too arrogant. Not only did he fail to determine which one was the real Chiyu, but he also wasted precious reaction time in the process. By now, the real Chiyu had already locked Kakashi within her sword's range. A foreboding feeling surged in Kakashi's heart. If this continued, the situation would soon spiral out of control. In that case, Kakashi sighed and placed a hand over his left eye. This is embarrassing, but I guess I have no choice. Swish. With a quick motion, he lifted his forehead protector. A scarlet eye was revealed beneath it. The three tomo of the Sharingan spun slightly, instantly analyzing everything in the surrounding battlefield. Kakashi quickly discovered something. Chiyu's perfected shadow clone jutsu was indeed formidable, but unlike normal clones, they lacked the usual subtle personality quirks. They were too synchronized, too precise, too disciplined. In a way, they were too flawless. That means, the real one is in front, and the clone is behind. Then the best course of action is to take out the real one first. Instead of retreating, Kakashi rushed forward, directly facing Chiyu's blade. Using the Sharingan's dynamic vision, which slowed down movements like a frame-by-frame slideshow, he reached out with his hand, intending to deflect Chiyu's sword by striking its side. But if Kakashi had Sharingan to enhance his reaction speed, then Chiyu had her sword's range. Whatever Sharingan could do, her swordsmanship could do as well. In Kakashi's shocked gaze, Chiyu's wrist subtly twisted, and her blade instantly tilted, now aiming directly at his outstretched hand. Kakashi immediately changed tactics. To protect his precious wife, his own hand, obviously, he swiftly shifted from an open palm to a claw grip, preparing to catch Chiyu's blade instead. But right at that moment, Chiyu once again displayed her extraordinary sword control. She suddenly halted her momentum. The inertia from her charge vanished in an instant, and her thrust transformed into an upward slash. The razor-sharp blade now aimed directly at Kakashi's palm. Kakashi's eyes flashed with genuine admiration. Such quick reflexes, such exquisite swordsmanship. Chiyu had seamlessly converted the force of her previous charge into her blade, making her attack completely unpredictable. And the fact that she could keep up with Sharingan's reaction speed. Her self-created wind-style kenjutsu truly had something special. But what if I do this? Kakashi suddenly extended his other hand. With both hands, he formed a perfect clamp, aiming to trap Chiyu's sword. No, rather than sword, it was actually a katana. Because in Japan, where the distinction between swords and blades is often blurred, a single-edged weapon like Chiyu's was still called a sword. And this dual-handed technique of Kakashi's actually worked. Even though Chiyu's sword sense could counteract Sharingan's advantages, her raw speed still wasn't as fast as Kakashi's. Ugh. When I have money, I'm definitely getting a proper sword. Chiyu sighed internally. Seeing that her attack had been neutralized, she prepared to retreat. At this moment, she actually still had a chance to counterattack. Her master-level swordsmanship allowed her to control every motion freely. If Kakashi made a reckless mistake, she could immediately reverse her strike and catch him off guard. Even if she couldn't deal a serious blow, she could at least stall for time until her clone arrived for backup. But, just as she was about to withdraw, her eyes unintentionally met a crimson gaze. Wait. No way. Chiyu's heart sank. Kakashi's signature squinting smile appeared. But this time, his smile carried a sinister undertone. And then, with a sudden glare, Kakashi's voice rang out. Genjutsu, hell viewing technique. Chiyu's mind reeled in horror. Shit. A powerful chakra surge invaded her consciousness, pulling forth her deepest fears. The scene around her blurred. She was no longer in the Leaf Village training grounds. Instead, she found herself in a bustling, extravagant red light district, surrounded by intoxicating opulence. She was also now wearing a heavy, intricate kimono. In front of her stood a geisha matron with a pale, heavily powdered face, grinning at her. Oiran Chiyu, today, Lord Aikiru has specially. New. Before the geisha could finish, Chiyu violently disrupted her own chakra flow, breaking the illusion. But in that split second of hesitation, she realized she was already airborne, her body flung uncontrollably toward her clone. As she flew, she desperately turned to glare at Kakashi. And he was smirking smugly. Ninja Combat Tactic Number 2, Genjutsu. You should pay more attention to it sometimes. Kakashi, you bastard. Chiyu completely lost it, roaring in frustration. If it were just an ordinary genjutsu, Chiyu might not have been too worried. However, Kakashi's genjutsu was enhanced by the Sharingan, making her feel utterly powerless against it. What frustrated her even more was that, at this moment, she could do nothing but curse Kakashi in her mind for not playing fair, because for now, genjutsu was indeed her biggest weakness. And now, Kakashi had pointed it out so clearly to her. She actually had to thank him for that. But the real problem was Chiyu had come here today fully prepared for an intense battle, planning to earn a massive amount of impression points **. Yet now? She had been mocked by Kakashi's skipping class tactics instead. Thank him? Chiyu glanced at her clone, and her clone immediately understood. In the next second, both of them simultaneously burst out with powerful chakra, pushing the speed enhancement from her wind-style swordsmanship to the limit. Then, with one on the left and one on the right, they launched a ferocious assault on Kakashi. She thought to herself, so what if your genjutsu is powerful, Kakashi? Can genjutsu handle two opponents at once? With her master-level ancient swordsmanship, her special Jonin-level agility, and the special abilities of her sword's range, their dual-blade encirclement would definitely make Kakashi suffer. However, Chiyu had forgotten one very important thing. And that was, Kakashi's nickname is 50 to 50 for a reason. Sure, she and her clone were attacking together. But at the end of the day, wasn't that still just one person? So what if her swordsmanship was master level? So what if her sword range ability was unique? So what if they were attacking from both sides? Against Kakashi, none of that mattered. With just one kunai in each hand, he weaved and dodged within a small space, effortlessly parrying every single attack. It was as if he were taking a casual stroll, completely unfazed. Seeing how firmly Kakashi defended himself, Chiyu had no choice but to keep up her relentless assault. For a moment, the battlefield became a storm of sword flashes, steel clashing against steel in an endless chorus of metallic sparks. And the scariest part? Even though they were already moving at such high speeds, both Chiyu and Kakashi were still getting faster. Watching from the sidelines, Naruto and Sasuke were completely stunned. They suddenly realized they could barely even see Chiyu and Kakashi's movements anymore ***. It was as if their eyes had suddenly developed astigmatism, everything was a blur. Naruto, still half buried in the ground, momentarily forgot his own predicament and muttered in awe. Chiyu, is actually this strong? TCH. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. Naruto had just voiced exactly what he was thinking. He had never imagined that Chiyu, who was only slightly above average in the Ninja Academy, would have such overwhelming real combat abilities to the point where she could fight a Jonin who wasn't even going all out on equal footing. He had always assumed that Chiyu was just smart. That's why, when they made a bet over who would lead the team, he didn't take it too seriously. Because as long as she had good strategies, he thought, listening to her commands wouldn't be a problem. But now, Chiyu wasn't just smarter than him. Her strength was on a completely different level. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly recalled something from the past. It was an old memory from years ago, about the time Chiyu got caught skipping class. Back then, the reason she got caught was simple asterisk asterisk her shadow clone ran out of chakra and got dispelled during a taijutsu sparring session asterisk asterisk. Iruka-sensei had been furious about it. And after that day, Shiyu never got caught again. Sasuke had once thought that she simply stopped skipping class after getting caught. But now, he realized asterisk asterisk she didn't stop. She just got better at hiding it asterisk asterisk. She had spent years secretly training, using her clones to attend class for her, all while continuously honing her skills in the background. And meanwhile, he had been playing ninja school like a game. How ridiculous. Sasuke clenched his teeth. He felt so foolish. While he had been arrogant and overconfident, Shiyu had been silently growing stronger. He had always thought of himself as a vengeful avenger, believing that his entire life was dedicated to revenge. But looking back now, what exactly had he been doing all these years? At that moment, a wave of self-loathing and regret surged through his heart, gnawing at him like a venomous snake. Meanwhile, Naruto was completely focused on the battle and didn't even notice Sasuke's internal struggle. Just as Sasuke was about to reach a major realization, Shiyu's voice rang out. Sasuke! What are you standing there for? Do you want to graduate or not? Get over here and help. Sasuke snapped out of his thoughts. He quickly assessed the battlefield. Kakashi's strength hadn't increased further since activating his Sharingan. As a result asterisk asterisk Shiyu and her clone had managed to achieve a perfect balance against him asterisk asterisk. At this moment, even the smallest amount of extra force could tip the scales. Yes, he wasn't as strong as Shiyu. Because maybe, just maybe, Shiyu was just as much of a genius as he was. But unlike him asterisk asterisk she had worked even harder asterisk asterisk. But right now, he didn't need to be as strong as her. He just needed to be the extra push that tipped the balance. Was he, Uchiha Sasuke, not even capable of that? Of course not. Sasuke's eyes hardened with resolve. He quickly analyzed the situation, then reached for his shuriken, the simplest and most effective weapon he had. A moment later, a flurry of precisely aimed shuriken shot toward Kakashi's most vulnerable spots, effectively disrupting him. Seeing this, Sasuke's confidence soared. I can do this. Kakashi, on the other hand, was incredibly frustrated. Do what, exactly? You little. He was utterly confused. Wasn't this supposed to be the bell-stealing test? Why had no one even tried to grab the bells yet? Naruto, Shiyu, Sasuke asterisk asterisk every single one of them had only focused on beating him up asterisk asterisk this entire time. Are they actually mad because I was too late this morning? For the first time in his life, Kakashi seriously started reflecting on his own actions. And thanks to the livestream, his internal thoughts were completely exposed to the audience. The chat exploded with laughter. LMAO, you guys should at least try to steal the bells. Seriously, poor Kakashi-sensei. He's so confused right now. I'm crying. He's so gentle, he didn't even suspect Shiyu at first. Yeah, Shiyu is so evil. But why do I love her scheming so much? Same. Especially that Oiran outfit in Kakashi's Genjutsu Sasuga Chiyu waifu. And right then, a new comment appeared. Who said cloth shoes don't make your feet sweat? Think about it, Shiyu is a ninja. With all that movement, her feet are probably really sweaty. Asterisk asterisk? Everyone looked at this sudden turn of events with confused expressions. 666. Unbelievable. Discharged from the hospital. Gotta be the porridge master again. Faced with the bizarre shift in the chat discussion, most viewers were at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Shiyu, who had briefly glanced at the chat, was both amused and exasperated. She cursed in her mind. Damn it! I'm out here fighting for my life, and you guys are discussing whether my feet stink? My feet don't stink. They've always smelled nice, okay? If they did smell, that's just normal chemical reactions, asterisk asterisk. I'm a transformation girl, naturally gifted with beauty. Even without makeup, I'm breathtakingly gorgeous, isn't that common sense? Shiyu continued her internal rant, but at the same time, Kakashi keenly noticed that Chiyu's real body had slightly eased up on her attacks. And when he looked at her, he could tell she was distracted by the chat. Now's my chance. A glint of sharpness flashed through Kakashi's eyes. Without hesitation, he hurled his two worn-out, battered kunai to force Chiyu's clone back. Then, he rushed toward Chiyu's real body, reaching out like a dragon's claw, aiming straight for her wrist. Not good. Realizing too late that she had been distracted, Shiyu panicked and tried to push Kakashi back. But at that moment, Kakashi's eyes widened again. Genjutsu, hell viewing technique. Chiyu's body stiffened instantly. The familiar nightmare reappeared. It's over. Taking advantage of Chiyu's brief moment of paralysis, Kakashi's firm grip locked onto her slender wrist. His eyes sharpened as he prepared to hurl her away, just like before. However, this time, Chiyu didn't budge. Huh? Kakashi looked at her in surprise. He had expected to toss her effortlessly, but she was standing firm as if rooted to the ground. Chiyu gritted her teeth, breaking free from the genjutsu almost instantly. Did you really think the same trick would work on me twice? Not only that, she even tightened her grip on Kakashi's arm, locking him in place. Only then did Kakashi notice. At Chiyu's feet, a thick layer of chakra had formed, acting like super glue, keeping her firmly anchored to the ground. Kakashi suddenly understood. So she figured out the tree climbing technique on her own? And that wasn't all. Now that she had a moment to stabilize herself, a surge of water-style chakra gushed into her right arm. Splash! A faint yet determined sound of rushing water echoed. A force just as strong as Kakashi's erupted from Chiyu's delicate arm. Kakashi's expression changed. This is the water release technique the third Hokage mentioned. She mastered it so quickly. It had only been a day, yet she had already learned at least a B-rank water ninjutsu and could use it seamlessly in battle. This was unbelievable. Kakashi realized Chiyu's talent might be even greater than he had imagined. But knowing this, he couldn't afford to waste time wrestling with her. And with her clone approaching fast, he immediately let go, tapping his foot lightly against the ground and springing backward. Seeing this, Chiyu's clone shifted its approach. Several sharp wind blades whipped out from her sword, chasing after Kakashi's retreating figure. But Kakashi's response was incredibly simple. He casually pulled out a kunai, and, with a single motion, lightning surged around it. Zzzt. A flash of blue electricity split through the air. Boom! In an instant, both the wind blades and Chiyu's clone were obliterated, dispersing into nothingness. Compared to their intense battle earlier, this single moment perfectly illustrated the overwhelming gap between a jonin and a genin. It was absolute suppression. Victory was impossible. The battlefield fell into an awkward silence. It took a while before Naruto finally reacted. Wait, Chiyu's clone is gone just like that? Yeah, it's gone. Sasuke nodded grimly. This is the power of a jonin. To Kakashi, they were nothing more than playthings. Meanwhile, the chat exploded with discussion. Everyone was shocked by Kakashi's true strength. Except for one person. Chiyu. She simply sighed in frustration. She had hoped to put on a brilliant performance and earn a ton of impression points. But Kakashi this unfair bastard had used his Sharingan without hesitation, and even pulled out lightning-infused kunai just like that. As a result, most of the audience's attention was focused on Kakashi instead of her. Even though their battle had been incredibly intense. Her impression points had barely increased past 70,000. But that could wait. For now, she looked at Kakashi with a frown. Kakashi-sensei, do you not want us to graduate? With your jonin-level strength, how could we possibly steal the bells from you? Naruto chimed in. Yeah. Kakashi-sensei, are you still mad about my blackboard eraser prank? Are you really that petty? Exactly. Sasuke added. Kakashi immediately apologized. Sorry. That was my mistake. He had ended the battle abruptly, partly for Chiyu's sake, but he had indeed gone a bit too far. Besides, this time, the Team 7 trio had coordinated their attacks decisively. Even though their individual strengths varied, they had demonstrated teamwork perfectly, which was exactly what he had been looking for. So, they passed . Or at least, that's what Chiyu thought. But then, Kakashi suddenly pulled the bells from his waist and tossed one to Chiyu. Chiyu instinctively caught it. But the moment she held it in her hand, a bad feeling surged in her heart. Kakashi-sensei, what is this supposed to mean? Kakashi smirked like a scheming fox. Simple. I told you before, only 2 people can pass this test. So this time, you get to decide who graduates. Indeed, letting Chiyu decide who could pass this test was precisely Kakashi's countermeasure. Since Chiyu was extremely intelligent and had already figured out the content of the test, even making an agreement with Naruto and Sasuke, everything was still just Chiyu's unilateral words. So, as long as Kakashi firmly insisted that only 2 people could pass, Chiyu would have no way to counter it, and the previous agreement would collapse instantly. Only in this situation would he have the chance to see whether this was truly a team. At this moment, upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto and Sasuke indeed showed shocked expressions. They instinctively looked at Chiyu, and then Naruto loudly questioned, "Why? You still don't get it?" Kakashi once again smiled, but this time, his smile carried a cold edge. "Because you two are simply too weak." Kakashi continued, "In my eyes, among the 3 of you, the only one qualified to be my subordinate is Chiyu. Neither you, Sasuke, nor you, Naruto, I don't want either of you. However, seeing how you worked together at the start, Chiyu must have told you something beforehand. I don't like subordinates who act on their own. But since Chiyu discussed it with you, I'll be merciful and allow one more of you to pass. So, do you understand now? This is a reward for the top student." Kakashi lifted his chin, looking down at them with an arrogant expression. How could this happen? Naruto, who was still trapped in the earth, looked as if he had been struck by lightning, completely stunned. Sasuke, on the other hand, was thinking deeper. He gritted his teeth and took a step forward. "Kakashi, so you knew all along?" "That's right." Kakashi knew exactly what Sasuke was referring to. "I am a jonin. A jonin must excel in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and intelligence. Even if I didn't know at the start, after this much time, I would have figured it out. Teamwork, this is what Chiyu told you, right?" Kakashi shook his head. "But unfortunately, teamwork is just a naive fantasy of students. Do you know what being a ninja truly means? A real ninja is someone who completes the mission no matter what. Sometimes, to accomplish a mission, your teammates, even yourself, might have to be sacrificed. To put it bluntly, I have personally killed my own teammates before." Unpleasant memories flashed through Kakashi's mind, making his expression even colder. And throughout history, nothing deceives people more effectively than the truth. Because Kakashi had indeed experienced a time when missions were his top priority, and he indeed had painful memories he wished to forget, his words sounded especially convincing. Everyone who saw Kakashi's expression and gaze at this moment could feel that these words came from the depths of his heart. Compared to the lazy, cool, perpetually late Kakashi who always made up ridiculous excuses, it was as if that person had never existed. Or perhaps this was the real Kakashi. The real ninja world. So this is what being a ninja means. Sasuke, witnessing a dark corner of the ninja world firsthand, was shaken to his core. How could it be like this? Even though Naruto was still trapped, the head he always held high drooped in despair. His expression was filled with disbelief, and his voice was so light it was almost inaudible. "This is too cruel." "Yeah." The livestream chat was full of agreement. So this is what being a ninja really is? Of course. Or rather, this is the common perception of ninjas. Using any means necessary: poison, assassination, seduction. Isn't that what ninjas do? If that's the case, then in the future, well, my dear Chiyu, who knows? The industry in Japan has been getting bolder lately. First, there was someone who dreamed of becoming a magical girl, and now this April, there's even going to be an ABO-themed parenting BL. Question: what is the ABO setting? Answer: don't ask, kid. That way lies the abyss. Let's get back on topic. The real question now is, if only 2 people can pass, who will Chiyu choose as her other teammate? A new question was now in everyone's minds. Pick Naruto. Pick Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke. The chat exploded into an intense battle between Naruto supporters and Sasuke supporters. Seeing this, Chiyu withdrew her gaze with a strange expression, feeling an odd sensation inside. These people, why did they make it sound like she was choosing a consort? If it were Naruto and Sasuke here instead, she wouldn't mind at all, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Ignoring the noisy chat, Chiyu took a step forward and stood up. Kakashi's interest was piqued. "Oh? Looks like you've made your choice. Who do you choose as your teammate? Naruto or Sasuke?" Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto and Sasuke looked at her nervously. "Will it be me?" Naruto thought uncertainly. "It has to be me, right? Sasuke is so arrogant, and I even fought alongside Chiyu. But Sasuke has always been really popular with girls. What if Chiyu also ***? No." Naruto shook his head vigorously. "Chiyu definitely isn't that shallow. But still, if I don't consider that, Sasuke is the top student. Isn't it only natural for top students to pick other top students? Damn, I might really have to go back and repeat a year. Thinking this, Naruto became even more dejected, lowering his head like a prisoner awaiting execution. It has to be me. At the same time, Sasuke was thinking, I performed way better than Naruto in this test. When Naruto was immobilized, I was still fighting. Anyone with a brain would pick me. Yes, it has to be me. I still have something important I must do, I can't fail to become a ninja. With that thought, Sasuke straightened his back confidently, forming a stark contrast to Naruto. Then, Sasuke watched as Chiyu separated the two bells and tossed one in front of Naruto. Nani! Sasuke was utterly shocked. His expression froze in disbelief. He couldn't understand why had Chiyu chosen Naruto over him. Naruto's expression was just as dumbfounded. At that moment, for once, their expressions were perfectly in sync. Chiyu, Naruto's voice trembled as he tried to say something. But before he could finish, Chiyu casually tossed the remaining bell to Sasuke. The bizarre turn of events left Naruto completely dumbfounded. Sasuke, too, was full of confusion. Chiyu, you gave both Naruto and me a bell, what about you? Me? Chiyu smiled. I'll just repeat the year and try again next time. Next year. Sasuke's expression shook violently. You mean, you're giving up your chance to become a genin for us? That's right. Chiyu nodded and then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you said I could decide who passes. But you never said I had to include myself. That is what I said. Kakashi concealed the joy in his eyes, keeping his expression grim. But are you sure about this? Of course. Chiyu replied seriously. I was the one who told them this test was about teamwork, which is why they fought alongside me. But in the end, I got the bell while they lost their chance. So I thought if I hadn't told them that, maybe in the chaos, Naruto or Sasuke would have won instead. Since it was my poor decision that caused them to lose their chance, I should bear the consequences. That's only fair. Fair, huh? Kakashi gazed at the girl before him with emotion. Under the sunlight, she seemed wrapped in golden radiance, pure and resolute. Owning up to mistakes, such a simple principle, yet how many could truly follow it? Chiyu, you. Naruto and Sasuke were deeply moved by her words. And not just them at this moment, everyone watching was awed by Chiyu's noble character. After a flurry of comments like goddess and treasure girl, the chat finally unified under 6 words. Greatness needs no further words. I have to say, in this era where little fairy princesses and giant babies run rampant, a girl like Chiyu, beautiful, kind-hearted, and with an excellent personality, is becoming increasingly rare. Previously, Chiyu captured everyone's attention with her looks, but now, she had once again drawn them in with her character. You could say people were drawn in by her beauty, but stayed for her integrity. At this moment, the livestream chat was full of people expressing their deep admiration for Chiyu. Due to Kakashi's interference, the impression points had been stuck at just over 70,000 for a while, but now they were rising rapidly again. This actually made Chiyu a little embarrassed, because all her actions had been carefully performed to earn impression points. Especially this time, she had fully exploited Kakashi's lack of transparency in sharing information. From the very beginning, they had already known what Kakashi was thinking. But then she thought some people wouldn't even bother pretending to be good to achieve their goals, while she might have to keep up the act for a lifetime just to earn these points. At the very least, she was committed to her profession. And the chat was responding enthusiastically, showing their recognition and love for her with the ever-increasing impression points. Meanwhile, at the scene, Naruto and Sasuke, who were directly witnessing Chiyu's charm, reacted even more strongly. Rustle, rustle. An excited Naruto struggled out of the dirt, picked up the bell, looked at it, and then smacked it onto the ground with a loud thud, fuming. If Chiyu doesn't want this, then I don't want it either. If worst comes to worst, I'll just repeat the year. I refuse to believe that being a ninja is just like what sensei says. If that's really the case, then I'd rather not be a ninja at all. Sasuke also voiced his agreement, tossing his bell aside as well. That's right. Oh? Now Kakashi was genuinely surprised. Really, Sasuke? Haven't you always dreamed of killing that man? If you can't even become a ninja, how are you going to do that? Sasuke's body trembled slightly. He opened his mouth, then closed his eyes. It was clear he was struggling internally. Making a decision was one thing, but accepting the consequences was another. Sasuke. Naruto looked over in concern, hesitating to persuade him. The 3 of them were all orphans, but Sasuke carried a much heavier burden than the rest. There was no need for him to give up graduation just for their sake. But the moment Naruto spoke, Sasuke completely made up his mind. He growled, "Naruto, don't try to talk me out of this. Yes, I dream of killing that man. But that's something I have to achieve on my own, not through someone else's charity. An Uchiha would never graduate through pity." The Uchiha clan might have been wiped out, but their pride still remained. Besides, there was no way he could let himself fall behind even Naruto, the so-called dead last. "Ah, Sasuke. I knew it, this is the Sasuke I recognize." Seeing this resolute Sasuke, Naruto laughed happily. But just then, Kakashi formed a series of hand seals. With a surge of chakra, the once clear blue sky instantly darkened. Thunder rumbled ominously. A terrifying killing intent filled the air, so heavy that it felt suffocating. In that instant, it was as if Team 7 had been trapped like insects frozen in amber, completely unable to move. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto and Sasuke turned pale with shock. It seemed that Kakashi had been pushed to his limit by their blatant defiance. Holding his hand seals, he glared at them with barely contained fury. "I'll give you one last chance. Are you really saying that none of you will graduate?" Under the immense pressure, Naruto hesitated, unsure of how to respond. But Chiyu *** stood firm ***. She stepped forward against the crushing force, her gaze unwavering as she stared straight at Kakashi. "We are a team, 3 as 1. Either we all graduate, or none of us do. That's how it should be." "That's right. We stand as one." Sasuke gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. Yeah, I think so too." Naruto quickly jumped on board. "You?" Kakashi gave Naruto a skeptical glance. He seriously doubted Naruto had actually thought that deeply about it. This guy was just going with the flow. But now wasn't the time to nitpick. Fixing his gaze on the three of them, Kakashi remained silent for a few seconds. Then, he released another wave of pressure, testing their resolve one last time. Seeing that they truly weren't backing down, the darkness around him suddenly vanished. The ominous clouds dispersed. The suffocating killing intent disappeared. And Kakashi's expression shifted, his usual, easygoing smile returning. "Well then, congratulations. You pass." The three were completely dumbfounded. "I said, congratulations. You pass." Kakashi repeated. "But, why?" Naruto's brain still hadn't caught up with the sudden turn of events. Kakashi's smile grew sly. Because Chiyu was right. This test was indeed about teamwork. "Come on now, don't look at me like that, ninja need to be able to see through deception. Although, thanks to Chiyu, I had to go for a triple-layered deception this time." Looking up at the sky, Kakashi spoke in a thoughtful tone. "Remember this. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum." The livestream camera panned away from Kakashi, focusing on each of them in turn. Sasuke let out a relieved smile. Naruto was deeply moved. Chiyu also finally allowed herself to relax. This nerve-wracking ninja test was finally over. "Alright, training is officially over. You're all accepted," Kakashi announced enthusiastically. "Team 7 will begin missions tomorrow." "Yes. I'm a ninja. A ninja." Naruto jumped up in excitement, practically radiating happy ending vibes all on his own. But if things ended just like this ***, that would be letting Kakashi off too easily ***. So, just when the mood was at its peak, Chiyu spoke up again. "Kakashi-sensei, what's for lunch?" Kakashi scratched his head in confusion. "Lunch? You can decide that yourselves." Chiyu gasped in exaggerated shock. "Then I want barbecue." Turning to Naruto and Sasuke, she suggested. "Hey guys, since we're officially Team 7 now, how about we celebrate by having Kakashi-sensei treat us to barbecue?" "Yeah. Barbecue. Barbecue." Naruto cheered again. Kakashi was stunned. Wait, Chiyu, since when did I say I was treating?" "What? Kakashi-sensei isn't treating us?" Chiyu looked even more shocked, her expression pitiful. "But I heard from Ino that their teacher treated them." She then sighed dramatically. "I see. I guess we're just not as favored as other teams." Turning away, she began to walk off. Naruto instinctively followed. Kakashi instantly felt a headache coming on. Wait. Chiyu stopped. Fine. I'll treat you, alright." Kakashi sighed in resignation. "It's just one meal, I can afford it." "Yay!" Naruto cheered yet again. And so, thoroughly outmaneuvered, Kakashi could only shake his head in exasperation. "You really got me this time." ***, Kakashi-sensei? Chiyu stopped in her tracks, her heart filled with doubt. She couldn't understand the meaning behind Kakashi's sudden action. Was he planning to give her some kind of special one-on-one tutoring session after class? The thought made her suddenly take 2 steps back, putting some distance between them just in case Kakashi had some strange ideas in mind. However, Kakashi had no idea what kind of wild thoughts were running through Chiyu's adorable little head. He simply explained calmly, "Chiyu, you might not fully understand the abilities of the Sharingan. One of its functions is that it allows me to clearly see the chakra flow within a person's body." Then, he continued, "During that intense battle earlier, I noticed that you used a water release taijutsu technique." Water release, mighty water arm technique. Chiyu immediately stated the name of the jutsu, then asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong with that technique, Kakashi-sensei?" "No, there's nothing wrong with it." Kakashi shook his head lightly and patiently explained, "From what my Sharingan observed, this jutsu requires an extremely high level of precision in execution. If not controlled properly, it could easily harm the user. So, I wanted to check if you encountered any issues or difficulties while using it. If you did, I could help you resolve them." "Oh, so that's what this is about." Chiyu finally understood. She shook her head firmly. "No issues at all. The technique executed smoothly, without any errors." "That's good to hear." Kakashi smiled in relief and reminded her, "If you ever feel anything off when using a jutsu, or if you need help, don't hesitate to come to me. After all, I'm your teacher. Whether it's genjutsu, ninjutsu, or taijutsu as a jonin, I have enough experience and knowledge to guide you." "Alright, Kakashi-sensei. I'll remember that. Thank you." Chiyu nodded seriously and expressed her gratitude. "You're a really good person." "Ha ha ha, a good person, huh? Maybe, ***. Kakashi scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. After discussing the mighty water arm technique, Kakashi bid farewell to Chiyu. He turned and left so swiftly that Chiyu barely had time to react. He just left? Chiyu stood there, dazed, feeling incredibly confused. Did he really just come over just to say that? She found Kakashi's behavior very puzzling. After all, she knew his personality well. Kakashi was lazy and carefree. If he could lie down, he wouldn't sit up. If he could avoid work, he absolutely would. Even in the original story, despite his close relationship with Naruto, he mostly left him to fend for himself. And yet, she, a girl with no special connections to him, was receiving this level of attention? Just because she was pretty? That was obviously impossible. Chiyu's mind raced. Something wasn't right. She carefully analyzed Kakashi's words. Whether it's genjutsu, ninjutsu, or taijutsu. Her eyes suddenly lit up. That's it, taijutsu. She realized her mighty water arm technique was a ninja taijutsu technique. If Kakashi really just wanted to talk about that, he could have simply said ninja taijutsu instead of listing all 3 major jutsu types. It was as if he was deliberately encouraging her to ask him about anything. So, ***, the talk about the water release technique was just to cover ***. Kakashi's true purpose was to give her a subtle hint ***. He wanted her to ask him about taijutsu ***. And what taijutsu-related issue did she need guidance on? The answer was obvious. The 8 gates. Yes, ***, that **** was the only reason Kakashi would go out of his way to talk to her. The mighty water arm was just a distraction. Because Kakashi couldn't just openly admit that he knew she had learned the 8 gates. Chiyu finally figured it out. It all boiled down to the 3rd Hokage keeping an eye on her. In fact, the Hokage had probably even asked Kakashi to train her personally. After all, she was someone willing to learn the 8 gates, so she was bound to be of interest to the higher-ups. That's why Kakashi was sent to guide her. And now, she finally understood something else. She had always wondered why she was placed in Team 7 instead of Sakura. Now, she knew why. So that's how it is. Chiyu was inwardly shocked. She had never expected that her spontaneous decision to get involved in the Forbidden Scroll incident would trigger such a massive butterfly effect, one so immediate and far-reaching that it had outright replaced Sakura in Team 7. It was nothing like how she had imagined butterfly effects to work, where a butterfly flaps its wings, and only much later does it cause a storm across the ocean. No ***, this was instant ***. This experience served as a harsh wake-up call for her. She realized that from now on, she absolutely couldn't underestimate the impact of the butterfly effect. More importantly, she had no choice but to resume her intense training regimen. Because the 3rd Hokage was watching. No matter how talented someone was, if they stopped training, their strength would stagnate. If she suddenly stopped improving, it would only be a matter of time before someone started questioning her. Maybe once or twice, they wouldn't notice. But over time? Anyone with half a brain would realize she was hiding something. And it wasn't just the third Hokage she had to worry about. There was also Danzo, and Obito, and Black Setsu. Thinking about this, Chiyu felt a wave of frustration. Damn it, Hiruzen. Why aren't you dead yet? She had finally started enjoying a relaxed life thanks to her system. And now she had to go back to hardcore training again. She was not happy about this. And the more she thought about it, the worse it got. If she had to worry about the Hokage's attention, then what about Danzo? What about Obito? What about Black Setsu? The more she thought about it, the more she realized. Until she became truly powerful, she had no choice but to maintain her intense training schedule. It was like acing an exam, only to realize it was just the midterms. And that the finals were still ahead. This sucks. She sighed. Of course frustration aside, work still needed to get done She was an adult, not a giant baby. She wouldn't just throw a tantrum. So, after parting ways with Kakashi, Chiyu headed to the training grounds. She opened her status panel and began reviewing the impression points she had earned from the battle. Since Kakashi had drawn a lot of attention, she actually earned slightly fewer points than last time. Her total impression points now sat at a rather peculiar number. 114,514. Adding that to the 6,525 points she had left from last time. Her total was now 121,039. 12,000 points. Not too much, not too little. Enough to boost some low-level abilities or slightly enhance her higher-level skills. She had used the system several times now, and her understanding of it had deepened. Even though the system categorized techniques like the 3 basic jutsu and the 8 gates as abilities. From a more fantasy world perspective, ninjutsu was basically like cultivation techniques. In the ninja world, practicing ninjutsu itself often triggers subtle changes in the body. If one can successfully cultivate a Kekkai Genkai, such as ice release, they can permanently alter their DNA sequence, thereby gaining the ability to pass down the mastered technique to the next generation. Moreover, under the continuous influence of ice release chakra, one's body will gradually undergo morphological transformations. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people rarely notice this subtle process of change. This is mainly because those who can awaken a Kekkai Genkai are extremely rare, and only Kekkai Genkai can exhibit significant effects within a short period. However, in reality, even ordinary elemental techniques contribute to self-improvement. For example, fire release experts often develop a higher resistance to fire, allowing them to endure high temperatures and burns. Asuma is a typical example. Meanwhile, lightning release experts usually possess heightened agility, as seen in the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village, Kakashi, and Sasuke, who are all representatives of this trait. The third Hokage, after all, achieved an iron-like physique by mastering all 5 elemental releases to an advanced level. As for taijutsu, training the body itself is a concrete manifestation of yang release. Returning to Qianyu, for her, advanced abilities like the 8 gates and wind mastery swordsmanship are akin to fundamental techniques. Training these foundational abilities primarily enhances her attributes or overall level, with their impact on immediate combat power being secondary. Conversely, techniques like the 3 basic jutsu serve as tools for immediate combat enhancement, providing little to no improvement in attributes. Ancient flow swordsmanship, however, occupies a middle ground, improving it boosts both attributes and combat power, depending on its inherent characteristics. This aligns with its system rating, which is the same as the shadow clone technique, both classified as B rank under the ninja world standards, placing them at a mid-tier level among various abilities. Thus, Qianyu's skill allocation strategy is quite clear. If she needs an immediate combat boost, she can upgrade lower-level abilities. If she aims to enhance her attributes and overall level, she must accumulate impression points to upgrade advanced abilities. However, since she currently lacks a sufficient number of impression points, she can only allocate points to a single lower-level ability for now. Qianyu lightly tapped the system interface, and a notification sound immediately followed. Ding! Consumed 64,000 impression points. 8 gates, proficient, 164,000, 8 gates, mastered, 1/512,000. A powerful surge of energy poured into her Baihui acupoint like a tidal wave, swiftly cascading down both hemispheres of her brain before flooding the rest of her body. Pop. A crisp sound resonated. The third gate of the 8 gates, the life gate, had successfully opened. Warm energy spread through Chinyu's limbs and torso. Beneath her fair and delicate skin, previously indistinct but well-defined muscles subtly bulged. However, they soon retracted, restoring Chinyu's body to its previous soft and supple appearance, making the sudden surge in strength feel almost like an illusion. But Chinyu knew it was no illusion. At this moment, her five-dimensional attributes had undergone significant changes. Constitution, Elite Chunin Special Jonin. Strength, Normal Chunin Elite Chunin. Agility, Elite Chunin. Spirit, Special Jonin. Chakra, Special Jonin. Both her constitution and strength had increased by 1 rank, reaching Special Jonin and Elite Chunin levels, respectively. In terms of strength, she had the Water Release, Hero Water Arm as support. For agility, she had the Wind Mastery Swordsmanship to boost her movements. If she were to enter a fully unleashed state, her attributes would immediately rise to an all-around Special Jonin level. If she were to face Kakashi in battle again, she certainly wouldn't be so easily outmaneuvered by his dual kunai techniques. After finishing the 8 Gates upgrade, Chinyu, recalling the lesson from last time, took a short break before proceeding with her next skill enhancement. For low-tier abilities meant to boost combat power, she didn't hesitate too much. After a brief moment of thought, she decided to upgrade Gale Palm, a technique left to her by her parents, alongside Ancient Flow Swordsmanship. As a C-rank jutsu, it required relatively fewer resources to upgrade. Since that was the case, she might as well test out the power of Gale Palm first and then decide on further upgrades based on the results. Ding! Consumed 50,181 impression points. Water Release, Hero Water Arm Proficient, 100/5000, Mastered, 125/000. Wind Release, Gale Palm Proficient, 123/1, 600, Grandmaster, 1/102, 400. Shuriken Techniques Mastered, 228/6, 400, Expert, 125, 600. Konoha Style Taijutsu Proficient, 1/1, 600, Mastered, 1/6, 400. Body Flicker Technique Expert, 18/4, 050, Grandmaster, 1/12, 150. After these upgrades, Chinyu's status panel had undergone a drastic transformation. Name, Fushuji Chinyu. Constitution, Special Jonin. Strength, Elite Chunin. Agility, Elite Chunin. Spirit, Special Jonin. Chakra, Special Jonin. Abilities. 8 Gates, Mastered, 1/512000. Wind Mastery Swordsmanship, Mastered, 1380/343,000. Ancient Flow Swordsmanship, Grandmaster, 2304/250,000. Shadow Clone Technique, Proficient, 3345/5000. Water Release, Hero Water Arm Mastered, 125/000. Wind Release, Gale Palm Grandmaster, 1/102, 400. Shuriken Techniques Expert, 125, 600. Konoha Style Taijutsu Mastered, 1/6, 400. Body Flicker Technique Grandmaster, 1/12, 150. 3 Basic Jutsu Pinnacle, Max. Current Impression Points, 6,858. Asterisk I burned through them so fast. Asterisk. Seeing her remaining impression points drop to just over 6,000, Chinyu felt a moment of dizziness. But this was to be expected. Gaining power required a massive expenditure of resources. With this upgrade complete, due to the limited rate at which she could earn impression points, she wouldn't see another major power boost anytime soon. Calming herself, Chinyu stepped into the training ground to familiarize herself with her newly acquired abilities, returning to her usual routine. The next day, Team 7 officially began their missions. Tasks such as weeding, river cleaning, babysitting, and house repairs, all standard D-rank missions, were not worth mentioning. In the dense forests of Konoha, voices transmitted via radio communications echoed. Sasuke has arrived at Point B. Chinyu has arrived at Point C. Naruto has arrived at Point A. Good. Team 7, move out. Yash. At Kakashi's command, Naruto lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, swiftly grabbing a small brown kitten with a shaped marking on its forehead. This cat was none other than Tora, the most pitiable creature in the Naruto series, forever subjected to suffering at the hands of Tank, its owner. Of course, from another perspective, the most pitiful one should be the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, since his wife was the one who owned the tank. But considering the feudal society setting, where the feudal lord had a politically arranged main wife alongside countless concubines, such a situation was rather normal. So, in the end, the most unfortunate one was still Tora. Asterisk alright, hand it over to me. Asterisk. Thinking this, Shinyu reached out and took the struggling kitten from Naruto's arms. Poor little thing, must have been terrified. She gently stroked Tora's soft fur. Strangely enough, the moment Tora entered Shinyu's embrace, it instantly calmed down, purring in comfort, despite having been furiously resisting in Naruto's arms just seconds earlier. Why? I don't get it. Naruto, clutching the claw marks on his face, looked utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Shinyu's expression wasn't much better. Because the reason for Tora's sudden calmness was that it had started kneading her chest. When Shinyu saw the two small paws waving incessantly in front of her, a giant question mark slowly rose in her mind. At this moment, she deeply realized that she should never have harbored any sympathy in the first place. This little tiger was clearly destined to be a troublesome creature. This little troublemaker should go back to you. With a blank expression, Shinyu tossed the kitten back to Naruto, completely ignoring its pitiful look. How is it a troublemaker? Naruto, utterly confused, caught the kitten and asked in bewilderment. However, he quickly found the answer, because the moment the kitten left Shinyu's arms, it immediately took out its resentment on him, scratching and clawing at him like crazy. It really is a troublemaker. Naruto's wails echoed through the forest, and this highly dramatic scene instantly ignited the bullet chat, which had been relatively calm since the broadcast started. Naruto, in the end, I bore all the suffering alone. 1 second, it's a poor little thing, the next second, it's a troublemaker, lol. So true. I almost thought this was another humans worse than cats moment. Humans comfort cats, humans are good. Cats need humans, cats are bad. Cats need humans because they like them, cats are good. Humans throw cats away because they don't want to be needed, humans are bad. You two above, why don't you just fight it out? A heated debate once again erupted in the bullet chat over whether humans were good and cats were bad, or vice versa. However, this debate didn't last long, since the live broadcast and real-time events weren't perfectly synchronized. Just a few scene transitions later, the group had already moved from the Konoha forest to the Hokage Tower's mission hall. Shortly afterward, Naruto, frustrated by the low-level missions they had been receiving, got into a heated argument with the third Hokage. After the Hokage patiently explained the mission ranking system and the organizational structure of Konoha, he appeared to compromise. At least, that's what Naruto thought. But in reality, Tazuna was already waiting outside the door, making it clear that the Hokage had long planned for Team 7 to experience some danger and grow through real combat. Come in. The third Hokage called out, and as the wooden sliding door slowly opened, a middle-aged man stumbled in. He reeked of alcohol, carried a bottle in his hand, had graying hair tied back with a headband, and a towel draped around his neck. A pair of small glasses rested on his face, complementing his identity as a knowledgeable bridge builder. Watching this scene, Shinyu had a newfound appreciation for the classic and iconic character design of Tazuna, something she hadn't fully realized when she first watched Naruto. However, Shinyu also understood the saying, I find the Green Mountains charming, but the Green Mountains may not necessarily find me the same. Tazuna, his supposedly drunk but actually sharp eyes scanning Team 7, frowned and grumbled, what the heck? Just a bunch of kids? Especially that short one over there, the one who looks super dumb. Are you really a ninja? As he spoke, he took a big swig from his bottle and directed his doubts at Naruto. Ha ha ha, who are you calling short? Completely oblivious, Naruto laughed carefreely. And then, another classic scene unfolded. As Naruto glanced left and right, trying to find the short and dumb person Tazuna was talking about, Shinyu and Sasuke exchanged a knowing look and silently stepped closer together. Sasuke was about 158 cm, 5 foot 2 inch, close to 160 cm, 5'3". Shinyu was just over 150 centimeters, 4 foot 11 inch, and had remained the same for a while. But Naruto? He was only 147 cm, 4 foot 10 inch. There was no doubt about it, he was the short and dumb one Tazuna had referred to. As if guided by fate itself, the inevitable happened. Warning! Warning! 2 faint alarm bells seemed to ring in the air. Naruto's face instantly turned red with fury. Damn it! I'm gonna kill you! Kakashi had to quickly grab the back of Naruto's collar, sighing helplessly. That's our client, you idiot. I don't care. Naruto flailed in the air, thrashing like a wild animal, as if trying to vent all his rage. TCH. Watching Naruto's antics, Tazuna spat on the ground in disdain. Can you guys really protect me? That shorty aside, hey, you, the girl over there. To everyone's surprise, Tazuna now turned his skepticism toward Shinyu. That outfit of yours, are you really a ninja? Honestly, it wasn't surprising that Tazuna had doubts. Xianyu's current outfit was way ahead of its time. She wore a traditional martial arts-inspired warrior outfit with a modified hem, short in the front, long in the back, showing off her slender legs. Some fabric fluttered behind her, adding a dynamic touch. Her upper garment covered her torso but had a diamond-shaped cutout at the collarbone. The sleeves were also altered ***. Most of the fabric under her arms had been removed ***, revealing smooth underarms and part of her forearms, with her back also slightly exposed. At first glance, it might seem like she was revealing a lot of skin, but on closer inspection, none of the exposed areas were particularly important. Calling her provocative would be inaccurate. But calling her alluring? Well, that was certainly true. Tazuna simply couldn't comprehend how an outfit could challenge traditional clothing norms while simultaneously being stunningly eye-catching. If Xianyu knew what Tazuna was thinking, she would have told him. This style, where you expose skin but not the important parts, is the legendary Pure Desire aesthetic. And the specific design inspirations? Courtesy of Mihoyo. She had visited several tailor shops to get this outfit custom-made. Fortunately, the final result had been exactly what she wanted. Ever since she started wearing it, she had noticed a faster rate of gaining impression points, and when she first appeared in it, the bullet chat had been buzzing with discussions. She just hadn't expected that this very outfit would cause Tazuna to doubt her ninja status. What's the big deal? Xianyu smiled confidently. Ninjas are always wearing weird outfits, aren't they? Alright. Tazuna had nothing more to say. Anyway, you guys are sure you can protect me, right? Of course. Kakashi responded seriously. Don't worry, Mr. Client. My subordinates may look like this, but in reality, they're all exceptionally reliable ninjas. Besides, even if anything happens, you still have me, a jonin. Fine. Satisfied at last, Tazuna took another swig and said, My name is Tazuna. I'm a world-famous master bridge builder. While I finish my bridge back home, I'll be counting on you to protect me. And so, with introductions complete, the Wave Country mission officially began just as it had in the original story. The only difference? Even after traveling a long distance, boarding a boat, and setting foot on the land of waves, Xianyu had yet to see any sign of the Demon Brothers, who were supposed to ambush them shortly after they left Konoha. Oh wait, she had seen them scouting from a distance. But in reality, they were nowhere to be found. Even the live broadcast didn't show them appearing. Xianyu was filled with confusion. How could the Demon Brothers, who were so big and obvious, just vanish after a simple reconnaissance mission? Since Xianyu couldn't figure out why this journey had been so unusually peaceful, she decided to set the thought aside for now. She stopped walking and voiced her concerns to Kakashi without reservation. Xianyu, you're saying this trip has been too quiet? Kakashi halted and stroked his chin, sinking into thought. Exactly. Seeing that Kakashi was taking her words seriously, Xianyu pressed forward with her reasoning. Sensei, think about it, if we were planning to ambush someone, what's the first thing we'd need to do? Figure out their location, right? After that, we'd scout their strength, gather as much intel as possible, then carefully formulate an attack plan. But from the moment we set out, it's been nothing but clear skies and smooth sailing. We haven't even seen a rabbit, as if Tazuna-san's enemies don't exist at all. But the real question is, would Tazuna-san's enemies really give up so easily? She turned to Tazuna, seeking confirmation. No, they wouldn't. Tazuna shook his head firmly. I see. There is something suspicious going on. Kakashi's expression turned serious. It's possible that enemies are lying in wait somewhere out of sight. From now on, we need to stay on high alert and proceed with caution. Then, he looked at Xianyu with approval. Good thinking, Xianyu. As expected of our team's strategist. It's nothing. Xianyu smiled slightly, not letting the praise get to her head. At that moment, Naruto overheard their conversation and hurried over, his face full of confusion. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Are there enemies? Where? He quickly started looking around, raising his voice excitedly, as if he couldn't wait to fight. This idiot. Sasuke sighed, covering his face in exasperation. Kakashi also turned his head away, as if he couldn't bear to watch Naruto embarrass himself. But no one could stop Naruto now. He was getting more and more worked up, frantically scanning the area. Suddenly, he pulled out a kunai and hurled it toward a nearby bush. There's someone there. Thunk! The kunai struck a tree with a crisp sound. Everyone turned to look in the direction Naruto had pointed, only to see a small white rabbit frozen in fear, completely stiff from the sudden attack. It looked utterly terrified, making the scene almost heartbreaking. Naruto, what the hell are you doing? Sasuke growled in frustration. Sorry, little rabbit. Naruto, realizing his mistake, awkwardly scratched his head before picking up the rabbit and gently cradling it in his arms for comfort. Sasuke could only shake his head in silent disappointment. But at that moment, both Chinyu and Kakashi's expressions shifted. Kakashi immediately noticed that the rabbit was a snow hare, a species that shouldn't exist in this area. Chinyu, on the other hand, experienced a strong sense of déjà vu. This scene was far too familiar, meaning the story had reached its next major turning point. It's coming. But from where? On the surface, Chinyu remained calm, but her gaze subtly scanned the surroundings. Kakashi felt a hint of satisfaction. Chinyu noticed it too? Not bad. Since that's the case, I can't let my student outdo me. He discreetly tensed his body, sharpening his senses and focusing all his attention on detecting any disturbances. With both Chinyu and Kakashi fully alert, the previously quiet bullet chat suddenly exploded with excitement. Are the enemies finally showing up? Where are they? It's about to go down. As if responding to the audience's anticipation, the camera in the live broadcast window slowly panned upward, shifting into a bird's-eye view. On a nearby tree, a bandaged face was partially revealed. Chinyu, who had been keeping a close eye on the broadcast window, immediately caught this detail. Using the scene shown in the broadcast as a reference, she quickly scanned her surroundings, then locked onto a specific location. Come out! A flurry of shuriken shot from Chinyu's hands, arcing through the air in a perfect trajectory before flying straight toward a tree. At first, Naruto found it amusing that Chinyu was randomly throwing shuriken, just like he had. But the next moment... Clang! The distinct sound of metal clashing rang out from behind the tree. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, a half-naked man, his face covered in bandages, carrying a massive sword on his back, stepped out onto a tree branch, looking down at them. There's actually someone there? Naruto's jaw dropped, while Sasuke and Tazuna's faces went pale. However, the man Zabuza Momochi paid no attention to them. Instead, he focused his sharp gaze directly on Chinyu. So you're the one they were wary of. His voice carried a hint of intrigue. The demon brothers mentioned that there was someone they weren't confident about facing. Looks like that person was you. Then, he turned his attention to Kakashi, his tone growing heavier. But I suppose it's a good thing they didn't attack. Otherwise, there'd be 2 corpses here by now. In that sense, I should thank you, kid. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. After all, I never expected to see the legendary copy ninja, the Sharingan-wielding Kakashi, here. Kakashi stepped forward, standing fearlessly in front of his team. And I never expected to meet the infamous rogue ninja of the mist, Momochi Zabuza. Rogue ninja? Naruto looked confused, clearly not understanding the term. But this wasn't the time for explanations. Kakashi's gaze grew serious. Looks like this is an encounter neither of us wanted. His tone was light-hearted, yet carried an underlying tension. So, can I ask who your target is? You don't know? Zabuza raised an eyebrow before glancing at Tazuna, who was trembling uncontrollably. A look of disdain crossed his face. I see. So someone has been withholding information. Then, Zabuza smirked. That makes things simple. Kakashi, just hand over the old man behind you. So it is him. Kakashi's eyes flickered with understanding. After thinking for a moment, he firmly shook his head. Sorry, but I can't do that. Why not? Zabuza frowned. In the ninja world, if a client hides information, it's perfectly reasonable for the hired ninja to abandon the mission, isn't it? You're right. Kakashi nodded in agreement. But not for Konoha ninja. Even if a client lies, any necessary accountability is between us and them. Besides, His eyes sharpened. This is my first time leading a team on a mission. If I backed out now, that'd be too embarrassing. TCH, what a shame. Zabuza's expression turned icy as he gripped the hilt of his massive sword, slowly drawing it out. At the same time, Kakashi reached up and placed his left hand on his forehead protector. A gust of wind swept through, sending leaves swirling between them. The battle was now unavoidable. Kakashi and Zabuza locked eyes, the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the entire area, as if in this moment, only the 2 of them existed in the world. Sasuke, Naruto, Chinyu formed the Manji formation and escort Tazuna to a safer distance. Kakashi commanded decisively. This battle is beyond your level. Understood. Chinyu reacted the fastest. She turned to Tazuna and spoke softly, "Let's go." Sasuke followed immediately. However, Naruto, still completely clueless, suddenly jumped out and asked with a puzzled expression, wait. What's going on here? Didn't they say C-rank missions don't involve ninja battles? Where did this braless freak come from? Sasuke clenched his fists in frustration. Naruto, you idiot. Is this really the time to be arguing? But Naruto still wanted to protest. Enough. A delicate yet firm hand landed gently on Naruto's shoulder, its warmth instantly halting his words. Naruto stared dumbfoundedly at Xianyu, his eyes filled with confusion. Xianyu smiled gently, her voice soothing. It's okay. Kakashi-sensei is here, and Sasuke and I are with you. There's nothing to be afraid of. Xianyu. Looking at her breathtaking face, the unease in Naruto's heart suddenly melted away, and he felt grounded again. Yes, he wasn't truly bothered by the mission details, he had simply been affected by the tense atmosphere. With Xianyu's reassurance, the three of them carefully protected Tazuna as they retreated. In the blink of an eye, they had put more than 10 meters between themselves and the battle. Seeing this, Zabuza withdrew his sharp gaze and looked back at Kakashi, commenting, "Kakashi, you seem to have an exceptional subordinate." Kakashi's lips curled into a small smile, a glint of pride in his eyes. "Yes. Having the chance to mentor Xianyu is my good fortune." "Fortune, huh?" Zabuza mulled over the word, a fleeting image of a beautiful figure flashing through his mind. "I suppose that's true." He couldn't deny it. But precisely because of this, Zabuza's lips twisted into a menacing grin. "Then if she were to die, you'd be very upset, wouldn't you?" "What do you mean?" Kakashi's expression changed instantly. "Nothing much." Zabuza suddenly leaped from the tree, landing steadily on the water's surface. His hands formed a rapid sequence of seals, one hand raised skyward, the other placed at his chest. "Hiding in mist technique." The eerie voice spread outward alongside a thickening mist. "My target is the old man. So why do you think I let them go so easily?" Zabuza's voice carried an air of absolute confidence. "Because, Kakashi, you have subordinates, and so do I." "Damn!" Kakashi immediately realized the danger. Xianyu's reliability had given him a false sense of security, leading him to believe that Team 7 could protect themselves. But he had forgotten, no matter how strong Xianyu was, the others were still freshly graduated genin. His heart clenched, and he turned sharply, ready to sprint toward them. But the moment he moved, a sudden gust of wind rushed past his head. Kakashi ducked instinctively, just in time to see a massive spinning executioner's blade graze over him, slicing off a few strands of his silver hair. He turned his gaze back, through the mist. Zabuza's silhouette was still visible, frozen in the follow-through of his throw. "Kakashi, your opponent is me." A murderous glint flashed in Zabuza's eyes. "TCH. Guess I'll have to trust Xianyu and deal with you first." With a resolute expression, Kakashi drew two kunai from his pouch and charged forward. Meanwhile, in the thickening mist, Kakashi and Zabuza engaged in an intense battle, their every move filled with lethal intent. Yet neither of them realized that their every action, every word, had already been broadcasted live to Xianyu through the small overlay screen. "Zabuza has other people on his side?" A sharp glint flashed in Xianyu's eyes as she whispered to the others, "Stay alert. There may be more enemies." "More enemies?" Sasuke's expression tightened, and he immediately took a defensive stance. Naruto also grew tense, scanning his surroundings warily. At that moment, a calm voice echoed through the mist. "Such keen perception. No wonder even Lord Zabuza acknowledges you." A figure slowly emerged, a youth wearing a mist umbu mask, their voice eerily androgynous, making it impossible to determine their gender. This attire, this voice, who else could it be but Haku? Why had Haku appeared now, instead of showing up later in the original story to rescue Zabuza? Xianyu chuckled bitterly. There was only one reason **** herself ***. In the original timeline, the Demon Brothers had attacked first, only to be effortlessly taken down by Kakashi, which weakened Zabuza's available forces. That forced Zabuza to personally engage, leaving Haku as a backup plan. But this time, the Demon Brothers abandoned their initial attack after sensing Xianyu's strength. As a result, Zabuza's forces remained intact, allowing him to alter his strategy. Just by existing, Xianyu had already thrown the entire Wave Country arc into chaos. This is... Xianyu sighed, shaking her head with a wry smile. But she had long since grown accustomed to the butterfly effect. Besides, her chakra nature was wind and water, so she had always been interested in ice release. Fighting Haku early? Fine by her. With that thought, Shenyu took a step forward, locking eyes with Haku. A flicker of battle intent shone in her gaze. Who are you? Haku shook his head slightly, his tone composed and indifferent. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, will you hand over the old man behind you? He stretched out a hand in invitation. Leave now, and no one gets hurt. His confidence was palpable, he truly believed everything was under his control. As one of the last descendants of the Yuki clan, it wasn't surprising that he carried himself with such certainty. But did he think the Uchiha weren't just as noble? Sasuke was infuriated by Haku's words, a flash of rage in his eyes. Then come and try. Yeah. Naruto shouted. A sneaky guy like you, hiding your face, one punch and you're done for. Oh? Haku's mask hid a faint smile, but it vanished just as quickly. Unfortunately, your opponents aren't me. Naruto blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Naruto, look out. Sasuke's urgent warning rang out. Naruto turned his head only to see a bladed chain slicing toward him and Tazuna. Because their focus had been on Haku, neither Naruto nor Sasuke had time to react. Shenyu immediately moved to intervene. But at that very moment, a ghostly figure appeared in a blur of speed, striking at her with a sunban. Your opponent is me. Oh? Then I'll cut you down first. Shenyu shouted angrily. Facing Bai's sudden attack, she instantly drew her blade upward, parrying Bai's sunban at an astonishing speed. Without hesitation, she gripped her sword with both hands and took a powerful step forward, slashing downward with immense force. A sharp blade light, akin to lightning, shot downward from Bai's forehead, aiming straight for his lower body. With her mastery of swordsmanship, Shenyu's movements were incredibly fluid, like flowing water, leaving Bai no room to react. It was no exaggeration to say that if an ordinary ninja faced this strike, they would have been sliced cleanly in half without a doubt. However, from the very beginning, Bai had no intention of going all out. His goal was merely to feint and stall, ***, so when Shenyu's blade light came slashing toward him, Bai simply tilted his body slightly. The sharp strike barely grazed his mask, cutting off only a few strands of his silky hair. But Shenyu had already anticipated Bai's agility. With a swift turn of her wrist and a sudden twist of her slender waist, her long ponytail whipped violently as she executed an impossible 90-degree slash midair, aiming directly at Bai's slim waist. At the same time, her Gale sword technique activated in an instant. A fierce gust of wind erupted, accelerating her blade speed dramatically. A crescent-shaped blade light flared outward, its power overwhelming. She was fully confident that this move would leave Bai no way to escape. Yet, almost at the very moment Shenyu switched her attack, before she had even fully committed to the new strike, Bai lightly tapped the ground with his toes, retreating effortlessly like a fluttering butterfly. Shenyu's seemingly lethal strike barely grazed Bai's sash, leaving only a small cut in the fabric. Seeing this, Shenyu frowned slightly, a thought flashing through her mind, he dodged that too? She understood Bai's agility and strength well enough, but he was from the Yuki clan, not the Uchiha clan. So how was he able to predict her attacks with such precision? Coincidentally, the live broadcast was still focused on Shenyu. The audience, however, seemed to selectively ignore the first part of her sentence and fixated on just the last two words. Not opening is actually opening? What do you mean opening? It's just preemptive prediction. Yeah, like when Hecarim kicks the mouse off the desk, it's all just prediction, huh? Nothing to say. Both sides are villains. This is just a case of dogs biting each other. 5-cent comment, delete in brackets. Hey, at least be professional when you farm money. Annoyed, ***. Because of a recent trending incident, the chat quickly went off topic, with people discussing unrelated matters instead of the battle. But in reality, Bai wasn't using cheats. His ability to evade Shenyu's attack before she even fully committed was purely due to his exceptional predictive skills. And the reason he had such refined prediction wasn't much different from why the Demon Brothers fled the moment they saw Shenyu ***, the legacy of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the traditions of the Blood Mist Village ***. The people of Kirigakure knew all too well how to recognize and deal with master swordsmen. And Bai, who was personally trained by Zabuza, was not only talented but also intimately familiar with how to counter sword users. Thus, Bai remained calm and simply said, just luck, that's all. Luck, huh? I'll take your word for it. Shenyu tightened her grip on her sword, keeping a vigilant eye on Bai before raising her voice to ask her allies behind her ***. Naruto, Sasuke, how are things on your end? We're holding on. Sasuke's strained voice came through his clenched teeth, clearly struggling. Xianyu felt a surge of anxiety but didn't dare take her eyes off Bai. Thankfully, the livestream camera switched perspectives, allowing her to see what was happening on the other side. It turned out that, since this was Team 7's first real battle, Naruto had failed to react in time. However, Tazuna had acted swiftly, pushing Naruto down just in time, which gave Sasuke a crucial moment to respond. Sasuke was struggling because he had managed to pin the Demon Brothers' chains to the ground using a kunai, resulting in a fierce contest of raw strength between them. Seeing this scene, Xianyu felt slightly relieved but didn't let it show. Instead, she suddenly performed the body flicker technique, retreating as if she were about to assist her teammates. As expected, Bai fell for the bait and immediately used body flicker to chase after her. But just as he was about to reach Xianyu, she suddenly sheathed her sword, bent her knees, and forcefully leaped high into the air. She jumped? Bai was puzzled. He couldn't understand Xianyu's intention, but he knew this could be an opportunity. Without hesitation, he swung both hands, launching a barrage of sunban needles toward her mid-air form. Countless sunban rained down, sealing off all her escape routes. Although Bai, due to his kindness, didn't aim for lethal spots, if all of these struck, Xianyu was guaranteed to take serious damage. Since Xianyu was in the air with no foothold, to the spectators, it seemed inevitable that she would be hit. Sasuke's expression changed drastically. Damn it, why is Xianyu being so reckless? Kakashi was occupied by another enemy, and Naruto had already messed up. If Xianyu got taken down too, Team 7 would be in a desperate situation. Sasuke suddenly felt like a jungler in League of Legends who had just cleared 3 camps, only to find every lane losing. The overwhelming sense of helplessness hit him hard. But fortunately, Xianyu was not actually in danger. Her jump was merely a feint. In midair, Xianyu suddenly extended both hands and shouted, "Wind release, Gale Palm." Boom! Boom! 2 bursts of wind erupted from her palms, generating a powerful recoil. Like a real-life Iron Man, Xianyu altered her trajectory midair and flipped backward, landing right behind Bai. Not good. Bai immediately realized he had been tricked. He tried to halt his movement and turn around to locate Xianyu. But when he turned ***, she was gone ***. Where is she? Bai was momentarily stunned. The spectators, seeing through Bai's perspective on the livestream, also erupted in confusion. Yeah, where did she go? As if responding to their doubts, the camera slowly zoomed out, revealing the entire battlefield. Only then did everyone realize ***, Xianyu had been right under Bai's nose the entire time, ***. She had used the transformation jutsu to disguise herself as a piece of grass. Whenever Bai's gaze swept over, she transformed into something inconspicuous. The moment his attention shifted away, she cancelled the transformation and moved closer, constantly sneaking up in his blind spots. The scene no longer resembled an intense ninja battle but rather a surreal game of red light, green light from Squid Game. Where did she go? Bai, unable to pinpoint Xianyu's location, was visibly tense even with his mask on. Meanwhile, the viewers were bewildered. Wait, what kind of ninja battle is this? Hide and seek? Is this ninja freeze tag? Doesn't matter. What matters is, why can't he see her? Some viewers questioned why Bai couldn't spot Xianyu despite the seemingly simple trick. But in reality, there were many ways a ninja could disappear. Identifying how an opponent vanished was the hardest part. Moreover, Xianyu had perfected her transformation jutsu to the extreme, making her disguises flawless. Combined with her unique shrinking technique, which let her gauge an enemy's vision range, her tactics became even more effective. And Bai? He had never encountered someone this devious before. To be continued. ***, a girl? Hearing Xianyu's question, Bai was momentarily stunned before letting out a wry smile. Still being mistaken, huh? He shook his head helplessly and said, "No, I'm not. Though I may look feminine, I am indeed a boy." Xianyu still looked skeptical. After all, this was something Kishimoto himself had confirmed, but she still wanted to double-check. "You're really a boy? With that voice?" She muttered inwardly, "What does Kishimoto even know about Naruto?" Bai nodded helplessly. "Zabuza-san said that my voice is androgynous because of my age. Once I grow older, it will change." Hearing this, Xianyu showed a hint of disappointment. "I see, tch." She had been hoping she had arrived in a timeline where Bai was actually a girl. According to her theory that ninjutsu is equivalent to cultivation techniques, if the ice release bloodline limit could make a boy look like this, then if Bai were actually female, the phrase ice-like skin and jade bones wouldn't just be a metaphor, it would be literal. She had really wanted to touch and see for herself. But now that Bai was just a pretty boy, she had lost interest. Feeling resigned, she turned her gaze back to the livestream chat, curious to see the reactions of the viewers after this revelation. However, what she saw shocked her to the core. It's already the year 4202, and people's tastes have distorted this much? No, seriously, what the hell did you guys go through all these years? She was baffled. When she had traveled to this world, it was still the year 1202. These kinds of comments could only be the result of some major cultural shift. Had something happened in the years that followed? She fell into deep thought. From across the battlefield, I noticed Qianyu's sudden silence and assumed she was still troubled by his gender. He hesitated before trying to reassure her. But before he could finish, Qianyu interrupted him. Shush. I'm thinking. Bai's face turned slightly awkward. At that moment, Qianyu realized she had zoned out. Getting distracted in battle was a terrible habit. If it were against another opponent, she could have suffered a serious loss. She needed to change the topic *** quickly ***. Luckily, an idea came to her. Is it because of ice release? Bai was confused. What? Qianyu repeated, is your appearance like this because of ice release? You're a boy, but you look like this. Just look at your narrow shoulders and slim waist, you look like a girl. Bai frowned slightly. Because of ice release? He had never heard of such a theory before. But Qianyu grew more excited as she spoke. Exactly, ice release. As we all know, ninja chakra has 7 fundamental attributes, 5 primary ones and 2 hidden ones: water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and then yin and yang. If 2 chakra natures are combined, they create a new element, like wind and water forming ice. And ice, at its core, is just water that has been cooled down to a solid state. Water is the main element, and wind assists by carrying away heat, causing freezing to occur. So I'm guessing your body temperature is much lower than normal, right? Bai's expression suddenly changed *** because she was right. His body temperature was indeed very low ***. How did you figure that out? Bai asked. Qianyu replied, because you look mature, but your height is short. Low body temperature means a slower metabolism. In nature, creatures with lower body temperatures tend to live longer, but that also means they grow more slowly. You're 3 years older than Sasuke, yet you're only 155 centimeters, just a few centimeters taller than a 12-year-old Sasuke. That's ridiculous. 3 years later, in Shippuden, Sasuke will be around 168 centimeters or even 170 centimeters, ***, a full head taller than you, ***. This shows that your physical development is exceptionally slow. I pondered for a moment. But what does that have to do with my appearance being more feminine? Qianyu had already organized her thoughts and now felt even more convinced of her theory. It's actually very relevant. Your body grows slowly, but that doesn't mean your mind does. As I mentioned earlier, chakra has 5 primary attributes and 2 hidden ones. Let's focus on the hidden ones, yin and yang. Yin represents the mind, while yang represents the body. And chakra affects the body. So, people with strong yang release tend to have strong physiques and a bright, energetic appearance, while those with strong yin release have superior mental abilities but also tend to look more delicate and refined. In your case, your body isn't particularly weak, but because your ice release chakra keeps your temperature low and slows your physical development, your yang energy is suppressed, which allows your yin energy to dominate. And that's why you ended up with such a feminine appearance. I finally understood. Then, how can I fix it? Back in Kirigakure, his appearance had caused him a lot of trouble ***, especially in a village that worshipped strength and thrived on bloodshed ***. Even though he had left the village, he still felt out of place by Zabuza's side. If there was a way to change this, he would be grateful. Qianyu thought for a moment. Let me think. After a brief pause, she suddenly came up with a solution. Why don't you try suppressing your innate ice release chakra? Stop letting it spread freely throughout your body. Think about it, humans aren't supposed to have such low body temperatures, even those with Kekkai Genkai should have normal metabolic rates. And looking at the Yuki clan, I bet you've never actively controlled your ice release since awakening it as a child, right? Since no one taught you how. So if my guess is correct, your ice release chakra has been constantly circulating in your body all this time, draining your warmth. If you can stop this internal energy drain, your ice release might even become stronger, just like how Naruto's chakra control improved drastically once he stopped relying on the Nine-Tails chakra. Hearing Qianyu's reasoning, I felt it made a lot of sense. I'll give it a try. He immediately closed his eyes, formed a hand seal, and began adjusting his chakra flow. While Chenyu patiently waited, the livestream chat was completely baffled. Wait, what? Aren't they supposed to be enemies? Yeah, they were literally just fighting a second ago. LMAO. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke are still in a life or death battle, and meanwhile, Chenyu's over here teaching her opponent? Is she trying to make friends? This reminds me of a certain someone, ***. Magical canon tyrant, huh? But he only befriended girls. I don't get it. My brain is overheating. The viewers were utterly confused, but Chenyu's motivations were simple ***. She wanted ice release ***. Studying a rare Kekei Genkai on her own would be difficult, but having a natural ice release user as a reference made things much easier. Since she had already speculated this far, she might as well give Bai some time to experiment. Plus, the unexpected goodwill points she earned from this were a nice bonus. After a while, Bai's efforts bore fruit. For someone with a Kekei Genkai, controlling a unique chakra type should have been as natural as breathing. He had just never consciously done it before. Visibly, his porcelain-like pale skin gained a healthy rosy hue. Not only that, but a lost warmth returned to his body. Bai had always assumed that the coldness and numbness he felt since childhood were due to grief and despair from losing his family. But now he realized his ice release had also been a culprit. Feeling warmth again for the first time in years, Bai opened his eyes, overjoyed. I did it! Congratulations! Chenyu smiled and clapped lightly. Bai looked at her gratefully. I don't even know how to thank you. But Chenyu smirked mischievously. Easy. Give me an ice release scroll. Zabuza-san. Seeing Zabuza in danger, Haku instinctively shot out several senbon without hesitation. His movement was as fluid and natural as if it were second nature. Before he even finished shouting, multiple senbon had already been launched. Senbon were naturally lightweight and thin, perfectly suited to the principles of aerodynamics. Compared to the relatively heavier kunai, the senbon Haku fired seemed to have an almost paradoxical speed advantage. Not good. Sasuke's originally confident expression stiffened instantly as an unexpected variable disrupted their nearly successful plan. He wanted to stop Haku but found himself powerless in the moment. Fortunately, Chihaya was nearby. Though she held some sympathy for Zabuza and Haku's fate, she would never let emotions compromise the bigger picture. Shortly after Haku released his senbon, several wind blades followed closely behind, as if they were shadows trailing their target. In terms of flight speed, senbon were indeed superior to kunai, but how could they possibly compare to wind blades? Pa! 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 The airborne senbon were all struck down by the wind blades. At the same time, Naruto's kunai flew precisely between Zabuza and Kakashi. A thin trail of blood slowly trickled down from beneath Zabuza's eye. You little brat! With the water prison jutsu forcibly broken, Zabuza erupted in fury, unleashing a terrifying aura. He spun the Fuma Shuriken in his hand, preparing to throw it at Naruto. However, clang! A sharp metallic sound rang out as blood splattered. Kakashi had used the metal plate on his glove to forcibly block Zabuza's Fuma Shuriken. His Sharingan, blood red as ever, now radiated an unprecedentedly sharp light. At this moment, Kakashi had finally broken free from the stagnation of the past few years, returning once again to the ranks of the elite Jonin. It was as if he had transformed back into the genius who became a Genin at 5, a Chunin at 6, and a Jonin at 12. Faced with this version of Kakashi, Zabuza momentarily hesitated, intimidated by his overwhelming presence. Noticing the shift, Kakashi relaxed slightly and praised, "Great job keeping him occupied, Chihaya. And Naruto, that was an excellent strategy. You both have improved." He. Naruto grinned proudly and began explaining his plan. That shadow clone wasn't meant to attack Zabuza directly. Its real purpose was to disguise my transformation into the Fuma Shuriken. I left one shadow clone behind while I transformed into a Fuma Shuriken, and then the clone tossed me to Sasuke. Sasuke must have realized immediately that it was me and used his own Fuma Shuriken to perform the shadow windmill technique. I hid in the shadow of the Shuriken, aiming directly at Zabuza. Of course, I wasn't expecting to defeat him outright. My goal was just to save Kakashi-sensei. But in the end, we even managed to take out his water clone. It was a huge success. This was all thanks to Chihaya. If she hadn't mentioned a similar strategy to me during our survival training, I might not have even thought of it. Naruto was overjoyed. Chihaya was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Naruto to give her credit. Since Naruto had praised her, she naturally reciprocated, saying, "Naruto, you might be reckless most of the time, but in moments of crisis, you show remarkable quick thinking. I believe that even without me, you would have come up with this strategy. The key was how well you and Sasuke coordinated. And Sasuke's shuriken skills are truly impressive, just as expected from the renowned Uchiha. Humph. It was just a fluke. In the end, we still needed you to snipe from the sidelines for the plan to work." Despite his indifferent tone, Sasuke's smug expression, struggling to suppress his satisfaction, betrayed him completely. His tsundere nature was on full display. This amusing moment brought laughter to the group. They've got him completely figured out. Such great teamwork. Is this the 7th squad compliment circle? Zabuza, so, you all get praised while I'm just the idiot here? Where's my share of the Mutual Admiration Society? Haku, say something. Wait, we still don't even know what Haku's actual name is. After a brief moment of amusement, everyone's attention shifted back to the battlefield. Haku was calling out to Zabuza. "Zabuza-san. Ah, Haku, you're here." Zabuza glanced at Haku, whose mask had been knocked off. "Judging by your condition, it looks like things didn't go well on your end either." "I'm sorry, Zabuza-san. It's all my fault. I got held up by the enemy." Haku lowered his head in shame. "No worries." Zabuza grinned menacingly. "I never expected you guys to succeed in the first place. As long as I kill Kakashi, that old man is still ours." With that, Zabuza turned his gaze toward Kakashi. "Breaking my water prison was just luck. I won't give you another chance." "Ha!" Kakashi's eyes gleamed with disdain. "If you think you can, then go ahead and try. But let me make one thing clear, the same technique won't work on me twice. And your water prison jutsu wasn't broken, it was countered. Get that straight." The two locked eyes, and the intensity of their stare felt like sparks igniting in the air. In the next instant, both launched simultaneous kicks at each other. Boom! Boom! Two solid impacts echoed as Kakashi and Zabuza used the recoil to leap back. Zabuza then swiftly hurled his Fuma Shuriken at Kakashi before rapidly forming hand seals. Tisk! Kakashi quickly threw two kunai to knock down the Fuma Shuriken and rushed forward. The two landed on the water once more, engaging in what would become one of the longest sequences of hand seals in Naruto history. Ox Monkey Rabbit Rat Boar Rooster. Water Dragon Jutsu. Both simultaneously performed the technique at an astonishing pace, 3 to 4 seals per second. After several seconds, two massive water dragons, golden-eyed and adorned with claws, rose from the river's surface in unison. The scene was awe-inspiring. The two identical dragons, mirroring each other in movement, looked like twin beings of immense power. But they weren't here to show off, they had only one goal, to destroy the other. After a brief pause, the two dragons lunged at each other, their water-formed heads colliding violently. Splash! The deafening roar of water filled the air. Neither dragon could maintain its form under the force of impact, and the chakra-bound water exploded outward. The once calm river now raged, sending massive waves crashing toward the shore. Ahak! Naruto, who still hadn't mastered water walking and was merely floating, was immediately swallowed by the waves, screaming in panic. But no one had time to worry about him. All eyes were fixed on the center of the water dragon's clash. As the water dispersed, Zabuza was seen pressing down on his executioner's blade, trying to overpower Kakashi, only to be blocked by Kakashi's kunai. At first glance, Zabuza still held the advantage in raw strength. However, Chihaya shook her head. Zabuza has lost. Translation to be continued. However, the current situation was truly unpredictable. In the eyes of Haku and Zabuza, their main combatant Zabuza had suffered a direct hit from an A-rank water-release jutsu and had been struck by multiple kunai, significantly weakening him. He was now more of a burden than a fighter. With only Haku left to face both Kakashi and Chihaya, who was at least on par with him, he was clearly at a disadvantage. They were in extreme danger. But from the perspective of Chihaya and Kakashi, Kakashi was nothing more than a paper tiger at this point, relying entirely on Chihaya. They, too, were in a precarious position. At this stage, the outcome of the battle had shifted. It was no longer about the strength of Zabuza or Kakashi, but rather the duel between Haku and Chihaya. Whoever emerged victorious in their fight would determine which side claimed the final victory. So, could Chihaya defeat Haku? The answer was, under the condition that she did not reveal her trump cards or open the inner gates, her chances of winning were slim. In the original story, even if she couldn't defeat Haku, she believed she wouldn't lose outright. However, the Haku before her had already demonstrated abilities surpassing his original counterpart, making the outcome highly uncertain. This led to a brief silence between both sides. Fortunately, Kakashi's side still had one advantage: Haku and Zabuza were unaware that Kakashi was too exhausted to continue fighting. This provided an opportunity for Kakashi to bluff them, but the execution had to be precise. The key was in the delivery, and he needed Chihaya to cooperate. Kakashi cast her a glance and, without waiting to see if she understood, began to speak persuasively. "Surrender now. It's not too late. With Zabuza's strength, even if Konoha returns him to Kirigakure, he won't be executed. As for you, young lady, you could live in Konoha. I believe the Hokage would be more than happy to welcome you." After all, Haku was a descendant of the Yuki clan, a bloodline capable of harnessing ice release. Such a rare and valuable Kekkai Genkai would be of great interest to someone as shrewd as the third Hokage. However, Haku simply shook his head and replied firmly, "Give up. I will never abandon Zabuza-san. Saying he won't be executed if he's sent back, what a joke. I came from Kirigakure myself, I remember its bloodshed and madness all too well. Those people won't care about anything except getting their hands on Zabuza-san's executioner's blade. Also, I am a man." Kakashi was genuinely shocked. So cute, and yet, a boy? But a boy still had his value, not in that sense, of course, but in a strategic one. After all, there were significant biological differences between men and women. If Haku were a girl, continuing his bloodline would involve pregnancy and childbirth, limiting the number of potential offspring. But as a boy, if he were willing, he could serve as a stud, and in just 12 years, a new Yuki clan could be born. And considering the high quality of Konoha's women, at this moment, Kakashi truly wished Haku would join Konoha. But Haku's unwavering loyalty to Zabuza made things complicated. Kakashi sympathized with Haku's emotions, he understood and even admired his dedication. However, as an enemy, he had his own subordinates to protect. So, Kakashi intensified his persuasion. "But what can you do if you don't surrender? Your burst of power earlier was impressive, but unleashing such consecutive high-level jutsu isn't easy. How much chakra do you have left? Surrender now, and at least you'll have a future. Trust me, kid, I'm only saying this because you remind me of my adorable subordinates. I swear on my name, Hatake Kakashi, that if you surrender to Konoha, we won't harm you. As for Kirigakure, you can negotiate with them yourselves." This was the most lenient offer Kakashi could make. Negotiating meant that when Konoha handed Zabuza back to Kirigakure, they wouldn't restrain his chakra, giving him a chance to escape again. Realistically speaking, there was no way they could release him outright. Given Zabuza's reputation, no one would dare let him go without fully understanding the situation. Even Zabuza himself knew this. Thus, Zabuza began to waver. He let out a bitter chuckle, looking at Haku's slender back and said, "Haku, forget about me. Just go. You're not like me, you don't have blood on your hands. Konoha won't harm you. Don't join Konoha, and don't return to Kirigakure either. My life is already decided, but you're still young. You have a future, you can go anywhere you want. I took you in all those years ago, and you've served me as my tool all this time. We're even now. As for me, I'll just escape from Kirigakure again." But Haku shook his head vigorously. "What are you saying, Zabuza-san? How could I ever abandon you? You talk about repaying debts, but your kindness is something I can never fully repay. I won't let you return to Kirigakure." The tragic fate of his Yuki clan and Zabuza's teachings had ingrained in Haku a deep hatred for Kirigakure. Even if there was a chance to escape, he wouldn't let Zabuza fall back into their hands. Moreover, Haku believed he still had a chance. And for that, he had Chihaya to thank. By stabilizing his previously uncontrolled ice release chakra, his power had grown even stronger. But Zabuza didn't know this. He was merely touched, relieved, and surprised. "Is that what you truly want, Haku? Fine then, Haku. We'll do it your way." Now resolute in their decision to fight to the end, Haku immediately took out several soldier pills, chewing and swallowing them to restore his energy. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Sasuke and Naruto had managed to cross the river, arriving at Kakashi and Chihaya's side, soaking wet. "Looks like the fight isn't over yet." Kakashi sighed, reluctantly pulling out a soldier pill. He really didn't want to take another one, his body was already weak, and pushing it further would only worsen his condition. However, at that moment, Chihaya suddenly raised her hand. "Wait. I have a proposal." Everyone's attention immediately turned to her. Chihaya looked at Haku seriously and said, "You don't want Zabuza to go back to Kirigakure? Fine, he won't. You stay, and we let Zabuza leave. He can go wherever he wants. How about that? Ha! Everyone was stunned. Sasuke immediately objected, that doesn't make sense, Chihaya. Letting Zabuza go is like letting a tiger return to the mountains. Naruto agreed, yeah. We can't just let him walk away. Even the livestream chat exploded. Zabuza is too strong, how can we let him go? Chihaya must be out of her mind. Wait, is she falling for the enemy's pretty boy? No way. This can't be happening. While Chihaya was baffled by the chat's reaction, she ignored Naruto and Sasuke's protests and turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, what do you think? Kakashi stroked his chin before, to everyone's shock, he nodded. I think it's a good idea. What? Naruto shouted. Sasuke frowned, waiting for an explanation. But before Kakashi could speak, Zabuza erupted in anger. What? Trading me for Haku? What a joke. He's just a tool. I won't accept this humiliation. Zabuza refused to accept it, but when he looked at Haku, he saw it in his eyes. Haku was tempted. To be continued. At Tazuna's house, after days of travel and a fierce battle, Chihaya finally had the chance to clean herself up. Even though her unique physique prevented her from sweating and kept her body naturally fragrant, the sticky feeling on her skin was still uncomfortable. After bathing, Chihaya didn't bother with Naruto or Sasuke and simply lay down to rest, leaving them to watch over Kakashi and Haku. This wasn't about using some so-called T0 privilege, come on, there was no such thing as T0 in the shinobi world. The real reason was that their current situation differed from the original story. They now had Haku as a captive, and none of Team 7 knew how to use sealing techniques. That meant someone had to physically guard him. For now, Haku's chakra hadn't recovered, so he wasn't a threat. But once it did, only Chihaya had the strength to keep him in check. So, for the sake of effective guard duty, she had the right to rest first. Power and responsibility should always be balanced, this was something Chihaya was long accustomed to. However, without a phone to scroll through before sleeping, she felt an odd emptiness. Still, her years of living in this world had helped her adapt, and soon, she drifted into a hazy sleep. Yet, as if something was deliberately trying to disrupt her peace, the system's small broadcast window suddenly lit up again. But this time, the focus wasn't on Team 7. It was on Zabuza and Haku. They had arrived at a secluded cabin deep in the woods. Alright, stop here. This is the place. Zabuza looked at the cabin with a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes. Never thought I'd have to return here one day. Hearing Zabuza speak, Haku was visibly shocked. Zabuza-san. You're talking again. Zabuza's expression darkened. You little brat, did you really think I'd stay mute forever? I was just thinking, so I didn't speak. No. That's not what I meant. Haku quickly waved his hands. But as soon as he moved, he realized he was still carrying Zabuza on his back, so he hurriedly adjusted his grip, looking somewhat flustered. Yet his embarrassment didn't matter, what mattered was what he was trying to say. I was just... Enough, no need to explain, Zabuza interrupted. He sighed. I understand. Pausing for a moment, Zabuza continued, I always thought I had trained you to be the perfect shinobi, without emotion, without hesitation. But in the end, you still made this choice. Maybe this is just human nature. People, unless they are born truly evil, can't escape this instinct. Most of the time, they never even encounter such a choice. So, Haku, you don't need to explain yourself. Haku blinked in confusion. Is that so? Zabuza was usually so direct, why was he suddenly talking in riddles? Had something happened to him? Had the recent events hit him too hard? Carefully, Haku asked, Zabuza-san, are you okay? Zabuza shook his head. I'm fine. Just thinking. Now, help me inside. Once inside the cabin, Haku was stunned by what he saw. The house looked small and worn down from the outside, but inside, it was surprisingly luxurious. Shelves lined with bottles, scrolls, and well-maintained ninja tools stretched along both walls. Even more shocking was the faint chakra presence Haku sensed coming from some of the items. Instinctively, he helped Zabuza get closer and reached out to touch one of the storage racks. ZZZZT. A small spark of electricity jumped from the surface, causing a slight tingling sensation. Sealing jutsu. Haku was shocked. This wasn't just an ordinary safe house. Most ninja hideouts only stored emergency supplies, food, medicine, maybe some spare weapons. But this place contained items valuable enough to require sealing techniques for protection. Haku quickly examined the shelves again and immediately noticed something off. High-grade bandages from Konoha's hospital. Replenishing elixirs from the Nara clan. Energy pills from the Kamizura clan. Recovery salve from Iwagakure. And, is that a Hozuki clan water therapy bottle? Wait, isn't this item discontinued? Haku turned to Zabuza with wide eyes. Zabuza smirked, forcing his hands into a seal to remove the storage seal on the shelf. He grabbed the water therapy bottle and drank it down greedily, like a traveler who had been wandering the desert for days. After gulping down the liquid, he finally spoke. Yeah, it's discontinued. But if you used to have connections with the Hozuki clan, you could still get a few gifts from old friends. Haku's eyes widened in realization. I see, so this was left for you by Hozuki Mangetsu-san? Ow. Haku winced as Zabuza flicked his forehead. Zabuza grinned. What are you thinking, Haku? That bastard Mangetsu always had his eyes on my blade. If we met, we'd probably fight on sight. You think he'd give me this? Then, who? Haku was even more confused. Zabuza's smirk faded slightly. It was Terumi Mei. Mei-sama? Haku was stunned. A vivid image of a fiery, charismatic kunoichi, both alluring and dangerous, formed in his mind. If it's Mei-sama, then, that does make sense. Haku nodded, but his confusion only deepened. But that means, this is Mei-sama's safe house, right? But Zabuza-san, aren't you? Haku hesitated. Zabuza knew what he was asking. You're wondering why, despite severing all ties with Karagakure, I'd still accept something from Terumi Mei, right? Now that he had regained some strength, Zabuza sat on the bed, gazing in the direction of the mist village. It's because of you, Haku. Me? Haku was baffled. Yes. It was your choice that reminded me of something I thought I had abandoned. A longing for bonds. A desire for something better. Haku still didn't fully understand. Bonds? Something better? Zabuza nodded. Humans, Haku, they are never content with what they have. They fear loneliness. No matter how bleak reality seems, deep down, they will always yearn for something better. That desire lingers in their hearts until death or until something awakens it. That's why I took you in. That's why Raiga defected. And this time, your decision made me realize it again. Haku hesitated. So, what does that mean? Zabuza's expression turned resolute. It means I'm accepting Terumi Mei's invitation. I'll return to Karagakure and try again. Haku was completely stunned. Wait. Zabuza-san, you're not planning to fight Kakashi again? Zabuza smirked. I thought about it. But let's be real, if I go back, I'll probably lose. And die. If I'm going to risk death, why not do it in Karagakure instead? Translation continues. This. Shiyu truly hadn't expected that after a conversation between Haku and Zabuza, they would decide to kill Gato. She had originally thought that dealing with Gato would be up to Team 7, but in the end, it was Haku and Zabuza who took action. Well, so be it. Although Chiyu was somewhat tempted by Gato's wealth, since Haku and Zabuza had already handled it, she decided not to push further. After watching this new development in the storyline, Chiyu pulled the blanket over her head and drifted into a deep sleep like a baby. 6 hours later, she got up to keep an eye on Haku. Meanwhile, Kakashi didn't wake up until the afternoon of the next day. Wow, sensei, you finally woke up. That took forever. Naruto's loud voice echoed through the room as a group of people excitedly rushed into Kakashi's room. Chiyu walked up to Kakashi and teased. Even though you have the Sharingan, you still ended up sleeping for a whole day after just one battle? Kakashi, you're way too weak. No wonder you're not bad looking, have great qualities in every way, yet you're still single. Turns out, you just can't perform. Hey! I can't just pretend I didn't hear that. Kakashi quickly sat up, but due to his injuries, his waist immediately gave out, and he collapsed back onto the bed. Seeing this, Naruto burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Kakashi-sensei is so lame. Oh? Well, my bad then. Lying on the bed, Kakashi gave his signature dead fish eyes and completely gave up resisting. Seeing this, the others stopped teasing him. At that moment, Tazuna spoke up. Anyway, since you've defeated such a powerful ninja, Kakashi-san, just focus on your recovery. I'll cover all of your food and lodging expenses for these past few days. The scenery in the Land of Waves is quite nice too, so until the bridge is completed, just treat this as a vacation. As for compensation to Konoha, don't worry, Tazuna originally wanted to say that they would sell everything they had to pay, but Kakashi waved his hand to interrupt him. Forget it. We captured Haku, so we did gain something. Plus, I understand your situation. It's not that you have no money, you just spent it all on building the bridge, But to fight a ninja of Zabuza's level, this should have at least been an A-rank mission. Even if you managed to scrape together the payment, the bridge construction would be delayed. How long would Team 7 have to stay in the land of waves then? The Chunin exams are about to begin. Taking everything into account, I'll be generous this time. That's really, thank you so much. Tazuna was deeply moved. Then, he called out to his daughter. Tsunami! Go make some food. Kakashi-san has been bedridden for so long, he must be starving. Let's have a proper celebration today. Oh. Alright. Tsunami nodded and turned to get busy. However, after she left, Kakashi poured cold water on Tazuna's enthusiasm. Don't celebrate too early, Tazuna. The danger isn't over yet. Huh? But didn't we already defeat Zabuza? Naruto asked in confusion. That's true. Kakashi's expression turned serious. But Zabuza was only defeated, not killed. He still has the possibility of making a comeback. More importantly, even if Zabuza doesn't return, have you all forgotten who hired him? Gato. Tazuna immediately realized what Kakashi meant. Exactly. The real threat to the bridge's construction is Gato, not Zabuza. Don't mix them up. If Gato could hire Zabuza once, he could just hire another one. Kakashi warned. Then doesn't that mean our mission is destined to fail? Sasuke frowned. Even just one Zabuza left you in this condition. Yeah. Naruto also nodded in agreement. Well, no need to worry too much. Just as the group was getting anxious, Kakashi smiled. Zabuza's injuries will take at least a week to heal. And a ninja like him isn't easy to replace. So before any new enemies arrive, we have plenty of free time. To prepare for any upcoming threats we'll train Kakashi made the same decision as in the original story. I'll do my best to strengthen all of you during this time. Alright. Now this is getting interesting. Naruto's fighting spirit ignited. Sasuke's eyes showed anticipation. Shiyu felt the same way. She was curious about how Kakashi planned to train her. After all, she wasn't Sakura. There was no way Kakashi could just brush her off. However, since Kakashi was still recovering, he obviously couldn't train them immediately. So, Team 7 rested for another night. The next day, Kakashi, leaning on a crutch, brought the team to a forest near Tazuna's house. At his request, Shiyu explained the basic concepts and structure of chakra to Naruto and Sasuke. Then, Kakashi introduced the tree climbing training. He stepped onto a tree trunk vertically, defying gravity and standing upright. Then, he hung upside down from a branch. Looking at the group, Kakashi asked, "Got it? This is the feeling you need to grasp. But why does this make us stronger?" Naruto didn't quite understand. Because the soles of the feet are the hardest place for a ninja to gather chakra. And the amount of chakra needed to climb a tree is very delicate. If you can master this, your chakra control will improve significantly. And chakra control is the foundation for performing all jutsu. If you can fully grasp this sensation, in theory, you can learn any jutsu. Of course, that's just theory, Kakashi emphasized. Also, this training helps you maintain chakra flow. As you all know, a ninja's chakra is stored in the dantian after being refined. Retrieving it requires moving it through the chakra pathways, which takes time. But even basic punches and kicks become much stronger with chakra enhancement. A ninja's flesh and bones, when infused with chakra, can sometimes become harder than rock or wood. So, this continuous chakra output training will help you sustain chakra reinforcement, reduce reaction time in emergencies, and enhance your overall combat ability. Additionally, a ninja who can climb trees can ignore most terrain obstacles. The benefits are endless. Kakashi concluded. I see. Naruto and Sasuke finally understood. At the same time, the bullet comments in the livestream also gained a better understanding of chakra mechanics. But, Kakashi-sensei. Shiyu playfully raised her hand. What is it, Shiyu? Kakashi looked at her. Well, this. Shiyu lightly jumped onto a nearby tree, placing her foot against the trunk. Then, something shocking happened. Just like Kakashi, she stood vertically on the tree, defying gravity. Nani? Naruto and Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. Shiyu smiled sweetly. I've been able to do tree climbing for a long time. Not only that. She took a few steps up the tree, increasing her height. Then, under the astonished gazes of the others, she stood on one leg and took off one of her shoes. Her pure white socks wrapped around her delicate foot, revealing a flawless, jade-like beauty. As if she still wasn't satisfied, Chiyu frowned slightly, then, she removed her sock as well. Her small, palm-sized foot, smooth as polished jade, with a healthy pink hue, and 5 crystal-clear toes resembling pearls, was completely exposed. At that moment, somehow, an unseen but incredibly perceptive cameraman immediately zoomed in, adjusting the livestream camera at lightning speed. A perfect close-up of her foot appeared at the center of the broadcast. For just a brief moment, the system's livestream seemed to lag. And in the very next second, food. Close-up of delicious food. A shot with clear meaning. Holy crap, those feet. SSS, this is the episode 1 envy the air the most. She's so beautiful. I really want to put those jade-like feet in my mouth. Step on me, can you step on my face when you come down? A flood of dense bullet comments filled the screen like a tidal wave. At the same time, Chiyu's impression points skyrocketed like a rocket, +1, +520, +1314, +2333, +2887, +10,086. In just an instant, she had gained tens of thousands of impression points, and this surge was almost comparable to her first stunning debut. In a way, this could also be considered a debut of sorts, just through her feet. The rapid rise was so intense that even Chiyu was a little surprised. She knew that such an action would definitely cause a huge reaction, but she hadn't expected it to be this huge. So impression points were this easy to earn? No wonder those streamers, when they were at their peak, had no time to care about those ladies. Kaching Chiyu sighed inwardly, but her actions didn't stop. She stretched out her petite foot, gently hovering it above the tree trunk. Chakra surged like a tide toward the smooth sole of her foot. Not only that, I can do this too. Wind release, gale palm, or should I say, gale foot. As Chiyu spoke, a violent gust of wind burst from the sole of her foot, identical to the one she had used in her battle against Haku. In an instant, Chiyu seemed to have a powerful spring installed beneath her. She shot down from the tree, her lightweight figure performing a perfect 360 degrees rotation in midair before tracing an elegant parabola and landing steadily on the grass. At this moment, Naruto and the others finally understood why Chiyu had taken a few extra steps upward earlier. It turned out that if she didn't gain enough height, she wouldn't have been able to adjust her posture in midair and achieve such a perfect landing. Chiyu's meticulous control over the details of her image was almost like that of a perfectionist sage. However, her little calculations were no longer important at this moment, because everyone was completely stunned by what she had just done. Naruto rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Did Chiyu just use a jutsu with her foot? Yes, Chiyu used a jutsu with her foot, a C-rank wind release. Sasuke, who had been full of fighting spirit, now looked grim. He had suffered yet another blow. The ninja world was vast, full of wonders. There had been people who used their feet to form hand seals before, so using a foot to execute a jutsu wasn't unheard of. The problem was, this was Chiyu. Someone the same age as him had done it. And she had done it so effortlessly, as if she were just showing off. Moreover, Sasuke noticed that when Chiyu used this wind release, she didn't even need to form seals. Am I really a genius? Repeatedly shaken by Chiyu, Sasuke began to doubt himself. If he was truly a genius, why was the gap between him and Chiyu so vast? And if he wasn't a genius, then had all those people praising him over the years just been setting him up for failure? Sasuke fell into deep contemplation. However, at this moment, his self-doubt wasn't the main concern. On the other side, even the usually composed Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She can even do that? Chiyu, you're amazing. At the same time, Kakashi suddenly realized something. No wonder the third Hokage had said that Chiyu could use water release immediately upon learning it. Her chakra control was shockingly precise. It's not a big deal. Hearing Kakashi's praise, Chiyu playfully stuck out her little tongue, her ponytail swaying gently, making her look incredibly cute. Seeing how shocked everyone was, the gentle Chiyu even added a little motivational speech with a humble bragging flavor. You guys don't have to be so surprised. The reason I can achieve this is simply because I work harder than most people. If you all put in the same effort as me, you can definitely do it too. TCH. Hearing Chiyu's words, Sasuke clicked his tongue. Effort might allow someone to catch up to a genius. But what if the genius worked even harder than him? Then how was he supposed to catch up? On the other hand, the simple-minded Naruto actually believed Chiyu's words and excitedly asked, "Really?" Looking at Naruto's eager expression, how could Chiyu possibly say it wasn't true? Really? Gale palm is actually pretty simple. Chiyu nodded, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled without showing her teeth. Want to learn? I can teach you. Really? Naruto immediately jumped with joy. Of course. If you want to learn, how could I not teach you? We're teammates, after all. Chiyu patted her C+ grade soft little chest, causing a slight wobble. She was genuinely serious about teaching Naruto. Gale Palm, as a C-rank jutsu, was similar to the low-level jutsu Chiyu had used before. It was primarily useful in practical applications. It could be used to launch ninja tools, assist clones in battle, or be applied to the soles of the feet to enable an instant burst-like takeoff. When mastered at a high level, it could even be used without seals, allowing the user to emit bursts of wind from any part of their body, significantly enhancing their mobility. Of course, that level of mastery would be difficult for Naruto. Everyone had different levels of comprehension and talent. However, the easier applications of the jutsu were things Naruto should be able to figure out on his own without much guidance, unlike Chiyu, who had only learned these techniques after allocating skill points. Unfortunately, Chiyu's sincerity was clearly not understood by Sasuke. Thinking that Chiyu was just putting on an act, Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. Oomph, idiot. Hey! Sasuke, what do you mean by that? Naruto flared up immediately. Just as the two were about to argue again, Kakashi stepped in to mediate. Alright, stop fighting. The focus right now is Chiyu. Then, Kakashi turned to Chiyu with an apologetic look. Sorry, that was my mistake. I should have realized it earlier. You came to support me by walking on water, so naturally, if you can do that, climbing trees wouldn't be an issue for you. Does that mean Kakashi-sensei isn't going to teach me anymore? Chiyu suddenly became alert. No. Kakashi quickly explained. I'm just planning to tailor my teaching to your abilities. Oh, I see. I thought I wasn't as favored by my teacher as Naruto and Sasuke. Chiyu put away the melancholic lines she had prepared and instead fell into deep thought. My own path, huh? Chiyu glanced at her current impression points. She had 6,858 left from before, plus 93,451 from dealing with Zabuza, and just now, she had gained another 49,802. That brought her total to 111 impression points. Although 150,000 seemed like a lot, compared to the 300,000-400,000 required to level up wind swordsmanship, ancient swordsmanship, or the 8 gates, it was still far from enough. So, for now, she didn't have a way to rapidly improve her combat strength in the short term. Not that she needed to. After all, while Kakashi and the others didn't know this, she was well aware that Gato had already been eliminated. The Land of Waves mission was technically over. Therefore, with this rare opportunity to milk Kakashi for rewards, she needed to ensure she obtained something that would benefit her future growth. Now the question was, what valuable treasures were still hidden in Kakashi's goldmine? Among the thousands of jutsu she had collected, which wind release and water release techniques could she actually use? Could she comprehend Sharingan Genjutsu? Had she mastered the lightning blade? Or perhaps she understood the secret art of lightning release chakra stimulation? But then again, she hadn't developed her lightning affinity yet. Reflecting on everything she knew about Kakashi, Chiyu suddenly felt a bit lost. A direction, huh? Chiyu looked around, trying to find some inspiration. And surprisingly, she actually found it because her gaze finally landed on the long sword at her waist. All this time, Chiyu had invested points into wind swordsmanship and ancient swordsmanship, gaining a basic grasp of wind release's shape and nature transformation along with a decent level of swordsmanship. But there was still one thing that had always troubled her. Despite investing so much, she had no signature sword technique. She was just a super soldier at best. But even if she couldn't be a hero, she should at least be like red-haired Shanks, right? What was the use of just being a super soldier? And this was exactly where Kakashi could fill the gap. After all, in the entire history of the Hidden Leaf, when it came to sword techniques with overwhelming lethality, if White Fang was second, who could claim first? And Kakashi just so happened to be the son of White Fang With that thought, Chiyu bowed deeply to Kakashi. Coach, I want to learn swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? Chiyu's request caught everyone off guard. Kakashi-sensei, no swordsmanship? Naruto scratched his head, looking utterly confused. Learning swordsmanship, from Kakashi? Sasuke scrutinized Kakashi from head to toe, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see any signs that Kakashi was skilled with a sword. If even Naruto and Sasuke were like this, then the bullet comments naturally exploded with skepticism. Kakashi is all ready this week, and you expect me to believe he knows swordsmanship? What a joke! You guys are being too one-sided. Let me tell you about Kakashi's swordsmanship. First step, break the sound barrier. Second step, silent execution. Third step, whoosh. LMAO, what is this? Hatake Soji? Alright, so it's Kakashi the Kencher now? You guys are making me start believing this. Wait a sec, Kakashi fans are getting mad. Listen up, our boy isn't sick, he's just weak. And weakness is still acceptable. 111, hey sis, I have a friend, he's got a house, a car, both parents passed away, stands 1.8 meters, weighs 140 kg, and is an absolute stud. He asked me to ask you is weakness really acceptable, Bro, what? Wait, weakness is actually okay? Even Chiyu couldn't help but wonder the same thing. Because she also had no, she didn't have any friends. So never mind. Chiyu withdrew her gaze and looked at Kakashi in front of her. At this moment, hearing Chiyu's request to learn swordsmanship, Kakashi's expression suddenly became deep and contemplative, clearly reminiscing about the past. He gazed at Chiyu with interest. Are you so sure that I know swordsmanship? Of course. Chiyu was extremely confident. I can sense traces of swordsmanship from you, Kakashi-sensei. And besides, Kakashi-sensei, I've done my research on you. Your father was none other than the legendary White Fang of the Leaf Hatake Sakumo The son of White Fang. Even if he no longer uses the sword there's no way he wouldn't know swordsmanship. Yeah, the son of White Fang, how could he not know swordsmanship? Kakashi spoke in a half-emotional, half-sighing tone. It's been a long time since I've heard that name, White Fang. I'm surprised you even know about this, Chiyu. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi finally admitted it. Yes, my father was Hatake Sakumo. White Fang was his title. It meant that when the White Fang's blade was drawn, revealing its sharpness, all darkness before it would be torn asunder by its fangs. When the White Fang's blade was drawn, revealing its sharpness, all darkness before it would be torn asunder. That's so freaking cool. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Kakashi-sensei's father was such a badass? Sasuke nodded in agreement. It was hard to imagine that the lazy and carefree Kakashi had such a fierce and unstoppable father. The bullet comments were equally shocked. So Kakashi really does know swordsmanship? White Fang of the Leaf, damn, that title is kinda badass. Yeah, way better than Kakashi the Technician, lol. No wonder Chiyu is my waifu, she even managed to dig up this information. The viewers were in awe of Chiyu's intelligence-gathering skills. But while Chiyu did have information-gathering abilities, intelligence wasn't like Amazon Prime, not everything could be obtained on demand. Most of the time, she still relied on her knowledge from her past life. Now, hearing Kakashi's words, Chiyu was a bit surprised. So that's what the title White Fang meant? That's so cool. Chiyu echoed Naruto's sentiment. But deep down, she had already realized something. If the Fang that tore through darkness encountered a darkness it could not overcome, then its own destruction was inevitable. No wonder White Fang ultimately chose such a tragic fate. It's not a big deal, Kakashi chuckled, the complex emotions in his eyes gradually fading. After all, White Fang had been gone for many years. Hearing his own student express admiration for his father actually made him happy. And as for teaching Chiyu White Fang's swordsmanship? That was not a problem at all. Not only was Chiyu technically his little cousin, but even aside from that, if he himself didn't inherit White Fang's swordsmanship, then passing it on to someone else was the right thing to do. The only issue was, Chiyu, as you can see, in my current state, I can't personally teach you. Will just the scroll be enough? Kakashi asked. You can read the scroll first, and if you have any questions, you can come ask me. Just the scroll? Of course, that's fine. Chiyu nodded. Rather than just the scroll being okay, it was the scroll is even better. Because if she had the complete scroll, she could directly allocate skill points. The ability that Chiyu relied on the most, her most crucial skill so far, was ancient swordsmanship. At this moment, in the section for ancient swordsmanship, the system popped up with a prompt message. Ding! An advanced ability has been detected. Would you like to fuse Hatake Swordsmanship Beginner, 1/200, with Ancient Swordsmanship Master, 5141/250000, to create White Fang Swordsmanship? Chiyu could understand what White Fang swordsmanship was. It was the sword style that White Fang used before switching to short blades. However, the terms advanced ability and fusion made Chiyu hesitate. Two lower-level abilities merging into a higher-level ability. This meant that, according to the system's logic, White Fang's swordsmanship was a fusion of the Hatake family's traditional blade techniques and her own family's ancient swordsmanship. But wasn't White Fang from the Hatake clan? Why would his sword style be related to her family's Phoenix Temple swordsmanship? Did this mean that her now extinct family had some sort of connection with the Hatake clan in the past? But after thinking about it, it wasn't entirely impossible. Both the Hatake clan and the Phoenix Temple were declining samurai families, having some historical ties wasn't out of the question. Forget it. Rather than worrying about the relationships of her long-gone ancestors, Chiyu decisively clicked fuse. The next second, on the system panel, the text for ancient swordsmanship and Hatake swordsmanship both blurred. Eventually, both sets of text dissipated into mist, reforming into a brand new entry. White Fang Swordsmanship Expert, 86141/172800. A vast amount of swordsmanship knowledge, chakra techniques, sword moves, and secret techniques poured into Chiyu's mind all at once. It was like a heavy hammer pounding into her consciousness, or like the unending flow of the Yangtze River, opening a massive gate to the way of the sword, from which even more knowledge steadily flowed. For a moment, Chiyu heard a clear, carefree male voice whispering in her ears, patiently explaining every aspect of White Fang's swordsmanship. Under his guidance, Chiyu's already bright red eyes shimmered even more, growing brighter and brighter. In the end, she became completely immersed in the comprehension of White Fang's swordsmanship, losing track of time. However, while Chiyu forgot about time, time continued to pass. On the second day after Team 7 defeated Zabuza and reached Tazuna's house, news arrived that Gato and his armed gang had been massacred en masse by a browless madman. That night, everyone celebrated joyfully. On the third day, with no more lingering threats, Team 7 started training freely. On the fourth day, however, some of Gato's surviving rogue samurai, who had hidden for 2 days and confirmed that Zabuza had left, re-emerged. Like bandits looting a village, they threw the land of waves back into chaos, disrupting the steadily progressing bridge construction. As a result, Kakashi had to send Naruto and Sasuke out to clear out the wandering Ronin in the surrounding areas. The 5th, 6th, and 7th days were spent fighting those rogue samurai. But on the 8th day, Naruto and Sasuke encountered an incredibly troublesome opponent and fell into a desperate battle. During the crisis Sasuke finally awakened his Sharingan ***. Seeing this unfold, Chiyu, who was supposed to be guarding the bridge but was actually watching Naruto and Sasuke's battle through the system's livestream, was completely stunned. No way. It still worked out like this? Chiyu was shocked. Because in this timeline, due to her presence, Naruto and Sasuke had actually undergone less hardship, meaning their strength was weaker than in the original story. Chiyu had originally planned to give them extra training later. But she didn't expect that the butterfly effect she caused had erased Zabuza's presence only to replace him with wandering Ronin across the land of waves. At the same time, those drunken thugs under Gato, after surviving Haku's massacre, had been fighting constantly for survival and had grown stronger in the process. And so, the butterfly's wings had flapped once, only to flap right back ***. So this is the inertia of history? Chiyu felt like she had learned something new. After all, Sasuke's Sharingan awakening happened because his Sharingan had actually already developed, he just hadn't realized it. So the moment he was forced into a battle where he had to go all out, his Sharingan naturally activated. This was a case of past causes leading to present effects. So even if Chiyu, the butterfly, had flapped her wings to erase Zabuza, someone who needed to be cut down would still appear, allowing Sasuke to awaken his Sharingan. The cause determines the effect. Chiyu engraved this realization into her heart. And once Naruto and Sasuke defeated the strongest Ronin, the remaining bandits naturally scattered like dust in the wind. Half a month later, after countless hardships and battles, the Land of Waves Great Bridge was finally completed. In recognition of Team 7's contributions during the construction, the bridge was unanimously named Team 7 Bridge. And with that ***, Team 7, along with Haku, set out on their journey home ***. After traveling for some time ***, even picking up the pace due to impatience ***. On the system's livestream, the dust-covered Team 7 finally appeared before the gates of Konoha. Seeing the familiar entrance, Naruto cheered excitedly. We're finally back. Chiyu couldn't help but sigh as well. Yeah. This trip took forever. We rarely ever get to take a mission like this, huh, Sasuke? Chiyu winked at Sasuke, her eyes full of implication. That's true. It wasn't easy. Although Sasuke didn't fully understand what Chiyu meant, he played along to keep the conversation going. And then Chiyu turned to Kakashi revealing her true intentions. So, Kakashi-sensei. To celebrate our first successful mission away from the village, how about we ? She was about to convince Kakashi to buy them a meal, squeezing whatever she could out of his wallet. But before she could even finish her sentence. Our mission took too long. I need to report to the Hokage and deal with Haku's situation. You guys can just dismiss yourselves. With a hurried explanation, Kakashi grabbed Haku, and in a flash step, vanished without a trace. Go eat together. Chiyu's last few words drifted after Kakashi's disappearing figure. He ran that fast? Watching the now completely empty space beside her, Chiyu, who normally loves delivering punchlines, was dumbstruck. She wanted to mess with Kakashi, but she also genuinely wanted to mooch a meal off him. Now he was gone and she had become the joke instead. It was like winning a VIP club experience, but ending up as the VIP escort instead. And honestly, this made for even better comedy, Watching this unfold, the bullet comments erupted in laughter. Kakashi's anti-gank awareness is god tier. If he moved this fast against Zabuza, he wouldn't have gotten trapped in the water prison. R.I.P. Chiyu, she got played so hard LMAO. This? Everyone was shocked by Chiyu's words. When Gaara first appeared, his sand shield had already made a strong impression. Then, he had used sand body flicker to arrive silently, bringing with him a heavy, blood-scented aura that spread subtly throughout the area. Combined with his bitter, resentful expression, the suppressed violence in his eyes, the irritability from lack of sleep, and that strange, heavy-looking gourd on his back. Anyone who saw him would feel an instinctive chill, like they had been targeted by a beast. Yet, Chiyu looked at Gaara and straight up called him a perverted voyeur? A voyeur? Gaara. Kankuro couldn't even begin to associate that word with Gaara. And yet, this proud and cold Gaara was actually being accused of being a peeping Tom by a girl pointing a finger right at his nose. For a brief moment, Kankuro felt a strange sense of satisfaction and schadenfreude. But that momentary amusement only lasted a split second. The next instant, an unprecedented sense of dread and anxiety took over his body. The fear came from the possibility of Gaara losing control. The irritation came from the fact that it was his and Temari's job to stop Gaara from going berserk. So if Konoha's people wanted to court death, that was fine, but could they do it somewhere else? Wani-san. What do we do? Kankuro frantically called out to Temari. For a teenage boy, calling his older sister Wani-san in a panic like this. It showed just how terrified he was. Temari was also covered in cold sweat. She had never expected this beautiful girl, Chiyu, to be so fearless. But as the older sibling, she had no choice but to keep calm and reassure Kankuro. Don't panic. Let's see how Gaara reacts first. TCH. Kankuro gritted his teeth, his body tense with anxiety, as he turned to watch Gaara. And then something unexpected happened Despite being accused of being a pervert, despite his dark circles being insulted as panda eyes, Gaara remained calm. Interesting. He looked at Chiyu as if he were seeing someone like her for the first time. And out of curiosity toward a strong opponent, he even smiled slightly. Woman, what is your name? We're saved. Kankuro felt immense relief. But was Chiyu really the type to let things end so easily? The answer was obvious. What was that saying again? The one falsely accusing you knows the truth better than anyone else. Chiyu's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Asking for my name? Hey, little pervert, don't think changing the subject will work. Come with me to the Konoha police force, right now. Just because you're a ninja from the Sand Village doesn't mean you have the right to go around peeping on people in Konoha. If you're already peeping today, who knows what you'll do in the future? I don't even want to imagine it. Gaara's smile froze. Kankuro felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head, even his fingertips went cold. The next second, he lost it. You crazy woman. Do you even know what you're saying? Gaara, a peeping Tom. Are you insane? Who do you think you are? Just because you're pretty doesn't mean you can go around falsely accusing people. You're way too full of yourself. Nearby, inner Sakura was screaming inside. Even outer Sakura couldn't help but try to defuse the situation. Chiyu, maybe this is just a misunderstanding? A misunderstanding? Chiyu gave Sakura a cryptic smile, as if she had expected this response. This was just how Sakura was at this stage. Even when her teammates were directly involved, she would still side with the outsiders. So Chiyu simply asked, "What exactly am I misunderstanding?" Noticing Chiyu's piercing gaze, Sakura instinctively shrank back. But she forced a nervous smile and said, "I mean, maybe him peeping at you is just a little misunderstanding?" Ha, ***. You think it's a misunderstanding? Chiyu turned to Naruto next. "Naruto, what do you think?" "Ha? Me?" Naruto flinched. He glanced at Chiyu on his right, then at Sakura on his left, who was watching him expectantly. Gulp. For some reason, Naruto felt incredibly nervous. It was just a simple yes or no question, but it felt as heavy as a life or death decision. At this moment, Naruto realized something. This wasn't just about whether Gaara was peeping or not. This was a life-threatening dilemma. And under the pressure, his brain, which had barely been used in 12 years, suddenly started working at full speed. Naruto scratched the back of his head, laughing awkwardly. I think there might be a little misunderstanding? But, his position was kinda suspicious. So I think he should still go to the police force and explain things properly, right? It was a beautifully balanced answer. He didn't deny Sakura. He supported Chiyu. And he firmly took a stance. The bullet comments exploded with messages like high EQ and masterful water carrying. Even though Naruto was usually dense, in critical moments, he could actually think. But Chiyu already knew this, so she hadn't expected Naruto to push the situation forward. Instead, she turned to the one person who could make a difference. "And you?" Chiyu looked down at Kusano Kyo, who was still recovering from dizziness. "Kyo, you've had time to catch your breath, right?" "Yeah." Kyo wobbled a bit, but managed to stand up. He glared at Kankuro with resentment, then turned to Chiyu and declared, "He was definitely peeping at you, Chiyu. I saw it clearly from the ground." "You bastard." Kankuro gritted his teeth in rage. "If you want revenge, just say so. Don't slander me. And what the hell are you Konoha genin trying to do? Trying to eliminate competition before the Chunin exams even start?" "Ha!" Chiyu laughed again, but to Kankuro, her pure and beautiful smile looked absolutely infuriating. She said innocently, "What are you talking about? We just got back from a mission, we don't even know about the Chunin exams. But you guys attacking Konoha genin and peeping on me. Looks like you'll have to come with me to the police force." "You!" Kankuro was furious beyond words. He was ready to challenge Chiyu to a duel on the spot. But before he could act, a pale yet delicate hand reached out and stopped him. Temari's expression was grim. "Calm down, Kankuro. Can't you see? She's trying to provoke us." "Provoke us? Are they insane?" Kankuro was in disbelief. But Temari sighed deeply. "And she succeeded." "What?" Kankuro instinctively turned toward Gaara. And that's when he realized. Gaara's face had darkened completely. His gourd had already opened, and streams of sand were pouring out. "What do we do now?" Kankuro staggered backward. Temari ordered, "Run. Get Baki." And then Gaara attacked. Face the storm, then. Chiyu drew her sword. Boom! A pure white wall of wind suddenly rose from the ground, towering like a mighty fortress, directly facing the sand shuriken launched by Gaara. Under the fierce impact of the powerful wind, Gaara's sand shuriken crumbled instantly, resembling a sandcastle on the beach being relentlessly battered by surging waves, reverting back into fine grains of sand in an instant. Moreover, a highly condensed wind wall continued to push forward unwaveringly, resembling a massive tidal wave surging across the ocean, exuding an imposing aura. Seeing this, Gaara slightly furrowed his brows and leaped from the treetop, attempting to swiftly distance himself from the powerful wind wall. However, in the very next second, Chihane wielded a sharp longsword and dashed through the wind wall like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, the forward-moving wind wall seemed to become her acceleration gate, instantly boosting her speed, allowing her to catch up to Gaara in midair within the blink of an eye. Before Gaara could react, Chihane's sharp blade slashed straight towards his waist like a streak of lightning. The spectators only saw a blur before Chihane's longsword had already reached Gaara's side. Is this it? Is she about to succeed? Sakura widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. No. Sasuke gently shook his head. Unlike Sakura, who only focused on the surface, he had a broader observational perspective. Thus, Sasuke could clearly see the calm and composed expression on Gaara's face. He continued to fall freely, as if he was certain that Chihane's strike wouldn't harm him. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sand that had just been scattered by the wind wall quickly gathered back together. As Chihane's blade reached a certain distance, the sand shield appeared once again, just like it had before against Temari, firmly blocking Chihane's fierce attack. However, Chihane had long anticipated Gaara's sand defense. If one strike wasn't enough, then two, or even three. With agility far surpassing Gaara's, Chihane's longsword transformed into countless flashes of light in an instant, forming a dense web of slashes that surged towards Gaara like a raging tide. Yet, despite Chihane's relentless assault, Gaara's expression remained unchanged from start to finish. Because the blessing from his mother granted him an unparalleled defensive power, shielding him from all malicious attacks. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, no matter how Chihane's blade moved or how intricate her hidden techniques were, a cluster of sand would always rapidly form in front of her blade, blocking its path. For a while, only the muffled sounds of pa-pa-pa continuously echoed as large amounts of sand were struck into the air by Chihane's swordlight, only to fall back down again. And yet, Chihane's sword strikes never ceased, forming a sea of flashing blades, creating a stalemate where neither side could overpower the other. Seeing this, Chihane made a decisive move. She suddenly increased her speed. Much like how Rock Lee had fought Gaara before, she too began moving at high speed around Gaara as if caught in a whirlwind. At the same time, her nimble longsword flicked out like a serpent's tongue, striking at Gaara unpredictably during her rapid rotations. This time, faced with Chihane's high-speed assault, Gaara finally furrowed his previously expressionless brows. His automatic sand defense, which had always been reliable, now seemed to struggle against the intensity of Chihane's attacks. Seeing this, Temari's eyes widened in shock. Gaara is being suppressed? Yes, Gaara, who had always appeared invincible, was now suddenly being pressured by a single girl. This was truly astonishing to Temari. However, Sasuke, also watching from the sidelines, remained focused solely on Gaara. Thus, he noticed something unusual. The ground beneath the two fighters had unknowingly been covered by a thin layer of yellow sand, which continued to thicken with each of Chihane's strikes. The sand is getting thicker. What does this mean? Frowning slightly, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, carefully analyzing Gaara's every movement. Then, at that moment, he suddenly saw Gaara, who had yet to use his hands, raise them towards the ground beneath them. This is bad. Chihane, get away! Sasuke's face changed drastically as a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. He wanted to warn her. But Gaara's manipulation of sand was far faster than Sasuke's reaction. With a sudden wave of his hands, the quiet sand lying on the ground instantly floated up, forming a dense sand mist at ankle height. As Chihane's feet sank into the mist, it was as though she had stepped into a swamp. Her initial momentum was instantly nullified, and she could no longer move forward. He had this kind of technique too? Chihane's eyes filled with surprise. She hadn't expected Gaara to have such a move. But thinking about it carefully, it made perfect sense. Speed had always been Gaara's weakness, so how could he not have developed a way to restrict his opponents? In the original story, he hadn't used this technique because the arenas in both the Chunin exam preliminaries and the third round were too spacious. Unlike here, where to avoid causing too much commotion, both Chihane and Gaara had deliberately confined their battle to the center of a narrow alleyway. Given such a small space, it was no surprise that Gaara would resort to this tactic. Now, watching Chihane, who had been moving like an agile monkey, finally caught in his trap, Gaara's long silent voice rang out coldly. I've got you, insect. Such a beautiful girl. Your blood must carry the fragrance of flowers, too. As he spoke, Gaara waved his hand again, and under his control, a large amount of sand gathered towards Chihane's feet like swallows returning to their nest. In just an instant, Chihane's feet, ankles, and even her pale, jade-like calves were covered in a thick layer of sand. Beneath this layer of sand, a terrifying force was slowly building up. Chihane! Seeing this scene, both Naruto and Sasuke felt a surge of anxiety, their bodies instinctively tensing as if ready to rush in and help. Noticing this, Temari immediately unfolded her two-star fan, prepared to intercept them at any moment. However, what puzzled everyone was that despite having her legs trapped and the sand creeping up further, Chihane still wore a bright smile, as if she was enjoying herself. Seeing the beautiful smile on Chihane's face, Gaara felt a sudden wave of irritation. That natural loathing and agitation, like darkness encountering light, surged in his heart. Gaara spoke coldly, "What are you smiling at?" "What am I smiling at?" Chihane's smile paused slightly, as if surprised by his question. But she quickly answered, "I'm smiling at you because you finally revealed a flaw." "What?" Gaara was momentarily taken aback. After all, wasn't it Chihane who had been caught? How could it be his mistake? But soon, he understood. Chihane suddenly parted her delicate lips, revealing pearly white teeth, then bit down tightly on the hilt of her sword. Then, ignoring the sand creeping up to her thighs and beyond, she crouched down into a sprinter's starting stance. Though no one had seen this posture before, the moment they laid eyes on it, a strong sense of unease welled up in Gaara's heart. Hurriedly, he disregarded whether the sand had fully captured Chihane and reached out toward her feet, clenching his fingers tightly, sand coffin. But before he could utter the last word, a powerful gust of wind erupted from beneath Chihane's feet. Wind release, gale palm. At the same time, she activated her master-level body flicker technique. A master-level body flicker allowed the user to incorporate elemental techniques into their movement. Chihane's chosen element was naturally wind. With the combined force of gale palm and wind-style body flicker, the resulting momentum exceeded their individual effects. Propelled by the wind, Chihane shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, reaching Gaara in an instant. Now, with Chihane's flawless face right before him, Gaara finally realized what she meant by a flaw. The confined space had restricted not only Chihane's movements but his own as well. Because in a vast battlefield, he could endlessly create more sand with chakra, always keeping an ample supply for defense. But here, preoccupied with capturing Chihane, he had left all his sand in front of him. This was the flaw Chihane had been waiting for. Naruto. Naruto called out in concern, completely unprepared for the battle to shift so dramatically. Seeing this unfold, the live chat erupted in discussion. This little gourd kid is actually this strong? Yeah, I always thought Chihane was the strongest among her peers, but it seems there's always someone stronger out there. Looks like Chihane is in for a tough fight this time. Tough fight? Based on what we've seen from Chihane before, she has no way to deal with an opponent like this. Where are her teammates? Hurry up and help her. Everyone was deeply worried about Chihane's safety. However, contrary to their concerns, Chihane simply smiled and said, "What makes you think I didn't account for your gourd?" What? Gaara was momentarily stunned. The next moment, he saw Chihane grip her sword hilt and lift it high at an unusual angle. Through Sasuke's Sharingan, he could see a water-blue chakra surging through Chihane's body once more. This was the Great Water Arm technique, which Chihane had invested heavily in, raising it from proficiency to expert level, allowing her to enhance her entire body. And only with the full body enhancement of the Great Water Arm could she execute the next technique ***, a master-level White Fang sword style move ***. White Fang sword style, first form modified, slashing dance. As her sword descended, Chihane's entire body moved with the blade, transforming into a ferocious storm of slashes. The spinning blade light was like the fangs of a fierce tiger, effortlessly tearing through Gaara's sand defense, turning his sturdy sand wall into shattered grains. Gaara attempted to manipulate the broken sand to block the attack, but no matter how many times he gathered it, without enough mass to sustain it, the sand ultimately disintegrated into even finer dust under Chihane's violent assault. After just a few clashes, the sand from Gaara's gourd, his strongest defensive resource, was completely destroyed by Chihane. Gaara! Temari's panicked scream rang out as the storm of slashes completely swallowed Gaara. Aya! Gaara's painful cries echoed from within the storm. Hearing this, an ominous feeling settled over everyone's hearts. This is bad, Gaara. Worried for her younger brother, Temari tried to rush forward to assist. But before she could, two figures, one yellow, one black, stepped in her path. Where do you think you're going? We can't let you interfere with Chihane's fight. Sasuke and Naruto spoke in turn. Damn it! Temari gritted her teeth in frustration. When she turned back to the battlefield, all she saw was a massive sea of sand surging back towards Gaara and Chihane, swallowing them both and even collapsing a large section of the alley wall. Chihane! This time, it was Naruto and Sasuke's turn to be worried. But they didn't have to wait long. Just a few breaths later, Chihane emerged from the pile of sand, wielding her sword. With a few swift flickers, she landed beside Naruto and Sasuke. This was the reason she had used slashing dance. Its storm of slashes provided complete coverage, preventing attacks from behind. If she had only aimed to break Gaara's sand defense, the basic first form, slash would have sufficed. Seeing Chihane reappear, Sasuke immediately asked, "Chihane, did you defeat him?" "She must have." Naruto shouted before Chihane could answer. After taking a move like that, there's no way he's still standing. However, Sasuke simply shot Naruto a disdainful glance. "Idiot! Are you saying your eyes can see better than my Sharingan?" Naruto finally realized Sasuke had activated his Sharingan and fell silent, looking towards Chihane for confirmation. But Chihane couldn't give him a definite answer. "Nope." Chihane shook her head. Aside from his sand defense, that guy also has another layer of sand armor on his body. What? Another layer of defense? Naruto was shocked. He had already found Gaara's automatic sand defense incredible, but to think there was an additional layer beneath it? Did you break through it? Sasuke pressed on. That was what truly mattered. With his Sharingan, he had already noticed Gaara's sand armor, but the returning sandstorm had blocked his view before he could see the outcome. I did. Shihane confirmed, then shook her head. But only slightly. Gaara's sand armor was extremely tough. Even 3 gates Rock Lee had only managed to crack it, requiring 4 or even 5 gates to completely destroy it. The only advantage Shihane had over Rock Lee was that she used a blade instead of blunt force like fists and kicks. After giving Naruto and Sasuke a brief response, Shihane turned her gaze towards the collapsed alley wall. There, the once motionless sand began to stir again. Moments later, Gaara rose from the sand. Just as Shihane had predicted, Gaara's body was now covered in cracks, and faint traces of blood seeped through, clear evidence of the wounds inflicted by Chihane's blade. Seeing Gaara in this state, Temari's mind went blank. It's over. Gaara is injured. A deep sense of despair filled her heart. She knew all too well what it meant when Gaara was injured. From the moment they entered Konoha, the risk of Gaara losing control had always been present. But Temari never expected this battle would be the trigger. This kind of reckless confrontation would jeopardize their mission. Given their cold and ruthless father, the 4th Kazekage, even as his own children, they wouldn't escape punishment. If not imprisonment, then they'd be sent on brutally difficult missions, ones where a single mistake could mean death. But then, so what? Imprisonment, death ***, wouldn't that be better than this suffocating life, ***. For so long, she had been walking on eggshells, carefully tending to her youngest brother, maintaining balance with her middle brother, and pushing herself to meet high expectations. Now, if everything was doomed anyway, why bother struggling anymore? The thought of giving up felt oddly liberating. Whatever happens, happens. Temari looked up at the sky, expression empty and indifferent, as if she had already accepted Gaara's impending rampage. However, after waiting for a while, nothing happened. Ha! She turned back toward Gaara in confusion. That's when she saw something bizarre. Gaara stood there, arms crossed, fingers digging tightly into his arms as if struggling to restrain himself. But the most unsettling part was his eyes. One was filled with struggle and restraint, while the other was wild with violence. Yet, under Gaara's forceful suppression, even his bloodthirsty eye was slowly filling with conflicted hesitation. This sight shocked Temari to her core. Because it meant one thing ***, Gaara was trying to control himself ***. He was aware of the consequences and was actively resisting his rampage. But Gaara only glanced at Temari for a moment before looking away, as if his gaze had landed on her by coincidence. The next second, an inhumanly violent aura erupted, drowning everyone in its pressure. So terrifying. Even Sakura, who was helping a teammate, turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Naruto and Sasuke also felt the air grow heavier. What terrifying pressure! Is this really the same person from before? This feels even scarier than Zabuza. Shihane! Both of them turned to look at her, their eyes filled with undeniable concern. Naruto furrowed his brows in confusion. You figured all that out just from simple deduction? Is that really possible? Sakura also widened her eyes in shock. You deduced the Chunin exams were happening just from that? As the top student in written exams at the Ninja Academy, Sakura had always considered herself the smartest among the girls. But now, she realized that maybe she was just good at studying rather than truly sharp-witted. The others couldn't help but marvel at Shihane's intellect, and even the live chat was filled with terms like Sherlock Shihane. However, Shihane didn't keep up the mysterious act for too long. After enjoying their astonishment for a moment, she offered a more believable explanation. Haha, actually, I specifically researched this. Starting 4 years ago, the Chunin exams have been held twice a year, alternating between Konoha and Sunagakure. Right now, it's Konoha's turn. Oh, so that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood. This explanation made much more sense. However, Kakashi's eyes glimmered with even more admiration. The fact that you thought to gather such information is impressive, Shihane. This showed that Shihane was a ninja with career foresight, a rare trait in the shinobi world, where unpredictability was the norm. After explaining, Kakashi officially announced the upcoming Chunin exams before casually departing to report to the 3rd Hokage. With that, the excitement of the evening faded, and Team 7 dispersed to return home. After all, they had been out for quite some time, and everyone needed some proper rest. An unexpected guest. As Chihane made her way home, she noticed something odd. The system's livestream camera was still locked onto her. Ha! Did I forget to turn it off? Normally, the stream would have ended by now. Does this mean there's more plot coming? Her mind began racing. Danzo? The Sans siblings? Gaara? Or even the third Hokage? Though she appeared relaxed, Chihane remained on high alert. However, as she turned a corner and saw the entrance to her home, her guard instantly dropped. Instead of an ambush, a familiar figure leaned against the wall near her front gate. A young boy in a black t-shirt and white shorts **** Sasuke Uchiha ****. Hearing the familiar sound of footsteps, Sasuke lifted his head and greeted her. Chihane, you're slower than usual today. Can't be helped, Chihane shrugged. Had a fight, got a little tired. I see. Sasuke glanced at her house. Not going to invite me in? Chihane chuckled. Of course. Come on in. She pulled out her key, unlocked the gate, and the two of them entered without hesitation, as if this was a regular occurrence. The live chat instantly exploded. What the hell is going on between these two? Scandal. Naruto, so this is how it is, huh? Leaving me out. Well, technically, Chihane is open-minded. Maybe Naruto can squeeze in too? A serious conversation. In reality, this was only the second time Sasuke had visited Chihane's home. The first time was when the team had shared their home addresses in case of emergencies. Chihane's calm demeanor wasn't because of habit, it was because she already guessed Sasuke had something important to discuss. Sure enough, after they sat down and had some water, Sasuke placed his cup down and his expression turned serious. Chihane spoke first. Sasuke, you came here for a reason, right? Just say it. We're teammates, I'll help however I can. Sasuke visibly relaxed at her words. Alright, I'll get straight to the point. He leaned forward slightly, staring intently into Chihane's eyes. Chihane, this might be a bit intrusive, but can you tell me how you're getting stronger so fast? From the survival training to the wave mission, and now tonight's battle, I can clearly feel that your strength is increasing at an incredible rate. At first, I thought I could keep up, but now, the gap between us isn't closing. It's getting wider. If this keeps up, His voice grew more urgent, rising slightly in volume. But then, realizing his loss of composure, Sasuke quickly lowered his head and apologized. I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Chihane shook her head. It's fine. I understand. Sasuke instinctively opened his mouth, as if to refute something, but he quickly realized this wasn't the time to argue and remained silent. What Sasuke didn't know was that Chihane genuinely understood his frustration. She was actually surprised he had held back this long. She had assumed Sasuke would have snapped back in the wave arc, but apparently, his tolerance level for her and Naruto was higher than expected. Which was good, otherwise, Team 7's dynamic might have become awkward. How do you explain a cheat code? Back to the present, Chihane suddenly realized she had no idea how to answer Sasuke's question ***. She couldn't just tell him to wear thigh-high stockings and chant Nico Nico Ni to unlock power-ups, right? That joke might earn her a ton of likes, maybe even a private message from Itachi, but it wouldn't actually help Sasuke ***. He didn't have a system like she did ***. For the first time in a while, Chihane frowned, deep in thought. The room fell into a brief silence, which was agonizing for Sasuke. After waiting uncomfortably, he mistook her hesitation as a refusal. I see. I was being too impulsive. Sasuke clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and bowed slightly. Then, he abruptly stood up, as if trying to escape the situation. At that moment, thud! Chihane firmly placed her cup on the table, the sharp sound cutting through the tense atmosphere. Sit down. She glared at Sasuke. With your patience and confidence this low, you think you can get stronger? What's the rush? Sasuke turned, shocked. Chihane, what do you mean? Don't panic. Chihane nodded reassuringly. I can tell you my secret, but I won't guarantee it'll work for you. That's fine. Sasuke's eyes lit up with excitement. Just knowing would mean a lot to me. Alright, take a seat. Sasuke sat down again, while Chihane stood up, deep in thought. A secret, huh? Where should I even begin? Chihane recalled her life before gaining the system, and in a flash of inspiration, she found the perfect way to answer Sasuke's question. Alright, let's start with effort. First and foremost, you have to work hard. Effort is the most important thing. Then, with a mysterious smile, she asked, Sasuke, have you ever seen the moon at 2 a.m.? Before Sasuke could respond, the live chat erupted in chaos. Never seen it, the smog is too thick. I have. I wasn't asleep yet. Same here, I was up too. Wait, you two were up together? LMAO. Chihane's lips curved into a smirk. These silly viewers were always full of surprises. But Sasuke wasn't one to joke around like them. The moon at 2 a.m.? Sasuke frowned in confusion. Of course, I've seen it. Why? Why? Chihane's smile deepened, carrying a hint of profound meaning. But can you see it every night? Every night? Sasuke immediately understood she was referring to late-night training. But don't you need sleep? He asked. A growing teenager's body required rest. If Chihane was saying she sacrificed sleep for training, then Sasuke wasn't sure if he could do the same. Of course, I sleep. Chihane replied with a grin. That's why my shadow clones are the ones training. Shadow clones? Hearing those words, it was as if a hammer had struck Sasuke's mind. His eyes lit up with sudden realization. Right. Shadow clones. As a shinobi, Sasuke naturally knew about using shadow clones for training. However, he had never considered it seriously before because shadow clones inherit fatigue, and while they could refine ninjutsu techniques, they couldn't physically train the body. Plus, the chakra burden was too high. But now, after Chihane's hint, he saw the value in it. A day only had 24 hours, and a growing teenager needed to sleep for at least half of that. But if a shadow clone could continue training while he slept, then he could effectively gain a few extra hours of practice every single day. And the accumulation of this extra training would widen the gap over time. Moreover, Sasuke had another revelation. **** Chakra exhaustion often forced him to stop training. ***. After practicing a few great fireballs, he wouldn't have the stamina to continue taijutsu training. But with shadow clones, he could now train taijutsu during the day and have his shadow clones practice ninjutsu at night while he rested. Since the exhaustion transferred back to him, he would merely feel a bit more tired upon waking up, something a young body could recover from easily. This is actually a genius method. Sasuke marveled. Why didn't I think of this before? It's so simple. But he also understood ***, the gap in thinking was real ***. It was like solving a complex math problem. What he struggled to figure out, a genius like Chihane could see the answer at a glance. You're really smart, Chihane. Sasuke couldn't help but praise her. Don't say that. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants. Chihane waved her hand modestly, though she was inwardly quite pleased. After all, she had figured this out herself. Effort alone isn't enough. But, this method alone doesn't fully explain your rapid growth, does it? Sasuke asked. Chihane's training method was solid. It solved the one-track training issue by allowing a ninja to train both physically and technically. But that alone wouldn't explain the insane speed at which she was improving. You're right, it's not just that. Chihane had expected Sasuke to dig deeper, so she continued her explanation. This method already contains the next key principle, methodology ***. Hard work is essential, but you also need to use your intelligence. You should always look for ways to train more efficiently rather than just blindly working hard and exhausting yourself without getting real results. So once you have effort and the right method, success becomes possible. But to truly leap forward in a short time, you need one more thing ***, talent ***. Talent? Sasuke frowned slightly. He wasn't as gifted as Itachi, but he still considered himself above average. Was Chihane implying that her natural talent was just that overwhelming? When I say talent, I don't just mean general genius, ***, Chihane clarified. I mean understanding what you are naturally best at, the thing that comes easiest to you, the skill you learn the fastest, the style that suits you the most. For example, I'm naturally suited to swordsmanship, so I've always focused on refining my sword techniques. Then she looked at Sasuke. And you, Sasuke, you know fire release. Do you think your talent lies in fire jutsu? Sasuke immediately shook his head. He still vividly remembered his father teaching him the great fireball technique. His fire jutsu talent was average at best. At this realization, Sasuke fully grasped the importance of finding his specialized path. Improvement wasn't just about mindless hard work, it was about choosing the right path based on one's natural strengths. However, a new problem emerged ***. How was he supposed to figure out his true specialty? He voiced this concern to Chihane. She simply shook her head and said, for that, you'll need to ask Kakashi. He's copied over 1,000 jutsu, he might be able to help you. Alright. Sasuke was a little disappointed, but he also understood that Chihane had already given him valuable insights. He prepared to thank her and head home to reflect more on his growth path. An unexpected offer. Just as he was about to leave, Chihane suddenly spoke up. Oh, right. I just remembered something. She turned to Sasuke with a curious look. Your Sharingan has reached Tsutomu, right? Yeah. Sasuke nodded. Tsutomu Sharingan can already copy taijutsu techniques. So, why don't we spar? Chihane's smile was warm and inviting, like a little sun. Since your Sharingan can do that, we shouldn't waste the opportunity. We're teammates, after all. If you want to copy my swordsmanship, I don't mind. Sasuke froze in shock. What? You don't mind? Chihane's swordsmanship was her greatest strength, something she had personally refined over time. Most shinobi would never willingly share their strongest techniques, let alone offer them up for free. Yet here Chihane was, casually suggesting that Sasuke copy her expertise without hesitation. This level of generosity left Sasuke utterly speechless. Chihane's offer shocks Sasuke. Sasuke's face was filled with disbelief. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan had the ability to copy others' techniques. In the past, due to the Uchiha clan's power, this ability hadn't been widely criticized. However, in secret, the nickname Clan of Thieves had circulated. Because of this, Uchiha shinobi were cautious when copying exclusive techniques from their own village. Even if they did, they would keep it as hidden knowledge rather than openly using it. But now, Chihane was voluntarily offering to let him copy her swordsmanship, something no one had ever done for him before. What's so strange about it? Chihane tilted her head at Sasuke's shock, seemingly confused. After integrating traditional sword styles with the Hataki style to form the White Fang sword technique, I've refined it to a master level. This is currently my strongest skill. I understand that the unique mastery of a technique can't be copied. White Fang sword style only has its simplified core forms, like first form, slash, second form, thrust, third form, chop, and so on. But the technique I used earlier, the modified first form, slashing dance, is something I developed myself. It's a personal interpretation, unique to me. Then, Chihane smirked and quoted the famous saying. Those who learn from me may live, but those who imitate me will die. I see. Sasuke finally understood. With his sharp mind, Chihane's explanation instantly made sense. She didn't see his copying as stealing because her technique would always be hers. Mere imitation wouldn't allow him to grasp the true essence of her swordsmanship. Only when he developed his own understanding and creativity would the technique become his own. For Chihane, helping a teammate grow stronger was more important than worrying about whether her skills were copied. Just like how she had taught Naruto the Gale Palm technique, Naruto had adapted it in his own way during the wave mission, making it more flexible in battle. However, despite Chihane's generosity, Sasuke was deeply moved. In this cruel ninja world, even blood-related siblings fought to the death over secret techniques. Yet, Chihane's gesture went beyond mere teamwork or friendship. Looking at her, Sasuke made a solemn vow. Chihane, I'll remember this favor. If you ever need my help, promise me you'll ask. Of course. No problem. Chihane agreed readily, though she knew when and how Sasuke would repay this favor was still uncertain. Shopping request, ***. Speaking of asking Sasuke for help, Chihane suddenly remembered something. Her bright eyes gleamed mischievously as she looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, you're the heir of the Uchiha clan, right? That means you must be loaded. How about helping your dear teammate buy some clothes? Oh, and of course, you're paying. Currently, Chihane's outfit was fairly simple. If she wanted to maximize her influence on the player's XP, she needed to upgrade her style, not just the design, but also the fabric and materials. Sasuke didn't hesitate to agree. Having inherited the Uchiha clan's wealth, he now had nothing left but money. Back when he only had a single coin for a rice cake, he had been happier than he was now. Thus, a broke girl with nothing but skills and a rich boy with nothing but money teamed up ***, a match made in heaven ***. Training luxury. For the next few days, their routine was simple. During the day, Chihane and Sasuke sparred, allowing him to copy her swordsmanship and taijutsu. At night, Sasuke treated Chihane to a taste of high society, paying for her shopping trips. However, Chihane's techniques were limited, so Sasuke quickly copied everything he could. Once his training was complete, Chihane shifted her focus back to her own improvement, specifically, enhancing her wind sword style. She realized that her wind sword focused too much on wind manipulation but lacked refined sword techniques. Since the technique was originally designed to counter Sasuke, it couldn't be incomplete, it needed flair and finesse. After some thought, Chihane realized the issue lay in her own approach. The system could only extrapolate from her original ideas, and since she had focused primarily on wind control, her skill points had all gone into nature transformation and shape manipulation, rather than actual swordplay techniques. Seeking inspiration. To fix this, she needed to incorporate sword techniques, and she had excellent material in the White Fang sword style. However, White Fang alone wasn't enough, she needed inspiration. So, she headed to the Konoha Memorial Stone, hoping to find Kakashi and learn about his father's swordsmanship training methods. But this time Kakashi was nowhere to be found Where is he? Chihane searched around the memorial. The area wasn't large, it was more like a graveyard, with names carved into stone slabs. She quickly scanned the entire site but only saw a few women. Kakashi's signature silver hair was nowhere in sight. Scratching her head in frustration, she muttered, "Kakashi isn't in his usual spot? Where did he go?" At that moment, a woman with long, silky hair and striking golden eyes turned toward her. "Little one, are you looking for Kakashi?" "Ah, yes." Chihane's eyes lit up as she stepped forward and sweetly asked, "Big sister, do you know where he went?" The woman smiled faintly and spoke in an unhurried tone. "Of course. Not long ago, a young man in black clothing and white pants came to get him. Judging by the emblem on his back, he seemed to be from the Uchiha clan." "Oh, I see. So Sasuke called him over." Chihane nodded in understanding. If Kakashi was with Sasuke, she had a good idea where they might be. She turned to leave, but not before giving the woman a polite bow. "Thank you, big sister. I'll go find them now. Bye-bye ***. As she walked away, curiosity got the best of her, and she glanced at the memorial stone beside the woman. Whatever she saw, she didn't react. Her pace remained steady as she left. However, as Chihane's white ponytail bounced behind her, the woman's lips curled into an intriguing smile. Then, she suddenly asked, "Little one, you recognized me, didn't you?" Damn it. The voice from behind made Chihane's body tense instantly, her expression turning grim. She was relieved that she wasn't facing the person directly, otherwise, her reaction might have exposed her secret. Chihane subtly activated Great Water Arm, adjusting her blood circulation to rapidly control her heartbeat, ensuring that she maintained a perfectly natural expression of confusion as she slowly turned around. "Big sister, were you calling me?" Orochimaru did not answer. Instead, she smirked with playful amusement, watching Chihane as if enjoying an intriguing performance. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Chihane's nerves were already drenched in cold sweat. Yet, she tilted her head playfully, maintaining an innocently cute demeanor. However, the woman before her was clearly unaffected by such tactics. Orochimaru spoke in a calm yet certain tone. "You recognized me." Her golden eyes gleamed with curiosity. "I'm very curious, how did you recognize me?" Perhaps part of her found it thrilling to return in disguise and not be discovered. And being discovered was simply another form of excitement. So when Chihane recognized her, Orochimaru was genuinely intrigued. "Ha, it was just an accident, pure coincidence." Chihane laughed awkwardly. In truth, recognizing Orochimaru had indeed been an accident. After raising her White Fang sword style to master level, her sword domain had expanded, allowing her to keep perfect awareness within the range of a single step and slash. Within this one-slash domain, she could maintain the highest level of perception and reaction. And that was exactly what got her into trouble today. It was this extra step of awareness that allowed her to sense the eerie, chilling aura of Orochimaru. Orochimaru was male, and while this might not be an obvious clue to others, to Chihane, it was. So when she saw someone with waist-length hair, an oval face, golden eyes, and a distinctly eerie presence, she instantly linked it to Orochimaru. But the real problem was that she had never expected to meet Orochimaru here *** at the Konoha Memorial Stone ***, instead of during the Chunin exams. Caught off guard, she had revealed a slight reaction, which was immediately detected by Orochimaru. Sometimes, knowing too much wasn't a good thing. And unfortunately, simply calling it an accident wasn't enough to dispel Orochimaru's curiosity. An accident? There are no such coincidences. Don't think you can fool me with such a vague excuse. With that, Orochimaru took a step forward. In an instant, she closed the distance, appearing right in front of Chihane. Her pale, slender hand bypassed Chihane's instinctive attempt to block, pinching her cheek with precision. Then, with a slight squeeze, Chihane's mouth was forcefully pried open, revealing a soft pink tongue. However, there was no cursed mark on it. Orochimaru's brows furrowed slightly. Not one of Danzo's people? She had originally suspected Chihane was a root operative. After all, she knew who Chihane was, the teammate of Naruto and Sasuke. She had been suddenly inserted into Team 7, replacing Sakura after the squad assignments were finalized. Given Danzo's obsession with weaponizing the Jinchuriki and monitoring the Uchiha, Orochimaru had naturally assumed this was one of Danzo's schemes. At the time, she had even mocked Hiruzen for losing ground to Danzo. But now, it seemed Chihane's presence in Team 7 had nothing to do with Danzo. Explain yourself. Don't keep me waiting. Orochimaru released Chihane, her interest in the girl growing. Alright. Faced with such an overwhelming power gap, Chihane immediately behaved she didn't even dare rub her aching cheeks. She explained, honestly, it's just that my perception is slightly sharper than most. And I like to read a lot, so, ***. She glanced toward the memorial stone beside Orochimaru. On it was a name that had deeply influenced Orochimaru ***, Shinobi Sarutobi Nawaki, ***. Following her gaze, Orochimaru's eyes darkened slightly. Impressive. Your observation and deduction skills are sharp. She nodded approvingly. To be able to sense her aura, notice her presence at Nawaki's grave, and deduce her identity, even among all the people Orochimaru had encountered, Chihane stood out. It improved her mood slightly. As a scientist, Orochimaru had a low tolerance for stupidity. She despised people who were slow-witted. But then, her tone suddenly shifted. However, books alone wouldn't tell you about me. A chilling truth. After Orochimaru's human experiments were exposed, all official records of her had been erased or rewritten. Any surviving documents had been seized by Danzo. The only knowledge left was through oral accounts from the older generation. And since Chihane was an orphan, Orochimaru found it even more suspicious. So, you definitely have a secret. Orochimaru let out a low, amused laugh as she spread her lips open, revealing a dark red tongue, slick with saliva, slithering out to lick her lips. What kind of secret is it, I wonder? Ah, how exciting! A terrifying pressure enveloped Chihane. It felt as if countless cold, slimy snakes were slithering over her skin. Her entire body was covered in goosebumps. Drip! A drop of cold sweat slid down her forehead. For a moment, Chihane had an overwhelming urge to activate the third gate and escape using her space substitution technique. But she forced herself to resist. Because she suddenly realized something. Orochimaru wouldn't actually attack her. Yes, she had secrets. But she wasn't Sasuke. Her secrets weren't important to Orochimaru. Moreover, she was a member of Team 7, and Orochimaru's current target was Sasuke. If she disappeared, what if Team 7 withdrew from the Chunin exams? That would ruin Orochimaru's plans. With that thought, Chihane gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Orochimaru's golden eyes flickered with a hint of admiration. A wise choice. You didn't lose your composure to fear. You're smart, and your strength isn't bad either, ***. Little one, I think I'm starting to like you. Then, Orochimaru flashed a wicked smile. So, how about coming with me? Orochimaru's sudden invitation caught Chiyu off guard. After the initial shock subsided, to be honest, a trace of excitement surged deep within her heart. After all, unlike the third Hokage, Orochimaru was not stingy or petty. If one were to follow Lady Snake, as long as they demonstrated enough talent, whether it was conventional ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, or forbidden techniques, would release, and even the Sharingan, so long as there was a need, she could provide and even guide them carefully. Chiyu had always longed for a long sword, and the Kusanagi sword, one of the finest blades in the ninja world, could be hers with just a word. Of course, the only risk was that if one were too talented, they might be seen as a vessel by Lady Snake. This was truly a case of you covet Lady Snake's generosity, while Lady Snake covets your body. But for Chiyu, this was not a concern at all. If even someone like her, who possessed a system, could be taken over by Orochimaru, she might as well find a piece of tofu and knock herself out with it. It was no exaggeration to say that Orochimaru, much like Jiraiya, was a top-tier teacher. If one were to rank teaching ability in the ninja world, Orochimaru would be second, with no one daring to claim first. If she could truly follow Orochimaru, it would undoubtedly be a great choice. So, should I follow Orochimaru or not? Chiyu couldn't help but ponder in her heart. She thought about it seriously for a long, long time. The final answer was deep down, she truly wanted to follow Orochimaru, but unfortunately, she possessed an impression value system, which meant she had to follow Naruto's main storyline. Orochimaru's side was certainly tempting, but if she chose to follow him, she might end up like Sasuke, temporarily leaving the main storyline in the early stages. That was something Chiyu absolutely could not accept. Then, what if she pretended to follow Orochimaru while secretly acting as a Konoha spy? This idea seemed feasible, but in reality, there was a serious issue. Did Orochimaru even need a Konoha spy at this point? In truth, he did, but the only thing he urgently needed right now was Sasuke's defection. Once Sasuke left with him, Konoha would lose its value in Orochimaru's eyes. Conversely, even if Chiyu wasn't abandoned by Orochimaru, if her role as a spy were exposed, she would face tremendous trouble. Given all this, Chiyu had no choice but to refuse Orochimaru. I see. Orochimaru was not surprised by Chiyu's answer. What did surprise her, however, was that Chiyu had genuinely been tempted by the offer and had seriously considered and hesitated over it. How should she put it? It had been years since she last returned to Konoha, and she hadn't expected that the younger generation of the village would still hesitate so much when faced with her invitation. This gave her a strange sense of pleasure. However, as far as Orochimaru was concerned, this matter ended here. Inviting Chiyu had been little more than a casual remark from someone accustomed to luring others. In Orochimaru's mind, Chiyu was merely a decent junior. Her true intention was that Chiyu was a smart person, and smart people usually didn't burn bridges. By expressing her interest in Chiyu and extending an invitation, she had given the girl enough face. That way, even if Chiyu declined, she wouldn't report Orochimaru's presence to Konoha. Although she had only returned on a whim, it was still best to avoid exposing her whereabouts before the Chunin exams. Well then, farewell, young one, Orochimaru said as she prepared to leave. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, softly brushing against her silky black hair. However, at the same time, Orochimaru noticed something surprising. While the wind affected her own hair, Chiyu's hair, skirt, and other parts that should have been disturbed by the wind remained completely motionless. Looking closer, she observed a faint, nearly imperceptible breeze surrounding Chiyu's body. It was this subtle wind that shielded Chiyu from external forces, keeping her looking pristine and untouched. Yet, despite being a master of wind release, renowned in Sanagakure as the Calamity Wind, Orochimaru had not noticed this phenomenon until now. Interesting. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed slightly as she examined the wind around Chiyu, her curiosity growing stronger. She spoke again. Young one, you seem quite skilled in wind release? Wind release? It's alright, I guess. Chiyu, unsure why Orochimaru suddenly asked this, responded truthfully. I don't know many wind release techniques, I just created my own wind release taijutsu. I wouldn't say I'm particularly skilled. Oh? A self-created wind release taijutsu? Hearing mention of a new jutsu, Orochimaru's interest intensified. Could you show me? Of course. Chiyu summoned a strong wind around herself, enveloping her body before accelerating and dashing back and forth in front of Orochimaru. Then, in an instant, she drew her blade. Gale winds wrapped around the sword, sending out several wind blades that effortlessly sliced through the falling leaves. Afterward, she slowly sheathed her sword. Clap, 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 clap. Crisp applause echoed. Although Chiyu's demonstration only lasted a moment, Orochimaru's golden snake eyes gleamed as she reassessed Chiyu's value, quickly raising her evaluation. She praised, by wrapping yourself in wind, you eliminate air resistance to enhance speed while also using the wind to propel yourself further. This is an extremely clever idea. Your wind release taijutsu is quite impressive. Really? Receiving praise from a master of ninjutsu, Chiyu's face lit up with joy. Of course. Orochimaru nodded firmly, then shook her head. But unfortunately, from your demonstration, I can tell that your goal is to thicken the wind surrounding your body to further boost speed while also providing some defense, correct? You're absolutely right, that's exactly what I aim to achieve. But due to my current limitations, I can only eliminate resistance. Also, my wind blades are too weak, making my wind sword technique feel incomplete. Chiyu agreed wholeheartedly with Orochimaru's analysis. She had always wanted to create a natural wind shield around herself, much like Yasuo's Way of the Wanderer, but lacked the necessary impression points to realize it. Additionally, her technique's lack of offensive power had always been a glaring flaw. But now that Orochimaru mentioned it, Chiyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Orochimaru. Under Chiyu's eager gaze, Orochimaru smiled knowingly like an experienced mentor. With her usual husky yet magnetic voice, she said, "No need to look for Kakashi, this is an easy matter for me to help with. Consider it a welcome gift for my cute junior, as well as an apology for startling you earlier." With that, Orochimaru raised her fingers in a sign, and a small snake slithered out from her sleeve. The snake opened its mouth wide, regurgitating a scroll the size of a water bottle into Orochimaru's hand. On the scroll's surface, a large wind character stood out prominently. Take it. Orochimaru handed the scroll to Chiyu. This is... Chiyu accepted the scroll, puzzled. To her surprise, the scroll was completely dry and clean, not covered in disgusting mucus as she had expected. This contains some of my insights on wind release, Orochimaru said casually. It also records several wind release jutsu that you can learn to refine your taijutsu. Really? Chiyu was ecstatic. This was Orochimaru's personal understanding of wind release. If this were made public, wind release users across the ninja world would fight to the death for it, yet she had received it so easily. She felt both thrilled and overwhelmed. Isn't this too valuable? It's nothing. Orochimaru smiled faintly. As I said, it's just a small gift for a junior. Looking at the nearby memorial stone, she sighed softly, a hint of nostalgia in her expression. Seeing you reminds me of the past. Her sorrowful demeanor made it difficult for Chiyu to tell whether Orochimaru was genuinely reminiscing about the past or just putting on an act. After a long pause, Orochimaru sighed again, her emotions complex. Finally, she turned to Chiyu. All right, young one. I've paid my respects to Nawaki, now it's time for me to leave. With that, she turned to go. But after taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. Turning back, she blinked and smiled slightly. Oh, and don't tell anyone I was here, okay? Think of it as our little secret. Of course. Chiyu nodded quickly. Satisfied with Chiyu's response, Orochimaru finally departed. Yet, for some reason, watching Orochimaru's graceful retreating figure, Chiyu felt a sudden urge to follow her. It took her a long time to suppress that impulse. Then, she opened the scroll in her hands and examined its contents. Inside were techniques such as wind release, great breakthrough, wind release, wind cutter, wind release, beast wave palm, wind release, wind kill formation, and wind release, pressure damage ranging from D rank to B rank, all readily available. At that moment, Chiyu finally understood the source of her earlier desire to follow Orochimaru. Lady Snake was simply too generous. As one of the legendary Sannin, aside from her initial intimidation, she had maintained an air of elegance, showing great regard and respect for Chiyu. Upon noticing Chiyu's struggles with her jutsu, she had unhesitatingly gifted her a highly valuable scroll without expecting anything in return. Then, she had capped it all off with a nostalgic reminiscence, showing that even a cold-blooded snake had emotions, unknowingly instilling immense goodwill in Chiyu before sealing the moment with a secret between them. With such a flawless performance, who wouldn't be moved? Who could distinguish truth from deception? If Chiyu weren't a transmigrator who knew Orochimaru's true nature, she might have followed him without hesitation. Even knowing Orochimaru's real character, she still felt a strong sense of admiration. Was this the legendary skill of the ninja world's greatest recruiter? Chiyu was truly amazed by Orochimaru's masterful skills in persuasion. This guy was simply too good at it. However, despite the twists and turns of her encounter with Orochimaru, she had not been lured away and had instead gained a lot. She obtained a wind release scroll personally annotated by Orochimaru and later acquired some of White Fang's notes from Kakashi. With this, she finally had a clear direction for the further development of her wind sword technique, though finalizing it would still take some time. Yet, before she could complete her refinements, the Chunin exams arrived first. When the live broadcast started and Team 7 regrouped outside the Ninja Academy, they noticed that something was different this time. Sasuke now carried a ninja sword at his waist. Naruto, who had always been particularly attentive to Sasuke, immediately noticed the change. Sasuke, why do you have a sword now, just like Chiyu? Naruto asked curiously. Well, Sasuke and Chiyu exchanged a knowing smile. They both understood the real reason Sasuke had started using a sword because he had learned a lot about swordsmanship from Chiyu. But there was no need to explain this to Naruto. It's just for combat purposes, Sasuke replied casually. Is that so? Naruto looked puzzled, his suspicious gaze shifting back and forth between Sasuke and Chiyu. He even sniffed the air lightly. Why do I feel like I'm smelling the scent of a lie? Naruto muttered under his breath, or am I imagining things? Sasuke broke into a cold sweat at Naruto's unexpected sharpness. Chiyu was equally speechless. Normally, Naruto was carefree and dense, but when it came to Sasuke, his instincts were off the charts. She even suspected that if Sasuke changed his lipstick shade, Naruto would notice immediately. Seeing Naruto's reaction, the comments section in the live broadcast became lively. Chiyu Sasuke, wanna take a guess? Dancing, who wasn't invited to the special training? Gesturing, it's you. Pointing and laughing, ***. Naruto, I feel like I'm being American-style bullied, but I have no evidence. Naruto, sniff the smell, it's the scent of a lie. Sasuke. Chiyu. Haha, but seriously, isn't Naruto a bit too focused on Sasuke? The person above, you're just realizing that now? Look at Chiyu's beauty, and yet these two brothers haven't shown any interest in her. Are we the only ones who like Chiyu? Is that so? Naruto, Sasuke, don't look back, it's me. Good, you've learned it. Now go use it on your best bro. These people are ridiculous. Chiyu stared at the barrage of comments, completely speechless. Fortunately, after this small episode, the group quickly entered the Chunin exam venue. As they stepped onto the second floor, they were not met with Rock Lee and Tenten pretending to be weak, nor with Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki acting like gatekeepers. Instead, they were greeted by a shattered doorway and a half-collapsed wall. The sign for room 201 hung pitifully from what remained of the wall. What happened here? Naruto exclaimed in shock at the sight of the devastated classroom. Did a fight break out here? Sasuke carefully examined the surroundings and made a judgment. Yes, it looks like there was an intense battle here. But to cause this level of destruction, it would probably require fire release. Using fire release in such a confined space, that person must have been reckless. Sasuke frowned, and Chiyu's expression also grew serious. The presence of these ruins meant that the storyline had changed again. It seemed that this time, Kotetsu and Izumo had stopped the wrong person. There was actually a powerful ninja in the Chunin exams. But what puzzled Chiyu was, why would a fire release expert show up at this point? It wasn't fire release. A lively voice suddenly interjected. Sasuke turned toward the source of the voice and saw a young man in a green bodysuit, with thick eyebrows and a bowl-cut hairstyle. It was Rock Lee. Lee explained, from the information we gathered here, that person used a very strange earth release. Earth release? Sasuke frowned even more. Are you sure? Earth release was the most visibly traceable of the 5 nature transformations. If it had been used, there should be obvious dirt residues on the ground. But now, the only thing visible was an increased amount of dust. I'm not sure. Lee shook his head. That's why I came to find you, Uchiha. Sasuke. His eyes shone with excitement as he stared at Sasuke. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you should be able to tell at a glance whether it was fire release, right? Hearing Lee's words, Sasuke turned back to the damaged wall for another close inspection. After a few moments, he concluded, it's definitely not fire release, there are no burn marks or explosion traces. But, it doesn't look like earth release either. He then turned to Chiyu for her opinion. Chiyu, what do you think? Chiyu walked up to the damaged wall of room 201, carefully observing the destruction. She then nodded in agreement. It's not earth release either. Earth release usually leaves blunt force damage, but look at this. Chiyu pointed to the edges of the broken wall. These edges are too smooth. It seems like something incredibly hard smashed through and ground it down. If it was earth release, then it must be an extremely special variant, one with extraordinary hardness. She then turned to Lee. Did your intel mention the color of the person's jutsu? Lee hesitated and looked to the side for help. At that moment, Niji Hyuga and Tenten walked over. It was red. Niji answered Chiyu's question with a sigh. Lee, we agreed to just observe and gather opinions. Sorry. Lee turned away sheepishly. Then, under Chiyu's confused gaze, he turned back to look at her directly. Wait, no way. Is this? Seeing the faint hint of embarrassment on Lee's face, and recalling the original storyline, Chiyu suddenly had a very bad feeling. She kept a calm expression but discreetly took a step back, positioning Naruto between herself and Lee. However, Naruto was too short to actually block Lee's line of sight. After a few seconds of staring at Chiyu, Lee took a bold step forward. At this moment, Naruto had not yet realized that Chiyu had used him as a human shield. Looking at Lee approaching him, Naruto was about to ask what he wanted. But Lee completely ignored Naruto and spoke directly. My name is Rock Lee. You are Chiyu, correct? Please go out with me, Chiyu. I will protect you with my life. As he finished speaking, Lee struck a thumbs-up pose and grinned, his shiny teeth reflecting the light with a dazzling gleam. Faced with this radiant display, Chiyu felt as if she had been hit by Garen's judgment, stunned and internally screaming. Her mind was a chaotic mess of unspoken words. However, at this moment, the only ones more excited than Chiyu were the viewers in the live chat. Everyone watched as Chiyu, after being confessed to by Lee, twitched at the corners of her mouth, trembled at the edge of her eyes, and clenched her silver teeth. Her facial expression had completely lost control. Put. Ha 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 ha. 2333333333333. The comments section exploded like a tidal wave, filled with laughter and mockery. As someone had mentioned earlier, before watching this scene, no one had expected it to be this funny. It was only natural for someone as beautiful as Chiyu to have admirers, and a confession was within reason. However, no one had anticipated that the first person to confess to her would be Rock Lee, dressed head to toe in green like a watermelon rind, with thick eyebrows, a bowl-cut hairstyle, and teeth that literally reflected light. Having such a comedic character confess to her, the usually cold and goddess-like Chiyu, with her white hair and red eyes, had her mystique shattered instantly. She, too, became part of the comedy act. This was precisely why the comments section was laughing so hysterically. Of course, another major reason was Chiyu's visible awkwardness and helplessness in the situation. One could say that Chiyu's current level of frustration was perfectly balanced with the viewer's level of amusement. Perhaps even Chiyu herself hadn't expected that she would one day become a source of comedy by making a fool of herself. But at this moment, she had no time to care about that. Because she truly hadn't expected that she would ever be confessed to. Although she had mentally prepared for such things after becoming a girl. When the moment actually arrived, it was like a sharp reminder she had lost her elder dragon. An uncontrollable wave of irritation surged within her. Moreover, she hadn't expected that Lee, despite his thick eyebrows and seemingly earnest nature, would be someone who fell for every pretty face he saw. Or rather, he was just that simple, he purely liked beautiful things. As someone who once possessed an elder dragon, Chiyu could understand this kind of simple admiration. But for her to be the object of that admiration? Clack! Under everyone's astonished gazes, Chiyu's face darkened as she placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. In the next second, an overwhelming sense of sharpness filled the air, pressing down on everyone present. Under this oppressive aura, a feeling of standing at the edge of a cliff, one misstep away from falling, quietly crept into their hearts. Even Niji, with his keen perception, felt a strong premonition that Chiyu's blade might slice across his throat at any moment. He immediately called out in warning, "Lee, step back." At the same time, Niji assumed a standard gentle fist stance, and Tenten quickly entered a defensive position. Only Naruto, naturally carefree and not the primary target, remained clueless. "Nanani? What's happening?" Naruto had no idea why everyone was suddenly on the verge of fighting when Lee had simply confessed. "That idiot," Sasuke sighed helplessly, but his gaze remained serious as he looked at Chiyu. He fully understood that Chiyu had been provoked by something personal, but wasn't her reaction a bit too extreme? Sasuke cautiously called out, "Hey, Chiyu, you okay?" "I'm fine." Chiyu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her irritation, and the suffocating aura around her quickly dissipated like a receding tide. Then, through gritted teeth, she coldly declared, "Sorry, I have no interest in ordinary humans. Also, I don't like men. And you're just attracted to appearances, aren't you? That can be really troubling for people. Is that so?" Hearing Chiyu's words, Lee immediately deflated, his posture slumping forward in dejection. "I'm sorry, Chiyu." Phew. Having spoken her mind, Chiyu finally let out a long sigh of relief. "Just remember that from now on." Then, turning to Naruto and Sasuke, she said, "Let's go. I've wasted enough time here." Seeing Chiyu's mood, Naruto and Sasuke naturally didn't dare argue and obediently followed her towards the third-floor exam hall. As they left, Niji watched their retreating figures, his gaze shifting from Sasuke's back to Chiyu's form. Chiyu. Someone who can command even the Uchiha, and that aura just now, ***. He smirked slightly. "Heh, this Chunin exam looks like it's going to be interesting. Lee, let's go too." Niji turned to Lee. "Oh." Lee nodded, following Niji's lead. For some reason, perhaps due to the sheer impact of Chiyu's rejection, Lee made no attempt to challenge Sasuke this time. Just like that, Team 7 reached the exam hall without further obstacles and soon spotted Kakashi waiting for them. With Kakashi's encouragement, the three of them pushed open the doors to the exam venue. Inside, the room was packed with examinees of all kinds, some looking formidable, others downright bizarre. Whoa! Amazing! Naruto was momentarily awestruck by the sheer number of participants. Chiyu, however, remained composed. She knew that most of these people wouldn't make it past the second exam. So, the moment she entered the hall, she immediately began scanning the crowd for the mysterious powerhouse who had destroyed room 201. Unfortunately, there were simply too many people present, making it difficult to pinpoint the target. At the same time, "Sasuke, why are you so slow?" A lively voice rang out beside them, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. A moment later, a blonde figure rushed towards Sasuke Yamanaka Ino. Seeing this, Shiyu reacted swiftly. With a quick sidestep from Naruto's right side to Sasuke's left, she intercepted Ino mid-pounce, catching her face-to-face. A faint smack sound echoed between them. At the same time, a 35-year-old single cameraman expertly captured a close-up of the moment two well-developed individuals locked in an unexpected encounter. The comments section exploded once again. Smack. A sound rich with meaning. When planets collide. Yes. We finally have our own in Naruto. That sound, CEIUP. Ah, my favorite episode. Ball battle. Since ancient times, in a clash of forces, the one on the left loses. No need to say who the real Iron One is, right? Brother, being a one for a moment can ruin a lifetime. Seeing the overwhelming flood of comments, Shiyu was dumbfounded. She had merely acted on a fleeting moment of jealousy, having lost her elder dragon. She didn't want Sasuke to have too much fun either. Yet somehow, this resulted in an explosion of engagement and a surge of impression points. This led her to a simple conclusion. Equals impression points? Wait, could it really work like that? Shiyu fell into deep thought, only snapping back to reality when Ino started complaining. Shiyu, what the heck? Ugh, you're so annoying. Ino pouted in dissatisfaction after being stopped. Don't be so impatient. A young lady should be more reserved. Shiyu gently put Ino down, speaking to her in a serious, motherly tone. Yeah, I got it, Shiyu mom. Geez, you're just like a nagging mother. Ino rolled her eyes and looked for backup. Hinata, don't you think so too? Hinata shyly poked her fingers together. I think, it's fine. A real mother nags about everything, but a mother's loving concern Hinata felt that could never compare to the strict Hyuga clan rules. Ino sighed helplessly at Hinata, clearly understanding her situation. After a brief round of teasing, the other Konoha rookies gathered around. Kiba, with Akamaru perched on his head, glanced around and said, looks like the only rookie team missing this year is Sakura's. Ino, do you know what's up with them? Oh, I do. Ino nodded, though her expression carried a hint of regret. One of their teammates got injured and was hospitalized. Sakura has been taking care of them these past few days, so she couldn't participate in this Chunin exam. I see. Naruto suddenly understood. So when they previously ran into Gaara at the hospital, Sakura must have been visiting her teammate. What a shame. I was looking forward to seeing Sakura-chan. Naruto, the ever-loyal admirer, looked disappointed. Shiyu, however, thought it wasn't so bad. If this incident pushed Sakura to start learning medical ninjutsu earlier, it could be a good outcome. Though, this did mean she might not be able to fulfill the classic win and become Hokage, lose and marry Sakura bet. In a way, Sakura had just lost her ultimate safety net. But then, a realization struck Chiyu. When Sakura was in Team 7, the bet was win and become Hokage, lose and marry Sakura. But now that she was in Team 7 instead, would it be win and marry Chiyu, lose and become Hokage? For some reason, that thought made her feel strangely uncomfortable. After the small talk among the rookies, the designated Chunin exam guide NPC, Kabuto Yakushi, made his timely entrance. Through a skillful combination of words and demeanor, he successfully presented himself as a caring senior looking out for the younger generation. Then, he introduced his ninja info cards, which contained stored data on various combatants. The first card displayed the number of participants from each village. Sand Village *30. Rain Village *21. Grass Village *15. Waterfall Village *12. Leaf Village *72. Sound Village *6. 6? Shiyu immediately focused. That's 3 more than usual? She distinctly remembered that Sound Village had only sent Dosu, Zaku, and Kin in the original story. Almost instinctively, her mind flashed back to the jutsu traces found at room 201. A special Earth release, with a red hue, could it be her? A vague figure surfaced in Chiyu's thoughts, though she couldn't be entirely certain yet. Just then, as Kabuto finished his explanations, Sasuke took a step forward. Do you have any cards with detailed personal information? Of course. Kabuto's eyes gleamed with interest. Is there someone you're particularly curious about? Yes. Sasuke nodded. All right. Kabuto shuffled through his info cards. I've compiled information on most participants, including you guys. Just tell me who you want to know about, and I'll find them. Gaara of the Sand. Sasuke immediately named his first target without hesitation. But when it came to the second name, he hesitated. Who else? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, intrigued. Is this person someone important to you? Not really. Sasuke shook his head. His gaze slowly shifted to the side. Everyone followed Sasuke's line of sight until it landed on Chiyu. The white-haired, red-eyed girl blinked in confusion. Me? Chiyu had been waiting for Sasuke to finish before asking Kabuto about the extra sound village participants. She hadn't expected the topic to suddenly shift to her. She looked at Sasuke in surprise. You could just ask me directly. And after all this time, you should already know me pretty well. I don't have much to hide. Well, for once, Sasuke looked a little embarrassed. He averted his eyes and muttered, I was just curious. You're obviously strong, but you seem so normal. Since he's a data collector, I wanted to see if he had any other information. Oh, I see. Chiyu nodded in understanding. At the same time, Kabuto smirked knowingly. So, Gaara of the Sand, and Phoenix Temple Chiyu from the Leaf Village? Got it. Give me a second. Kabuto shuffled his cards like a seasoned gambler before pulling out two. Here we go. First, Gaara of the Sand. He placed Gaara's card on the floor and slid a finger across it, unlocking the stored data. Mission experience, 8 C rank, 1 B rank. As for his abilities, Kabuto paused before sighing. Unfortunately, since he's a foreign contestant and this is his first appearance, we don't have much detailed info. However, it's said that he has always returned from missions completely unharmed. That's all? Sasuke looked disappointed. This was even less information than what he had gathered from his own encounter with Gaara. That's all. Sorry. Kabuto coughed awkwardly. Let's move on to Phoenix Temple Chiyu. Since Chiyu was from Konoha, her file contained significantly more information. Phoenix Temple Chiyu 1 C-rank mission, 7 D-rank missions. You already know her squadmates and instructor, so I won't repeat that, ***. In terms of abilities, she's a skilled swordfighter, which is related to her clan. The Phoenix Temple family was a renowned samurai lineage before joining Konoha. Then, Kabuto's expression shifted into one of intrigue. But Sasuke, you wanted something special, right? Well, I do have one interesting tidbit. You actually do. Both Sasuke and Chiyu tensed slightly. What is it? Chiyu asked hurriedly. Kabuto's lips curled into a sly smile. Like I said, the Phoenix Temple clan was once a samurai family. But they weren't the only one. Konoha has several declining samurai clans, and they often stick together, forming close connections through marriage or alliances. He scanned the group before continuing. And the closest affiliated samurai family to the Phoenix Temple clan is none other than the Hatake clan. In other words, your sensei, Kakashi Hatake, comes from a family with deep ties to yours. Who knows? Maybe Chiyu and Kakashi are actually blood relatives. After all, there aren't that many white-haired people in Konoha. The room fell silent. Then, everyone's gazes shifted toward Chiyu's snow-white hair, immediately linking it to Kakashi. Now that they thought about it, they had always felt something was off. And with this revelation, everything clicked into place. After all, techniques like White Fang's sword style weren't something Kakashi would just hand over completely to a mere student. They weren't even officially master and apprentice. At that moment, a comment popped up on the live broadcast screen. So you're telling me that lazy bastard Kakashi is actually our brother-in-law? The cyber big brother-in-law debate. How can you guys be so disrespectful? What do you mean by lazy bum? Show some respect to my big brother-in-law. Your big brother-in-law? He's my big brother-in-law. Stop arguing. A cyber brother-in-law isn't worth fighting over. We're all on the same side here. True. But honestly, Kakashi is pretty charming. How about we just include him? 6. Kakashi, is it too late for me to back out now? The comments section had fully embraced the big brother-in-law meme, while Chiyu, on her end, found herself agreeing with Kabuto's words. Setting aside the fact that she had successfully merged old-style kenjutsu with Hatake swordsmanship to recreate White Fang's blade techniques, Kabuto himself was an elite triple agent who navigated between Orochimaru, Danzo, and Sasori. His intelligence was rarely baseless. Still, knowing this didn't really change anything, it just answered a few lingering questions in Chiyu's mind. Regardless of her possible family ties with Kakashi, she turned her attention back to Kabuto. What about intel on other villages? Do you have anything on the Sound Village? Kabuto lowered his head slightly, his glasses catching the light at just the right angle to obscure his eyes. The Sound Village? Yeah, Chiyu asked with feigned curiosity. I find them interesting. Other villages are sending 10, 20, even 30 participants, but they only sent 6. Just how confident are they? Ha! I see. Kabuto chuckled. Unfortunately, because the Sound Village was only recently established, I don't have any intel on them. Not even their names? Chiyu frowned. She hadn't expected Kabuto to be this cautious. Nope, not even names. But if they're here, they must be exceptional. Every village is the same, only the best genin make it to this stage. Kabuto concluded. I see. Hinata, listening to Kabuto's explanation, shrank back slightly. This is making me nervous. Hey, don't say that. Ino scolded. Sorry. Hinata lowered her head, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. After all, they were merely fresh academy graduates, and now they had to compete against elite genin from various villages. It was like stepping out of the beginner's village with a legendary sword, only to immediately run into the final boss. But to Chiyu, this wasn't a big deal. Some things seem impressive until you actually weigh them, then they turn out to be lighter than expected. In the ninja world, there was already a huge gap between genin from major villages and those from minor villages. And on top of that, many of them were from powerful clans within the major villages. Chiyu glanced at Naruto, who was clenching his fists, clearly building up to some kind of emotional speech. With a swift motion, she slapped him on the shoulder, cutting him off before he could start. Then, turning to Hinata, she reassured her, "Don't be scared. How about I let Naruto protect you?" Hinata instantly turned bright red, practically steaming. Being teased like this in public was too much for her to handle. However, Chiyu's not-so-subtle hint went completely over Naruto's head. He simply blinked dumbly. Why would I need to protect Hinata? You, just, go stand over there. Chiyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Watching this exchange, the comments section erupted once again in laughter. Naruto really was dense beyond saving, maybe drinking all that expired milk had messed with his brain. But Chiyu couldn't be bothered to care. If Naruto figured things out, great. If not, well, he could just be another blonde loser. For some reason, perhaps because someone intervened, or because Kabuto didn't provoke them this time, the Sound Village attack never happened. Instead, amidst the laughter at Naruto's cluelessness, Ibiki Marino made his grand entrance, and the first round of the Chunin exams officially began. The rules were simple. Each participant started with 10 points. Wrong answers deducted 1 point each. Cheating deducted 2 points per incident. If a participant was caught cheating 5 times, they would be eliminated. Getting a 0 score meant the entire team was disqualified. And with a room full of proctoring Chunin, this was nothing short of a nightmare for the academic failures that made up most ninja. But in reality, this wasn't just a written test, it was a test of information-gathering skills. Gaara used Sand-Eye. Sasuke brute-forced it with the Sharingan. Shino and Kiba relied on their pets. Ino used mind transfer jutsu. Tenten cleverly set up mirrors using wires on the ceiling. Kankuro even disguised Crow as a proctor to pull off an impressive two-man cheat. For a while, everyone was busy executing their own cheating strategies. Except Naruto. I'm screwed. What do I do? What do I do? As time ticked away, Naruto's entire paper remained blank, and he was beginning to panic. Just as Hinata shyly offered to let him copy from her. Whoosh! A kunai sliced through the air, landing on the paper of a student sitting behind him. Immediately after, the proctors began announcing eliminations one after another. Some students even tried to resist the proctor's rulings, only to be brutally pinned to the wall. Naruto's urge to cheat vanished instantly. After much internal struggle, he reluctantly told Hinata, "A true strong person doesn't cheat." Then, as he turned away from Hinata's admiring gaze, he silently shed bitter tears. Now that he had started acting cool, he had no choice but to see it through to the end. Ha ha ha! I'm dying. This is the ultimate example of a prideful failing student. The comments section roared with laughter once again. That idiot Naruto. Chiyu shook her head helplessly. Fine, I'll help you. Even though Naruto wouldn't be eliminated for failing the test, she figured she might as well help him out since she had the ability to do so and it would earn her some impression points. She had already finished her own exam, after all. For someone who had received a higher education in her past life, this test was child's play. Placing her hand over her nameless test paper, she silently activated spatial perception, locating Naruto's blank sheet. Yes, she was about to use the system's peak-level substitution jutsu. If this technique could swap entire human bodies, exchanging two pieces of paper was child's play. Luckily, there was a one-day gap between the first and second exams, so she didn't have to worry about wasting her trump card. The next second *** substitution jutsu, activate ***, SHFF. The two test papers swapped seamlessly, without a trace. In Naruto's shocked gaze, his blank paper was suddenly replaced with one filled with elegant, well-written answers, a perfect score. He recognized this handwriting immediately. Chiyu. When did ***? But when he turned to look at her, Chiyu was already calmly writing on her new test paper. A true master, leaving no evidence behind. Holy crap! How did she do that? This would be amazing for passing notes in class. The chat exploded with excitement, and as Chiyu expected, her impression points skyrocketed once again. The battle preparation, unexpected developments. If Chiyu wanted to counter Guren, acquiring a sound-based jutsu at this stage was clearly unrealistic. She neither had the time nor the necessary foundation. However, sound was ultimately vibration. If she couldn't create high-frequency sound waves, then generating high-frequency vibrations could be a viable alternative. In mecha-themed works, there were often high-frequency weapons that transmitted rapid vibrations into materials, causing them to fatigue and shatter within moments. So, did Chiyu have any abilities in her skill set that could achieve this effect? The answer was yes. Swift release ***. Looks like I'll have to unlock swift release after all. Chiyu sighed as she glanced at the still-locked swift release on her system panel. Between her two Kekii Genkai, she had always preferred ice release. After all, what warrior didn't dream of becoming a grand mage? But since swift release was what she needed right now, she had no choice. Unlocking swift release. After the first exam ended and Team 7 temporarily split up, Chiyu returned to her usual training grounds in the forest. Previously, she had 150,000 impression points, but after spending 100,000 on White Fang swordsmanship and Hero Waterarm, she had 50,000 left. However, after her battle with Gaara and the first Chunin exam, her impression points skyrocketed, likely due to increasing viewership of the Naruto anime in another world. She had now accumulated 130,000 more points, bringing her total to 180,000, even more than before. This was more than enough to develop swift release. With a simple tap on her system panel, she initiated the upgrade. Ding! 10,000 impression points consumed, ***. Lightning Chakra, unawakened, 1/10,000, Lightning Chakra, fully awakened, max. Ding! 100,000 impression points consumed, ***. Swift Release, unmerged, 1/100,000, Swift Release, fully developed, max. A surge of energy poured into Chiyu's body, but unlike before, this time it didn't just enhance her muscles and chakra pathways, it went deeper, all the way to the genetic level. A strange, tingling sensation erupted from the depths of her very DNA. Chiyu bit her lip, letting out a muffled sound as she endured the bizarre, almost uncomfortable feeling of enhancement. Fortunately, since it was a precise genetic modification, it didn't take long. As the tingling sensation faded, a new lightness filled her body. Then, the system notified her of her stat boosts. Agility, Elite Chunin Special Jonin. Mental Power, Special Jonin Standard Jonin. Chakra, Special Jonin Standard Jonin. With Lightning Chakra and Swift Release unlocked, her agility, mental power, and chakra had all increased significantly. Her new stats were Constitution, Special Jonin. Strength, Elite Chunin. Agility, Special Jonin. Mental Power, Standard Jonin. Chakra, Standard Jonin. Aside from her natural lack of brute strength as a girl, all of her attributes were now at a solid upper-tier level. But Chiyu wasn't too concerned about strength ***. Physics had long proven that speed equals power ***. Gripping her sword, she looked at a wooden training post she had set up earlier. Then, she activated her newly acquired power. The first test of swift release. A white glow burst from her body, enveloping her entirely. Voom! A strange wave of energy rippled through the air. Then, the world seemed to freeze. The sounds of rustling leaves, chirping birds, and scurrying forest animals suddenly vanished, as if someone had hit the mute button on reality itself. But Chiyu quickly realized ***, the world hadn't frozen ***. She had simply become faster. Right in front of her, a dragonfly was flapping its wings in extreme slow motion. Typically, dragonflies beat their wings 10 to 40 times per second. But now, its movements looked like a PowerPoint slideshow, frame by frame, sluggish and deliberate. Everything around her had slowed to a crawl. So this is swift release? Chiyu murmured in amazement. It's like the whole world has slowed down, incredible. A random thought popped into her mind. So, how did Quicksilver get shot to death in the MCU? Was it really just because CGI was too expensive? Forget it, not worth thinking about. Shaking her head, she began experimenting with swift release. The next day, Chunin exam, second round begins. At Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death Entrance, Team 7 regrouped. But this time, crunch, munch, munch, crunch, munch, munch. The sound of continuous chewing echoed through the team. After holding it in for a while, Naruto finally snapped. Oi, Chiyu. Did you skip lunch or something? Why are you eating so much? Seeing Chiyu devouring chocolate bars, Naruto was completely baffled. I wanted to ask that too, Sasuke chimed in, eyes sharp. Choji eats because of the Akimichi clan's secret jutsu. But why are you suddenly eating like this? Are you nervous? Eating does help people relieve stress, Sasuke mused, nodding knowingly. Is that so? Naruto scratched his head. He wasn't nervous, but Chiyu, despite being strong, was still a girl, so maybe feeling anxious was normal? Feeling bad, Naruto softened. Sorry, Chiyu, I didn't OW. Naruto yelped as Chiyu smacked him on the forehead. Why'd you hit me? For overthinking. Chiyu sighed. Then, she looked at Sasuke. And you, stop trying to psychoanalyze me. She decided to just explain. I finished developing a secret technique yesterday, and it consumes a lot of energy. She was basically like the Flash's Barry Allen, his speed force required him to constantly eat. Her swift release didn't drain energy passively, but when activated, it burned through stamina like crazy. Yesterday, she had nearly collapsed from hunger after using it for the first time, so she had prepared energy snacks in advance. Oh, I see. Sasuke nodded in understanding. Then, his face darkened. So, you got stronger again? Meanwhile, when Sasuke had gone to Kakashi for training, Kakashi had just shrugged and told him there wasn't enough time, so he had learned nothing. TCH. Sasuke fell into a silent sulk. Naturally, the comments section erupted in laughter. Told you never question a beautiful girl's actions. Didn't listen, huh? Exactly. My waifu needs to eat more so she won't starve our future kids. Yeah, and if the kids don't finish it, I can eat it too. Bruh, you do realize that stuff is supposed to taste kinda metallic, right? Even better. I like strong flavors. Slurp slurp, ***. Viewers never fail to amaze me. Oh, and save some for me. 6. Absolute degeneracy. Chiyu quickly looked away from the live chat. She really needed to stop reading the comments, the abyss was staring back at her. And yet, she found herself curiously wondering ***, was it really metallic, ***? Maybe she should test it with medical ninjutsu someday, purely out of scientific curiosity. Yeah, just curiosity. She blinked her innocent red eyes, deep in thought. Xianyu was filled with confusion. Why had the plot changed so drastically just because of her presence? What happened to the so-called plot inertia? Inertia, where are you? Why aren't you stepping in to fix this? The helplessness of life made Xianyu sigh involuntarily. But since things had already come to this point, she could only press forward. Whatever came her way, she would deal with it accordingly. Fortunately, she still had the convenience of the small live streaming frame, allowing her to anticipate the actions of others in advance. Next, after Hongdo read out the exam rules, Team 7's 3 members signed the life and death agreement one by one and, just like in the original story, obtained the Scroll of Heaven. Then, under the guidance of the examiners, they arrived at their designated exam entrance. 30 minutes later, at exactly 2:30 p.m., the Chunin exams officially began. Let's go! Under Sasuke's lead, the 3 members of Team 7 dashed into the exam field the moment they entered. Since they knew Naruto had been marked for tracking, they had to find a suitable location to prepare for battle and turn the situation to their advantage. Throughout their sprint, Xianyu kept her eyes fixed on the small live streaming frame. In the small frame, Team 8, Team 10, Team 2, the Sound Ninja Dosa Squad, Gaara's Squad, and Kabuto's squad appeared one after another, all behaving exactly as they had in the original story. For example, the Dosa Squad only mentioned not forgetting their target before beginning their search in the forest. Xianyu remembered that they had received the mission to kill Sasuke from Orochimaru, but in reality, those three were merely bait meant to trigger Sasuke's curse mark. There was no need to pay them much attention. After these squads, the Guren squad finally appeared in the livestream. However, unlike the hurried movements of the other squads, Guren's team seemed particularly leisurely, merely strolling forward without any sense of urgency. It was as if they had received no orders from Orochimaru at all. What's going on? Xianyu frowned as she watched the Guren squad in the livestream. Could they be planning to wait and strike later? But considering their respective positions, it should be the other way around. Team 7 should be the ones waiting for Guren's squad. Their current behavior clearly indicated that they had no intention of participating in the battle. Wait, no intention of participating in the battle? Xianyu suddenly caught on to a crucial detail. That's right. The way Guren's squad was acting suggested that they were not planning to join the fight. If they weren't planning to fight, then the tracking mark placed on Naruto wasn't for their own use, it was for someone else. If it wasn't them, then who could it be? Orochimaru? No, Orochimaru had no reason to do such a thing. And within this exam, the Sound Village only had a handful of participants. If all other possibilities were eliminated, then no matter how unbelievable the answer seemed, it had to be the truth. The tracking mark was actually meant for the Dosa squad. As for why the Dosa squad, who originally appeared much later in the story, had shown up so early this time and had been marked for tracking, it was obvious that someone had deliberately arranged it. And who else could that person be besides her dear Aunt Orochimaru? The only thing Xianyu couldn't figure out was why Orochimaru wanted the Dosa squad to act this way. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Just as Guren's squad showed up in the livestream, Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja, finally revealed herself. The only problem was that Orochimaru's actions were even more leisurely than Guren's squad. At least Guren's team was still walking forward, but Orochimaru's group had come to a complete stop. What does this mean? Seeing this, Xianyu's mind was a tangled mess, and a string of question marks filled her thoughts. Is she really not coming this time? Is Aunt Orochimaru really not going to show up? Based on the information so far, it seems like she won't. No. That's not right. Xianyu suddenly overturned her previous judgment. Because, at that moment, Orochimaru in the live stream lifted her head and looked in a particular direction. The camera followed her gaze, revealing a scene so familiar to Xianyu that it couldn't possibly be mistaken. It was the very path Team 7 was currently running on. Orochimaru wasn't staying still. She was right ahead of them. As she watched Orochimaru gaze in the direction of Team 7, Xianyu saw her begin to form hand seals. Realizing what was about to happen, Xianyu's expression changed drastically. Watch out ahead. What? Naruto and Sasuke tensed up at Xianyu's warning. However, since ninjas travel through the forest by leaping from tree to tree, they had just completed a jump and were mid-air at that moment. Even though Xianyu had warned them, they couldn't react immediately and could only look ahead. As their bodies rose and fell, their line of sight gradually expanded. Finally, Orochimaru's figure came into view. Seeing the three members of Team 7, Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile. Oh? You noticed me? Your reactions are quite sharp. But unfortunately, Orochimaru took a deep breath, filling her lungs with air until her chest swelled like a balloon. In the next instant, she exhaled all at once. Wind release, great breakthrough. Boom! A powerful gust, like a raging typhoon, roared toward the three airborne members of Team 7. The sheer force of the wind snapped tree branches thicker than a human, turning them into battering rams carried by the storm. The broken shards of wood and scattered leaves became deadly projectiles, sharp as arrows and knives. If they were hit directly, even someone with Naruto's strong physique would suffer severe injuries. Damn! Seeing the incoming wind jutsu, Naruto's face twisted in distress. Sasuke, on the other hand, was utterly shocked, even falling into despair. This is just the Chunin exams. How could a monster like this appear? Damn it! I haven't even seen Itachi yet. The overwhelming frustration built up inside Sasuke as he widened his Sharingan eyes, gripping a kunai tightly. He tried to use his keen perception and exceptional physical abilities to find a way to survive within the raging storm. Just then, a pure white figure moved faster than the wind, appearing beside them. Thud! Thud! Two muffled sounds echoed as Naruto and Sasuke suddenly felt a tremendous force hitting their waists. The next moment, their bodies were flung sideways in opposite directions. Sasuke struggled to regain control in the air and looked back at the source of the force. In the reflection of his crimson Sharingan, he saw a familiar, elegant silhouette Xianyu. Because she had been distracted by the small livestream frame, Shinyu had reacted a step slower than Naruto and Sasuke. However, that slight delay allowed her to jump at the last second and kick both of them out of the wind jutsu's range. But in doing so, she herself fell into a dire situation. Facing Orochimaru's great breakthrough, Shinyu pushed her wind chakra to its limit, forming a wind wall in an attempt to counter the attack with wind itself. However, how could her wind technique possibly compare to Orochimaru's? The solid wind barrier lasted less than a second before shattering completely. Then, in midair, Shinyu swung her long blade with precision, slicing through several tree branches as thick as cartwheels. But the storm carried even more massive branches toward her like an unstoppable tide. She was like a delicate sandcastle on the shore, beautiful but instantly crumbling under the force of the waves. Finally, in Sasuke's widened Sharingan eyes, Shinyu was swallowed by the storm of branches. Only a single torn silk ribbon fluttered down from the sky, the very ribbon Sasuke had paid for when Shinyu had it custom-made. He had even mocked her for it, calling it a useless decoration. But now, as he recalled those words, an unspeakable silence filled his heart. And in the depths of his crimson two-tomo Sharingan, a third tomo quietly emerged. Although it wasn't as tragic as losing a beloved one like Brother Toko, leaving behind a devastated scene, Shinyu and Sasuke had always maintained a good relationship, thanks to her outstanding personality and flawless appearance. Moreover, Shinyu had always been the strongest in Team 7. Now, with the sudden death of the strongest member, the shock was akin to Gojo Satoru's battle against Sukuna. Shinyu had promised that she would win. With such intense emotions intertwined, and considering that Shinyu had sacrificed herself to save them, it was no surprise that Sasuke awakened his three-tomo Sharingan ahead of time. Furthermore, Sasuke wasn't the only one whose power surged. Naruto, overwhelmed by the loss of his comrade, immediately donned the Nine-Tails chakra cloak. However, compared to the overwhelming strength of Aunt Orochimaru, the gap between the two-tomo and three-tomo Sharingan wasn't too significant. Moreover, as long as Naruto didn't enter his four-tails state or higher, dealing with him was still manageable. Thus, even though the two powered-up teammates fought fiercely against Orochimaru, the battle didn't deviate too much from the original plot, so there's no need for excessive detail here. Now, let's shift the focus elsewhere. Did Shinyu really get instantly killed by Orochimaru's attack? Of course not. While Orochimaru's wind release, great breakthrough was indeed formidable, one must not forget that Shinyu herself was a wind release expert, proficient in wind manipulation swordsmanship. From Sasuke's perspective, she was engulfed by the massive branches swept up by Orochimaru's jutsu, seemingly lifeless. However, in reality, while Shinyu was indeed buried beneath the branches, none of the wood actually touched her. She had enveloped herself in a layer of wind, blocking out the foreign objects propelled by Orochimaru's attack. That said, due to the hurried nature of her defense, she couldn't fully shield herself, resulting in her clothes being torn slightly. That was where the silk ribbon Sasuke saw came from. While she managed to protect herself, she couldn't prevent herself from being carried away by the force of the wind. As a result, Orochimaru's great breakthrough ended up sending her nearly 1,000 meters away. When she finally landed, she glanced at the small live-streaming frame, watching the intense battle unfolding between Naruto, Sasuke, and Orochimaru. Shinyu couldn't help but acknowledge something that left her both amused and exasperated. She had been banned from this fight. Just like how Captain Yamamoto was always targeted before battles, she, Phoenix Temple Shinyu, was now experiencing the same treatment. Previously, she couldn't understand Orochimaru's setup, but now she realized that Orochimaru had never intended for her to participate in this battle. She had planned from the start to keep Shinyu out of it so that she wouldn't interfere with her schemes. Shinyu just hadn't expected that she was that important to Orochimaru, which is why she had failed to see through the setup. Orochimaru had specifically chosen Great Breakthrough because she knew about Shinyu's wind manipulation swordsmanship and that this jutsu could simply blow her away. As for Orochimaru's exact reasoning, whether it was to maintain her image in front of others or just to avoid unnecessary trouble, it no longer mattered. This is really just, sigh. Life wasn't easy, and Shinyu sighed once again. Aunt Orochimaru, if you didn't want me interfering, couldn't we just have talked it over? Sure, Sasuke is my cherished friend and teammate, but if you're willing to pay, everything is negotiable. Was all this really necessary? Going through so much effort just to deal with me? Shaking her head, Shinyu turned to a nearby tree and spoke indifferently. You can come out now. Stop hiding. I still need to hurry back after this fight. I was blown over 1,000 meters away. Ha, you still think you're going back? A sinister voice echoed from the treetops. Then, a haughty female voice followed. If you kneel down and lick my toes right now, I might consider bringing your corpse back. Enough talk. Just kill her already. She's not our only target. An impatient male voice interjected. It seemed that the others shared his sentiment, as they fell silent. Moments later, 2 men and 1 woman leaped down from the trees, forming a triangular formation around Shinyu. Among them, 1 male ninja had a hunched posture with bandages wrapped around his face. The other male ninja had lifeless eyes, and the kanji for death was written in bright red on his clothing. The last was a strikingly beautiful female ninja with long, straight black hair cascading down to her ankles. Unfortunately, her arrogance slightly diminished her charm. Who else could they be but the Sound Ninja trio from the original story? Clearly, these were the opponents Orochimaru had chosen for her. Shinyu glanced around at her 3 adversaries before fixing her gaze on the one directly in front of her, the man known in some circles as Six Paths Dosu. In the gaming world, Dosu was infamous for his unblockable grab technique, earning him the nickname Six Paths Dosu. And among this Sound Ninja trio, he was undoubtedly the strongest and their leader. Of the 3 before her, the only one worthy of her full attention was Dosu. Casually twirling her sword, she decided to test his true strength. However, before she could make a move, the long-haired female ninja, Ken, struck first. Jingle, 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 jingle. For Senbon, each adorned with bells, shot toward Shinyu. But Shinyu quickly noticed, beneath the cover of the ringing bells, for silent Senbon were also flying toward her. Or rather, the Senbon with bells were merely a distraction for the silent ones. Interesting. Shinyu smirked, effortlessly dodging the incoming Senbon. But only a little interesting. Oh? Then how about this? Seeing Shinyu evade Ken's attack with ease, Zaku raised both hands, aiming the air vents in his palms at her. 60% output, decapitating airwaves. Boom! A violent gust of compressed air, mixed with high-frequency ultrasonic waves, blasted toward Shinyu. Since ultrasonic waves travel at the speed of sound, the sonic attack reached Shinyu before the wind could. A painful ringing filled her ears, her vision blurred, and nausea hit her in waves. So, this is ultrasonic sound. This is really annoying. Frowning, Shinyu increased the wind barrier around her body, attempting to disrupt the sound waves. However, while air is the medium for sound transmission, completely blocking sound requires a vacuum. Despite her efforts, she could only disrupt the sound waves, not eliminate them. Seeing the shockwave approaching, Shinyu decided to launch herself away. She stomped down, releasing a burst of wind from her feet, propelling her into the air like a rocket. But at that moment, jingle! Ken's distinct bell rang through the air, cutting through Zaku's attack. So their abilities don't interfere with each other. That was Chinyu's first thought. Her second thought came when dizziness overwhelmed her, her vision doubled, and her balance faltered. She had aimed to land on a tree branch, but under the influence of the bell's genjutsu, she overshot and began to fall instead. Now, Dosu! Ken shouted. Got it! Dosu rolled up his sleeve, revealing the ninja tool on his right arm. He sprinted, leaped, and reached out with his ironclad hand toward Chinyu's throat. Whether it was due to Dosu's infamous unblockable grab, or because Chinyu was truly dazed by the genjutsu, she barely managed a few feeble swings before he caught her by the throat. Got her! Feeling the soft, delicate skin in his grip, Dosu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Then, a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Resonating echo drill. Bzzzzzzzzz. A piercing sonic wave erupted from his arm, blasting directly into Chinyu's ears. Her body convulsed violently. Moments later, blood burst from her ears. Like a lifeless snake, Shinyu collapsed into unconsciousness. Shinyu spoke helplessly. Even if it was just a substitution doll that looked like me, the way you kept handling and playing with it really made me feel a little embarrassed. As soon as her words fell, with a poof, the Shinyu that had been planted headfirst into the ground instantly dispersed into a cloud of smoke, revealing the scarred substitution log beneath it. Seeing this, Dosu's eyes widened in shock, and he roared in anger, but that felt so real. Shinyu chuckled playfully and said, well, consider yourself lucky. That was something I transformed myself into using the transformation jutsu, with a texture just as realistic as the real thing. As for when I switched with the substitution jutsu, why don't you take a guess? Dosu was so enraged that he cursed loudly, guess my ass. You damn bastard, go to hell. Decapitating airwaves. The irate Zaku also shouted in fury, disregarding the already injured Ken as he unleashed a powerful combination of ultrasonic waves and air currents, engulfing both Shinyu and Ken in the attack. However, Shinyu was incredibly agile. The moment Zaku's air vents locked onto her, she instantly body flickered to the side, effortlessly dodging the attack while simultaneously grabbing the impaled Ken along with her. During the movement, Kin, despite having her heart pierced, still had a sliver of strength left. She attempted to pull out a sunban for a desperate counterattack. But Qianyu simply withdrew her long blade, and with a squelch, a torrent of blood gushed out from the gaping wound in Kin's chest like a floodgate bursting open. Kin's body went limp as she collapsed backward, her long, silky black hair soaking in her own blood. Against her pale, delicate face, the scene carried a tragic beauty. Yet Qianyu merely flicked her blade to shake off the blood, her expression indifferent as she spoke, "Those who kill will eventually be killed. Consider yourself lucky you died by my hand. At least it's better than being a sacrificial pawn for Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation in the future." Then, she raised her long blade toward the remaining two and said coldly, "All right, the troublesome genjutsu user has been dealt with. Now it's your turn. Quickly let me finish this, I have another battle to get to." Zaku's face twisted with frustration as he frantically gathered chakra in his hands. Sensing Zaku's overwhelming chakra fluctuations, Dosu quickly tried to stop him. "Zaku, calm down." However, their team had never truly cooperated well, and once someone was blinded by rage, no amount of reasoning could bring them back. ** 100% output extreme decapitating airwaves, **. In the next instant, an enormous burst of ultrasonic waves and shockwaves powerful enough to shatter rocks erupted from Zaku's hands. The ground beneath him was torn apart, leaving deep trenches in its wake. Unlike the previous decapitating airwaves, which his specially enhanced teammates could withstand, extreme decapitating airwaves did not discriminate. Even Dosu was forced to retreat to avoid being caught in the blast. But at that moment, Xianyu's graceful silhouette had already appeared behind Zaku, standing like an executioner awaiting the noontime beheading. As soon as Zaku's attack was fully unleashed, Xianyu thrust her long blade forward. With a squelch, the same blade that had pierced Kin now emerged from Zaku's chest. Unlike with Kin, Xianyu showed no mercy to a male opponent. She didn't wait before pulling her blade out, instead, she ripped it free instantly, allowing a fountain of blood to explode from the wound. And before the blood even had a chance to spray, Xianyu had already vanished, reappearing behind Dosu. A cold female voice whispered behind him, ***, you're the only one left, ***. Dosu's throat tightened as he swallowed hard, realizing how fatal his hesitation had been. Desperate, he swung his right fist backward, unleashing a piercing soundwave from his ninja tool's sonic vents. But when he turned around, he saw nothing. Once again, Xianyu had played him for a fool with her sheer speed. Then, from the direction he had just faced, a faint sound reached his ears. Roaring in frustration, Dosu spun back around and attacked again, this time maximizing the power of his resonating echo drill. However, Xianyu had already tested this technique before. As long as she wasn't directly hit, and instead relied on her sword's wind perception rather than traditional senses, she could ignore the disorienting effects of the sound waves. Nodding in acknowledgement, she muttered, ***, impressive, ***. At the same time, White Fang's sword style, first form, slash. A colossal sword slash cleaved through the sound waves, shattering Dosu's sonic tool. Then, the blade sliced through his flesh and bones, carving a deep diagonal wound from his left shoulder to his right hip. Squelch! A fountain of blood erupted from Dosu's wound as he hunched over and slowly collapsed. Lying on the ground, Dosu, with his one uncovered eye, cast a final glance at Xianyu. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he simply closed his eyes, with an expression of understanding and resignation. Though Dosu remained silent, Xianyu spoke first. What a waste! Though your individual skills were lacking, your unique sound-based abilities could have allowed you to stall me for a while, maybe even force me to go all out. In that case, I might have hesitated, since this is the forest of death, where resources are scarce. Even wild animals know to avoid injury and conserve energy. But your teamwork was atrocious. None of you wanted to go all out first, so I easily tricked you into wasting Kin, your most effective area control genjutsu user. From there, your deaths were inevitable, like an avalanche. If only you had combined your three sound-based techniques properly, like the stapes, malleus, and incus within the human ear, working in perfect harmony, you wouldn't have met such a pitiful end. Having said her piece, Xianyu didn't even bother looking at Dosu's lifeless body. She shook her head, searched his corpse, retrieved their scroll of earth, then sheathed her long blade. Without hesitation, she began sprinting toward Naruto and Sasuke's location. The next battle awaited her. Defeating the Sound Ninja Trio quickly was one of her motivations, but the other reason was that this fight wasn't being recorded, so there was no need for flashy techniques. A swift and decisive execution was enough. Meanwhile, at the same time, As Chienyu swiftly finished off the sound ninja trio, the battle on the other side had already entered its climax. After Chienyu had been banned from the fight, Orochimaru followed up by sealing Naruto's chakra with the 5 elements seal, temporarily rendering him incapacitated. With his grotesquely long tongue, Orochimaru wrapped up Naruto and casually tossed him aside. Seeing Naruto unconscious, Sasuke shouted in concern. He wanted to rush over and help, but in the next second, Orochimaru appeared in front of him with a flicker. "Sasuke, you don't have time to worry about anyone else." "Damn it!" First Chienyu, now Naruto, both of his teammates had fallen because of this person. Sasuke clenched his teeth so hard he nearly crushed them. But after fighting for this long, he understood this wasn't an opponent he could defeat with rage alone. "Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm." Chienyu said training requires effort and method. Get those right, then talent comes into play. But talent isn't always obvious, so you have to experiment. The same applies to battle. No one is without weaknesses, it's just a matter of finding them. We've already tried ninjutsu and taijutsu, neither worked. That only leaves one option. Sasuke's expression hardened. Genjutsu. His newly awakened 3-tomo Sharingan began to spin. Demonic illusion, descent into hell. An invisible ripple emanated from Sasuke's eyes and then entered Orochimaru's brain through her eyes. Orochimaru, who had been smiling at the corner of her mouth, ready to enjoy watching Sasuke struggle, suddenly froze in shock. She was astonished to find that the Sasuke before her had, at some unknown point, transformed from a weak existence she could easily crush into a man who made her tremble from the depths of her soul. Uchiha Itachi. If you can't defeat me, do you think you can just bully my little brother? How pathetic, Orochimaru. Looking at Orochimaru, Itachi's expression was indifferent, and his gaze carried a hint of disdain, as if he were looking at an insect. His left hand, which was not tucked into his sleeve, rested on his chest, maintaining his usual composed posture. "It seems the despair I gave you back then was far from enough. Then, let me remind you once more." As he spoke, the scarlet 3-tomo in Itachi's eyes began to spin, slowly converging toward the center, finally forming a blood-red pinwheel shape. Itachi's eyes widened as he shouted, "Demonic illusion, shackling stakes technique." Squelch! 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 The sound of multiple blades piercing flesh rang out. Orochimaru was shocked to find that, under Itachi's gaze, her body was once again impaled by those thick iron stakes that had long haunted her nightmares. That sensation of being completely immobilized, like a weak insect trapped in amber, was utterly repulsive and at the same time, terrifying. She knew this was merely the shackling stakes technique. A deep sense of unwillingness surged within Orochimaru. She was Orochimaru, the one who sought to master all ninjutsu and uncover every mystery and immortal existence. How could she possibly be restrained by a mere illusion technique? "Damn it, 1 against 7. You better kill me, or I will never give up." Orochimaru struggled violently, her furious roars echoing endlessly. However, the demonic illusion, shackling stakes technique invoked one's deepest fears, and fear within the heart was not so easily broken. Unfortunately for her, as Orochimaru roared, Sasuke also heard the name that haunted his very soul. 1 against 7. Sasuke, who had been preparing to attack, was momentarily stunned. Her greatest fear is Itachi? What the hell is going on? The sudden appearance of such a formidable enemy, somehow connected to Itachi, shrouded the entire attack in another layer of mystery. And when it came to Itachi, Sasuke had to get answers. "First, I'll take her down." Sasuke lunged forward, rapidly throwing a flurry of kunai. They pierced Orochimaru's limbs just like the shackling stakes in the illusion. At the same time, the iron wires tied to the kunai wrapped around Orochimaru, binding her like a cocoon. With that done, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, his fingers shifting rapidly until he completed the dragon fire technique. Only then did he allow himself a brief sigh of relief. Maintaining the dragon fire jutsu, he dispelled Orochimaru's illusion. An illusion? I actually fell into an illusion? As she regained consciousness and looked at Sasuke, Orochimaru's expression was filled with astonishment. She couldn't accept this. It was bad enough to be utterly crushed by the elder brother's illusion, but now she had come for the younger brother only to be caught in his illusion as well? Had she come all this way for nothing? But Sasuke didn't care about any of that. He merely asked coldly, "What exactly is your relationship with Uchiha Itachi?" Itachi? Hearing that name again, Orochimaru seemed to regain some composure. "Of course, we are enemies." Orochimaru's face darkened. "He handed me a humiliating defeat I could never accept. He is my greatest shame. I came here today to find someone who could stand against him. And you are the one I've been searching for. So, Sasuke, follow me. I can give you the power to kill him." Orochimaru's words were filled with temptation. Is that so? A flicker of hesitation seemed to flash in Sasuke's eyes. Yes, that's right. Come with me, you won't regret it. Orochimaru intensified her persuasion. But Sasuke shattered her delusion with a single sentence. Why would I follow someone who was defeated by Itachi? And, you killed Chiyu. Die. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Whoosh. A massive torrent of flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth, following the iron wires as they surged straight toward Orochimaru. Fueled by Sasuke's overwhelming rage, the raging fire instantly engulfed Orochimaru. Aha! Under the searing flames, Orochimaru writhed like an eel pinned to a chopping board, thrashing wildly but utterly unable to escape. Her screams echoed ceaselessly. After some time, Orochimaru's screams gradually weakened. Her entire body collapsed limply onto the ground, falling into a pile of blackened ash. It's over. Seeing this, Sasuke finally lowered his guard, exhaustion washing over him like a tidal wave. But just then, a teasing voice whispered in his ear. Is it really over? What? Sasuke whirled around in shock only to see Orochimaru standing perfectly fine behind him. He turned back to look at where Orochimaru had fallen only to find nothing but a hardened, charred husk. Clearly, it had merely been an earth clone. When? Sasuke was filled with confusion. When had Orochimaru escaped his grasp? Although Orochimaru's strength far exceeded his, under his Sharingan, she shouldn't have had a chance. Obviously, when Itachi was mentioned, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Indeed, the Sharingan had a great restraining effect on her. But Sasuke was not Itachi. Moreover, he had given her an opening. In the end, Sasuke was still too young, too inexperienced. Still, the fact that he had awakened his three-tomo Sharingan in the heat of battle and instinctively used genjutsu spoke volumes about his potential. Orochimaru's greed could no longer be contained. Alright, Sasuke-kun, I've seen enough of your strength. Now, it's time. As soon as she finished speaking, Sasuke watched in horror as Orochimaru's head suddenly shot into the air like a rocket *** flying head technique, ***. What the hell? What kind of nightmare fuel is this? Did she just evolve into a flying head monster? I knew her tongue could stretch, but her whole head? Guys, I have a wild idea. Bro, whatever your wild idea is, the hospital's infection department has a full treatment plan for it. Even the ever-unfazed audience in the comments was shocked by Orochimaru's sudden move. If they were reacting this way, Sasuke's reaction was obvious. However, he had an advantage over them, he was in a life-or-death battle. Even if he didn't understand what was happening, he had to respond. As Orochimaru's head shot toward him, fangs bared, Sasuke rapidly retreated. At the same time, his hands formed seals, and his chakra surged. Clearly, he was preparing a big move. But Orochimaru remained unfazed. It's useless, Sasuke-kun. The most you can muster is another dragon fire technique. In her eyes, a mere dragon fire technique was nothing. With her modified body, she could take the hit head-on and barely suffer a scratch. Is that so? You underestimate me. Sasuke smirked confidently. I am an Uchiha. With the boost from his newly awakened three-tomo Sharingan and a desperate resolve, he had just enough power to unleash. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. A scorching dragon-shaped blaze erupted from Sasuke's mouth. The colossal flame dragon, fully formed with its tail and body intact, surged into the sky like an enraged beast. Its massive jaws, lined with razor-sharp teeth, opened wide and lunged fiercely toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru had been charging forward, intending to withstand Sasuke's attack head-on to showcase her superiority. At this point, dodging hastily would seem unsightly. So instead, she simply chose to meet Sasuke's great dragon fire head-on. Boom! The crimson dragon's head clashed violently with the snake's head, erupting into a massive explosion of flames in midair. The scorching heat wave surged forward like crashing waves, scorching Sasuke's hair until it curled and filling the air with the acrid scent of burning flesh. But Sasuke had no time to care about any of this, his eyes were locked onto the center of the explosion. A few seconds later, as the flames gradually receded, Orochimaru's completely charred head was revealed. I did it! Seeing this, Sasuke's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, finally allowing a relieved smile to spread across his face. However, he failed to notice that Orochimaru's mouth was slightly open. Before anyone could react, a pale, slimy hand suddenly emerged from the charred remains of her upper jaw. Then, with a powerful push, Orochimaru's entire, unscathed body crawled out from within. The only difference was that this time, she had shed the disguise of her grass ninja appearance, revealing her original male form. How is this possible? Sasuke's last shred of hope shattered into despair. He now understood, facing an enemy like this, he had no idea how he could possibly win. Orochimaru smiled faintly. I told you, Sasuke-kun, you cannot defeat me. Now then, it's about time. Let's bring this to an end. The moment her words fell, Orochimaru's head once again shot forward, flying straight towards Sasuke. Sasuke wanted to resist, but his B-rank Great Dragon Fire technique had already depleted his chakra completely. At this moment, he was in the same overexerted state that Kakashi had been during his first battle against Zabuza. He swayed unsteadily, unable to even lift his arms, before Orochimaru's venomous fangs sank viciously into his neck. The power of the cursed seal of heaven surged into his body like a tidal wave. A few seconds later, Orochimaru withdrew her head. 3 pitch-black tomo slowly emerged on the back of Sasuke's neck. The excruciating pain consumed him entirely. However, thanks to his prior awakening of the 3 tomo Sharingan, he barely managed to endure. Clutching his neck, he struggled to ask, "What have you done to me?" Orochimaru chuckled. "Just a little gift, Sasuke-kun. You are an avenger, you will need my power." She then turned toward the path they had come from. "Now, rest, Sasuke-kun. I'm quite pleased to have witnessed your strength today. As for now, I have another little one to deal with." Another. Sasuke lowered his head, consciousness slipping away. Who else could be coming here now? He soon got his answer. As the soft sound of footsteps approached, a pair of familiar cloth sandals entered his blurred vision. A regretful voice followed. "Ah, I was still a step too late. And I was already running at full speed." In truth, rather than saying she was slow, it would be more accurate to say that Orochimaru had simply been too fast. After all, when one's heart had no distractions, when one didn't even consider themselves as female, such a mindset could significantly enhance their blade speed. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock and joy. "Chiyu, you're alive." "Ah? You thought I was dead?" Chiyu teased, clicking her tongue. "Tisk, Tsk, Sasuke, you have so little faith in me." "Don't worry, I'm not that fragile." "My bad." Sasuke let out a relieved smile. His fading consciousness loosened his pride, allowing his true feelings to slip out. "Chiyu. I'm so glad you're alive." With those heartfelt words, his head tilted to the side, and he lost consciousness. For a moment, Chiyu just stood there, staring at Sasuke lying at her feet. Then, her expression softened. "He's reached his limit. Yeah, thinking I was dead, he's been desperately fighting against overwhelming enemies this whole time. You did well, Sasuke, and Naruto too." She had seen everything through the live broadcast window. "But now, I guess I have no choice but to get justice for you too." A sharp determination flashed in Chiyu's eyes. "Isn't that right, Orochimaru?" She turned her gaze toward the figure standing nearby. Electricity and wind surged around her body as her right hand gripped her sword's hilt, her stance making it clear she was ready to strike at any moment. At her current mastery of swift release, even just releasing this kind of pressure was enough to make some jonin feel uneasy. But Orochimaru merely chuckled hoarsely, her gaze playful and unbothered. "Because it's useless, Chiyu. I'm just a shadow clone." "What?" Chiyu's accumulated battle intent instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. "Where's your real body?" she asked, unwilling to accept it. "Gone, of course. Is that so surprising?" Orochimaru spread her hands, still wearing that infuriating smile. Team 7, 3 members. Right now, Naruto is unconscious, Sasuke is unconscious. If something happened to you, wouldn't your entire team just be easy pickings for the other squads? "I'm doing this for your own good, Chiyu." "Ha!" The battle-hungry girl clenched her teeth in frustration. "So I should be thanking you, huh?" Orochimaru smirked. "If you want to, sure." "Humph." Annoyed, Chiyu flicked her ponytail and turned her back on Orochimaru. Without another word, she bent down and began dragging Sasuke away, clearly intent on securing her teammates. "Oh?" Orochimaru found her reaction amusing. "Aren't you at all curious? I'm already gone, so why would I leave a shadow clone behind?" "Not curious," Chiyu replied flatly. "Besides, even if I don't ask, you'll just tell me anyway." After laying Sasuke on a flat patch of grass, she sprinkled some insect-repelling powder around him. Then, without hesitation, she walked past Orochimaru heading toward Naruto's unconscious body. Seeing this, Orochimaru had to admit Chiyu truly was a smart person. And smart people didn't waste energy on things that didn't matter. They wouldn't let emotions dictate their actions. How reasonable. As Orochimaru watched Chiyu bend down, her graceful curves momentarily visible, she finally spoke again. I expected no less from someone I acknowledge, Chiyu. Then let me get straight to the point. She wanted to talk about Sasuke. In her eyes, Sasuke was an avenger, yet his bonds with Naruto and Chiyu seemed strangely deep. This time, he had even awakened his three-tomo Sharingan because of Chiyu. So she hoped that when Sasuke hesitated, Chiyu could act as a persuader for her. She believed Chiyu was smart. And smart people, when considering from a benefit-based perspective, would make the right choice. But unfortunately, the moment Orochimaru thought Chiyu wouldn't attack, she attacked. In an instant, swift releases white light engulfed her entirely. From her glowing skin to the tips of her smooth hair, every part of her radiated a dazzling brilliance. Then, without hesitation, her 5 fingers tightened around her sword's hilt. And in the next moment she drew her blade, White Fang sword style, second form, modified, Iajutsu flash. With a cold voice, she struck. Behind her, Orochimaru's shadow clone, now bearing a deep cut on its arm, widened its eyes in shock. Before exploding into a puff of smoke. As the shadow clone's memories were transmitted back to the original body through a small amount of chakra, the live broadcast window shifted accordingly. At the edge of the forest of death, where she was waiting for Anko, Orochimaru's face revealed a rare look of surprise. She glanced at her arm, as if she could still feel the lingering sensation of Chiyu's blade slicing across her skin. To avoid triggering my survival instincts and provoking a counterattack, she deliberately chose to only wound my flesh rather than aiming for the more satisfying target, my neck. After all, shadow clones are fragile. Even a minor injury is enough to destroy them. And that final flash of light. The surprise on Orochimaru's face gradually transformed into an intrigued smile. Her long tongue slithered out once more, licking her lips. How interesting. Could she have inherited some ability from the White Fang? Chiyu, you seem to be even more exceptional than I anticipated. But if that's the case, then the bond between you and Sasuke, I will have to sever it. Because whether as an avenger or as her future vessel, Sasuke having such deep bonds was a problem. Especially now that Naruto and Chiyu had both shown immense potential. If she successfully took over Sasuke's body in the future, and these two found out about it, what then? Would they, like Jiraiya had once done, chase her relentlessly? Where would she find new experimental subjects? How would she continue her research? Just the thought of this made Orochimaru's expression turn cold and ruthless. Her golden serpent-like eyes gleamed with an eerie light in the dim forest, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Watching this unfold, the previously hyped-up viewers in the live broadcast chat suddenly fell silent. A wave of worried comments began to appear. Damn, Chiyu is officially on Orochimaru's hit list now. Yeah, is she going to get kidnapped and tied up by the snake lady? What if she gets wrapped up in some weird positions with those huge snakes slithering around? I can't even imagine it. Bro, the way you described that was so vivid. I can practically see a 3D video, then my 2D soul weeping, and finally, my 1D existence disappearing. Hey, stop with the dark humor. This is serious. How is it not serious? How is it not? You're just in time. JPG LOL, chill, guys. Don't panic too much. At that moment, a long-winded commenter emerged to calm everyone down. We've watched Naruto, the Ninja Chronicles for so long. Who hasn't taken a beating at some point? The only one who hasn't is Chiyu. She's like Nexus from Ultraman, or even the all-powerful Ace from her own series. Her character is like a ZUN-level caster's curse. You'd think it would get overturned eventually, but it never does. So don't worry, Chiyu will be fine. His words reassured many viewers. But soon, someone found a new angle from his explanation. Wait a minute, if Ace never lost, and Chiyu never lost, does that mean Chiyu equals Ace? Holy crap. Chiyu is an Ultraman? Damn, I love this. My favorite character being an Ultraman? This is like discovering Samus Aran's mech opens up to reveal a glowing firefly inside, utterly irresistible. I command the skilled editors out there to make a video of this. Don't make me beg on my knees. I'm willing to do anything. Nice, another brother has volunteered his sacrifice. Editor, you know what to do. Editor, you guys have said everything already. What else can I say? Fine, I'll do it. Ha 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 ha. The previously tense chat suddenly erupted into laughter. This light-hearted atmosphere even made Chiyu smile. But while the audience in another world was busy discussing ridiculous theories, Chiyu herself was focused on something far more important, her impression points. To her surprise, the moment the phrase Chiyu Ultraman appeared in chat, her impression points skyrocketed. At first, she thought she wouldn't gain much this time since she had been banned from the early part of the plot, limiting her screen time. But Chiyu Ultraman and her Flash Step Sword Strike had still earned her nearly 80,000 impression points. This made Chiyu realize something sharp. Her wife persona had firmly embedded itself in the audience's hearts. Because of that, the chat was now exploring other aspects of her character, making her more multi-dimensional. This time, the never-taking-in-L trait stood out. But in reality, she wasn't truly unbeatable, this was just a signal. It meant that the viewers were no longer satisfied with just her cool moments, they wanted deeper character development. It was like how Honkai Impact 3 RD started with cute girls fighting, but it was the tragic, emotional storytelling that truly kept players invested. Naturally, she needed to start crafting her own story. A story, huh? Chiyu fell into deep thought. Compared to Naruto and Sasuke, she really lacked a backstory. But coming up with one on the spot was difficult. She sighed. Forget it, I'll think about it later. Right now, the priority is these two brothers. Chiyu glanced down at the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke, frowning. How should I take care of them? In the original story, these two stayed unconscious for a long time, only making it to the exam's second stage just before the 5-day deadline. Taking care of them for a day or two was fine, but 3 or 4 days? Chiyu wasn't about to play babysitter, she wasn't some soft-hearted girl. TCH. She clicked her tongue, looking troubled. She suddenly missed Shippuden-era Sakura. If that Sakura were here, this wouldn't be her problem. But now, in the middle of the forest of death, where was she going to find a Sakura-level caretaker for these two? Ugh, this is giving me a headache. Chiyu lowered her gaze to her 32C chest, sighing. I have the milk but not the mom, what am I supposed to do? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Wait a second, a caretaker, a nurse. Oh. A brilliant thought flashed in her mind. She remembered someone. A certain red-haired, glasses-wearing girl. Without hesitation, she quickly formed hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. A perfect copy of herself appeared. The clone glanced at her, then immediately dashed off into the dense forest, no words needed. Chiyu herself carried Naruto and Sasuke into a tree hollow for temporary shelter and began waiting. The next day, when the camera returned to her location, the audience was stunned. A new character had appeared, a delicate-looking, timid, red-haired girl wearing glasses. She busied herself tending to Naruto and Sasuke, her fishnet-clad legs shifting elegantly as she moved. Confused messages flooded the chat. Wait, what's going on? Did I miss an episode? Where did this red-haired glasses girl come from? Looking at Karen, the barrage of comments from viewers was filled with questions. However, in reality, they hadn't missed any part of the plot. Karen was found by one of Chiba's clones the night before and was brought back in the middle of the night. At this point, Karen had not yet developed the fiery personality she would have in the future. Due to long-term bullying by the Grass Ninja, she appeared particularly timid. Chiba had merely eliminated the two teammates who only knew how to bite her to heal themselves, and Karen obediently followed her back. Since then, she had been diligently taking care of Naruto and Sasuke, working so hard that Chiba even felt a little guilty. After all, Karen was truly adorable at this stage. She wore a slightly oversized gray-green short-sleeved coat, with only a tight fishnet undershirt underneath, outlining her still developing but clearly present figure. As for her lower body, Chiba didn't see any pants, or rather, she wore only a very short pair of shorts that were completely covered by the hem of her coat. Over that, she had on black fishnet stockings, making her legs look particularly slender and youthful. Since her shorts were hidden beneath her coat, she gave off the impression of someone wearing her boyfriend's shirt, looking especially pitiful. In fact, young Karen looked incredibly cute, whereas her older self gave off a somewhat harsher impression, which made Chiba click her tongue in amazement. However, since Karen was a character who appeared later in the original story, her younger, cuter version wasn't widely known to the audience, which was quite a pity. So, in order to help the audience better understand Karen, Chiba waited for her to finish her busywork. Seeing that the viewers in the chat had grown familiar with her, she finally ended the break and stood up. However, Chiba had clearly underestimated how terrifying her image was in Karen's mind. As soon as she stood up, perhaps because Karen thought Chiba was displeased with her caretaking, Karen's legs gave out, and she collapsed to her knees, repeatedly muttering, "Sumimasen," apologizing for being lazy and causing Naruto and Sasuke to remain unconscious for so long. She even said she would immediately go heal Chiba's two teammates. As she spoke, she quickly pulled out a kunai from her ninja pouch and pressed it against her palm. Even though she had spoken decisively before, when it came to actually harming herself, she hesitated. After all, aside from masochists, who would willingly hurt themselves? But when she recalled how decisively Chiba had slain her teammates the night before, she gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, preparing to slice open her palm to prove her worth and save her own life. Just as the cold blade had left a faint mark on her delicate palm, a warm, soft hand caught Karen's, stopping the kunai from pressing down any further. All right, Chiba said helplessly. "I didn't make you let them bite you when I brought you back last night, so why would I now? Listen, Karen, you are a person, not a walking health potion. All people are born equal. You have this ability, and if you're willing, you can use it to help others, but you must never be forced. If someone tries to force you, you should resist with all your might. Do you understand?" Chiba looked at Karen seriously. Meanwhile, in the small streaming window, as the audience listened to Chiba's words, they saw flashback scenes of Karen's past memories playing at different speeds due to the time discrepancy. They saw how Karen's mother had been bitten to death, how her drained body was discarded, and how young Karen had been treated as nothing more than a blood bag. So she went through all of that? That's so tragic. How could those people do such a thing, biting someone's mother to death? Damn it, I'm furious. How could there be such monsters? Chiba, you did the right thing. The audience first reacted with shock and anger, then followed with admiration. Chiba, you're so gentle. Oh my god, she looks like she's glowing. No doubt about it, this is why she's our chosen waifu. Because of Karen's situation, an unexpected wave of admiration surged through the chat, surprising Chiba. After all, when she went to find Karen last night, her original intention was indeed to have Karen heal Sasuke and Naruto. But after seeing how Karen's teammates had treated her, she gave up on that idea and simply brought her back to do some labor instead. Now, what she was telling Karen came straight from her heart. However, Karen clearly couldn't comprehend it yet. She had been oppressed for too long. Ha? Karen looked at Chiba blankly. So, what you mean is, they don't need to bite me anymore, right? Yes. Chiba confirmed. Then, Lady Chiba, what should I do now? Karen asked weakly. You don't need to do anything. Chiba initially wanted to say that, but considering Karen's experiences in the grass village, suddenly treating her too well might make her uncomfortable. So instead, she said, how about this, you choose one of them to carry on your back, and we'll head straight to the central tower. Chiba pointed to Naruto and Sasuke. Come to think of it, she was a bit confused now. In the original story, Team 7 didn't go to the central tower right away because they lacked a scroll, and Sakura wasn't strong enough to carry both Naruto and Sasuke. But since she had eliminated the Sound Ninja team and obtained an Earth Scroll, and since Orochimaru hadn't destroyed their Heaven Scroll this time, their scrolls were complete. Carrying the two of them shouldn't be a problem. So now, she decided to go straight to the central tower and let the Leaf Village's medical team take over Naruto and Sasuke's care. Hearing Chiba's instructions, Karen walked toward Naruto and Sasuke, hesitating as she stood before them. She first glanced at Naruto and marveled, no matter how many times I see it, his chakra always feels so warm. Just as everyone thought she was going to carry Naruto, she turned her gaze to Sasuke's pale yet handsome face. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and without hesitation, she turned away from Naruto and picked Sasuke up instead. This. The chat was filled with exasperated comments. Naruto, I thought you said my chakra was warm. No love for Naruto at all. Chiba also found it amusing. Wow, your preference for good looks is showing at such a young age. Poor Naruto. To be honest, Chiba didn't understand it either. Minato was so handsome, so why did his son not inherit that? Was it because of Kushina's face shape? With these thoughts in mind, Chiba carried Naruto and set off toward the central tower. However, she didn't notice that as Karen followed behind her with Sasuke on her back, her attention wasn't on Sasuke at all. Instead, she seemed to be lost in thought. At the same time, as she watched Chiba's back, Karen's gaze slowly changed. Shortly after, the two arrived at the central tower, officially marking the end of Team 7's second round of the Chunin exams. In the following days, nothing particularly noteworthy happened. Team 7 rested peacefully in the central tower, enjoying a rather comfortable time. The live stream was turned on a few times during this period, but it was only to showcase other teams. Chiba herself did not appear on screen. The only significant event was that Chiba successfully coaxed Karen into revealing her mother's name. Of course, the name itself wasn't important. Chiba wasn't some son-in-law trying to propose marriage to her mother. What she truly wanted was Karen's mother's surname. Just as she had speculated, while Karen herself had no surname, her mother was one of the Uzumaki clan members who had escaped from the previous generation. This meant that Karen's mother bore the Uzumaki surname. Chiba didn't understand why the scattered Uzumaki clan members, despite being spread across different lands, would rather rot away in small nations than return to Konoha, which was technically the closest allied village. She suspected that there were hidden, unspeakable secrets behind this, leading to deep resentment among the surviving Uzumaki members toward Konoha. But ultimately, that was a matter for the previous generation. Now, Konoha had only one remaining Uzumaki, Naruto. If Naruto were to lose control, the entire village wouldn't have a second person suitable to become a Jinchuriki. From a strategic perspective, Karen, who had clearly inherited the Uzumaki's life force, was extremely valuable. Thus, Chiba directly informed Iruka about Karen's existence, and Iruka passed the information to Kakashi. With Kakashi's intelligence, there was no need for explicit explanations. He would understand the implications. Staying in Konoha was far better than living in the oppressive grass village, and with the third Hokage about to pass away, Tsunade's imminent return would be an even greater benefit for Karen. As expected, only half a day after Chiba informed Iruka, the third Hokage's personal Umbu operatives swiftly arrived and took Karen away as if afraid someone might come to snatch her. As for the grass village, others would handle the negotiations with them. And so, Karen's matter was settled. A few days later, the 7 teams that had successfully passed the trial stood on the first floor arena of the central tower. Chiba silently scanned the surroundings and found that the teams who passed were still the usual ones: Team 7, Team 8, Team 10, Team 2, Kabuto's team, the Sand Siblings, and the Sound Ninja team. The only difference was that this time, the Sound Ninja team had been replaced by Guren's squad. Other than that, everything was as expected. After the third Hokage finished explaining the significance of the Chunin exam as a miniature war, Height Gecko appeared and announced that before the third exam, a preliminary round would take place. Just like in the original story, Kabuto withdrew from the competition. Naruto looked at Sasuke with concern. "Hey, that curse mark of yours, is it okay?" Sasuke shook his head. "We've rested for so many days now. As long as I don't use too much chakra, it should be fine. Before, this would have been troublesome for me, but now, I just need to borrow a sword from Chiba." His previous sword had been destroyed during the battle with Orochimaru. "Are you sure that's okay?" Sasuke asked Chiba. "No problem." Chiba nodded. It was just lending a sword, not lending a wife. After this brief exchange, the electronic board for selecting opponents appeared. Everyone looked up as the names shuffled rapidly before finally settling. However, this time, the matchup wasn't Sasuke versus Yoroi Akato. It was Sasuke versus Ken Misumi. Seeing this result, Height Gecko announced, "Will the selected contestants please step forward? The rest, please proceed to the sidelines." "The first match is mine?" Sasuke was surprised, and so was Chiba. Yoroi Akato was replaced with Ken Misumi. If I remember correctly, Ken Misumi's ability is flexible, retractable limbs, right? Just stretching his limbs. He's not a rubber man, so why him? Chiba recalled that Orochimaru's intention should have been to force Sasuke to use the curse mark. But with Ken Misumi's ability, wouldn't Sasuke be able to defeat him easily with just a sword? Given that Orochimaru was already aware of Sasuke's swordsmanship, making this particular arrangement seem suspicious. While handing Sasuke his sword, Chiba couldn't help but remind him, "Be careful, something about this guy feels off." "You're saying that?" Sasuke furrowed his brows and immediately became more serious. "Got it. I'll take this seriously." "Good, that's the spirit. Don't lose." Chiba patted Sasuke's shoulder in satisfaction. "I still want to have a proper fight with you one day." "Humph." Sasuke smirked slightly. "I feel the same way. Don't hold back when the time comes." Sasuke then turned to Naruto. "And that goes for you too." "Ha?" Naruto, who had been feeling a little left out, was momentarily stunned. He had been watching Chiba and Sasuke exchange a sword, give advice, and set up future duels, thinking he wasn't part of it. But hearing Sasuke specifically include him at the end made him realize that Sasuke still acknowledged him. Of course. Naruto's fighting spirit ignited, and he beamed. When the time comes, I'll fight you with the intent to kill, Sasuke. Don't get beaten down by me. Ha, you dead last. Sasuke shook his head in mock disdain, but the smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his good mood. For a moment, the internal atmosphere of Team 7 reached new heights. Naruto and Chiba bid farewell to Sasuke and headed to the spectator stands. However, different people interpret things differently. Watching this scene, some viewers had different interpretations. The chat was soon filled with strange comments. Sasuke, just spoil him already. As expected, Naruto is the true heroine. Wha, I ship them so hard. Yes. The moment Naruto looked sad, Sasuke immediately comforted him. Sasuke is so warm-hearted. Some people couldn't take it anymore and tried to correct them. Hey, you guys need to stop with your BL-tinted glasses. This is just normal brotherly friendship, okay? But others quickly countered. Oh? Then please explain why, despite having such a beautiful girl like Chiba in their team, neither Naruto nor Sasuke has shown any interest in her? Silence. Because honestly, they couldn't explain that. And then, the most savage comment appeared. Chiba, so, am I also part of your play? Meow meow meow? Chiba, who also saw this comment, questioned reality. In the original story, Sakura was there to distract Naruto's attention. But now that she was here instead, Naruto's attention was still on Sasuke? Had she really become part of their play? Chiba fell into deep thought. Fortunately, Hey-8 Gekko's voice soon rang out, interrupting her dangerous train of thought. The first match will be between Uchiha Sasuke and Ken Misumi. Any objections? No. Both Sasuke and Ken Misumi responded. Then, Hey-8 raised his hand and then swung it down. Begin! With the match underway, Ken Misumi immediately charged at Sasuke, attempting to engage in close combat. He's charging straight at me? How confident. Heeding Chiba's warning, Sasuke, despite having a sword, chose not to let Ken Misumi get close. He swiftly threw 3 kunai in a perfect equilateral triangle, targeting Ken Misumi's eyes and throat. Seeing such precise throwing, Kakashi's eyes brightened. He's improved again, Sasuke. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. Ken Misumi did not dodge. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of his face and ran straight through the kunai attack. Asterisk clang. Clang. Clang, asterisk. The kunai struck his arms, producing a dull, rubbery sound. When the dust settled, Ken Misumi's arms only had shallow scratches, barely breaking the skin. What? After experiencing that life-threatening crisis, Ken Misumi no longer dared to hold back in the slightest. He unleashed his full power. This time, despite having only his left hand, the strength he exerted was far greater than when he had been using both hands. Asterisk crack, crack, crack. Asterisk. Under Ken Misumi's immense force, Sasuke could clearly hear the painful groaning of his own cervical vertebrae. That wasn't an illusion, it was the sound of his neck crying out in agony. If not for the Uchiha clan's naturally strong bones, coupled with the augmentation of the curse seal, Sasuke's neck might have already been snapped by Ken Misumi's brute force. It was visibly clear that the curse seal, which had originally covered only half of Sasuke's body, was now creeping further, expanding its influence. The original ratio of the seal spread was half, but now it had reached 3/5 of his body. With the cursed seal corroding him from within and Ken Misumi's crushing pressure from the outside, Sasuke's situation was perilous to the extreme. It seemed like he could die at any moment. Sasuke. The sudden and drastic turn of events made everyone watching the battle tense up, their hearts filled with worry. However, at this moment, Chiba smiled. Through the small livestream window, she could hear the furious roar from deep within Sasuke's heart. How can I fall here? I still have to kill that man. Though Sasuke spoke of killing his opponent, what flashed through his mind was not Ken Misumi's image, but the dazzling display of Uchiha Itachi's shuriken techniques. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Sasuke suddenly let go of Ken Misumi's arm, which he had been gripping tightly. Has he given up? The spectators who saw Sasuke's movements immediately felt a sense of foreboding. No, that's not it, he's making his final move. Chiba gently shook her head, having already seen through Sasuke's intent. Sure enough, Sasuke wasn't surrendering. Instead, he was swiftly rummaging through his ninja pouch. Noticing Sasuke's actions, Ken Misumi increased the pressure on his grip while adjusting his body position, shifting completely behind Sasuke's back. He sneered coldly, "It's useless. You'll never be able to hit me with a kunai." Ugh! Ken Misumi's renewed force caused the suffocating and dizzying sensations to overwhelm Sasuke's mind. But in this critical moment, Sasuke bit down hard on his tongue, using the pain to force himself to stay conscious. Then, with the last of his strength, he threw a sharp kunai high into the air, sending it on a parabolic trajectory toward Ken Misumi's head. Normally, barring any external interference, the kunai would land directly on Ken Misumi's skull. However, the kunai's descent was subject only to gravity, making it far too slow, giving Ken Misumi ample time to react. Trying to kill me with a thrown kunai? Not a bad idea, but what if I do this? Ken Misumi suddenly yanked Sasuke backward with great force. Utilizing his adult weight and deliberate exertion, he shifted both their centers of gravity, causing them to topple backward. As a result, the kunai, which had been aimed at Ken Misumi's head, now pointed straight at Sasuke's chest. Sasuke! Naruto's voice roared louder than anyone else's at that moment. At the last possible second, Sasuke swiftly launched a second kunai. This new kunai intercepted the first one midair, its impact altering the first kunai's trajectory. Instead of striking Sasuke's chest, the kunai now plunged straight into Ken Misumi's ******. Ayo! Ken Misumi let out a blood-curdling scream as the falling kunai shattered his glasses and embedded itself deep into his left eye. The pain caused his grip to instantly loosen. Seizing the moment, Sasuke swiftly flipped over, sat upright, and delivered a ferocious elbow strike directly to the hilt of the kunai lodged in Ken Misumi's skull. SCHLCK. The kunai was driven deep into his brain. The force was immense, even someone as formidable as Ken Misumi couldn't survive it. He immediately fell silent, his body going limp. Huff, huff. Panting heavily, Sasuke slowly pushed himself up from the ground. The cursed seal on his body, which had spread to almost two-thirds of his form due to the intense battle, finally began retracting under the sheer force of his will. Seeing this, Gecko approached, glanced at Ken Misumi's lifeless body, and shook his head helplessly. He's gone. Then, he raised his hand and declared, the winner of the first round of the Chunin exam preliminaries, Uchiha Sasuke. Yes. He won. Hearing Hayate's announcement, Ino and Naruto jumped in excitement, and the other spectators let out relieved smiles, happy for Sasuke's victory. As expected of you, Sasuke. Shiba glanced at Ken Misumi's lifeless body and sighed. You were strong, but this is the fate of a protagonist's opponent. They may struggle at first, they may face obstacles, but in the end, they always rise to the occasion and cut through everything. So, his loss was inevitable. It was his fate. After Ken Misumi's death, the medical team quickly arrived to remove his corpse. At the same time, Kakashi stepped forward and took Sasuke away, clearly intending to perform the evil sealing method to suppress the curse mark's effects. Following the unexpectedly intense battle between Sasuke and Ken Misumi, the subsequent matches were far less dramatic. Shino vs Ino. Shino's insect-based tactics completely countered Ino's abilities, leading to his easy victory. Yoroi Akato vs Kankuro. Kankuro completely outmatched Yoroi, who suffered an even worse defeat than Ken Misumi. Temari vs Tenten. Despite Tenten's relentless barrage of ninja tools, Temari's wind-based abilities completely countered her, securing an effortless win. Shikamaru vs an Otonin. Shikamaru won with his usual tactical genius. Choji vs another Otonin. Choji successfully advanced after a tough fight. Naruto vs Kiba. Naruto pulled off a surprising victory. Hinata vs Neji. Hinata was brutally beaten by Neji, leading to a classic scene, Neji being simultaneously stopped by Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and Gecko. Tisk TSK. Watching this, Chiba shook her head slightly, lost in thought. The disparity in treatment is too obvious. No wonder Neji feels so bitter. As Hinata collapsed, coughing up blood, Kurenai immediately rushed to check on her injuries. The moment Kurenai unzipped Hinata's jacket to examine her wounds, the livestream chat exploded. Oof. Why aya. No way. This girl looks so petite, but she's actually that stacked? Is this the legendary Hidden Ipei? She's almost on par with Chiba waifu. As expected, the chat was flooded with comments about Hinata's physique. Chiba had anticipated this reaction, but seeing it in real time, she could only shake her head helplessly. Can't they focus on her injuries instead? That said, Hinata was quite impressive. Maybe she should invite Hinata to a hot spring sometime? Given her shy and reserved nature, even if she got flustered from some teasing, she would probably just blush and softly murmur, "No, don't do that." Just imagining it felt amusing. Sounds like a plan. Chiba started plotting in her mind. It wasn't until Naruto, just like in the original story, furiously challenged Neji that she snapped back to reality. And with Naruto's challenge, it was as if a starting pistol had been fired, because the most exciting, climactic battle of the Chunin exam was about to begin. Gaara vs. Rock Lee. Yash. It's finally my turn. Lee's eyes burned with determination as he saw his name on the electronic board. Might Guy gave him a big thumbs up. Go for it, Lee. Ah-su. Lee leaped onto the railing, ready to jump into the arena, only for a soft, fair hand to suddenly grab the hem of his jacket. Shiba? Lee turned around in surprise, then grinned with excitement. Shiba, are you worried about me? Don't worry. No matter the opponent, my flames of youth will never die. With that, he gave a dazzling thumbs up, his teeth sparkling. And then. Well said, Lee. Might Guy struck the exact same pose. The two locked eyes, their spirits burning. Then, they embraced passionately, tears streaming down their faces. Meanwhile, Shiba? Did she even exist here? That comment from earlier about her being just a background character in their play resurfaced in her mind. She could only let out a bitter smile. At this moment, Qianyu's expression was filled with the look of someone doubting life itself, a sight that made everyone present find it somewhat amusing. Seeing her in this state, the barrage of comments in the chat once again erupted into a wave of mockery. Qianyu being ignored as usual, 1-to-1. Honestly, she's supposed to be the #1 beauty, yet she always gets overlooked so easily. I've actually started getting used to it. This is the wonder of the legendary ninja world, always full of unexpected things. Seeing the chat mocking her like this, Qianyu could only sigh helplessly, rubbing her forehead in frustration. She regretted coming here to join in the excitement, perhaps she really shouldn't have. She began to doubt whether the liking that Lee claimed to have for her was real, or if it was just a joke or a casual remark. In this world of Naruto, love seemed so illusory, while bonds were the only thing that felt truly real. Sorry for the interruption. Goodbye. Qianyu decisively turned around, preparing to leave this awkward place. However, just as she was about to leave, Lee suddenly seemed to remember his supposed affection for Qianyu. Hastily breaking free from Gai-sensei's reassuring embrace, he chased after her. Wait, Qianyu. Lee called out urgently. Qianyu stopped in her tracks, turning around with a look of curiosity. Seeing Lee's flushed face, she narrowed her eyes slightly and teased, I'm surprised you actually realized I was looking for you for something. Thanks for your concern. Sorry. Lee quickly apologized, his attitude sincere. Qianyu waved her hand dismissively, indicating that he didn't need to take it to heart, then spoke seriously, I came to find you to give you intelligence on Gaara. I hope this helps you avoid unnecessary injuries. She had good intentions, hoping to provide Lee with some assistance. However, time passed quietly. When Qianyu looked back at the battlefield, her heart tightened in pain. Lying on the ground, Gaara appeared to be struggling immensely, yet his gaze remained unwavering. He reached out his hand toward Lee. Then, under his control, a vast amount of sand surged forward like a pack of ferocious beasts, pursuing Lee, who had almost no strength left to resist. The sand tightly wrapped around his limbs. Gaara then clenched his 5 fingers tightly and muttered in a low voice, Sand coffin. Ah! Lee's agonizing screams echoed throughout the entire arena, filled with unwillingness and pain. In the end, he collapsed onto the ground, burdened with deep regret. So it still ended like this. Qianyu sighed helplessly, feeling both sorrow for Lee and frustration at the overwhelming power gap. After all, the disparity in strength was undeniable, Gaara's power was beyond question. Then, as everyone watched the unconscious Lee, Gaara's sand began surging again, seemingly ready to finish him off. At that critical moment, a green comet-like flash suddenly struck down with a thunderous boom. It was as if the scorching sun had melted the snow, Gaara's sand instantly disintegrated like snowflakes. It was Might Guy. He had arrived just in time, intercepting Gaara's attack on Lee. He stood like an unyielding wall of determination between Gaara and Lee. Seeing Guy's pained yet resolute gaze, and his unwavering stance as he protected Lee, something in Gaara's heart seemed to sting. Clutching his head, he murmured, Why are you saving him? Guy, full of passion, answered seriously, because he is my beloved student. Gaara was momentarily stunned before gritting his teeth and scoffing coldly, TCH, I'm done fighting. With that, he turned and walked away. However, just as Hey-8 Gecko was about to announce Gaara's victory, something shocking happened. Despite being severely injured, with his limbs trembling uncontrollably, Lee staggered to his feet through sheer instinct, assuming a battle stance once more. Lee, that's enough. Your body can't handle anymore. Guy rushed forward to stop him, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly realized something that shook him to his core. Lee had already lost consciousness. Lee, you idiot. Even after losing consciousness, you still want to prove your ninja way? Guy said emotionally. Meanwhile, the camera zoomed in on Lee's face. His scarred face, his hollow, unfocused eyes, it was like a sharp blade, etching itself deeply into the hearts of everyone present. No one who witnessed this scene could suppress the immense shock in their hearts. And this is exactly why I only provided intelligence instead of stopping him. Xianyu closed her eyes and reflected inwardly. Stopping Lee in advance might have spared her from witnessing this painful scene, but for someone like Lee, it would have been like extinguishing his brilliant, burning flame for the sake of her own personal feelings. The winner is Gaara. Hey8 Gecko finally announced, declaring the match's official result. However, at this moment, the spectators' attention had already shifted to Lee, the defeated yet honorable warrior. Even in defeat, he had earned glory. That was Rock Lee. He used his actions to define what it truly meant to follow one's ninja way. Soon after, medical personnel carried Lee away. Xianyu quietly vaulted over the railing, stepping into the center of the battlefield. With a sigh, she remarked, "Finally, it's my turn. I didn't expect to be the last one to fight." Just then, a girl with gray-black pineapple-styled hair, Holian, descended from the stands. Exuding immense arrogance, she clenched her fists and smirked. "Watching everyone else fight while I couldn't do anything has been frustrating. My battle spirit is raging right now. Try not to break too easily, pretty girl." Before Xianyu could respond to Holian's taunt, one of her most trusted subordinates, Naruto, had already lost his patience. "Who the heck is this chick? Talking so obnoxiously?" Naruto grumbled. "Agreed." The chat was instantly filled with messages of agreement. "Those sound ninja tried to mess with Naruto earlier, and I thought they were supposed to be strong. Turns out they were all just flashy weaklings. After how badly her teammate lost, what gives her the right to act so cocky? Yeah, this is probably another loudmouth who's all talk. +1, I'm out. Nothing interesting to see here. She'll probably get wrecked instantly. Bathroom break time." No one in the audience had high expectations for Holian. Logically, the battle between Gaara and Lee had already far surpassed the level of a genin. It would be hard for any fight afterward to be more exciting. And this sentiment wasn't just limited to the chat. "Can we wrap this up quickly? I'm exhausted." Ino yawned. "Yeah. I'm hungry," Shoji muttered, rubbing his stomach. After surviving 5 days of harsh conditions in the Forest of Death, experiencing intense battles, and then witnessing the breathtaking fight between Lee and Gaara, everyone was utterly drained. Their heavy eyelids and continuous yawns made it clear how fatigued they were. However, only Xianyu and Holian, standing in the arena, knew just how formidable their upcoming opponent truly was. "Everyone's looking a little sleepy. What do you think?" Xianyu glanced at the crowd, ignoring Holian's crude provocation, and asked with a smile. "Oh? Sleepy?" Holian raised an eyebrow, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. "Then let's wake them up." "All right." Xianyu nodded in agreement, then turned to Hey8 Gecko. "Proctor, we can start now, right?" Cough cough asterisk, yes. Hey8 raised his hand high, then swung it down forcefully. Cough asterisk, cough cough cough. "Now, round 10, Phoenix Temple Xianyu vs Holian, begin." As Hey8's words fell, Xianyu swiftly unsheathed her longsword, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. Holian, with a quiet exhale, formed a crimson ring of energy around her arms, like a Kamen Rider equipping new gear. In an instant, 2 crystalline arm blades materialized over her forearms. The 2 locked eyes and charged at each other simultaneously. Clang! The clash of steel rang out as the longsword and crystalline arm blades collided fiercely. However, in the very next second, a shocking turn of events occurred. Half of Xianyu's longsword was sent flying. The broken blade spun through the air, barely missing Naruto's face, before embedding itself deep into the wall of the stands. The scene left everyone present gasping in shock. What the hell just happened? With just a single clash, Xianyu's sword was effortlessly cut in half. The sudden and unexpected outcome caught everyone off guard, and the chat section immediately exploded with discussion. What just happened? How did Xianyu's sword break so easily? Yeah, I remember this was a newly issued sword, right? Didn't Iruka treat Naruto to a meal and then get Xianyu a new blade? Exactly. That sword looked pretty expensive too. Could it be that the weapon shop cut corners on quality? The audience raised numerous questions, but no one could determine the truth of the situation. However, in reality, the weapon shop had definitely not cut corners. Even if they wanted to make some shady profits, they had to consider their own daughter's feelings. After all, Xianyu was roughly at the age where she could start refining her sword techniques. After the initial shock, Xianyu quickly regained her composure. The fact that her sword had been cut by Holian wasn't actually surprising. This was because of one very counterintuitive fact: crystal is harder than iron. Although metal significantly improves in performance after forging, Holian's weapon was a construct created from her Kekei Genkai. Moreover, Xianyu had noticed something on the cross-section of her broken blade: a tiny, rice-grain-sized notch. That notch had initially formed when her sword struck a hard object hidden within Gaara's sand. Later, during Sasuke's fight with Ken Misumi, the sword had struck bone again. Normally, with Sasuke's level of swordsmanship, cutting through bone and flesh should have been effortless, but due to his unstable condition caused by the cursed seal, the impact resulted in further damage to the blade. Impressive! You actually noticed such a fine detail. Xianyu praised Holian, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Holian lifted her chin proudly. So, what do you think, pretty girl? There's still time to surrender. Without a weapon, you can't possibly beat me. I don't think so. Xianyu shook her head with a faint smile, her expression reminiscent of a certain famous comedic actor in the waifu region. Who says you can't cut someone with half a sword? Oh, really? Holian's smirk grew even wider. Listen carefully, pretty girl, I said you have no weapon, but I never said I'd let you keep half a sword. What? The moment Holian spoke, a sense of danger suddenly surged from Xianyu's broken sword. Almost instinctively, she let go and leaped backward, allowing the blade to fall naturally. However, before the broken sword could even touch the ground, a sudden and rapid crystallization sound echoed: asterisk kacha kacha kacha. Asterisk. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, pink crystalline structures rapidly grew from the cross-section of Xianyu's broken blade, swiftly spreading along the entire weapon. In the blink of an eye, the sword was completely encased in a layer of amber-like crystal, sealing it entirely. Asterisk ding. Asterisk. The now crystallized sword fragment hit the ground, producing a crisp sound. A heavy silence fell over the arena. The atmosphere was so still that even a pin drop would have been audible. No one had expected this outcome. Xianyu, who was primarily known for her swordsmanship, had lost her weapon at the very start of the match. The situation was entirely unforeseen. Even against Gaara, she had never been put in such a dire predicament. Another top-tier opponent. The chat section was immediately flooded with this sentiment. What do we do, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto anxiously turned to Kakashi, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Tenten. Clearly, her twin rising dragons technique had left a profound impression on him. Kakashi, noticing Naruto's gaze, instinctively reached for a scroll. He did have spare ninja blades, after all. However, after a brief moment of thought, he shook his head. No way. This is an exam, not an actual battlefield. We can't interfere. Ag. Naruto groaned in frustration. Then what do we do now? We can only rely on Xianyu herself. Kakashi watched the battlefield seriously. Don't worry, Naruto. Believe in Xianyu. Yeah. Xianyu, you got this. There's no way you're losing to that arrogant woman. Encouraged by Kakashi's words, Naruto quickly regained his fighting spirit, cheering for Xianyu once more. However, Naruto's optimism was a product of his personality. Others weren't so convinced. Ha, let her lose. That woman was so arrogant before, now she's getting what she deserves. Kankuro sneered maliciously. Gaara, frowning in irritation, remained silent. Niji, on the other hand, watched with a hint of superiority in his gaze. Will she lose, Phoenix Temple Xianyu? If she does, then she was never that great to begin with. In the end, only honed fists and footwork are truly reliable. As the audience's attention shifted from initial indifference to complete focus, with most of them now betting on Xianyu's performance, even Orochimaru cast a glance in her direction. At that moment, Holian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. I knew it. I'm definitely the strongest. Sasuke, Xianyu, they're all trash. Holian roared in her mind, raising her crystalline arm blades and pointing them at Xianyu. With an air of arrogance, she declared, "This is your last chance. Surrender now, pretty girl. Otherwise, it would be a shame if that pretty little face of yours got scarred. My, aren't you quite the gentleman, showing such concern for me? Thank you. Actually, you're quite pretty too." Xianyu responded with a bright smile, her words seemingly genuine. Ha! The unexpected turn in conversation left the audience bewildered. They couldn't understand why Xianyu would say something like that. But then, they realized why. Under Xianyu's sudden compliment, The previously aggressive and domineering Holian blushed slightly, looking somewhat flustered. She turned her head slightly away and muttered, "Well, I guess. But just so you know, even if you say that, I won't hold back." Realizing she had shown weakness, Holian quickly turned back, trying to suppress her reaction and regain her previous demeanor. "Enough of this. I'm here to become a Chunin, not to chat. Stop wasting time with nonsense, either fight or surrender." Her words were resolute, but after witnessing her tsundere reaction, the chat section's perception of her had undergone a complete 180-degree shift. "Ha, just a mere tsundere acting all tough." Exactly. No curves in the front, no curves in the back, such a tiny tsundere, how laughable. Just a tsundere, huh? Let me use my direct approach to make her kneel and take her back as my star anger power. Even Xianyu herself hadn't expected Holian to be a tsundere. She simply found it odd that Holian seemed more focused on making her surrender rather than actually defeating her. It felt like Holian wanted Xianyu to admit defeat rather than just lose. Having caught a glimpse of Holian's inner thoughts earlier, Xianyu decided to test out a classic approach for dealing with proud, self-proving genius girls. And it worked. Of course, as Holian had pointed out, Xianyu had been stalling for time to come up with a plan. Losing her sword had drastically affected her combat style, some things simply couldn't be overcome with sheer determination and guts alone. But fortunately, during that brief exchange, Xianyu had actually thought of a solution. "A sword? That's all? Watch me conjure one up." With that, Xianyu formed a hand seal, and with a puff of smoke, a brand new Xianyu clone appeared. The clone exchanged a glance with Xianyu, then dramatically placed Xianyu's hand on its chest, murmuring with closed eyes, "Use me." Then, with another hand seal, the clone activated a transformation jutsu *poof. To everyone's shock, the clone turned itself into a traditional Chinese longsword. Can this kind of technique really work? Everyone stared in stunned disbelief at the sword in Xianyu's hands, their faces filled with shock. Kurenai Yuhi, puzzled, turned to Kakashi, who had the most experience with ninjutsu among them, and asked, "Kakashi, is it really feasible to use a shadow clone to transform into a weapon?" "Well, I'm not entirely sure myself." Kakashi frowned, unable to provide a definite answer. He then turned to Asuma. "As far as I know, the only recorded case of someone turning into a weapon was the third Hokage's Enma." "That's right. The Monkey King, Enma." Asuma nodded, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, his face filled with confusion. But Enma could transform into the adamantine staff for the third Hokage because his own body was as hard as steel. Shadow clones, on the other hand, disperse upon impact. How could one turn into a weapon and still function properly? Faced with Xianyu's bizarre maneuver, the gathered jonin fell into deep thought, racking their brains but unable to decipher the logic behind it. However, Xianyu had her own reasoning for doing this. Her clone was based on the wood clone technique, which had high durability. While it wasn't as tough as Enma, Xianyu's transformation jutsu was exceptionally advanced. Its ability to perfectly mimic objects was no joke. That said, Xianyu couldn't help but sigh as she examined the sword in her hands. This was the Chinese-style longsword she had been eagerly anticipating. The hilt was made of white jade, with intricate and delicate engravings on the pommel and guard. A brilliant emerald gemstone was embedded in the sword's eye, while the guard sides resembled either the handles of a teapot or the crescent moon, tightly protecting the central sunjade. The sword's spine and the sunjade shared the same vibrant green hue, while the twin blades gleamed with a razor-sharp edge. The overall appearance was luxurious and dazzling, undeniably badass. Of course it looked extravagant. Of course it looked flashy. Because this drama queen of a clone had been playing Naraka, Blade Point way too much and had actually transformed into the legendary weapon Sun and Moon in a jar. Given that Naraka, Blade Point had recently gone free-to-play, many people immediately recognized the sword. Sun and Moon in a jar, Holy shit, it's Jia. So you play, too? How much did Naraka pay you? PUBG will pay you double, First we had Rubber Kid, then the Adamantine Staff, and now Sun and Moon in a jar. This is insane. Alright, I'm happy now. The AI is finally replicating things I recognize. This is the most AI-like episode yet. No more worries about alien technology. Seeing these comments, Xianyu was momentarily stunned. She had initially been worried about her identity being exposed, but instead, their reaction was, this? Then again, it made sense. From their perspective, this was just an AI-generated series. Seeing familiar references was normal. After all, AI loves incorporating well-known elements. This kind of perception wasn't bad. At least she didn't have to be overly cautious anymore. Setting aside her concerns about the outside world, Chen firmly gripped her sun and moon in a jar and locked eyes with Holian. By now, Holian had also snapped out of her shock from Chen clone transformation technique. Do you really think just turning a clone into a sword can block my crystal release? How naive. A hint of disdain flashed in Holian's eyes. My crystal release is not something that can be broken so easily. With that, she brandished her crystalline arm blades and charged at Chen once more, just as she had at the start of the battle. But this time, Chen, now armed with a proper weapon, was no longer afraid. She immediately met Holian head-on, swinging sun and moon in a jar. The perfectly transformed blade clashed against Holian's crystalline weapons, producing a rapid series of metallic clangs. The air grew thick with tension as they exchanged dozens of blows in mere seconds. With Chen's level of swordsmanship, once the issue of her weapon was resolved, Holian, who was fundamentally a ninjutsu-based fighter, stood little chance in direct combat, even with dual arm blades. Soon enough, amidst the relentless exchange of strikes, Holian exposed a critical opening. Her defense faltered. Here's my chance. A sharp glint flashed in Xianyu's eyes as she swung her sword like lightning, aiming straight for Holian's neck. However, Holian's reaction speed was extraordinary. She swiftly dismissed her arm blades and clapped her hands together before spreading them apart. Crystal release, crystal shield. A pink, six-sided crystalline barrier instantly materialized in front of her, intercepting Xianyu's blade. Holian then pushed forward with both hands, forcing the crystalline shield outward. A tremendous force surged toward Xianyu, sending her stumbling backward. Without activating Hero's water arm, she struggled to maintain her footing under the sheer force of the impact. As she attempted to stabilize herself mid-retreat, Xianyu noticed ominous patterns forming on the crystal shield. Alarm bells rang in her mind. This was a sign that Holian was about to unleash an even stronger attack. Without hesitation, Xianyu executed a body flicker to escape her position. Boom! An explosion erupted, sending shattered crystal shards flying in all directions like deadly bullets. The battlefield was instantly reduced to a chaotic mess. Seizing the brief moment when Xianyu paused after using body flicker, Holian formed a single hand seal. A massive, six-sided crystal shuriken began to spin in her outstretched hand, glowing ominously. Crystal release, giant hexagonal shuriken. With a loud cry, Holian hurled the rapidly spinning crystal disc straight toward Xianyu. At first, Xianyu intended to sidestep the attack. But as the hexagonal shuriken neared, it suddenly flipped from a vertical position to a horizontal one, drastically expanding its attack range, leaving Xianyu with nowhere to dodge. Left with no choice, Xianyu gritted her teeth and raised sun and moon in a jar to block the incoming attack with full force. Asterisk ZZZZZZZZZZZZ. Asterisk. The friction between the hardened crystal and the transformed sword produced an ear-piercing screech, making everyone in the arena wince. The sheer power behind the attack forced Xianyu back several steps before she barely managed to deflect it. Boom! The massive hexagonal shuriken crashed into a stone statue in the arena, shattering large chunks of debris and sending dust billowing into the air. But Holian's crystal release techniques weren't just powerful, they were relentless, like an unending tide. Crystal release, crystal hexagonal pillars. Holian rapidly formed hand seals, summoning giant pink crystal pillars that crashed down one after another, much like how Lee had launched Gaara into the air with Primary Lotus. The arena was soon riddled with numerous deep craters. Yet Holian wasn't satisfied. She formed several more seals, then slammed her hands onto the ground. Crystal release, divine crossing technique. A row of pink crystal spikes erupted from the earth, moving like living creatures, relentlessly pursuing Xianyu. Dodging them was a struggle, and before she could catch her breath, another wave of crystal shurikens rained down upon her. Xianyu had no choice but to deflect them one by one with sun and moon in a jar. It was then that she realized something. Holian's relentless barrage of crystal release techniques had drastically reduced the available space in the arena. Her ability to maneuver was shrinking rapidly. TCH, this is troublesome. Xianyu frowned, a realization dawning upon her. So this is what it's like to face a Kekei Genkai user trained by a master? A complete arsenal of techniques, versatile applications, immense power, and they don't even have to test each jutsu one by one. Just a simple hand gesture or a few seals, and the technique activates instantly. No need for fancy 6 seals per second flexing. This level of combat is simply out of reach for ordinary ninja. Before the fight, she had been thinking about how to break Holian's crystal constructs. Now, she realized Holian wasn't even giving her the chance to get close. If this continues, I'll be completely overwhelmed. It looks like it's time to use swift release. But before that, she had one lingering question. Was Holian some kind of humanoid-tailed beast? How was she able to unleash such large-scale crystal release techniques so effortlessly without even breaking a sweat? Can this really work? Everyone stared in shock at the high-speed battle, unable to believe their eyes. Naruto, who had been watching the relentless barrage of crystal attacks, finally voiced the question that had been bothering him. Turning to Kakashi, he asked, "Kakashi-sensei, how is she able to keep using crystal release like that? Shouldn't she run out of chakra?" Kakashi was momentarily surprised. Naruto thinking critically about a fight was a rare sight. Feeling a sense of pride, he then proceeded to explain. Because crystal release is very unique, Kakashi said, his Sharingan focused on the battlefield. Crystal release seems to be a technique that crystallizes matter. While these crystal formations appear grand and overwhelming, in reality, before they turn into crystal, they're just microscopic dust particles in the air. Unlike earth release or water release, which require the manipulation of actual earth or water, crystal release is more like turning waste into something useful, efficient and cost-effective. Since it doesn't require a large amount of tangible material, it consumes relatively less chakra. From what I can tell, her most chakra-draining technique so far was the one that formed crystals from the ground, because that required drawing from the earth itself. I see. Naruto's eyes lit up in understanding. Nearby, Kurenai Yuhi sighed. I have to admit, these kids these days are terrifying. Against a technique like this, even I would struggle. I'd probably have no choice but to dodge like Shinyu is doing. Asuma Sarutobi chimed in with a more serious tone. Hey, Kakashi, have you thought about stopping this fight? You saw what happened to Lee. This crystal release can crystallize even the tiniest particles, who's to say it can't do the same to a person? And Shinyu is using White Fawn's sword style, isn't she? Yeah, Kakashi's expression darkened. Asuma's words carried weight. Might Guy's 8 Gates technique was passed down to only one disciple. If Lee got seriously injured, it would be a huge loss. Similarly, White Fawn's swordsmanship had no successor until Shinyu. If she were to be harmed in this battle, it would be a great waste. Rationally speaking, stopping the fight would be the best course of action. Unlike Lee, Shinyu wasn't as stubborn. If Kakashi intervened, she likely wouldn't resist too much. For a moment, Kakashi hesitated. Should he step in? I'll wait and see, Kakashi finally said, though his body had already tensed, ready to act at a moment's notice. All right, Asuma nodded in understanding, remaining on high alert. Shinyu makes her move. Shinyu, having sensed the Jonin's growing concern, suddenly stopped moving. She knew if she didn't act now, they might interfere. She couldn't allow that to happen. Noticing her sudden pause, Holian, who had nearly covered half of the arena in crystal, exhaled in relief. Why did you stop? Are you finally surrendering? She asked, skeptical. Surrender? Dame, Shinyu shook her head. I was just about to get serious. Ha! Holian was momentarily stunned before a surge of fury overtook her. Are you mocking me, you bastard? She roared. I've been going all out, and I have the absolute advantage. You've been barely managing to escape this entire time. And yet you claim you haven't been serious? Then show me what you really got. With a furious cry, Holian pressed her hands together and then spread them apart. A swarm of hexagonal crystal shuriken, larger than normal but smaller than her giant hexagonal shuriken, began to orbit around her like falling sakura petals. Then, leaping high into the air, she curled her body before spreading her limbs wide. Instantly, the crystal shuriken rained down in a devastating barrage, covering the entire battlefield. Swift release, the true speed of White Fang. At that very moment, Shinyu's body became enveloped in a blinding white light. The incoming crystal shuriken, which had been shooting toward her at terrifying speed, suddenly appeared to slow down. The sounds around her stretched and distorted. Then, she felt an intense gaze on her. Looking up at the stands, she locked eyes with Kakashi. His Sharingan trembled violently. His pupils quaked with shock. Because what he saw was the legendary stance of the White Fang. Seeing his reaction, Shinyu smirked and made a subtle downward motion with her hands, signaling him to calm down. Then, she refocused on the battlefield and stepped forward. The next second. Whoosh, A white blur weaved through the battlefield, zigzagging effortlessly through the gaps in Holian's crystal formations. The storm of crystal shuriken, which should have been an inescapable death trap, failed to even graze her. An unprecedented sense of dread filled Holian's heart. She finally understood Qianyu's speed from before had never been her true limit. With that kind of speed, Qianyu could reach her before she even landed. This decision to leap into the air and cast a large-scale attack was an absolute mistake. But admitting defeat? No way. Like hell I'm losing. Holian clapped her hands together, sending a crystal shard toward her own feet. Crystal release, Jade Crystal Prison modified. Rumble. Scarlet crystal surged upward, encasing her entirely before Qianyu could strike. From within the crystal, Holian rapidly formed hand seals. It was clear she was trying to do what Gaara did, turtle up in a defensive cocoon while preparing a final, devastating attack to turn the tide of battle. Seeing this, Qianyu couldn't help but quip to herself, so I'm basically fighting a female Gaara, huh? But she didn't panic. She had activated swift release specifically for enemies like this. Let's give this a shot. Glowing with white energy, Qianyu circled around the crystal prison and swung sun and moon in a jar. Secret sword, 1000 strike slash. In an instant, her blade multiplied into thousands, rapidly striking the crystal prison with relentless precision. A disturbing resonance began to build. Inside the prison, Holian's face twisted in horror. For the first time in her life, she saw cracks forming in her supposedly indestructible crystal. And within just 1 or 2 seconds, the cracks spread across the entire structure. Holian knew she couldn't afford to stay inside any longer. The moment her crystal prison shattered, she flipped her wrist and activated Crystal Release, Shattering Crystal Dragon. The broken crystal fragments suddenly reassembled, forming a massive pink dragon that lunged at Qianyu. But there was a problem. The complete version of Shattering Crystal Dragon summoned 3 dragons, 1 to attack, 2 to defend. She only had 1. It could attack, but not defend. Qianyu ignored the incoming dragon entirely. Instead, she threw sun and moon in a jar forward, allowing her clone to revert and briefly hold off the dragon. Meanwhile, she surged forward with a powerful wind blast, aiming straight for the airborne Holian. Holian, panicking, tried to summon a crystal shield. Too late. Qianyu grabbed her wrist. Then, bam! A devastating strong hand skull splitter technique landed. Holian barely had time to register the pain before. Bam, bam. 2 more brutal punches connected. The so-called crystal release prodigy collapsed instantly, falling unconscious like a baby put to sleep. A hush fell over the arena. Qianyu looked down at Holian's unconscious form, then exhaled. Asterisk, and that's that asterisk. Qianyu gently carried the unconscious Holian as she slowly descended from the air. Looking at the girl in her hands, whose eyes were tightly shut, she found herself momentarily unable to react. She thought to herself, that's it? Her crystal release attacks were so fierce earlier, but once I got close, I finished her off with just 2 punches. It's honestly kind of funny. However, upon further reflection, it did make sense. After all, for ninjutsu-type ninjas, being caught in close combat by someone like her, who specialized in taijutsu, often led to such an outcome. Asterisk plop. Asterisk Qianyu casually placed the unconscious Holian on the ground, then turned her head toward Gecko Hay-8 and asked, "Referee, this should count as my victory, right?" Gecko Hay-8 slowly walked over, carefully examined Holian for a moment, and finally made his judgment. Yes, she has lost consciousness. In that case, I declare the winner of the 10th round, Phoenix Temple Qianyu. Alright. Upon hearing Hay-8's announcement, Naruto cheered excitedly, waving his arms and jumping up in joy. Ugh, that guy. Qianyu shook her head helplessly. She felt that the entire process had been a bit too lively from start to finish, but she didn't really dislike this kind of vibrant atmosphere. With Holian unconscious and Qianyu victorious, this marked the official conclusion of the brutal Chunin exam preliminaries. Under the summons of the 3rd Hokage, the 10 candidates who had passed the preliminaries gathered once again in the now ruined battlefield. They were Sasuke, Shino, Kankuro, Naruto, Temari, Neji, Choji, Shikamaru, Gaara, and Qianyu. Out of the 10, 7 were from Konoha. Although this was partially influenced by the butterfly effect caused by Qianyu, she still found it somewhat exaggerated. If the Chunin exams were really meant to be a small-scale simulation of war, as the 3rd Hokage claimed, then outsiders might mistakenly believe that Konoha was overwhelmingly powerful. However, the 3rd Hokage was clearly quite satisfied with this result. He calmly began explaining the rules of the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams, as well as the exact date it would be held in a month. Since Qianyu had already known all this information from her past life, she quickly tuned out and turned her attention to the small streaming window, focusing on the meeting between Orochimaru and Kabuto. Their meeting wasn't particularly noteworthy. Orochimaru simply instructed Kabuto to bring Sasuke back, mentioning that Sasuke's bond with her and Naruto had grown too deep and might be difficult to sever over time. However, Xianyu, knowing the plot, understood that Orochimaru's true intention was for Sasuke to come to him voluntarily rather than be forcibly taken. Looking at Orochimaru's decision to send Kabuto to abduct Sasuke, it seemed as if he was deliberately exposing himself, wanting to sever all ties with Konoha completely and embark on the path of rebellion. In the original story, Kabuto's reckless attempt to capture Sasuke ran into Kakashi, who had coincidentally decided to check on things at the hospital, leading to his failure. From a results-oriented perspective, Kabuto's failure seemed to contain an element of luck. After all, Kakashi had only arrived on a whim. But regardless, Kabuto never stood a chance of successfully taking Sasuke. The preliminaries had just ended, Hinata was seriously injured, and so was Lee, meaning that even without Kakashi, the hospital was still guarded by elite jonin like Hayashi Hyuga and Might Guy. Forget Kabuto merely being described by Orochimaru as having Kakashi's level. Even the real Kakashi himself wouldn't be able to break into such a well-guarded hospital and take someone away. Seeing this, Shenyu sighed slightly, feeling a bit sorry for Kabuto. He was just a pawn being played with by a sinister lady like Orochimaru. Once she finished watching the conversation between Kabuto and Orochimaru, the third Hokage had also just about finished explaining the rules. The drawing of lots to decide the third stage matchups began. Xianyu, unfortunately, drew number 9, resulting in the battle order as follows. Naruto vs Neji. Sasuke vs Gaara. Kankuro vs Shino. Temari vs Shikamaru. Xianyu vs Choji. So I'm still the last one to fight, huh? Looking at the match schedule, Xianyu sighed helplessly. It seemed like she was destined to be a spectator for most of the tournament. She had even deliberately stood on the far left to be the first one to draw a number, yet here she was, still in the last match. Oh well. Xianyu shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it. Rather than worrying about her placement in the match order, she figured it would be more useful to think about how to spend the next month. After all, this month would be a critical period for improvement, and Kakashi had mentioned that he would find her a teacher. After the meeting ended, Xianyu followed Naruto to Konoha Hospital. After a conversation with Special Jonin Ebisu, whom she had previously met when he was teaching Konohamaru, Ebisu came out to train Naruto. Seeing Ebisu, the man he had once defeated with a simple sexy jutsu, Naruto was visibly reluctant to accept him as a teacher. However, after some persuasion from Kakashi, he could only trust the decision for now. Naruto left with Ebisu, while Xianyu, who had remained silent all this time, turned her gaze to Kakashi and posed a question that made him headache. What about me? Who's my teacher? You, huh? Kakashi sighed and rubbed his forehead. He was genuinely troubled by the question. For Naruto, he could at least start with basic training to strengthen his weak foundation. But Xianyu. After pondering for a moment, Kakashi tentatively suggested, how about Guy? You've seen the 8 gates before, right? You also saw how powerful Lee was when he used them. Guy and I are close friends, and even though Lee is injured, if I ask him, I'm sure he'll seriously train you for this month. After all, if you can open the 8 gates, it'll be an incredibly powerful trump card. Guy-sensei, huh? Xianyu fell into deep thought. She had to admit, it was a good choice. If she didn't have the system, she might have seriously considered it. However, she revealed part of her strength, but I can already open the 8 gates. You can already do that? Kakashi was once again shocked by Xianyu's talent. Are you serious? Would I lie about something like this? Xianyu rolled her eyes. Want me to demonstrate? No need for that. Kakashi forced a smile and waved his hand, rejecting the idea. He definitely didn't want Xianyu showing off the 8 gates in public and attracting unnecessary attention. But now that one potential training path was blocked, Kakashi was at a loss for how to find a suitable teacher for her. Resigned, he asked, then what kind of teacher do you want? Me? Xianyu found the question quite tricky. According to her original plan, she wanted to continue refining her wind swordsmanship, and she had even mapped out a development path for it. However, after fighting Holian, she realized that focusing solely on taijutsu and swordsmanship might not be the best choice. In this world of ninjas, such a path seemed too conventional. Even a master like Zabuza had to practice the 44-hand sign water dragon jutsu, let alone someone like her. Not to mention, she had a cheat ability, the point allocation system, but her available skill points were currently limited. The way she had previously gained points wouldn't be as easy going forward. If she couldn't increase her points easily, she needed to be more efficient with what she had. One way to do that was to gain experience through training. In the past, she had gained experience mainly through self-training and teacher instruction. So, if she could find a teacher who could both guide her in swordsmanship and teach her ninjutsu, that would be ideal. Xianyu explained her thoughts to Kakashi. You? Kakashi was speechless at Xianyu's greedy request. Seeing his expression, Xianyu's eyes gleamed mischievously. She then said in a mocking tone, "Come on, Kakashi-sensei, you're the famous copy ninja, Sharingan Kakashi. You've seen so much, don't tell me you can't even find a teacher for me?" Her voice was full of disdain, and the bratty energy in her tone skyrocketed. "You little brat!" Kakashi felt a surge of irritation. He suppressed his urge to smack her, furrowed his brows, and seriously pondered the matter. And sometimes, people just need a little push. Thanks to Chinyu's provocation, Kakashi actually thought of a suitable mentor for her. "Wait here, don't move. I'll be right back." Leaving those words behind, Kakashi disappeared in a flicker. Not long after, he returned with a thin old man carrying a large pot on his back. It's actually him? A strong sense of surprise surged in Xianyu's heart. The old man with a pot on his back had such distinct features, there was no mistaking it. He was none other than Konoha's true strongest genin, Marahoshi Kosuke. She had never expected Kakashi to actually bring him here. But after thinking it over, it made sense. She had specifically requested a teacher proficient in both swordsmanship and ninjutsu. And in Konoha, the only one who fit that requirement was indeed Marahoshi Kosuke. Nice, Kakashi. Recalling Kosuke's second-generation exclusive water release techniques and Konoha's unparalleled genjutsu sword style, Xianyu couldn't help but silently give Kakashi a thumbs up in her mind. At that moment, as Xianyu laid eyes on Marahoshi Kosuke, he too noticed her. As someone who had studied swordsmanship longer than anyone in Konoha, Kosuke could clearly sense the sharp sword intent radiating from Xianyu. Not bad. Kosuke nodded in amazement, his eyes filled with appreciation. Such a fine young girl. Such a sharp sword. He was very satisfied with Xianyu. "Kakashi, it seems you brought me an excellent student." "Ha, as long as you're pleased, Senior Kosuke. I told you, Xianyu definitely wouldn't let you down." Hearing Kosuke praise Xianyu, Kakashi looked proud, as if his own judgment had been thoroughly validated. Then, Kakashi gestured to Xianyu. "Come over, Xianyu. This is the teacher I found for you." Xianyu obediently walked forward. However, as she stood before Kakashi and Marahoshi Kosuke, she was shocked once again. Even with her keen sword perception, the aura emanating from Kosuke was incredibly faint, almost as if he were just an ordinary old man. But her sword sense was sharp enough to detect Orochimaru. Even though Orochimaru had suffered degradation due to excessive living corpse reincarnations, making his soul somewhat incomplete, she could still sense him. Yet, she couldn't perceive Kosuke at all. There was only one explanation for this. Kosuke was far superior to her in swordsmanship, And Xianyu's current level in swordsmanship had already reached master level. Which meant, this frail old man before her was actually a sword grandmaster. Xianyu was truly astonished. However, her reaction was completely misinterpreted by Kakashi. He thought she was looking down on Kosuke. Kakashi understood her skepticism. After all, Kosuke really did look just like a kind and gentle old neighbor. In fact, Kakashi had deliberately waited for this moment to let Xianyu be surprised so he could enjoy the satisfaction of a dramatic reversal, teaching her a lesson about underestimating people. "Xianyu, this is Marahoshi Kosuke-senpai. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He was personally taught by the second Hokage and fought alongside the third and fourth Hokages on the battlefield." Kakashi introduced him with great enthusiasm, a proud smile on his face. But before Xianyu could react further, the livestream chat exploded with skepticism. "Him? I don't see it. I'm a veteran from the First Great Ninja War too. I also fought alongside the Supreme Commander. I attended the Huangpu Military Academy. Who's to say I wasn't taught by the bald head himself?" Clearly, the viewers weren't convinced about Kosuke either. But Kakashi, undeterred, continued. "Not only that, but Kosuke-senpai specializes in swordsmanship and water release. He has even mastered a unique style that combines sword techniques with genjutsu, perfectly fitting your request. Well, what do you think of your new teacher?" Kakashi smirked, expecting praise. "Sugoi desu ni." Xianyu played along, putting on an expression of admiration, clasping her hands together in front of her chest, and exclaiming with heartfelt awe. "As expected of Kakashi-sensei. It's nothing, really." Kakashi waved it off with feigned modesty, but the slight upward curl of his lips betrayed his inner joy. Meanwhile, the livestream chat erupted in playful banter. You know exactly what I'm about to say. I know that you know what I'm about to say. So, should we all just say it together? Alright, I'll count down from 3, and we type it at the same time. Wait, wrong reference, I got mixed up with Red Cliff. Just type it. Got it. 3, 2, 1, go. Poor Kakashi, being played like a fiddle by Chienyu. The chat was flooded with laughter. Watching Kakashi, Kosuke shook his head. He hadn't expected that, despite being the teacher, Kakashi seemed to be the one being led around. But he didn't dislike this dynamic. Just as Kakashi was about to continue chatting with Chienyu, Kosuke finally spoke up to interrupt. Alright, Kakashi. Let me talk to your student now. To be honest, even though I agreed to your request, I'm not entirely confident I can teach her. Kosuke sounded somewhat resigned. Kakashi, snapping out of his self-satisfaction, quickly reassured him. Kosuke-senpai, you're being too modest. If even you can't teach Chienyu, then I doubt anyone in Konoha could. I'll leave you two to it. With that, Kakashi turned to Chienyu, his expression turning serious. Chienyu, make sure to respect Kosuke-senpai, alright? Don't worry. Chienyu solemnly promised. Good. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction before turning and leaving. Now, only Kosuke and Chienyu remained in the hospital lobby. Glancing at the noisy surroundings, Kosuke frowned slightly. This isn't the right place for a conversation. Follow me. The two of them left the hospital and made their way to a nearby empty training ground. Under the bright outdoor light, Chienyu's beauty was fully revealed. Kosuke was startled. She wasn't just attractive, she had the kind of beauty that could bring nations to war. Even with all his experience, he had rarely seen such an otherworldly appearance. This made him curious. Chienyu, right? When Kakashi came to me, he only told me your name. What's your full name? My full name? Chienyu replied, Phoenix Temple Chienyu. Phoenix Temple? Kosuke froze for a moment, then, as if a long-forgotten memory had suddenly resurfaced, realization dawned on him. So you're from the Phoenix Temple clan. No wonder, no wonder. Kosuke's reaction made Chienyu curious. Kosuke-senpai, is there something special about the Phoenix Temple clan? Not really. Kosuke shook his head with a nostalgic smile. It's just that the women of the Phoenix Temple clan were famously beautiful in the past. Wait, really? Chienyu's eyes widened in surprise. But it was just a minor revelation, interesting, but not particularly important. Until Kosuke added with a wistful sigh. You might not know this, but even Kakashi's mother was from the Phoenix Temple clan. Back in the day, we all thought Tsukumo Hataki's sword was so sharp that he'd never find a wife. Who would have thought he'd end up marrying a Phoenix Temple woman? Hearing Kosuke's words, Chinyu's mind went blank for a moment. Kakashi's mother had always been a mystery. But now, to learn that she was from her clan? Which meant Kakashi and her might not just share a bond like Kabuto had suggested. They could actually be blood relatives. And not just distant ones. They might actually be siblings. This is just too ridiculous. Chienyu shook her head helplessly, sighing inwardly. She had always thought that her relationship with Kakashi was nothing more than that of a teacher and student. She never expected there to be a familial connection as well. This was somewhat difficult for her to accept. After all, compared to the identity of a transmigrated orphan, Kakashi was more like a cursed lone star in the world of Naruto. She didn't want this newfound relationship to bring any bad luck, not because she disliked it, but simply because it felt a little ominous. At this moment, Chinyu's reaction also greatly surprised Mariboshi Kosuke. He had previously sensed that Kakashi and Chinyu's interactions were somewhat unusual, and now he understood it was because they were relatives. However, from the looks of things, the situation seemed even more complicated than he had initially imagined. You didn't know? Mariboshi Kosuke asked in confusion. No. Chienyu shook her head decisively. I had some guesses that we might be related, but I wasn't sure if it was true. I see. Then who's your father? Mariboshi Kosuke continued to ask. It's, Chienyu said, revealing her father's name. Hearing the name, Mariboshi Kosuke quickly did the math. Based on that, you should be Kakashi's cousin. And a very close one at that, since his mother and your father were siblings. This time, Chienyu was truly shocked, and the viewers in the livestream chat were equally stunned. So calling Kakashi brother-in-law before was just a joke, but now he's actually a legit brother-in-law? Kakashi, I admit I was a bit disrespectful to you before. Now that no one's around, can I kneel before you, bro? The one above, get lost. That's not kneeling, that's clearly wanting to bow down to the brother-in-law. Exactly. Let me reiterate on behalf of the Qianyu Husband Association, Qianyu belongs to everyone. No privatization allowed. Excuse me? Privatization? What, is Qianyu some public transportation now? Dude above, in Japan, they've already started making manga adaptations. Maybe check out who's the rising new doujinshi star? Yep, here's a hint, Qianyu isn't just booked for doujinshi, but also for the 3D category. Ever heard of the New Jerusalem? This. The jokes about the Doujin King completely overwhelmed the chat, and Qianyu couldn't help but swear. Initially, she had been quite surprised by Mariboshi Kosuka's words, but now the conversation had shifted to Doujin Kings, leaving her both amused and exasperated. However, after thinking it over, being Kakashi's cousin did have its advantages. She had always wondered why she was placed in Team 7, and now it seemed like this might have been one of the reasons. Quickly regaining her composure, Qianyu looked at Mariboshi Kosuka and nodded to herself. Stay calm in the face of unexpected situations, very good. Then, Mariboshi Kosuka clapped his hands. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's talk about what Kakashi asked me to help with. He mentioned that you want to develop both your swordsmanship and ninjutsu? Yes. Qianyu nodded. She was about to explain her current challenges when Mariboshi Kosuka interrupted her. Stop, hold on. Mariboshi Kosuka shook his head with a smile. If we start talking about all that, it's going to take forever. Qianyu, you're a swordswoman. Since that's the case, let's speak with our swords. Speak with our swords? A glint of excitement flashed in Qianyu's eyes. That's exactly what I wanted. She took a few steps back, creating a proper distance for a duel. Then, using an old trick, she created a shadow clone and transformed it into a sword. Although Mariboshi Kosuka found this technique of turning clones into swords rather baffling, he didn't question it. Instead, he simply gestured for Qianyu to come at him. Then I'm coming. Qianyu's gaze sharpened as she activated Hao Shui Wan to enhance her body. With a light push off the ground, she shot forward like a gust of wind, her sword tip aimed straight at Mariboshi Kosuka's face. What speed! Mariboshi Kosuka drew his blade at the same time, but the first thing that clashed with Qianyu's Koju no Nichigetsu wasn't his ninja blade, it was a large iron wok. Qianyu's sword tip struck the wok, yet instead of piercing through, she felt a numbing shock in her hands. Despite aiming to break through with precision, the impact rebounded forcefully against her. Then, as the wok withdrew, a ninja blade followed seamlessly, leaving no opening between the transitions. The fluidity of the movement resembled that of a heavily armored Roman swordsman with a sword and shield. Facing such an opponent for the first time, Qianyu was momentarily caught off guard. Mariboshi Kosuka's ninja blade was already about to slash into her. However, just as Mariboshi Kosuka was about to land the strike, he suddenly halted his attack. Instead, he swung his wok toward his left side. The next second, as if perfectly choreographed, Qianyu's figure appeared right in the path of the wok's swing. The wok and Koju no Nichigetsu clashed with a crisp clang. The previous Qianyu turned into a substitution log, while the real Qianyu was forced to stop due to the wok's trajectory. Though she had stopped, the wok, propelled by the reaction force, spun back to Mariboshi Kosuka's hand, where he casually caught it and held it in his left hand. It can do that? Qianyu was dumbfounded by the wok's boomerang-like return. For a moment, she felt like she wasn't facing an old, skinny ninja but rather a certain uniform-clad star-spangled hero. Even as a transmigrator who had been in this world for years, Qianyu had that impression, let alone the livestream viewers watching the fight. Captain? Is that you? Holy crap, a wok that returns automatically? What's next, geometry wok tricks? Mariboshi Kosuka, I can do this all day. Alright, now I finally understand why there was no news about Cap's retirement, he came to the ninja world instead. 666. At that moment, Mariboshi Kosuka had no idea that in Qianyu's and the chat's eyes, a 5-pointed star had already been mentally added to his wok. Seeing Qianyu's astonishment, he smiled slightly. It's nothing special, just a little trick that occasionally comes in handy. If you want to learn, I can teach you later. You said it. Qianyu refocused her thoughts. She realized that Mariboshi Kosuka was unlike any previous opponent she had faced. He was primarily a sword-wielding ninja, but his wok acted like a shield, and combined with his seasoned combat experience, his sword and wok coordination was nearly flawless. In a one-on-one duel, while his wok wasn't made of vibranium and lacked the ability to attract attacks like Cap's shield, in a direct weapon clash, his sword and shield combo gave him a massive advantage. If she wanted to win, she had to deal with that walk first. Resolving herself, Xianyu charged forward again. This time, instead of attacking directly, she started swinging her sword mid-charge, sending out a series of wind blades like miniature homing missiles toward Maraboshi Kosuka. Now it was Maraboshi Kosuka's turn to be surprised. She can launch wind blades just by swinging her sword? A vision of a long-nosed swordsman flashed through his mind. As a veteran of Konoha, he naturally had some encounters with that person. Relying on past experience, Maraboshi Kosuka held his wok in front of him and, instead of retreating, advanced toward Xianyu. Using the wok as a shield, he spun like a drill, charging forward in a move reminiscent of Tsuga, piercing Fang. And strangely enough, it worked. Not only were Xianyu's wind blades completely negated, but she also found herself at close range again. Their weapons clashed once more. Under the force of the wok's spinning impact, Xianyu was pushed back, her feet carving deep trenches into the ground. As the momentum of the wok Tsuga subsided, Maraboshi Kosuka prepared to leap back and throw 3 kunai to capitalize on the opening. However, just as he lifted the wok, he saw 2 fair palms aimed directly at him. Not good. Maraboshi Kosuka tensed up. The next second, from Xianyu's palms, 2 powerful gusts blasted out. Time to fly. Double gale palm. Boom. Under the force of the violent gale, Maraboshi Kosuka was instantly launched into the air as if he had been hit by magic. He soared upward like a rocket, reaching a height of 7 or 8 meters in the blink of an eye, and he was still rising, seemingly without end. Normally, his small and thin frame was quite convenient, just one iron wok could cover 2/3 of his body. But at this moment, his lightweight physique revealed a fatal flaw: he didn't weigh enough. As a result, Xianyu's powerful gale palm sent him flying with ease. And the iron wok, which could have been used to add weight. It had long been swept away by the violent winds, disappearing into the vast sky. As she watched Maraboshi Kosuka flailing in midair with no foothold and no means of defense, Xianyu, for once, got serious and began forming hand seals. While doing so, she silently thanked Ant Snake for her generous gift, because the jutsu she was about to use came from the wind release scroll that Orochimaru had given her. Wind release, thousand-faced wind. As Xianyu completed her seals, thousands of razor-sharp wind blades burst forth like an enraged swarm of bees. They formed a violent storm, mercilessly hunting down Maraboshi Kosuka in the sky. Caught in midair with no way to dodge, Maraboshi Kosuka could only watch as the wind blades surrounded him. A chill ran down his spine, and a bead of cold sweat slid down his forehead. This brat, she really wants to kill me. It seems, it's time for me to show some real skills. Maraboshi Kosuka thought to himself as he quickly formed 2 hand seals. Water release, water formation wall. In the dry air, tiny droplets of water mysteriously appeared. In the next second, under Maraboshi Kosuka's immense chakra output, those insignificant droplets multiplied into thousands, forming a raging river beneath him. The water surged upward at an astonishing speed, coalescing into a massive water vortex that completely enveloped him, creating an impenetrable defensive barrier. Xianyu's fierce thousand-faced wind crashed into the water barrier, but it was like throwing mud into the ocean. It vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. This is insane. Xianyu's small mouth hung slightly open, her eyes filled with shock. She had always known that Maraboshi Kosuka's water release was incredibly powerful, but to summon such a massive technique in a waterless environment so effortlessly was beyond astonishing. Is this truly the legacy of Tobirama Senju? Compared to this, the water release techniques used by Kirigakure ninjas suddenly seemed like mere imitations. The history of the Mizukage lineage had been a tragic mess. The first Mizukage, Tobirama Senju, met a tragic fate. The second Mizukage played around with steam and explosions in war. The third Mizukage plunged Kirigakure into an era of bloodshed and internal strife. The fourth Mizukage was manipulated by the Sharingan, worsening the blood mist. The fifth Mizukage finally stabilized things but relied on Kekkai Genkai techniques instead. Yet Maraboshi Kosuka, he was the one who had truly inherited Tobirama Senju's water release techniques. His mastery of water release was so profound that Xianyu couldn't help but admire him, even drooling slightly from the sheer awe. This only strengthened her resolve to perfect her swordsmanship first and then immediately begin mastering ninjutsu. However, Maraboshi Kosuka had no idea that Xianyu was having such profound thoughts at this moment. Seeing her standing still, he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Not going to attack?" Rolling her eyes, Xianyu scoffed, "Attack? So I can walk right into your counterattack? You old geezer, you're really sly, trying to trick me. You saw through it?" A hint of surprise flashed in Maraboshi Kosuka's eyes. Of course. Your hand seals were way too obvious. If I didn't notice, now that would be a problem. Xianyu pointed at the still intact water formation wall behind him, mercilessly exposing his ploy. However, as she spoke, curiosity began to creep into her mind. While she had sensed danger from Maraboshi Kosuka's movements and her instincts, she couldn't figure out exactly how he planned to change his technique. So, she asked directly, "Your water formation wall is already special enough. Normally, it's formed by spitting water into a defensive wall, but yours rose from the ground and became a spiral vortex around you. How could it change even further? If you're curious, I'll show you." A proud light flashed in Maraboshi Kosuka's eyes. Under the watchful gaze of Qianyu and countless livestream viewers, Maraboshi Kosuka swiftly formed 3 more hand seals. In the next second, the water formation wall behind him, still shaped like a rising vortex, underwent a miraculous transformation. At the very top of the water vortex, a finely detailed dragon's head slowly emerged. Then came its sinuous body, followed by its tail. Unlike the water dragon jutsu used by Kakashi and Zabuza, where the dragon was mostly composed of flowing water, Maraboshi Kosuka's water dragon had a smooth, solid form. Aside from lacking scales, it looked like a real dragon swimming through the air. Water dragon jutsu? Xianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. It can transform like this? She had never seen a water formation wall shift into a water dragon jutsu before. This completely shattered her understanding of water release techniques. Why not? Maraboshi Kosuka grinned even wider, his eyes gleaming with pride. The water release of that great master is far beyond such limitations. With that, he shouted, "Water release, water dragon jutsu." Rumble! The unstoppable water dragon roared forward, crashing into the small forest at the training grounds. Under its devastating impact, trees fell like fragile stalks of wheat, snapping and toppling over. The freshwood splinters left behind made it look as though a typhoon had just swept through. Everyone fell into stunned silence, unable to find the words to describe what they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, a peculiar question suddenly popped up. Wait, this is water dragon jutsu? How did he only use 3 hand seals? Last time, when Kakashi fought that Karigakure Jonin, they both used water dragon jutsu, and didn't it require 44 seals? Also, why is this one so much stronger? Yeah, what the hell? I don't get it. Xianyu, wife, please ask him for us. Oi, you brat, how are you addressing your sister-in-law? If Qianyu's going to ask, she'll be asking for me. Ask him. Ask him. The chat erupted into chaos. And what was Qianyu doing at this moment, while carrying the hopes of the entire livestream audience? She was deep in thought. Watching the water dragon jutsu unfold gave her a strong sense of déjà vu. She dug through her memories and suddenly recalled seeing something similar before during the battle between Tobarama Senju and Uchiha Izuna. At that time, Tobarama had used water rising from his feet to block an attack before instantly transforming it into a water dragon jutsu. However, since he had only shouted the name of the technique back then, she hadn't paid much attention to the transition. Now that she thought about it, for a water release master of Tobarama's caliber, switching between techniques was completely effortless. So, in reality, Maraboshi Kosuka's method was merely a workaround, because he couldn't match Tobarama's godlike control. Even so, his mastery was already astonishing. Amazing! Qianyu sincerely praised. Finally noticing the chat's demands, she turned to Maraboshi Kosuka and asked, "Senior Kosuka, was that water dragon jutsu? Because when Kakashi-sensei fought a Karigakure Jonin, they also used water dragon jutsu, but didn't it require 44 hand seals?" Ha! Qianyu's question completely baffled Maraboshi Kosuka. Scratching his head in confusion, he muttered, 44 seals for water dragon jutsu? I've never heard of such a thing. What the hell is that? For all his years of battle experience, this was the first time he had ever encountered such an absurd claim. Maraboshi Kosuka looked utterly confused and asked, 44 seals? Even if someone could form 6 seals per second, that would still take 7 or 8 seconds, right? Spending that much time just forming seals, wouldn't you get cut down instantly? Are you sure you're talking about Kakashi? Yes, absolutely. Qianyu nodded firmly. It was during Kakashi's fight with one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Momochi Zabuza. Kakashi had activated his Sharingan at the time. Oh? So we're talking about famous people here. Maraboshi Kosuka raised an eyebrow, still finding it hard to understand. As for me, if I don't pre-gather water using water formation wall, I only need 5 seals for water dragon bullet. And the second Hokage, who taught me this technique, only needed 3. The number of hand seals required actually depends on how well you understand and control the jutsu. Based on what you're describing, I can only assume that Zabuza had his own way of doing things, and Kakashi, having copied it with the Sharingan, was forced to match his seal count. So that's how it is. Xianyu nodded thoughtfully, as if she had finally understood the reasoning behind it. Of course, whether or not the viewers in the livestream understood it, that wasn't her concern. She glanced at the chat window and saw the flood of meme-filled comments. Zabuza, yep, I actually forgot how to form the seals for Water Dragon Bullet, so I just tried them all. Who knew Kakashi would be so obedient and copy me exactly? Zabuza, no way, I didn't forget the seals. I just saw Kakashi copying me, so I deliberately added extra seals to mess with him. Zabuza, or maybe, just maybe, this is the way I learned it? Maybe the real problem is this old man and the second Hokage? Mariboshi Kosuka, impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm just an ordinary ninja, wielding an ordinary sword, using an ordinary water release technique. Ah, yes, yes. Xianyu silently added in her mind. Ordinary swordsmanship, which was actually grandmaster-level kenjutsu combined with exclusive illusionary sword techniques. Ordinary water release, personally taught by the second Hokage, capable of creating massive water release techniques even in waterless environments. If this was considered ordinary, then there was no such thing as extraordinary in the world. But there was no point in arguing about it any further. Xianyu shifted her focus back to Mariboshi Kosuka. The previous exchanges had been to gauge each other's strength, and now that he had used 2 large-scale water release techniques in a dry environment, even though he could still handle it, he had already consumed a significant amount of chakra. Continuing the fight wasn't realistic. So instead, Xianyu demonstrated her swift release and engaged in a proper swordsmanship exchange with Mariboshi Kosuka. Through this exchange, Xianyu finally understood what it truly meant to be a swordsmanship grandmaster. Mariboshi Kosuka's techniques weren't flashy, but they were far beyond what she could currently counter. After their sparring session, both Mariboshi Kosuka and Xianyu were quite satisfied, him with his student, and her with her teacher. People have various ways of expressing happiness. Some eat a good meal, watch a movie, take a walk, or sing. Mariboshi Kosuka's way? Cooking a delicious feast. After their conversation ended, he retrieved his previously wind-blown wok and, like a magician, found various ingredients from the forest. With cooking skills that were probably on par with his swordsmanship, he quickly prepared a pot of mouth-watering food. As the fragrant, all-natural meal cooked, Xianyu couldn't help but drool. At this moment, she finally realized the grave mistake she had almost made. She had nearly destroyed the great wok deity and even thought ill of it. Such blasphemy was unacceptable. She had to punish herself properly. Decision made it tonight, she would eat 4 extra bowls as penance. Asterisk MMM. 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 Asterisk. Under Mariboshi Kosuka's enthusiastic hospitality, the girl indulged in an unparalleled feasting experience. Meanwhile, others had yet to grasp the severity of the situation until the scene cut to Naruto's perspective. Everyone saw how Naruto had painstakingly escaped Ebisu and sought out Jiraiya as his teacher, only to find that Jiraiya was an unreliable pervert. If Naruto wanted training, he had to use sexy jutsu to bribe Jiraiya, and even when they went out to eat, Naruto had to pay for his own meals. Then, looking back at Xianyu, who had a teacher providing her meals every day, her stomach round and full, the viewers couldn't help but collectively type out a series of question marks in the chat. Wow, so blatant favoritism, huh? Well played, Kosuka-sensei. Yeah, eat. Eat as much as you want. Now I don't have to worry about my kid going hungry anymore. I hereby declare that Kosuka-sensei shall be honored in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Who supports this motion? Who opposes? Stop fishing for debate. No one opposes. Damn, is this what it means to be the official daughter of the series? Everyone marveled at the contrast. But they didn't know that despite being seen as the officially favored daughter who got free meals daily, Xianyu actually had her own worries. Ever since her first live-broadcasted encounter with Mariboshi Kosuka, her livestream had mysteriously disappeared except for brief moments before meals, solely to showcase what she was eating. This made her feel like nothing more than a mukbang, eating show, streamer. Then again, Mariboshi Kosuka's cooking was undeniably delicious. With her intense training regimen, she had even unknowingly put on some weight. But more than the food, what Xianyu gained most was a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. She was utterly shocked to learn that Mariboshi Kosuka had a connection with Shisui Uchiha. If Konoha Ryu, Willow hadn't contributed much to her wind swordsmanship, then Shirsue's Uchiha-ryu swordsmanship was an absolute revelation. Wind and fire had always been closely linked as chakra natures, and as the saying goes, one can polish jade with the help of another stone. I'm sorry, Shirsue. From now on, I won't joke about you protecting Konoha's future anymore. Xianyu silently made a promise to herself. And so, the following days were filled with relentless training. To her delight, even without using impression points to level up, under Maraboshi Kosuka's meticulous guidance, her skill experience was increasing at an astonishing rate. If she were to invest impression points, the progress would be even faster. Like a sponge absorbing water, she rapidly assimilated Maraboshi Kosuka's teachings in swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and secret techniques, pushing her strength into a period of explosive growth. With a great teacher and amazing food, compared to Naruto, Chinyu's life was practically blissful. But, as always, happiness was fleeting. Before she could enjoy many more meals from Maraboshi Kosuka, a certain purple-haired, alluring Wanisan with striking red lips and flame-like markings on her shoulders suddenly appeared. Seeing Chinyu training diligently under Maraboshi Kosuka's guidance, the woman paused, a flicker of sorrow flashing across her face before she quickly hid it. "Kosuka-sensei!" she softly called out. "Yugugo!" Maraboshi Kosuka's eyes lit up with joy. "What brings you here? Did you come to visit this old man?" "Ha ha, perfect timing. Let me introduce you to someone, this is Chinyu, a very talented child." Maraboshi Kosuka led Yuzuki Yugugo to Chinyu. "Hello, little sister," Yugugo greeted gently. "Hello, beautiful big sister." Chinyu replied with a smile, though inwardly, she was surprised. She hadn't expected Yugugo to have a teacher-student relationship with Maraboshi Kosuka. And if Yugugo was his disciple, then her childhood friend and fiancé, Geka Heiate, likely was too. No wonder Heiate, a swordsman, had such a stunning fiancé. But Yugugo's sudden visit clearly had a purpose. Xianyu observed Yugugo's face carefully. Despite her impeccable makeup, there was a trace of exhaustion and sorrow beneath it. And then, it hit her, Heiate's death had already happened. At first, Xianyu had the urge to stop Yuzuki Yugugo from speaking about Geku Heiate's death. However, after carefully considering the situation and looking at the beautiful purple-haired woman in front of her, she ultimately dismissed the idea. It was clear that Yugugo was already deeply conflicted ever since their initial greeting. She had been lost in thought, her gaze shifting between vacancy and struggle. Xianyu couldn't help but wonder if her presence had triggered some memories for Yugugo. Maraboshi Kosuka, standing nearby, also noticed Yugugo's unusual expression, and a look of doubt flickered in his eyes. Seeing this, Xianyu sighed slightly and gently called out, "Sis? Eh?" Yugugo snapped out of her daze, her eyes momentarily filled with confusion. Xianyu asked with concern, "Sis, you look really exhausted. Did something happen?" "Ah, you noticed." Yugugo sighed softly. "Looking at you, you must have just graduated as a genin this year, right? For someone as new as you to pick up on it. I must be really shaken." At this point, Maraboshi Kosuka, who had been holding back his questions, finally spoke up. "Yugugo, what happened?" Yugugo hesitated for a moment before finally breaking down. "Sensei. Heiate is dead." Clang. The sword in Maraboshi Kosuka's hand fell to the ground with a loud crash. He stood there like a man who had just lost his soul. For a swordsmanship grandmaster to be so devastated that he couldn't even hold his sword, it was enough to show just how much of a shock this news was to him. Maraboshi Kosuka murmured blankly, "I always knew that with his condition, it was only a matter of time, but why so suddenly? What exactly happened, Yugugo?" Kosuka pressed on. Yugugo took a deep breath and began recounting the events of Geku Heiate's demise. The story wasn't long, it was as described in the original storyline. Heiate had been tracking Yakushi Kabuto, then vanished. The next day, his cold and lifeless body was found. As for the killer? They had no idea. Even the ANBU's investigations yielded no clues. So, they don't even know who did it. Hearing this, Maraboshi Kosuka clenched his fists tightly in frustration. Where is Heiate's body? Did they perform an autopsy? He was brought back by the ANBU, and they did an autopsy, Yugugo explained. But his brain had been professionally tampered with, there was no remaining information. All we know is that he was killed by an exceptionally skilled wind release user. So, no leads on the killer at all. Maraboshi Kosuka's grief and fury deepened. He knew that Konoha's interrogation unit was filled with masters of torture and mind reading. If even they couldn't uncover anything, then what could an old man like him possibly do? He could only lower his hand in sorrow. Forget it, take me to see Hey-8. Without hesitation, the three of them headed to the Konoha hospital's morgue. After some time, Xianyu and Yugugo exited the morgue, leaving Mariboshi Kosuke alone to say his final goodbyes. Delivering this news to Kosuke had at least lifted a weight from Yugugo's heart, and having someone to share her grief with seemed to ease her burden slightly. Her expression looked less strained than before. Yugugo then turned to Xianyu with a softer gaze. Xianyu, right? You didn't have to come with us. I don't see it that way. Xianyu shook her head firmly. I may not be Kosuke-sensei's official disciple, but the things he's taught me over the past days have benefited me greatly. We may not have the title of master and student, but we have the bond of one. Hayate-senpai was my senior. How could I not come when he was murdered? Besides, he was my Chunin exam proctor. That's another connection we share. Oh? Yugugo was slightly surprised. So you're a participant in this Chunin exam? Now that you mention it, I think Hey-8 did mention you before. She then continued, since you're here training under sensei, that means you passed the preliminaries and will be competing in the finals a month from now, correct? Yes, Xianyu nodded, finding nothing unusual in the question. It was all public information anyway. However, upon learning that Xianyu was a Chunin exam participant, Yugugo suddenly apologized. I'm sorry. Xianyu was caught off guard by the sudden apology and had no idea why Yugugo was saying sorry. Yugugo then explained, you're in a critical training phase right now. Every day of preparation is precious, and yet because of our issues, you had to accompany us here. It was our failure as your seniors. You can't say that, Yugugo-senpai. Xianyu sighed helplessly. She understood her own circumstances. There was no such thing as wasted time here. But Yugugo was insistent. Since we've taken up your time, we should compensate you. Consider it a gift from your seniors. Yugugo pulled several scrolls from her ninja pouch and handed them to Xianyu. What's this? Xianyu asked as she took the scrolls. Yugugo explained, these contain Hay-8's insights on the dance of the crescent moon. He was the most skilled in it. There's also his secret technique, Moon Shadow, and my own secret technique, Hazy Moonlit Night. Xianyu's hands trembled slightly. These weren't just ordinary scrolls, these were a swordsman's most treasured techniques, something they would never casually share. Senpai. Xianyu felt conflicted. Yugugo had just lost her fiancé, yet she was already offering such valuable gifts. Holding on to them felt like a heavy responsibility, and she instinctively wanted to return them. But Yugugo seemed to anticipate her hesitation. Take them, she said firmly. These techniques might be better off in your hands. Her words were vague, but Xianyu understood her meaning. In the original storyline, Yugugo had fallen into despair after Hay-8's death. She eventually became so broken that she couldn't even wield her sword anymore and ended up as a medical ninja instead. For a swordsman, letting their secret techniques be forgotten was a painful fate. Clearly, Yugugo was entrusting these to Xianyu, hoping they wouldn't be lost. After a moment of silence, Xianyu finally accepted the scrolls. The 3 swordsmanship scrolls weren't large, but in her hands, they felt incredibly heavy, carrying with them a weighty responsibility. Initially, Xianyu had no particular feelings toward Hay-8 or Yugugo. In fact, before traveling to this world, she had even joked about Hay-8 being a tuberculosis ghost and wondered how someone with his weak constitution could have such a beautiful fiancé. To her, Yugugo had simply been a pretty widow. But now, those narrow and superficial impressions had vanished. At this moment, they were no longer just characters in a story, they had become real, living people. Xianyu could feel the love and care her seniors had for her. And the knowledge that Baki and Kabuto were responsible for Hay-8's death. It changed something inside her. Kabuto and Baki, huh? Xianyu's gaze turned cold. I probably can't do much about Kabuto, but Baki? There's no way he's getting away. Good, she thought to herself. Before this, she had no real motivation or goal for the Chunin exams. After all, she wasn't even supposed to have a match. But now, her goal was clear. I've decided Baki will be my target. She would avenge her unfortunate senior. She would repay Mariboshi Kosuke's teachings. And she would honor Yugugo's gift. The next day, after a much-needed rest, Xianyu opened her status panel. Her impression points had skyrocketed to 420,000, an absurd amount. Even after using some for training, the number was still staggering. Seeing this, Xianyu couldn't suppress the excitement bubbling up inside her. It's time to make some big moves. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk damn it, could Haku have been taken by Danzo? A sense of unease surged through Chinyu's heart. She carefully thought back. Ever since Haku had returned, she hadn't paid much attention to his situation. Now that she really considered it, there had been no news about him at all. And everyone knew that in Konoha, no news often meant bad news. Chinyu pondered for a moment. Given her current connections, the only people likely to know Haku's whereabouts were ANBU members directly under the Hokage like Yuzuki Yugugo or Kakashi. But Yugugo was still immersed in grief, and as a considerate little junior, Chinyu didn't want to disturb her. Looks like I'll have to find Kakashi, she sighed helplessly. Might as well take the chance to check in on Sasuke too. It's been a while since I've seen everyone. I should at least maintain some basic etiquette and take a bath first. Since she had just spent time upgrading her abilities, her body wasn't covered in grime like in some Shinsha novels, but she had still worked up a sweat. So, Chinyu stepped into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and let the clear water cascade over her slender swan-like neck. Droplets lingered briefly at her delicate collarbone before rolling down her curves, gliding over her smooth legs, swirling around her dainty feet, and finally disappearing down the drain. The soft hum of her relaxed singing mixed with the rhythmic sound of the water, creating a peaceful and comforting atmosphere. However, she never expected that while the livestream hadn't appeared during her training or Yugugo's visit, it would suddenly activate while she was bathing. The first thing that appeared on the livestream feed was a pair of fair, water-dappled feet stepping onto white porcelain tiles, feet so pale they made the tiles look dull by comparison. At that moment, viewers who had just entered the livestream exploded with excitement. Food. Wait, is this a bath stream? Who is it? Slurp, don't tell me it's my wife? Holy crap, after episodes of no fan service, is this finally happening? Hurry! Serve it up! I can't wait any longer. As the camera slowly panned upward, Chinyu's natural, unembellished beauty was revealed in full view. However, the next second, a blinding holy light flooded the screen. The chat immediately erupted in frustration. Who summoned a paladin? I told you! No paladins! No paladins! Fell magic! Whoever cast that holy light, we duel at dawn! Fight! Fight! The mysterious light, which seemed to shoot out from the void, covered most of Chinyu's delicate figure, leaving only teasing glimpses at the edges. The viewers were furious, wanting nothing more than to charge in and challenge the divine radiance itself. But while the chat was panicking like monkeys on fire, Chinyu let out a deep sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Asterisk, at least this isn't an 18+ stream. Otherwise, I'd be in big trouble. Asterisk. Asterisk, the main issue was that the livestream has never done this before, so I wasn't prepared at all. Asterisk. If only I could control when the stream starts. For the umpteenth time, Chinyu wished she could determine when the livestream activated. Unfortunately, she had yet to find a way to do so. All she knew was that the stream turned on during events relevant to the original storyline, like when Sasuke came to find her. Now that she thought about it, this unexpected stream activation must have been triggered by her decision to search for Haku. Since there was no avoiding it, Chinyu reluctantly accepted reality. Welp, no more bath time for me. Even though the holy light was doing its job, she wasn't about to continue bathing while being watched by thousands of people. So, she quickly rinsed off, used wind release to dry herself in an instant, and swiftly dressed. Of course, to the viewers, her putting on panties, fastening her chest wrap, and pulling up stockings turned into yet another wave of fan service. In just a few minutes, her impression points skyrocketed like a rocket launch, asterisk asterisk. Previously, she would need an entire small event to earn 100,000 points. Now, in just a few minutes, she had earned 230,000. These damn degenerates are insane. Chinyu stared at the massive influx of impression points, completely dumbfounded. 230,000 in minutes? She had to mentally chant mine, it's all mine. Over and over again just to resist the temptation of farming even more fan service points in the future. With her mind back on track, she left her room and headed towards Sasuke's training grounds to find Kakashi. After some time, Chinyu arrived at her destination and immediately asked, "Where's Haku?" Nearby, Sasuke, who was taking a short break, heard her question and turned to look at her curiously. Kakashi's answer shocked her. "He's in Konoha Hospital." Eh? The hospital? Chinyu tilted her head in confusion. Kakashi nodded. "After we brought him back, the ANBU conducted a thorough investigation, including looking into his past as a hidden missed ANBU member. But in the end, they found that he was, Well, nothing like a typical mist ninja. After some evaluation and with my recommendation, the Hokage himself spoke with Haku directly. As a sign of respect, the Hokage arranged for him to work as a nurse at Konoha Hospital. Of course, he's still under light surveillance. Qianyu blinked. That's it? She tilted her head even further, looking completely baffled. That's it, Kakashi confirmed with a nod. Qianyu rubbed her temples. So let me get this straight. Haku is a rare Kekkei Genkai user. Neither the third Hokage nor Danzo tried to do anything shady? This is way too suspicious. Kakashi chuckled and shook his head. It's not just that. But as he recalled Haku's current situation, his smile faded slightly. He smacked his lips, hesitating between feeling envious, jealous, or simply lost for words. Anyway, just go to the hospital and see for yourself. Now even more intrigued by Kakashi's cryptic response, Qianyu shrugged. Fine, I'll go. She had planned to visit Haku anyway, especially since she needed to learn about ice release. But just as she turned to leave, a thought struck her. Oh, right, Kakashi. Qianyu suddenly looked at him with a mischievous glint in her eye. Ice release? Kakashi blinked in confusion. Why are you asking about that all of a sudden? Qianyu didn't answer immediately. Instead, she simply smiled mysteriously and extended her fair hand toward him. Kakashi's gaze instinctively followed, momentarily distracted by the smooth, porcelain-like skin and faint blue veins beneath it. But when he blinked, a small, frost-covered shard of ice had appeared in Qianyu's palm. What exactly is this? Kakashi instinctively reached out his hand and took the object from Chihane's palm. A chill instantly spread through his fingertips. After a moment, the cold sensation gradually faded, but he then felt a slight moisture. Looking at the water in his hand, Kakashi suddenly came to a realization. This is ice. He looked at Chihane's beautiful red eyes in shock and asked in disbelief, how did you do that? He had to admit that his gaze had indeed wandered just now. As a one-eyed shinobi, his field of vision was incomplete, but that was no reason for Chihane to perform such a magic trick right in front of him. I'll show you again. This time, make sure to watch carefully. Chihane smirked mischievously and rolled up her sleeves. She spread her fingers and waved her hands in front of them, demonstrating that she had nothing hidden in her palms. Her actions not only caught Kakashi's attention but also drew Sasuke's gaze to her delicate hands. Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan, and Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, closing his right eye. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned red. The next second, Chihane repeated her trick. This time, with the aid of the Sharingan, Kakashi and Sasuke saw everything clearly. They could distinctly see that Chihane had gathered chakra into a mass and formed ice. And this technique, they had seen it before. This is ice release. Kakashi and Sasuke exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with shock. Chihane, how do you know ice release? It's Haku. Chihane replied. Haku gave me an ice release scroll before. You guys knew about that, right? Hearing her words, Kakashi and Sasuke suddenly recalled some past memories. On their way back to Konoha from the Land of Waves, Naruto had curiously asked about the scroll Chihane was always reading. That was when they found out it had been given to her by Haku. Recalling those events, Kakashi nodded in understanding. Oh, so that's how it is. I see. Wait, no. You're telling me that just by using Haku's scroll, you mastered ice release in less than 2 months? Kakashi was full of skepticism. Is that even possible? What's the problem? Chihane blinked, her charming face still carrying a playful smile. Is learning a jutsu in 2 months really that strange? It's a huge problem. Kakashi couldn't accept it. Kekkei Genkai isn't something you can just learn that easily. From Kakashi's own experience, he had seen many geniuses, people who mastered S-rank forbidden techniques, people who controlled tailed beasts, but he had never seen anyone create a Kekkei Genkai out of thin air. So for Chihane to claim she had developed ice release through training alone was beyond his comprehension. In contrast to Kakashi's shock, the viewers in the livestream were completely unfazed. None of them found it strange that Chihane had learned ice release. Instead, they flooded the chat with comments like as expected of my wife. Some even began quoting iconic game lines. Grass is but an obstacle beneath my blade. My sword never returns once drawn. I wield the moonlight as my blade. Let this moonlit radiance illuminate all rivers and streams. Seeing the chat, Chihane was momentarily confused until she noticed another comment. White hair, red eyes, and now ice? Oh, I see, she's the real Jinglu. Oh, I get it now. Chihane finally realized what was happening. It seemed that, after her reincarnation, a new character had appeared in this world. Since their attributes were similar, the audience was making comparisons. But she had to admit, those lines were pretty cool. Maybe she could use them in the future. Lost in thought, Chihane only snapped back to reality when Kakashi waved his hand in front of her face. Hey, hey! Ha! Chihane returned to the present and glanced at Kakashi helplessly. She knew that if she told him she had actually been using swift release all this time, Kakashi might think he was dreaming and slap himself awake. So instead, she gave him a humorous response. Isn't it possible that I'm just a one-in-a-million genius? Alright, it's just a Kekei Genkai. No need to make such a fuss. Be careful, or I might take my talents to another village. Kakashi instantly fell silent, deciding not to argue any further. Chihane ignored him and turned to Sasuke instead. So, do you want to visit Haku at the hospital with me? Visit Haku? Sasuke finally snapped out of his shock over Chihane's newfound strength. No! He clenched his fists tightly, his tone turning cold. I don't have time to waste on things like that. Alright. Chihane wasn't bothered by Sasuke's attitude. She knew he was just frustrated again after seeing her progress. But no matter how much of a genius Sasuke was, he was still just a person. How could he possibly compare to her, a cheater, or rather, cheat sister? So, she didn't push him any further. I'll go see Haku by myself then. Bye-bye. With that, she waved at them and set off toward the hospital alone. However, she had barely walked a few steps when Kakashi caught up to her. Meow? Chihane tilted her head slightly, her ponytail swaying as she playfully acted cute. Kakashi was momentarily flustered by her adorable expression but quickly remembered why he had followed her. He had two reasons for catching up. First, regarding ice release, Kakashi had been to the land of snow and copied some of their ice release techniques. He planned to compile them into a scroll for Chihane within the next few days. Second, also about ice release, this involved the third Hokage. Chihane's use of ice release would inevitably be noticed. Since she had developed it through her own training, her experience was incredibly valuable. This essentially opened up a new path for Konoha's ninjutsu development. As a result, the third Hokage would definitely ask her for details, hoping to replicate it and cultivate more ice release users for Konoha. Kakashi suggested that Chihane could share her method. Though it wasn't necessary, since he could back her up, ice release wasn't her core ability anyway. Besides, even if others learned the method, without her talent, they might not be able to master it. It would be a good opportunity to exchange for some resources. As a fellow genius, Kakashi understood this well. Ordinary people needed step-by-step explanations to learn things, while geniuses could often grasp the answer with just a glance. I see. After listening to Kakashi's advice, Chihane nodded obediently. Alright, if Lord Third comes to me, I'll consider it. That is, if he even gets the chance to ask me. Chihane added silently in her mind. She knew she would only use ice release during the Chunin exams. And everyone knew what would happen during the exams. If anyone were to discuss this with her, it would likely be Tsunade instead. That was perfect, she had been eyeing Tsunade's seal for a long time. However, seeing Chihane's reaction, Kakashi thought she had genuinely taken his advice to heart. He had been worried about her being too reckless, especially given Konoha's dark side. But now, it seemed that while Chihane could be mischievous at times, she was mostly sensible and willing to listen to him. This reassured him greatly. Under Chihane's puzzled gaze, Kakashi suddenly looked a little strange. But she didn't pay it much attention. Since their discussion was over, she bid him farewell and headed toward Konoha Hospital. In front of the young nurse at the reception desk, Shenyu eagerly reported Bai's name with great anticipation. However, at this moment, she was completely unaware of the severity of the situation and did not understand why Kakashi's expression earlier had been so complex. Upon hearing the keyword Bai, the young nurse's expression changed instantly. Her previously kind and gentle gaze vanished, replaced by a look of disgust, disdain, and scorn. It was as if the person standing before her was not the universally admired and beloved Shenyu but some repulsive piece of trash. The young nurse shook her head indifferently and said coldly, "I'm sorry, miss, but there's no one named Bai here. Also, if you're not here to visit a patient or seek medical attention, please leave immediately. This is a hospital, we do not entertain unrelated individuals." Shenyu was baffled. She had no idea why she was being treated this way. The nurse's attitude was clearly unreasonable, something she was unaware of must have happened to cause such hostility toward her. Taking a deep breath, Shenyu tried to explain, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Even if you don't help me find him, at least pass on a message. My name is Feng Wingxi Qianyu. If you just mention my name, Bai will come to see me. However, the young nurse's attitude did not change in the slightest. In fact, she became even more dismissive. Sure. And you also want me to give him a little note with your home address, right? Or perhaps a hotel room number and key? Or maybe even the lace underwear you just took off? Thinking back to the various types of people who had come to the hospital before, the young nurse shook her head repeatedly, her eyes full of exasperation. Meanwhile, Qianyu was completely stunned. Address notes, hotel keys, lace underwear? What exactly had Bai been through behind her back? His life seemed absolutely enviable. Yeah, I wish I had girls showing up every day to hook up with me. Wake up, dude. They're only after his body. Plus, you'd need to have Bai's looks first. Oof, that hurts, bro. As Qianyu saw these comments scrolling across her mind like a barrage of messages, she was filled with emotion. Everyone had originally thought that Bai, as a captured enemy, would be lucky not to be discriminated against. No one had expected that he was actually living such a comfortable life. It was that classic dilemma, hoping your friend doesn't suffer, but also fearing that he's doing way better than you. Clearly, Bai was in the latter situation. The key factor was that, in the ninja world, men were either as strikingly handsome as Kakashi, as ruggedly masculine as Asuma, or at the very least, like Guy, unattractive but responsible, sincere, and physically strong. The saying goes, as a child, wetting the bed gets you scolded, as an adult, it gets you praised. This was the same logic. Bai's androgynous beauty was like a brand new niche market in the peaceful village of Konoha, making him stand out even more. Realizing this, Qianyu finally understood the situation completely. She smiled wryly and reiterated to the nurse, Bai and I are just friends. I'm really here to see him for an important reason, not what you're thinking. Really? The nurse looked at Qianyu with skepticism. Truer than gold. Qianyu emphasized. Fine then, follow me. I'll take you to see Bai-kun. The nurse, moved by Qianyu's insistence, decided to help since it seemed like a genuine matter. Soon, the two of them arrived at a duty room. Just as the nurse was about to place her hand on the door handle, she hesitated and gave Qianyu one last piece of advice. Young lady, you look very good. Among all the people I've seen, very few surpass you in appearance. But chasing a man isn't just about looks. As she spoke, the nurse seemed to recall something terrifying. Goosebumps rose on her arms, and she gazed into the distance, sighing. Ahead lies a battlefield of carnage. Before Qianyu could fully process what she meant by battlefield of carnage, the nurse suddenly pulled the door open. What Qianyu saw next left her utterly speechless. Inside the duty room, there were not one, not two, but 5 women surrounding Bai. A bespectacled doctor in a white coat and black stockings, a braided girl next door type, a wavy-haired seductive temptress, a single ponytailed energetic airhead, and at Sundar a twin-tailed girl. All the classic archetypes from gal games were present. The most shocking part was that, unlike typical gal games where female leads often compete fiercely, here, the dynamic was strangely harmonious. I wasn't troubled by choosing between them at all. Remembering Kakashi's strange expression earlier, Qianyu immediately understood someone in power was interfering to ensure that Bai's ice-release bloodline spread as widely as possible in Konoha. That was why the nurse had said, the battlefield ahead is brutal, and beauty alone is useless, because compared to Qianyu, these women cared more deeply for Bai. Good. Qianyu gritted her teeth in frustration. She had initially been worried that Bai had become one of Danzo's experimental subjects, but instead, he was living out a gal game fantasy and enjoying it to the fullest. Ugly jealousy surged in her heart. She regretted not finishing Bai off back in the land of waves. If it weren't for his transformation abilities, she wouldn't have to witness this scene. However, the nurse completely misinterpreted Qianyu's reaction. Rolling her eyes, she thought to herself, this isn't just a friend, this is a jealous little sister. Sigh. The nurse let out a helpless sigh. She prided herself on her sharp intuition, but this time, she had completely misjudged the situation and brought someone into the hospital who shouldn't have been there. Now, to save herself, she quietly slipped away, leaving Qianyu standing at the door, looking at the chaotic scene before her, utterly at a loss, like a low-ranking minion. At that moment, the door to the duty room was pushed open again, and a pink-haired girl entered. Qianyu! Sakura exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Qianyu standing there in a daze. What are you doing here? That's what I should be asking you. Qianyu shot back. Well, I've been helping out at the Konoha hospital lately. Sakura smiled, her emerald green eyes full of confidence. I might even end up working here in the future. Eh? Xianyu was genuinely surprised. She hadn't expected Sakura to step onto her canonical path so soon. What about your Team 9? Xianyu asked in confusion. She thought that if being a genin was like writing a thesis, then they should be writing for a while longer. But when Sakura heard this, her expression darkened. There is no Team 9 anymore. Sighing, Sakura explained her situation. Under the current ninja team system, not all genin were assigned to outstanding instructors like Kakashi. Most were placed under regular teachers and often had ordinary or even failed careers. However, those who wanted to rise had another option, the ANBU. Perhaps due to the previous battle, Sakura had realized her own weakness. Her teammate Kusakyo had been recommended for ANBU, and with one member gone, Team 9 was disbanded. Unlike legendary teams like Minato's or the future Team 7, they weren't important enough for the Hokage to assign replacements. With no proper team, Sakura had sought help from another teammate and started working at the hospital, stepping onto the path she was destined for. I see. Xianyu now fully understood. Studying Sakura's face carefully, she remarked, "You've changed a lot." Have I? Sakura touched her face in surprise, even pulling out a mirror to check. I don't see any difference. I mean your aura, you've matured. Xianyu smiled, knowing that only through hardship could one grow. In just a little over a month, Sakura already exuded a late-stage Sakura vibe, making Xianyu optimistic about her potential. The conversation soon turned to Xianyu's upcoming Chunin exam match, and after some encouragement, they parted ways. Later, Xianyu met with Bai in private, learned some ice release techniques, and then visited Lee and Hinata. 4 days remained until the third round of the Chunin exam. However, the next day, an unexpected knock came at Xianyu's door. Who is it? Xianyu asked, puzzled. She wasn't expecting any visitors. Opening the door, she was shocked to see a weary-looking beauty with violet hair. Yugao-senpai? What brings you here? Please, come in. Xianyu eagerly invited Yuzuki Yugo inside. But Yugao stopped her. No need, Xianyu. I'm here on official business. Official business? Xianyu now noticed Yugao's ANBU uniform and immediately realized this was a summons from the Hokage. Is the Hokage asking for me? Xianyu asked, already anticipating the answer. Yes, Yugao confirmed. The Hokage wants to see you. Let's go. Yuzuki Yugao grabbed Xianyu and quickly headed toward the rear mountain of Konoha. After a while, the two of them arrived in the forest of the rear mountain. Before Xianyu could even catch sight of the third Hokage, the first thing that reached her was the enticing aroma of food being cooked by Mariboshi Kosuka. Immediately after, the hearty laughter of the third Hokage filled her ears. As Yugo led Xianyu closer, they saw that the third Hokage and Mariboshi Kosuka were enjoying their meal, completely absorbed in their food. However, they were soon drawn by the approaching footsteps and turned their gazes toward them. Upon seeing them, the third Hokage smiled and said, "Oh, Yugo, you're here. And Xianyu as well. Would you like to have some? Kosuka's cooking is truly excellent." Xianyu and Yugo quickly shook their heads. "No, thank you. We've already eaten before coming." The third Hokage shook his head regretfully, as if he genuinely found it a pity. Then, he turned to Mariboshi Kosuka. "Kosuka, since Xianyu is here, let me have a conversation with this child." "Understood. In that case, third Hokage, I'll take my leave." Mariboshi Kosuka tactfully got up and left together with Yugo. As he passed by Xianyu, he gave her a reassuring look. The third Hokage then turned his gaze toward Xianyu, his face adorned with the kind smile that had almost become his signature mask. "Xianyu, how about taking a walk with this old man?" "Of course, Hokage-sama," Xianyu nodded. The two of them then walked slowly through the forest, one in front of the other. One had to admit, while the infrastructure of the ninja world was somewhat underdeveloped, the natural environment was quite remarkable. Instead of using ninja foot techniques to hasten their pace, they walked steadily on the forest floor, feeling the soft, humus-rich soil beneath their feet. The fresh, earthy scent of the trees filled their noses, and the faint chirping of birds and insects reached their ears. It was a truly relaxing experience. After walking for a while, Xianyu felt as though her mind had undergone a gentle cleansing. At that moment, the third Hokage finally spoke. "Nice, isn't it?" Xianyu was briefly caught off guard. "What?" The third Hokage clarified, "I meant, this Konoha forest, it's nice, isn't it?" "It certainly is." Xianyu agreed. "Walking through these woods feels like a purification of the soul." The third Hokage laughed heartily. "Oh? So that's how you feel? Ha ha, not bad. It seems you're the type of person who values personal feelings. Hearing his words, Shinyu cleverly followed up, and aren't you the same, Hokage-sama? The third Hokage sighed regretfully. As the Hokage, I spend most of my time deep in thought. Even now, as I walk through this forest, I'm contemplating why this forest is so beautiful. And what is the reason? Shinyu asked again. The third Hokage confidently declared, because there is an invisible hand guiding it. Oh? Shinyu was intrigued by his statement. How so? The third Hokage pointed toward the sky. Sunlight shines down from above, illuminating the leaves and allowing them to undergo photosynthesis. They absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen, which is then taken in by the animals within the forest. The waste produced by these animals in turn nourishes the trees. In other words, within this forest, everything receives what it needs. It's as if an invisible hand has perfectly arranged everything. If one part needs more, it receives more, and in return, it provides something back to others. That is why this forest is so perfect. I see. Shinyu feigned enlightenment, though inwardly she was rolling her eyes. Isn't this just the natural cycle of an ecosystem? Why go on about some invisible hand? The grass on the ground isn't getting enough sunlight simply because the trees are blocking it. Hokage-sama, are you trying to lecture me like I'm clueless? However, since he had gone to such lengths to make a point, he was probably about to get to the real topic. Shinyu turned her gaze toward the third Hokage expectantly. Sure enough, the third Hokage smoothly transitioned the conversation. In truth, governing a ninja village follows the same principle. But unlike the forest, a ninja village doesn't have an invisible hand. So it falls upon me, the Hokage, to allocate resources, to ensure that everyone receives their fair share and to keep everyone satisfied. Fortunately, I've done a fairly good job in this regard, which is why I've been able to serve as Konoha's Hokage for so many years. The third Hokage suddenly asked, Shinyu, do you understand what I'm saying? I understand, Shinyu replied, slightly exasperated. She knew exactly what the third Hokage was getting at. He wanted her to offer something in return. Such a simple request, yet he had to go through this entire roundabout explanation filled with grand ideologies. Unwilling to drag this out any longer, Shinyu cut straight to the point. So, Hokage-sama, what exactly are you asking for? Shinyu, I've heard that you've mastered ice release? The third Hokage posed another question instead of answering directly. Yes. Shinyu immediately understood. Her visit to Bai yesterday had exposed her ice release abilities. Would you mind showing it to this old man? The third Hokage requested. Without hesitation, Shinyu formed a hand seal. Ice release, demonic ice mirrors. Whoosh! A chilling gust of wind swept through the forest. In the next moment, a mirror of ice rapidly formed in midair, reflecting the third Hokage's astonished expression, his eyes gleaming with interest. Excellent, 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 excellent. The third Hokage repeated excellent 4 times in a row. Just as I saw from Bai before. It seems you have truly mastered ice release, an incredible talent indeed. Even by my standards, your talent ranks among the top 3. Shinyu simply smiled nonchalantly. You're too kind, Hokage-sama. Not at all, the third Hokage waved his hand. In fact, ever since Bai arrived in Konoha, we have been researching ice release. Unfortunately, Bai's abilities stem from his bloodline. He knows how to use them, but he doesn't understand the underlying principles. Our researchers tried to reverse engineer it, but to no avail. But you, Shinyu, you managed to replicate ice release from just a single scroll left by Bai. You've demystified ice release and ensured that it is no longer exclusive to Kirigakure. With such a contribution, your name will surely go down in Konoha's history books. The third Hokage showered Shinyu with praise, as if she had surpassed the first and second Hokage in power and outshone the third and fourth in virtue. However, Shinyu knew exactly what he was doing. He was buttering her up before making his request. So why not just get to the point? Hokage-sama, you're making me blush. Shinyu touched her cheeks, pretending to be shy. Before the third Hokage could continue speaking, she interrupted. So, please, just say what you want directly. Very well. The third Hokage's eyes flickered briefly before he took a deep breath and said, I'll be straightforward. Would you be willing to share your method of mastering ice release with the village? Rest assured, as I told you before, the village will not treat you unfairly. You can name your price. What do you want? Anything? Shinyu asked. Anything. The third Hokage confirmed with a nod. Shinyu rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. After a while, she looked at him and spoke. I want. You want that? The third Hokage was visibly shocked upon hearing her request. After a long moment of contemplation, he scrutinized Qianyu carefully before finally nodding. If that is your request, then so be it. After confirming the exchange, Qianyu bid farewell to the third Hokage and returned home. Though her ice release was obtained through a unique method, she had already mastered the relevant knowledge. Writing an ice release training scroll by herself was not difficult. 2 days later, Qianyu arrived at the Hokage's office with the scroll and received what she had requested. To her, it was just another ordinary transaction. However, soon after Qianyu left, a man with a bandaged right hand and eye, leaning on a cane, stormed into the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo. And thus, another confrontation between the two old rivals began. The next day, the third round of the Chunin exams officially commenced. Shino, Shikamaru, Qianyu, Naruto, Neji, Gaara, Kankuro, Temari, and Choji, the 9 participants, stood together in the vast arena of the third stage of the Chunin exams. Just like the preliminary round, this stage had no restrictions on combat methods. The match would only end when one side admitted defeat or, unfortunately, perished. The only difference was that, since this was a public event, a new rule had been added to prevent excessive bloodshed that might negatively impact the audience. The proctor had the authority to intervene in the match at their discretion once a result was determined. Despite Qianyu and Choji being added to the original lineup of 8, the preliminary match order remained unchanged. Additionally, Sasuke, after spending time with Kakashi, unsurprisingly developed a habit of being late. As a result, the subsequent events followed the original storyline almost exactly. Just as the original story described, Naruto, with a burst of Nine Tails power and his almost absurdly effective talk no jutsu, managed to defeat Neji. Then, Kankuro, unwilling to expose his puppet crow's secrets, decisively forfeited his match against Shino. Following that, Shikamaru and Temari engaged in a brilliant battle, showcasing both their intelligence and skills. Ultimately, Shikamaru used his high emotional intelligence to concede in a way that essentially secured his future with Temari. Before Qianyu could decide whether to be happy for or disgusted by Shikamaru, bad news arrived. "It's my turn?" Qianyu asked in surprise. "Yes." Danma Shiranui, the proctor, nodded solemnly. "Please step forward, Feng Huangxi Qianyu and Akimichi Choji." "Ugh, I have to fight Qianyu already?" Choji let out a mournful wail. "Damn it, why so soon? Munch, I wasn't ready yet." "Tell me about it," Qianyu sighed, a faint pain rising in her heart. She had thought she wouldn't have to fight so soon. Wait. Qianyu suddenly realized something. Wasn't Sasuke supposed to be absent? In the original story, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, had intervened to delay his match, and Sasuke had arrived just in time. Had she misremembered? So, I really do have to fight. Qianyu looked at Choji helplessly. Ugh. Under Qianyu's gaze, Choji stuffed even more chips into his mouth. At first, he was grabbing handfuls of chips, but now he was tearing open entire bags and pouring them into his mouth. The floor beneath him was already covered in empty chip bags, forming a small pile of trash. Clearly, he had been eating non-stop since arriving. This was a requirement of the Akimichi clan's secret techniques. The more they ate, the more energy they could store for battle. However, the way Choji was eating gave Qianyu a bad feeling. Was he planning to use those pills? Was it really necessary to go that far for a mere Chunin exam? Qianyu sighed inwardly. She thought about it carefully and realized that Choji using the pills was a real possibility. The Akimichi clan was a prestigious family in Konoha, and losing too badly in front of so many people might lead others to question their strength. The first of the 3 colored pills, the green one, was relatively mild, functioning similarly to a large military ration pill. While the extreme effects of the final pill, which caused the butterfly mode, were unacceptable, using acupuncture techniques to stimulate power was likely an option. Even though Qianyu was confident she could defeat Choji even if he took the pill, it would still cost her more energy and stamina. In an instant, countless thoughts ran through her mind. Ultimately, she decided to avoid this battle if possible. "Choji!" Qianyu called out to him. Choji looked at her in confusion. Then, Qianyu raised her left hand, forming a gesture with her index finger extended while the other 4 fingers curled naturally. Choji was puzzled by the gesture, but the viewers in the live feed immediately recalled a certain moment, flooding the screen with reference-filled comments. "Doctor Strange, hold up one finger, Thanos can't fly." "Doctor Strange, just hold on for one more minute, Captain Marvel is almost here." "Tony, okay, I am Iron Man." "Doctor Strange, Tony, tonight you're the top." "Tony, then I'll just be Iron Man." Why are we talking about Avengers here? Isn't Qianyu just making a hand sign for Choji? Got it. Xianyu, tonight, you're on top. LMAO. Seeing the hilarious barrage of comments, Xianyu couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, she realized that her simple one gesture might not be enough for Choji to understand. Would he get it? However, Xianyu had underestimated Choji. While he might not have understood on his own, his mind was linked to the collective intelligence of the Akimichi clan. It didn't take long for him to figure out what Xianyu meant. Underneath his hood-like hairstyle, Choji's eyes suddenly lit up. As if afraid that Xianyu might change her mind, he quickly turned to Ganma and, with his mouth still full of chips, mumbled loudly, "Proctor, I forfeit." "You're forfeiting too?" Ganma was taken aback. Sasuke hadn't shown up, and he should have been disqualified. However, the Kazekage, Orochimaru in disguise, had intervened to postpone his match. Having Xianyu and Choji fight had helped buy time, but now Choji was forfeiting. What was he supposed to do next? "Are you sure, Akimichi Choji?" Ganma asked. "I'm sure." Choji's voice, expression, and the fiery determination in his eyes all conveyed his unwavering resolve. After all, for Choji, the Chunin exam was merely a chance to become a Chunin. It couldn't compare to the value of a week of free barbecue. He knew which was more important. "All right then," Ganma relented. "Feng Wangxi Qianyu advances." He then turned to look at the waiting area where the next contestants were supposed to be. As expected, Sasuke was still nowhere to be seen. Shifting his gaze to the entrance, he saw that it remained silent. There was no sign of Sasuke arriving. With no other choice, he looked up toward the high platform where the Hokage was seated, seeking guidance. At that moment, a Konoha Jonin, Reito Namishi, appeared beside the third Hokage and whispered, "Hokage-sama, Uchiha Sasuke still has not appeared." I see. In that case, there's no other choice. We cannot keep our guests waiting. The matches must continue. The third Hokage's words abruptly halted. He had sensed a subtle fluctuation in the Kazekage's chakra. Recalling that it was Orochimaru who had previously intervened to delay Sasuke's match, the third Hokage pondered for a moment before turning to him. "What do you think, Kazekage Dano?" To his surprise, Orochimaru, still disguised as the Kazekage, simply nodded and said, "I have no objections." His response was completely different from the original timeline. "Very well, then. Let's proceed to the next round," the third Hokage decided. With that, the second round matchups were determined, and Xianyu found herself facing Gaara. From behind his mask, Orochimaru smirked, his mind filled with anticipation. Come now, Xianyu. Show me everything you have against Gaara. Under the relentless force of the fierce wind, the kunai thrown by Gaara's sand clone could not move forward even an inch. This is wind. The spectators were in shock as they witnessed the mysterious force surrounding Xianyu, effortlessly blocking the kunai from Gaara's sand clone. Gaara's automatic sand defense was already astonishing, but now Xianyu had revealed a wind shield, something beyond anyone's expectations. Suddenly, I realized that besides Master Jinglu, Xianyu also reminds me of another old acquaintance. Indeed. Could it be you, Sok? Has the life of a fallen leaf truly ended without roots? The barrage of comments flooded in, clearly showing how surprised the audience was by Xianyu's unexpected wind shield. Even Gaara was no exception. Momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Xianyu's wind shield, Gaara's thoughts wavered for a brief instant. And it was in that fleeting moment that Xianyu decisively let go of her sword, her body moving like a gentle breeze, slipping past Gaara's cheek and reappearing behind him. Swoosh! A brand new giant ice sword formed instantly in Xianyu's hands. She struck before Gaara's sand could fully return to defend him. White Fang sword style, third form, modified, black blade. Boom! The heavy ice sword crashed through Gaara's sand defense once again, slamming harshly onto his shoulder. Ugh! Gaara's shoulder sank under the force of the strike. Even with the sand armor reducing the impact, pain was evident on his expression. However, as this scene unfolded, Temari, Baki, and others watching from the stand simultaneously sighed in relief. She made a mistake. They weren't sure if Xianyu was simply unaccustomed to wielding a heavy sword or if there was another reason, but her strike had not landed cleanly with the blade's edge. If it had, even if Gaara's shoulder wasn't severed, he could have easily suffered a dislocated joint. And for someone with Gaara's personality, such intense pain would have driven him into an uncontrollable frenzy. However, they had overlooked one crucial detail: Xianyu had deliberately forged the ice sword using ice release. Would she really go through all that effort just to make a mistake? The key to the black blade wasn't just the blade itself, it was the black of a hidden hand. Xianyu forcefully pulled back her heavy sword, and as she did, the blade edge slid across the side of Gaara's neck. Squelch! The sand armor shattered instantly, and a long, narrow wound appeared on Gaara's neck. For a moment, it was as if the spectators saw a horrifying vision, blood gushing out like a high-pressure jet. Everyone knew that just 1 or 2 centimeters beneath the skin of the neck lay the life-threatening carotid artery. Gaara! Seeing this, Temari cried out in terror, while Orochimaru furrowed her brows. Asterisk the Sans Jinchuriki, is he really about to go down just like this? Asterisk. She had expected Gaara and Xianyu to fight on equal footing. But to her shock, in just 3 attacks, Xianyu had drawn blood with each strike. Gaara hadn't even had a chance to counterattack. A Jinchuriki on the brink of death would inevitably trigger a tailed beast rampage, which would severely disrupt her plans. Asterisk did I just shoot myself in the foot? Asterisk. Orochimaru felt a brief sense of frustration, but her frown quickly disappeared. In the very instant that even Xianyu had yet to react, a sand-covered hand with purple patterns suddenly materialized and smacked her away with immense force. Boom! Like a cannonball, Xianyu crashed into the walls of the Chunin exam arena, sending up a thick cloud of dust. For a moment, her condition was obscured by the debris. However, while Xianyu's situation was unclear, Gaara's was painfully obvious. Though the wound on his neck looked horrifying, the carotid artery remained uncut, likely due to the sand armor absorbing some of the impact. But compared to his physical injuries, his mental state was far worse. It hurts. It hurts. Blood. I'm bleeding. Mother. Bastard, bastard, bastard. I'll kill you, kill you, kill you. One hand clutching his bleeding neck, the other gripping his head in agony, Gaara's body trembled violently. His words had become incoherent. A suffocating chakra presence rapidly spread across the arena. Not good. Is Gaara about to lose control? Temari and Kankuro gripped the railing tightly, their expressions filled with dread. Lose control. Other Konoha genin, noticing their alarm, looked at them in confusion. What do you mean? Naruto scratched his head in puzzlement. Temari and Kankuro's expressions froze. They had just accidentally leaked something crucial. What now, Temari? Kankuro asked, sweating profusely. Wait. Temari's mind raced, and she quickly came up with a solution. She subtly channeled chakra into her fan and gently fanned toward Xianyu's direction. A light breeze carried over, dispersing the thick dust cloud. Finally, Xianyu's silhouette embedded in the wall became visible once again. Oh, is it over? Temari quickly turned her gaze toward Xianyu, and her sudden motion attracted everyone else's attention. Xianyu! Are you okay? Naruto shouted in concern. Cough, cough, I'm not dead. Coughing, Xianyu wrenched her head and hands free from the wall, brushing away the lingering dust. Damn! Gaara's strength is something else. If this were a month ago, that hit might have left me seriously injured, if not dead. But too bad. Xianyu's gaze shifted to her personal interface. The wood release and water release, Hero's water arm master fields stood out prominently. Yes, instead of choosing the famed Flying Thunder God technique, she had decisively chosen wood release. Her reasoning was simple. 1. She already had swift release. 2. Flying Thunder God didn't suit her style. She was a straightforward swordswoman, not a calculated battlemaster like Tobirama or Minato. Flying Thunder God required planning several steps ahead, something that Tobirama and Minato excelled at, but Xianyu wasn't sure she could. Moreover, Minato's entire fighting style was built to complement Flying Thunder God, but Xianyu's was not. Instead of forcing herself to master a technique that didn't align perfectly with her style, she chose wood release to enhance her attributes. And now, thanks to wood release, her previously average Jonin level physique had risen to Sudokage level, while her strength had reached elite Jonin standards. This overwhelming stat advantage was precisely why she had broken through Gaara's defense so easily. With Hero's water arm further enhancing her endurance, she had taken Gaara's attack head-on without suffering serious injuries. After resting briefly against the wall, she leaped down and turned her gaze toward Gaara. His body trembled, his breathing was ragged, and an ominous chakra swirled around him. Yet, to Xianyu's surprise, that ominous presence was gradually receding. Wait, he's suppressing it? Why is Gaara so much more stable today? As she pondered this, a white feather drifted down from the sky. Pharmacist Kabuto slowly formed a hand seal with both hands, demonic illusion, Nirvana temple technique. Thud. Asterisk. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk. Under the hypnotic effect of the genjutsu, the sound of people collapsing continuously echoed from the audience stands. At the same time, at the highest and most central viewing platform. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A violent explosion suddenly erupted, and thick smoke instantly billowed into the sky. With such a commotion occurring at the Hokage's viewing platform, all eyes were drawn to the scene. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Konoha, the Sound and Sand Ninja, as if hearing the signal to attack, began pouring their chakra into the pre-prepared summoning formation. Asterisk summoning jutsu. Asterisk. Asterisk boom, boom, boom. Asterisk. A colossal three-headed serpent appeared, immediately breaking through Konoha's barrier walls inscribed with sealing scripts. A large number of Sound and Sand ninjas surged through the breach, charging toward the Konoha shinobi in sight. At this moment, the Konoha Crush plan officially commenced its grand spectacle. However, this also meant that the battle between Gaara and Chihaya had come to an end. Maki, standing on the viewing platform, descended to the battlefield below. Asterisk stop, Gaara. The plan has already begun. Asterisk. Asterisk Maki? Asterisk. Gaara's face was filled with shock as he looked at the figure in front of him. His expression quickly darkened. Asterisk just give me a little more time, just a little. I have to kill her. Asterisk. Asterisk shut up. Asterisk Maki reprimanded him mercilessly. Asterisk was the time you had just now not enough? Gaara, the operation has already started. Asterisk. Asterisk move now, according to the plan. Get to the designated location. Asterisk. Asterisk don't try to stop me. Asterisk. Maki's firm stance was met with an even stronger resistance from Gaara. His expression darkened further as he completely ignored Maki and continued advancing toward Chihaya. Fortunately, at that moment, Temari and Kankuro landed beside Gaara. Asterisk Gaara. Asterisk. Temari's voice was filled with concern as she looked at him. Her voice was like a chain, locking Gaara in place. An elder sister is like a mother. No matter how frenzied Gaara might seem, deep down, he still valued Temari, who had always cared for him. Asterisk tisk. Asterisk. Gaara clenched his fists tightly, but in the end, he did not continue forward. Phew. Feeling Gaara stop in his tracks, Maki, who had been struggling to maintain his firm stance, let out a long breath of relief. He continued issuing commands. Asterisk Temari, Kankuro, escort Gaara to the designated location. Ensure that he successfully activates the transformation. Asterisk. Asterisk understood. Asterisk. Temari nodded firmly. At the same time, Kankuro asked worriedly. Asterisk sensei, what about you? Asterisk. Asterisk I'll hold these guys off. Asterisk. Maki turned his gaze toward Shiranui Gunma and Chihaya, who had somehow returned to the battlefield. Asterisk did you really think I'd just let you leave? Asterisk. Shiranui Gunma bit down on a senbon, his gaze cold and his tone resolute. However, despite his words, Chihaya, standing behind him, could clearly sense the slight trembling in his body. It was obvious that facing Maki, a seasoned jonin of the Sand Village, was putting immense pressure on Gunma, who was merely a special jonin. Seeing this, Chihaya naturally stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Gunma. Asterisk alright, Proctor, go handle other matters. Leave this one to me. Asterisk. Her tone was so relaxed that it sounded as if she was discussing what to eat for dinner. But upon hearing Chihaya's words, everyone present was utterly shocked. Even Kankuro, who had always been the most skeptical of Chihaya, found it hard to believe. Asterisk does she even know what she's saying? Asterisk. Asterisk yeah. Asterisk. Temari spoke in shock. Asterisk facing Maki alone, has she always been this fearless? Asterisk. Shiranui Gunma, on the other hand, was visibly displeased, as if he had been greatly insulted. Asterisk don't be ridiculous, Chihaya Phoenix Temple. Your opponent is on the same level as Kakashi. Asterisk. Asterisk Genin should stick to doing what Genin are supposed to do. Don't interfere in a Jonin battle. Asterisk. Asterisk ha. Asterisk. Maki, however, chuckled. Asterisk since she insists, why not let her try? Asterisk. Asterisk don't worry, I'll send her away gently. Asterisk. Neither Jonin took Chihaya's words seriously. Even the spectators, watching through the live feed, found it hard to understand. Chihaya slightly parted her lips, revealing her white teeth as if about to speak. But before she could say anything, a single leaf drifted down with the wind. Swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi appeared in the center of the arena, carrying Sasuke with him. Glancing around at the damaged stadium, the unconscious spectators, and the tense confrontation between the ninja, Sasuke, who had been smiling moments earlier, suddenly froze. What exactly happened here? Chihaya glanced at the two newcomers. Oh, you're finally here, the kings of lateness. Congratulations, the Chunin exams are over. Kakashi looked a bit embarrassed at Chihaya's remark. Sasuke, on the other hand, urgently asked. Chihaya, what's going on? Exactly what you see. Chihaya playfully gestured toward the sand ninja ahead. You were late and got disqualified, so it turned into a battle between me and Gaara. Then, the sand ninja betrayed the alliance, and now Konoha is officially at war. Sasuke instinctively ignored the last part of her sentence. So, all this destruction was caused by your fight with Gaara? Sasuke looked around in shock. The previously pristine arena walls now looked as if they had been gnawed away, with chunks missing everywhere. The ground was covered in Gaara's sand, making it nearly impossible to find proper footing. Yet, despite Gaara's overwhelming abilities in this environment, Chihaya had managed to leave 3 wounds on him while she herself remained relatively unscathed. Her clothes were slightly disheveled, but not a speck of dust was visible on her. In just 1 month, Chihaya's strength had grown to such an extent. Sasuke had thought that after learning Chidori and how to enhance his body with lightning release under Kakashi's guidance, he had finally caught up to Chihaya. But now, he realized not only had he failed to catch up, but the gap between them had widened even further. Gore. Sasuke bit his lip hard, his frustration growing stronger. At this moment, Orochimaru's plan had succeeded perfectly. Because no matter how good Sasuke's relationship with Chihaya was, he could not accept always being left behind. However, Sasuke's personal struggles were insignificant compared to the larger crisis at hand. Shiranui Gunma took a deep breath. Kakashi, you arrived just in time. That Gaara is likely the Sans Jinchuriki. We must stop him from entering the village and releasing Shikaku. A Jinchuriki. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. That's serious, but this isn't the best battlefield for a fight like that. Hearing this, both Danma and Maki's expressions flickered as they realized an important point. Their gazes turned toward the dignitaries in the stands. If Shikaku rampaged here and killed the feudal lords of multiple nations, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, an unspoken agreement was reached between them. Continued in next post. With her exceptionally keen perception of wind, Chihaya carefully outlined the shape of Maki's invisible wind blade in her mind. Since arriving in this world, she was experiencing the strongest sense of crisis she had ever felt. She had a powerful premonition, despite her Hao Shui one enhancing her physique to Kage level or even higher. If she were to be struck directly by Maki's wind blade, she would suffer devastating consequences. From just this brief exchange, Maki had already demonstrated his prowess by using a B-rank Earth release, Earth Spear, followed by an A-rank Seal-less wind release, Wind Blade. This alone showed how formidable he was. Only someone of Maki's caliber was worthy of Chihaya taking such precautions before engaging in battle, hiding her abilities as much as possible while conserving her energy. Faced with such an unprecedentedly powerful opponent, the battle fervor in Chihaya's ruby-like eyes ignited completely. She smiled beautifully and said, I admit that my mastery of wind release isn't on your level. But no matter how sharp your wind blade is, what can it do without someone to wield it? As she spoke, the Hyuga Itachi, the ice katana that had previously struck Maki's right shoulder, suddenly erupted with a bone-chilling cold. A frigid aura so intense that it could freeze boiling water in an instant began pouring into Maki's body through his wound. Maki had relied on Earth Release, Earth Spear to harden his body to the level of diamond, maximizing his physical resistance. Even if Chihaya struck with full force, it would be difficult to inflict significant damage. But as a shinobi, knowing an opponent's strengths in advance meant preparing accordingly. Even someone like Shikamaru, who wasn't particularly skilled in combat, could set up a trap to take down Haiden. So what more could be said for a genius like Chihaya? Under the terrifying cold of Chihaya's ice release, Maki's once confident expression faltered, his eyelashes were now coated in frost, and his bronze skin darkened as his body chilled. Even the wind blade at his fingertips seemed to freeze in place the moment it was released. Seeing this, Chihaya smiled in satisfaction. You're trembling, Maki. Is it because of the extreme cold, or the fear of impending death? Maki's remaining eye shifted slightly, and his lips moved as if he wanted to say something. However, what came out of his mouth wasn't words, but a deep purple cloud of poisonous mist. The foul-smelling toxin surged toward Chihaya, nearly engulfing her face. But instead of dodging as most would instinctively do, Chihaya stood her ground. She merely let the wind currents around her explode outward reflexively. The poisonous mist, as if struck by an invisible force, was blown right back, straight into Maki's own face. One of Maki's trump cards had been rendered completely useless. However, his true goal was merely to buy a single moment of time. At the same instant that the poison was repelled, Maki intentionally detonated the wind blade at his fingertips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a sharp slicing sound, the wind blade fragmented into countless tiny wind blades, scattering in all directions like a wild storm. These razor-sharp currents tore through Maki's already battered body, making his injuries even more severe ***, but they also forced Chihaya to retreat ***. Then, Maki threw a smoke bomb at his feet. Boom. A thick cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring his presence. Seeing his actions, Chihaya sneered. Hiding in the smoke won't stop me from tracking you. She swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, thousand-faced gale. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of 1,000 wind blades stormed into the dark smoke like a violent tempest. Under the relentless assault of thousand-faced gale, the special smokescreen was shredded to pieces, as if a flock of ravenous crows had torn it apart. However, Maki was no longer there. The only thing left behind was a patch of blood-stained sand. Did he escape? Chihaya instinctively considered the possibility. But she quickly shook her head. No, that's not right. He buried himself in the sand. Tisk. Chihaya clicked her tongue in annoyance. Who would have thought that the miniature desert created by Gaara would end up benefiting Maki? From her last fleeting glimpse of him, she could tell that the cold had significantly affected Maki. His movements would likely be sluggish. So at this moment, he was probably hiding somewhere underground, recovering from his injuries. But finding him was another matter entirely. The sand beneath her feet had been altered by Gaara countless times. Who knew how deep it went? Without the ability to see through the ground like the Byakugan, locating Maki was no easy task. So this is what a true veteran elite jonin is like. Even after being cornered, he still found a way to escape. Chihaya couldn't help but be impressed. But the stronger Maki proved to be, the less she could afford to let him recover. She had to keep the pressure on. Shin, Wu, Si, Wu. Ice release, monohorn white whale. As her chakra surged. Woo woo. A deep, resonant whale song echoed across the battlefield. Rumble, rumble. The ground shook violently as a gigantic ice blue whale, with a spiraling horn atop its head, burst out from the sandy terrain as if emerging from the ocean's depths. Its massive body soared nearly 30 meters into the air before crashing down with earth-shattering force. This was Chihaya's solution. If she couldn't find Maki, she would just plow through everything until she did. Simple. Brutal. Effective. But for Maki, it was an absolute nightmare. Watching from his concealed position beneath the sand, Maki cursed inwardly. Damn it. Is she insane, using a technique like this here? Insane or not, it didn't change the fact that if Maki stayed underground, he would be crushed into paste. Luckily, he had managed to purge the cold from his body. His movements were no longer hindered. So without hesitation, he abandoned his healing efforts and began surfacing as fast as possible. At the same time, Chihaya's monohorn white whale slammed into the sand. Boom. A shockwave erupted from the impact, sending massive sand waves crashing outward in all directions, much like the sandstorms Gaara had previously created. The sheer force of the attack shook the already battered exam arena's foundations, causing violent tremors that rippled through the structure. Elsewhere, Might Guy, who had just sent an Otonin flying, glanced at Kakashi with mild exasperation. Kakashi, you accused me of being reckless, but look at what your student is doing. Kakashi had no response. After all, monohorned white whale was something he had taught Chihaya. He just hadn't expected her to refine ice release to such a terrifying degree. Meanwhile, atop the highest platform, Orochimaru and the third Hokage both felt the tremors even more intensely. Even the four violet flames formation groaned under the strain. Orochimaru's expression flickered between surprise and seriousness. Such powerful tremors. What in the world is Chihaya doing down there? She better not destroy the entire arena. I haven't had enough fun with Sensei yet. Hiruzen was taken aback. You know Chihaya? Orochimaru's snake-like eyes gleamed mischievously. Oh, of course, Sensei. She's quite the exceptional child, ***** to be continued, *****. Under Chiyu's sudden burst of extreme speed, the slightly slower reacting Maki had no time to activate his Earth Spear, nor even to cast a hardening technique. As a result, he took Chiyu's ferocious attack head-on. The only regret was that the kunai Chiyu had originally aimed at Maki's kidney merely grazed his waist. Although it still left a wound deep enough to almost disembowel him, the result was far from what she had intended. Swish! Realizing the danger, Maki swiftly used a body flicker technique to create distance between himself and Chiyu. Clutching his bleeding waist, his eyes grew serious. The technique you just used. That was the 1,000 Years of Death, an attack that allows you to rapidly maneuver behind an opponent, wasn't it? As I thought, I wasn't mistaken before, that's definitely the White Fawn's ability. Oh? Chiyu looked surprised. You can actually recognize the White Fawn's ability? How could I not? Maki sighed deeply. That man once struck fear into the hearts of us sand shinobi. If not for my predecessors passing down a special movement technique specifically to counter the White Fang, I would have already lost my life to that attack. The White Fawn's swordsmanship truly lives up to its reputation. No wonder. Chiyu suddenly understood. She had been puzzled as to why, when she thrust her kunai forward, Maki's waist had been able to shift so abruptly. Now it all made sense. She had never expected that the memory of the White Fang would be so deeply ingrained in the shinobi world that the Sand Shinobi had even developed techniques specifically to counter him. And now, those very techniques were being used against her. Still, the fact that even using swift release, one of her ultimate techniques, was not enough to take him down was a problem. With a serious expression, Chiyu condensed a long ice sword and activated swift release again, charging toward Maki with relentless ferocity. This time, she didn't just strike once and retreat, her attacks carried a deadly intent, making it clear that she wouldn't stop until Maki was dead. The ice blue sword clashed against Maki's body repeatedly, producing crisp, ringing sounds. However, Maki, now fully aware that Chiyu's techniques were derived from the White Fang, did not even attempt to evade her attacks. Instead, he abandoned all resistance and used Earth Release, Earth Spear to harden his body while keeping one hand free to shield his vital points, his throat, eyes, and other weak spots, allowing Chiyu to hack at the rest of his body at will. For a moment, the sound of metal striking stone echoed through the battlefield, accompanied by the constant shattering of Chiyu's ice swords. After breaking an unknown number of ice swords and even using up 2 explosive tags, Chiyu was forced to stop. She realized that under the sheer defensive power of Earth Spear, the damage she was dealing was nothing more than superficial wounds. Although these minor injuries could accumulate over time and eventually become fatal, she would run out of chakra long before that happened. Compared to her clone, the sword formed from ice release had clear limitations in both power and durability. A mighty jonin, resorting to turtling up like this against a mere genin like me, Maki, don't you find this disgraceful? Disgraceful? Maki scoffed at her words. We children of the desert aren't like you sentimental leaf shinobi. We use whatever works, without hesitation. Fine then. If that's your choice, keep defending all you want. Chiyu had nothing more to say. She gave Maki a deep look before leaping away to create distance. Arriving atop a small sand dune, she reached into the fine yellow sand, searching for something. Finally, she retrieved an object she had discarded earlier during her battle with Gaara Huzhong Ryu, vessel of sun and moon. In truth, Chiyu had already formed an idea of how to break through Maki's Earth Release defense. She just needed a specific weapon to accomplish it. Seeing this, Maki's heart skipped a beat. That's the sword her clone transformed into. It was here all along? And that location? Cold sweat dripped down Maki's temple. He had nearly stepped into that very spot earlier. Although her clone had transformed into a sword, there was no rule saying it couldn't change back. This was clearly a meticulously planned trap by Chiyu, waiting for him to fall into it. This woman, her mind is terrifyingly cunning. What will she do next? Maki secretly gathered his chakra, preparing for any possible attack. The next second, Chiyu sprinted toward him with Huzhong Ryu in hand. Maki quickly began forming hand seals. Just as Chiyu was halfway to him, Maki slammed his hand onto the ground. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A massive surge of chakra spread through the sand, forming a vast swamp that covered nearly the entire arena, with Chiyu at its center. In such terrain, there was no room to evade. One moment, Chiyu had been charging at full speed, the next, her foot plunged into the thick mire, and gravity began pulling her downward. This is swamp of the underworld? Recognizing Maki's technique, Chiyu tried to use water walking to stabilize herself. However, she soon discovered that her chakra had no effect on this swamp, which was created by chakra itself. In just the brief time she spent testing her footing, the mire had already reached her knees. Freeze! In desperation, Chiyu swung her sword, releasing a blast of cold air in an attempt to freeze the swamp. Although the swamp's surface did freeze, the ice failed to stay afloat. The moment it solidified, it began sinking, as if an invisible hand was dragging it down. This astonished Chiyu. So this is swamp of the underworld? An A-rank technique. It truly deserves its ranking. She had always assumed it was just a simple swamp creation technique. Now, she understood its true nature, but that knowledge didn't help her current predicament. Her brows furrowed. She quickly analyzed the situation, searching for a way out. Yet, before she could reach a conclusion, she suddenly realized she was sinking deeper. Did it actually work? Maki was in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been struggling against Chiyu. Now, she had fallen so easily? He could hardly believe his eyes. After a few moments of silence, Maki let out a laugh. If I'd known it was this simple, I would have used Swamp of the Underworld from the start. This battlefield has no room for dodging anyway. Well, whatever. I wonder how the others are doing. Maki glanced toward the spectator stands and where the third Kazekage had been observing. At that moment, he failed to notice the formation of an ice mirror behind him, Chiyu's demonic mirroring ice crystals. A cold wind brushed past. Sensing something amiss, Maki spun around and threw a punch. But at that very instant, a mud-streaked Chiyu burst from the mirror. Her wind-cloaked sword sliced toward Maki's throat like lightning. Compared to a fist, a blade was undoubtedly faster. Clang! Huzhong Ryu struck Maki's neck with a crisp ringing sound. For a moment, Maki's face flashed with surprise, then twisted into a sinister grin. Fool! You've fallen into my trap. Die. Unbeknownst to Chiyu, Maki had reinforced his body with another layer of earth spear, his fist now glowing ominously dark. His blackened fist hurtled toward Chiyu's chest. If it connected, she would be utterly shattered. Yet, despite her failed attack, Chiyu's eyes were filled with laughter. No, it's you who fell for my trap. Whirlwind severing slash. Boom! A miniature tornado erupted from her blade ***, and Maki was violently dragged into its vortex, ***. Maki lay at the bottom of the pit, a torrent of blood gushing from his body like a breached dam, quickly pooling beneath him into a shocking crimson lake. It was evident to the naked eye that his breathing was rapidly weakening, his life slipping away like sand through an hourglass. If nothing unexpected happened, he would soon bleed to death in this blood-soaked grave. Unfortunately, the unexpected always had a way of happening. Just as Chiyu was about to step forward and deliver the fatal blow. Swish, 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 swish. Accompanied by the distinct sound of multiple body flickers, 4 squads, 12 sand shinobi in total, appeared like phantoms, swiftly and skillfully surrounding Maki to protect him. Immediately after, a voice that exuded an unsettling sense of malice echoed through the air. I can't let you finish him off, Miss Fuji Chiyu. Kabuto Yukushi strolled forward at a leisurely pace, the corners of his lips curling into a sinister smile. He adjusted his glasses with a calculated motion, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Orochimaru's true objective in executing the Konoha Crush plan wasn't just to eliminate the third Hokage, his greater ambition was to plunge the once stable shinobi world into turmoil. However, such chaos did not mean complete anarchy. The delicate balance between the 5 great shinobi villages still needed to be maintained. The 4th Kazekage had already been secretly assassinated by Orochimaru. If Maki, who played a crucial role in the Sand Village, akin to a combination of Shikaku Nara and Kakashi Hatake, were to die as well, Sunagakure would face an avalanche of disaster. Even with Chiyo and Ebizo still present, the situation would become irreparable. This wasn't just about losing a high-ranking officer, it was about losing a stabilizing pillar of the village. Thus, Orochimaru had benevolently ordered Kabuto to lead a squad of Sand Shinobi to assist. Chiyu instantly understood Kabuto's reasoning. She frowned slightly, contemplating. Indeed, if Maki were to die here, it would have massive repercussions on the shinobi world. In the original timeline, it was Maki who played a pivotal role in pushing Gaara to become the Kazekage. If he died now, Gaara would most likely never become the 5th Kazekage. From the perspective of maintaining the original storyline and preserving her foreknowledge as a transmigrator, sparing Maki seemed like the better choice. But what does it matter to me if Gaara never becomes Kazekage? And as for the storyline? Hasn't it already changed drastically? Rather than constantly being shackled by an uncertain script, why not decisively rewrite it here and now? Chiyu quickly solidified her resolve. She locked eyes with Kabuto, her gaze unwavering, then spoke a cold, irrefutable truth. You lot alone can't stop me. Oh? Kabuto's smirk widened. If it were the Chiyu at full strength, perhaps that would be true. But, ***. He adjusted his glasses again, his tone dripping with amusement. After using such powerful techniques, how much chakra do you have left? Chiyu's grip on her long sword instinctively tightened. She had to admit, her chakra reserves were dangerously low. She had about a quarter of her chakra left. If she calculated based on jutsu consumption, she could probably release 2 more A-rank techniques at most. Additionally, her physical stamina had been significantly drained. But even if she had only enough chakra for 2 A-rank techniques, that was still more than enough to deal with Kabuto and a group of mere Chunin-level Sand Shinobi. So, what was Kabuto's real trump card? And more importantly, where were her teammates, Ignoring Kabuto and the surrounding Sand Shinobi, Chiyu lifted her gaze toward the stands. She didn't see any immediate reinforcements from Kabuto, but she knew exactly what her teammates were doing. At that moment, her so-called allies were slacking off. Kakashi and Guy, the so-called eternal rivals, were facing off against a measly group of Sound Shinobi, none of whom were even Jonin. Kakashi? He was just standing there, casually using his Sharingan. Guy? He hadn't even opened a single gate. They were deliberately taking it easy, as if they were on some kind of spiritual retreat. What the hell? Are they afraid that if they finish too fast, they won't have an excuse to ignore everything happening up here? Unbelievable. Fine. Keep pretending, 3rd Hokage. Chiyu's mouth twitched in exasperation before she gave up on relying on her unreliable teammates. Since Maki was her own target, it was best to handle it herself. Under the wary gazes of Kabuto and the Sand Shinobi, she idly twirled her long sword. The slender, staff-like tachi spun effortlessly between her nimble fingers, demonstrating her exceptional dexterity. Moreover, Chiyu's hands were already breathtakingly beautiful. This combination of elegance and deadly precision was enough to make certain individuals, such as Kira Yashikage, develop special reactions on the spot. In fact, the camera angle in the live broadcast zoomed in on Chiyu's hands, capturing the mesmerizing display. As a result, the viewers, who had been slightly subdued after witnessing the brutality of battle, suddenly erupted with excitement once again. Some of them were so overwhelmed that they nearly lost their sanity. But before they could completely lose their minds, something strange happened. Chiyu's hand twirling the sword suddenly became blurry Then, as if by some mystical force, her hand and sword multiplied. 1 became 2. 2 became 3. 3 became countless. In an instant, the entire field of vision was flooded with endless images of Chiyu's hands and sword. Even the blade itself no longer looked like a regular sword, it seemed to transform into a collection of sinister, all-seeing eyes, radiating an eerie glow. The viewers rubbed their eyes in confusion, only to realize. It wasn't their sight that was failing. It was Genjutsu. Although viewers outside the screen weren't affected, the Sand Shinobi facing Chiyu weren't so lucky. Damn! It's an illusion. The moment Kabuto realized this, Chiyu vanished. A sudden burst of wind and lightning erupted around her. Konoha, 1,000 hands, 100 eyes. 1,000 hands, 100 eyes, an inescapable fate. Swish. Chiyu's ethereal, white-clad silhouette flashed through the 12-sand shinobi like a divine specter. Each time she passed one, she left behind a phantom wielding a blade, each one in a different attack stance. Some slashed. Some stabbed. Some cleaved. Like a thousand-armed cannon, she unleashed a flurry of strikes. In the blink of an eye, 12 afterimages remained, and Chiyu stood between Maki and Kabuto, calmly resheathing her tachi with a graceful flourish. Then, 12 synchronized slashes descended. Splurt. Blood erupted like fountains from the sand shinobi's wounds. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, they collapsed, lifeless. Unlike Kabuto's previous illusion-induced fainting, these men were truly dead, each sound marking another life extinguished. Kabuto broke into a cold sweat, his once confident expression replaced by sheer terror. 12 sand shinobi, all killed in an instant? No. Not just them, His gaze darted to Maki's corpse. A deep sword wound ran from his right abdomen to his left chest, his heart cleaved in two, Maki was beyond saving. And Kabuto knew it. Roar. With a fierce and thunderous dragon's cry, Chiyu's ice crystal dragon lunged forward with terrifying momentum, sinking its fangs into one of the crystal dragons. Its solid, icy body coiled around its prey like thick vines, and with the aid of its razor-sharp claws, it tore into the enemy's crystalline body, leaving it covered in wounds within moments. However, this time, the crystal dragon formation that Guren had unleashed was fully realized. It consisted of 3 crystal dragons in total. The other 2 dragons were completely unfazed by their companion being restrained, continuing to relentlessly assault Chiyu's ice crystal dragon. Even the one that had been caught refused to go down without a fight, twisting and struggling violently. Under such an overwhelming assault, Chiyu's ice crystal dragon initially managed to hold its ground, fighting back with all its might. However, as the battle raged on, it became increasingly battered and broken. Furthermore, due to the structural flaw of her modified water dragon bullet technique, the outer ice layer began to crack and chip away, while the water inside leaked rapidly, as if the dragon itself were bleeding. Upon witnessing this, Guren grinned triumphantly. I knew it. The only reason she beat me last time was because of the arena's special terrain, Today, I'll prove my true strength. Tear it apart, crystal dragons. Guren's hands rapidly formed a new set of seals. Not only did the 2 free-moving crystal dragons intensify their assault, but even the one that had been bound by the ice crystal dragon suddenly broke free and retaliated viciously. Caught in a 3-on-1 battle, Chiyu's ice crystal dragon was quickly overwhelmed. Its wounds grew deeper and more numerous, sending massive sprays of icy water into the air, where they crystallized into delicate ice flowers upon impact with the ground. Guren's smug grin widened as her excitement surged, and with her growing enthusiasm, the crystal dragons attacked with even greater ferocity. It didn't take long before. Boom! Chiyu's ice crystal dragon shattered apart, sending shards of ice and torrents of water cascading around the battlefield. Its destruction even sent fragments crashing against the crystal dragons, but Guren didn't care. She turned her gaze to Chiyu, smirking arrogantly. Your turn, pretty girl. Lifting her chin like a proud peacock, she declared. I'll say it again, just surrender already. It'd be such a shame if your pretty face got scratched up. Chiyu was momentarily speechless. They had already fought this far, yet Guren was still concerned about leaving her unscathed? Chiyu wasn't sure whether she should admire Guren for sticking to her principles or just accept that she was genuinely soft-hearted. Even the livestream audience was deeply moved by Guren's attitude. She's actually like this? I'm crying. Seriously. She's still worried about Chiyu's face. I hereby declare Guren as the official leader of the Chiyu fan club, Shinobi World Branch. Who agrees? Who objects? Agreed. Just say the word, Guren, and we'll support you as Chiyu's #1 fan. Agreed. I vote for Guren. Following her means we'll never have to worry about our wives getting scarred. 666. The barrage of comments exploded with activity. Even the chaotic gremlins, who usually only cared about wreaking havoc, were enthusiastically cheering for Guren. Given this atmosphere, Chiyu couldn't bring herself to see Guren as an enemy. To her, Guren was just a competitive and slightly tsundere girl. So, she responded seriously. Then let me say something to you as well, surrender. Konoha treats prisoners very well. 7 days a week, you'll have 8 different types of handsome men doting on you. They range from cool to warm, gentle to dominant, older brother to younger brother, childhood friend to bestie. Even CEO types are an option. Chiyu tempted her with a sly grin. She wasn't worried that Guren wouldn't understand her words. After all, the shinobi world was set in a pseudo-modern era, and entertainment culture had long since developed. Besides, even in the original timeline, Sasuke Uchiha had already embodied the cold CEO archetype in Sakura's eyes. With that in mind, what girl could resist the allure of a domineering CEO, Especially when Guren's entire faction was devoid of normal men, her resistance to this temptation should be particularly low. Really? Guren's eyes lit up, her hands forming seals loosening slightly. And as if reacting to her hesitation, the three crystal dragons suddenly turned to look at her, their emerald eyes fixed on her sharply. It was as if they were saying, "We are prepared to fight to the death, why would our princess surrender first? It's true, it's true. If it's not true, I'll throw in Sasuke as compensation." Chiyu nodded vigorously. Previously, she wouldn't have dared to make such a claim. But after seeing how well Konoha treated prisoners, especially certain individuals, she was now fully confident in her words. After all, while Konoha had many flaws, its treatment of captives was undeniably top-notch. However, Sasuke? Polite Sasuke, excuse me? Sasuke, wait, I'm over here fighting tailed beasts. And you're already selling me off? Sasuke, Konoha curse words *10086. The livestream chat erupted into chaotic laughter once again. But while the viewers were having a blast, Guren was seriously tempted. For a moment, she came dangerously close to giving in. But in the end, no. Lord Orochimaru will never lose. I am destined to become his perfect vessel. Guren roared, forcing herself out of hesitation. She commanded her crystal dragons to lunge at Chiyu once more. It was clear when it came to brainwashing, Orochimaru was second to none. Perhaps only Shisui Uchiha's Koto Amatsukami could rival his ability to manipulate minds. Still too young. Chiyu sighed deeply. Youth. It meant being easily deceived. I suppose it's about time. She lifted her gaze toward the charging crystal dragons. And stood her ground. Before Guren could even question what was happening. Crack. The sharp sound of freezing echoed through the battlefield. The once rampaging crystal dragons froze in place, as if they had been petrified mid-attack. What? Guren's eyes widened in shock. It was only then that she noticed. A thin layer of frost had unknowingly spread across the crystal dragon's surfaces. Because the ice had been almost transparent, she hadn't noticed it at all. Still, she refused to panic. Ha! A mere layer of frost? Break it! She poured more chakra into the crystal dragons. But instead of moving, the battlefield was eerily silent. No way. For the first time, Guren's expression betrayed fear. She desperately increased her chakra output, hoping that sheer brute force would resolve the issue. But this time, shatter! The crystal dragons collapsed like fragile glass, breaking into countless fragments. Why? Guren could not comprehend what had just happened. Because during my battle with your dragons, I've been gradually lowering their temperature all along. Chiyu's calm explanation drifted from not far behind Guren. You might be wondering, why was my Hyarinmaru in a hybrid ice water form? Why did an ice dragon still retain liquid water on its body? As someone capable of using crystal release, you should have some understanding of this principle, right? Hearing Chiyu's words, Guren's expression shifted dramatically. She did have knowledge in this field after all. Her teacher was Orochimaru, not someone like Jiraiya, who was well-versed in gathering intelligence. Because pure water cannot freeze. That's right. You finally understand. Chiyu nodded in satisfaction, relieved that she had finally encountered an opponent who wasn't scientifically illiterate. Pure water doesn't freeze, which allows it to reach temperatures far below 0 degrees Celsius. During our battle, your jutsu was constantly being drenched in that supercooled water, lowering its overall temperature to a terrifyingly low level. Eventually, when the temperature reached a specific threshold, the material underwent a brittle phase transition. And then, when you forcefully activated your jutsu just like glass. Boom! Chiyu spread her fingers slightly, then opened her mouth just a bit, dramatically mimicking an explosion sound effect. So that's what happened. Guren finally comprehended the situation in its entirety. And then, she suddenly realized an even more crucial factor. Temperature transmission takes time. Even if she hadn't seen through Chiyu's plan, if she had immediately launched an attack instead of getting distracted by conversation, she could have avoided this outcome. But who could have predicted that she would be lured in by Chiyu's words? Gyurin trembled with rage, her voice rising in a furious roar. Damn you, pretty girl. You tricked me. I didn't trick you. Everything I said was true. Chiyu sighed helplessly. She had honestly explained everything, but Gyurin clearly wasn't listening anymore. At this point, Gyurin was completely consumed by anger. I don't care. Pretty girl, I'm furious now, I'm going to kill you. A massive surge of chakra erupted from Gyurin's body. Before Chiyu's eyes, a colossal crystal structure began to form around Gyurin, rapidly taking shape. But seeing Gyurin so recklessly initiating a technique that required preparation time at close range, Chiyu merely sighed. You're standing this close to me and still trying to cast a technique that requires charging? You really haven't learned to calm down and reflect, have you? With that, Chiyu took a single step forward. She didn't even need to use swift release, just a simple body flicker technique was enough to bring her right in front of Gyurin in an instant. Gyurin's eyes widened in shock, her face finally showing fear. Too late. Chiyu flicked her tachi, but instead of slashing, she swung the flat side like a whip, landing a solid strike across Gyurin's abdomen. Gah! Gyurin coughed up a mouthful of bile-tinged saliva, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed limply onto the ground. Seeing her knocked out cold, Chiyu couldn't help but sigh. Ah, to be young, such a strong resilience. After subduing the classic Sundara rival, Chiyu scanned the battlefield with her tachi in hand. And she soon realized. She had no opponents left. The Sand Shinobi Kabuto had brought were all dead. The Sound Shinobi, who had been fighting since the start ***, were nearly wiped out ***. Even though Kakashi and Guy had been conserving their energy, their enemies were almost completely exhausted. After a brief moment of thought, Chiyu tied up Gyurin, slung her over her shoulder, and prepared to head to the rooftop to assess the situation. However, just as she finished securing Gyurin, she suddenly remembered something important. Wait, there's still Kabuto. Even though Gyurin's attack didn't deliberately avoid him, where's his body? Did he escape? But with his spine severed, how could he even move? Standing on the battlefield, Chiyu frowned deeply. And just then, as if responding to her unspoken question, the livestream camera suddenly shifted away from her. The screen now revealed a hidden alleyway in Konoha. And within it, Kabuto Yukushi's figure slowly emerged. Kabuto's face was filled with lingering fear and resentment. He muttered to himself, "Damn Gyurin! She didn't care about my life at all. And that Phoenix Temple Chiyu. Fortunately, I was able to simulate neural signals with my own chakra to control my body, otherwise, I'd be dead for sure." But then, he examined his own injuries, his expression darkening significantly. With my spine in this condition, I'll have to keep draining chakra just to move properly. Sigh. I'll have to find a way to heal this over time. Kabuto sighed in frustration, then knocked on the wall before him. And surprisingly, even though it looked like a dead end, the sound of knocking on wood echoed instead. As Kabuto's knocks followed a specific rhythm, the wall suddenly split open, revealing a hidden doorway. A few masked Konoha ANBU operatives emerged from behind it. After a brief conversation, to Chiyu's shock, the ANBU agents let Kabuto inside. The livestream audience was left completely stunned. Wait, what the hell is going on? Kabuto is the enemy, right? That forehead protector clearly says sound, how do they not see it? Are these really Konoha ANBU? Or is there some hidden faction at play? Unbelievable. The entire village is in chaos, and these guys are just standing around doing nothing? LMAO, friendly forces remain unmoved even in crisis. Konoha is the spiritual successor to our military. Or maybe, these ANBU are actually from some underground intelligence faction? The chat exploded with comments, ranging from genuine confusion to sarcastic jokes. Chiyu, however, wasn't all that surprised. She immediately deduced what was happening. If Kabuto has allies in Konoha, it has to be Root. But what did shock her was how boldly Root was sheltering an enemy operative. Still this wasn't her problem Forget it. That's something for Tsunade to deal with in the future. Shaking her head, Chiyu dismissed the thought and leapt toward the rooftop, still carrying the unconscious Gyurin. At the top of the arena, inside the four violet flames formation, the third Hokage and Orochimaru were locked in their final life or death struggle. A Shinigami death tug-of-war. The third Hokage was the first to notice Chiyu's arrival. Despite his exhaustion, he let out a strained chuckle. Orochimaru, that girl is holding one of your subordinates. Looks like she lost quite badly. I told you Chiyu isn't someone you can control. Orochimaru turned to look. And sure enough, he saw Chiyu standing there, carrying Guren like a sack of potatoes. His gaze darkened. Guren lost too? Then Kabuto is probably finished as well, ***. This is a complete failure, old man. But as long as I kill you. Orochimaru forced out his remaining chakra, driving Kusanagi deeper into the third Hokage's body. Ugh! Hiruzen grimaced in pain, but he had deliberately spoken earlier to buy time. Now. You underestimate the Hokage, Orochimaru. With a mighty roar, the third Hokage summoned all his remaining strength, and the soul tugging resumed in full force. Watching this unfold through the livestream, Chiyu found herself wondering. Did my actions inspire the third Hokage to fight even harder? The answer is undoubtedly no. This is not a situation where Danzo is present. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, would not be shouting about friendship, the future, or bonds at this moment before simply taking down Orochimaru. Ah! He let out a low growl of anger. Just when everyone thought the third Hokage had one last move left, about to pull out Orochimaru's entire soul. Pucci. The death god's short blade slashed down abruptly, and Orochimaru's soulbound hands were instantly devoured by the death god's mouth. At the same time, a brand new spiral ceiling pattern, ghostly in appearance, emerged on the third Hokage's abdomen. My hands! In Orochimaru's terrified gaze, his hands darkened rapidly as if corroded by some deadly poison. The intense pain overwhelmed him, rendering his hands completely unresponsive, hanging lifelessly at his sides. Watching the agonized Orochimaru, the third Hokage, enduring his own excruciating pain, spoke slowly. Your hands are now useless. Without the ability to control them, you can no longer weave hand seals. You have lost the ability to use ninjutsu. He solemnly declared. The Konoha crush plan ends here. You damn old man. Give me back my hands. Orochimaru, who had lost his hands, completely lost his composure and roared in fury. You've become foolish, Orochimaru. Looking at the now unhinged Orochimaru, the third Hokage smiled faintly. It is a pity that I cannot take you with me from this world. But my student, one day, we will meet again in that mysterious realm. With those final words, the last of the third Hokage's strength was devoured by the death god, and his eyelids slowly closed. As this once great shinobi reached the end of his journey, Shenyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. After all, she had lived in Konoha under the third Hokage's rule for the past 12 years and had deeply understood his influence and presence. Perhaps even the third Hokage himself had not expected that the next time he would meet Orochimaru would not be in the afterlife but during the Fourth Great Ninja War. That world. This world. The irony of it all was quite amusing. However, Shenyu thought for a moment if she were around, the Fourth Great Ninja War might not even require the reanimated former Kage. In that case, the third Hokage's words might not be entirely wrong after all. Ha! Feeling the strange twists of fate, Shenyu chuckled softly. At the same time, thud! The third Hokage's lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. Damn it! Ah! In the now eerily silent four violet flames formation, only Orochimaru's hysterical screams echoed. Seeing Orochimaru in such a state, the Sound Four quickly dispelled the barrier and rushed to his side. Lord Orochimaru, are you alright? Tayuya asked with concern. And no, I'm fine. Orochimaru, drenched in cold sweat, gritted his teeth against the pain. We must leave immediately. Yes. Encircled by the Sound Four, Orochimaru activated the body flicker technique and retreated swiftly. You won't escape. Seeing the barrier finally down, the Konoha Anbu, who had been waiting outside, immediately charged forward with full force. However, the Konoha Anbu were renowned for their talent in taking losses and serving as background characters. Today was no exception. The white-clad Anbu captain led his squad aggressively forward, attempting to block Orochimaru's escape only to be ensnared by Kadamaru's spider web, forcing them to land helplessly on the ground. By the time they finally broke free and resumed their pursuit, Orochimaru and the Sound Four had vanished without a trace. Helplessly, the Anbu were forced to give up the chase. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought they were route operatives sent by Danzo to deliberately throw the fight. Originally, Shenyu had considered stepping in to stop Orochimaru, maybe gaining some attention in the process. After all, now that he had fled, who knew when they would meet again? Maybe not until Boruto started airing. But, well, should we go after them? If we move now, we can still catch up. Shenyu turned to ask Kakashi, only to find that at some point, his tall figure had appeared right beside her. Yeah, Kakashi, let's go after them together. Might Guy chimed in, urging. Orochimaru just fought the third Hokage and must be exhausted. This is the best chance to capture him. No! Kakashi hurriedly stopped Guy from acting recklessly. That's still Orochimaru we're talking about. Chasing him now is too dangerous. Besides, the most important thing right now is the third Hokage's condition. Oh, right. The third Hokage. Guy suddenly realized. Remembering the third Hokage's fate, he immediately dashed towards the central rooftop battlefield. There, they saw the third Hokage lying lifelessly on the ground, a peaceful smile on his lips but no breath left in his body. No! Lord Third! Guy clutched his head in grief, his tears streaming uncontrollably. To Kakashi, the third Hokage had many flaws. But to Guy, who had never been mistreated by Konoha after defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen, Hiruzen Sarutobi was still someone he deeply respected. Thus, seeing his passing, Guy was completely consumed by sorrow. Seeing this, Shinyu spoke to comfort him. It's all right, Guy-sensei. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire burns. The shadow of the fire will shine upon the village and allow new leaves to sprout. So, the third Hokage's passing is not an end but a new beginning. This is the will of fire. Hiruzen Sarutobi, why is she saying all my lines? Why, you're right, Shinyu. Guy, deeply moved, wiped his tears. This is the will of fire. This is youth. No time for grief. The village is still under attack. I can't rest. Fueled by Chinyu's words, the fired-up Guy didn't even bother wiping his tears before dashing off to another battlefield, engaging Sand and Sound Ninja in fierce combat. Watching him go, Kakashi let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. Good thing Chinyu helped smooth things over. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing that coming up with an excuse to stop Guy from chasing Orochimaru had been more nerve-wracking than his battle with Zabuza. However, Kakashi had overlooked something. Just as he was about to relax, he turned his head only to meet Chinyu's teasing gaze. Oh! His heart clenched. Chinyu, why are you looking at me like that? Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, nothing. I just got the impression that Kakashi-sensei wasn't too eager to chase Orochimaru. Her words made Kakashi's heart skip a beat. His expression froze. He had underestimated her intelligence, there was no way she would be fooled so easily. But thankfully, Shinyu didn't press the issue. Well, in the end, it's not that important. I'm sure Kakashi-sensei has his reasons. I won't ask further. Hearing this, Kakashi felt a warm sense of gratitude well up inside him. After a brief silence, he admitted, Thank you, Chinyu. You're right, I really didn't want to chase Orochimaru. As the events following the third Hokage's death unfolded, the village began preparing for his funeral. At the same time, 2 figures in black cloaks adorned with red clouds stepped into Konoha. When the mermaid romance duo suddenly appeared in the live broadcast, Shinyu stopped in her tracks, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame? It's only been a few days, how are they here already? Shinyu felt like the Chunin exams had just ended. But now that Kisame and Itachi had arrived, she needed to consider how to get involved in the upcoming events. In her memory, after arriving in Konoha, Kisame and Itachi first visited Itachi's favorite dango shop to eat 3-colored dango, where they were discovered by Kakashi. Then, Asuma and Kurenai were sent to investigate, leading to an intense battle. The legendary Tsukuyami also made its first appearance at that time, instantly overwhelming the formidable early series Kakashi. From that perspective, going to witness this battle in person would surely allow her to grab some screen time. However, after carefully assessing the opponents, Shinyu ultimately decided against it. Even if she went, she would only be a cheerleader, a background character in the corner. Rushing in at the climactic moment wouldn't be appropriate either, the benefits were too low. Besides, she believed there would be better opportunities later to showcase her strength. So, just as she stepped out the door, Shinyu turned around and went back inside. She created a shadow clone and instructed it to brew some tea and prepare some snacks. Then, she leisurely lay on the shadow clone's lap, enjoying the partial view of the ceiling above her. Relaxed and carefree, she began watching the live broadcast. A small interlude in the live broadcast. Shinyu had always thought that Itachi getting caught at the dango shop was because of his own craving. But surprisingly, the one who suggested the idea was Kisame. Considering Itachi's poor health, having traveled extensively and even eliminating a few ombu along the way, Kisame suggested they rest and have some tea before searching for their target. That's how they ended up at the dango shop. Kisame, 3:30, let's have tea first. Kisame, I may be ugly, but I'm very gentle. Watching the two of them interact, Shinyu couldn't help but click her tongue, marveling at how they truly lived up to their infamous mermaid romance reputation. Aside from Konan and Nagato, this duo had the closest personal bond within the Akatsuki. A simple tea break was nothing. Later, even when dealing with the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Kisame handled it alone. Itachi didn't even need to lift a finger. But their peaceful moment didn't last long. Soon, Asuma and Kurenai arrived, leading to the Konoha 4 vs the Suzaku duo, a classic battle in Naruto history. The intense fight immediately captured Shinyu's full attention. Before long, Itachi's Tsukuyomi came into play. The illusion that allowed him to manipulate time and space left everyone in shock, everyone except Shinyu, who remained calm since she already knew what was coming. A surprising discovery. However, just as Kakashi emerged from the Tsukuyomi illusion, something completely unexpected happened. Kakashi started recalling a past conversation he had with Jiraiya about the Akatsuki. Shinyu wasn't surprised that Kakashi was having a flashback. After all, flashbacks were commonly used in anime for exposition, and her livestream was no different. But in the past, she had never been able to see these flashbacks. Since the livestream was synchronized with her real-time experience, she couldn't pause time on her end to watch a flashback and then return to the present. Usually, she could only infer from chat reactions what was being shown. Yet now she could see it, Shocked, Shinyu turned her head to observe her surroundings. That's when she realized she felt weightless. Looking down, she saw that she was not lying on her shadow clone's lap at all, she was floating above her own body in a spiritual form. And beyond her spirit form, everything in the outside world seemed to have stopped completely. It can work like this? Shinyu was stunned. She tried returning to her body, and the moment she had the thought, a force pulled her back, and she instantly re-entered her physical form. A second later, she suddenly sat up from her shadow clone's lap. What's wrong? The shadow clone asked in confusion. Nothing. Shinyu quickly turned her attention back to the livestream. When she returned to normal time, so did the broadcast. She attempted to re-enter that state again, but nothing happened. It wasn't until the battle ended and the broadcast shifted to Jiraiya and Naruto that she once again experienced the phenomenon. As soon as Jiraiya started reminiscing, Shinyu's spirit detached from her body once more. And at this moment, the live stream was showing Jiraiya's time as a genin. Shinyu wasn't particularly interested in Jiraiya's past. Instead, she wanted to test whether she could move her body while time was stopped. After all, this was time stop. Though she lacked a physical form, and even if she had one, she didn't have tools to commit crimes. If her spiritual form could move freely, it would essentially function as a spirit transformation technique. That would be insanely useful for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Unfortunately, her experiment ended in failure. She found that her spirit form could only move within a 1-meter radius of her body. Any further, and it felt as if an invisible chain was pulling her back. Her dream of a spirit transformation-like ability was shattered. Sigh. Shinyu sighed and returned to her physical form. Although the livestream had been evolving, at first, she could only grab fleeting screen time, then after joining Team 7, she started receiving dedicated shots ***, nothing compared to today's change ***. Naturally, this transformation was something she needed to investigate carefully. But figuring out the cause wasn't too difficult. Is it due to my mental strength increasing? Shinyu opened her personal panel, where the false shadow mental attributes stood out prominently. She speculated that the so-called time stop wasn't actual time stopping, but rather her thought process accelerating infinitely. Achieving such a state would require immense mental power. Since she didn't experience this ability during the Chunin exams, it must have only manifested now because she was in a completely relaxed state while watching the flashbacks. A bold new idea. Realizing this change, Shinyu was thrilled. This meant she could control the camera, and perhaps even more in the future. She no longer wanted to be passively influenced by the livestream. What if she could gain speaking privileges and become a narrator? If she could leak spoilers, she would do it mercilessly. After all, in the real world, Naruto was a massive hit. There were surely countless novels based on it. She couldn't allow Obito to be resurrected as a novel protagonist. That was more important than anything. As she fantasized about all the possibilities, time quietly passed. The plot moves forward. Before long, Sasuke learned from Kakashi and the other Jonin that Itachi had returned and was searching for Naruto. Finally, Shinyu's chance to enter the storyline had arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Sasuke arrived at Shinyu's place and knocked on the door. What's up? Shinyu opened the door. Sasuke ***, do you know where Naruto is? I went to his place, But he's not there. Asterisk. No idea. Xianyu shook her head. TCH. Hearing her response, Sasuke turned to leave. Wait a second. Xianyu quickly grabbed his arm. Why are you looking for Naruto? Naruto is in danger. A very troublesome person is after him. If he gets caught, he's dead. Hearing this, Xianyu's expression turned serious. I'll go with you. She quickly grabbed her gear and left with Sasuke. And so, their chase began. Yoshi, go for it, Sasuke. Naruto was instantly infected by Sasuke's confidence, and the audience in the live broadcast room was filled with intense anticipation. After all, the pre-battle atmosphere was perfect: bold declarations, a comrade waking up after a verbal thrashing, and a protagonist proclaiming that he now had the same eyes as his opponent. Everything suggested that an epic showdown was about to unfold. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Sasuke stepped forward and charged toward Uchiha Itachi. However, the next second, boom! With a casual punch to Sasuke's stomach, Itachi sent him flying backward as if struck by a cannonball. The once determined Sasuke crashed into the wall at the end of the hallway, remaining stuck there for over a second before slowly sliding down. He ultimately landed face-first on the floor, his rear end sticking up in a comically awkward pose. For a moment, silence filled the air. Everyone stared in confusion. That's it? Sasuke, utterly in disbelief, struggled to prop himself up despite the pain, staring at Itachi in shock. I saw it. I definitely saw it. Itachi's voice was indifferent, his expression unreadable. My foolish little brother. Seeing an attack and being able to react to it are two entirely different things. Do I really need to teach you that? At that moment, as Sasuke looked at Itachi's deeply lined face, he could almost feel the mockery and disdain hidden behind his brother's cold mask. Shut up. I don't need you to teach me anything. Sasuke's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand despite the pain. Frustration surged within him, making him want to charge forward again without thinking. Fortunately, Xianyu's cool voice rang out once more. Calm down. Don't let him provoke you. Sasuke took a deep breath, suppressing his agitation. Since his speed was too slow compared to Itachi ***, then he just needed to go faster ***. Chidori. Lightning crackled as Sasuke's left hand was enveloped in a dazzling blue glow. The thousand chirping birds filled the air, and the familiar tingling sensation of lightning chakras stimulating his cells coursed through his body. And because of the adrenaline surging through him after taking that hit, that tingling sensation no longer felt uncomfortable, instead, it felt exhilarating. Sasuke felt as if he had been polished to perfection, every gear in his body turning smoothly. I'm in peak condition now. He was sure of it. This time, there's no way I'll fail. With a completely focused mind, Sasuke charged toward Itachi once more. His three-tomo Sharingan spun slightly, capturing every subtle movement of his opponent. The intensity of Sasuke's gaze made even Itachi momentarily take notice. Quick mental adjustments. Sasuke, you really do have excellent comrades watching over you. But, it's still not enough. Not even close. His Mangeko Sharingan activated. As Sasuke thrust his Chidori toward his brother's chest, Itachi casually extended his hand, as if effortlessly trying to catch Sasuke's wrist. Realizing the threat, Sasuke instantly changed course to dodge. However, no matter how he adjusted his trajectory, Itachi's hand always moved faster. It was as if Itachi had already foreseen every possible movement Sasuke could make. Unable to land a hit, Sasuke had no choice but to retreat. A confusing battle. Naruto was completely dumbfounded. Why did he just stop attacking all of a sudden? But Sasuke wasn't paying attention to anyone else. After retreating, he reassessed his approach, then launched a third charge. Then a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh, and eighth. Yet, each time, Sasuke would charge forward only to retreat halfway through. Sasuke, what the hell are you doing? Naruto finally couldn't hold back. Did you get caught in a genjutsu or something? Sasuke wasn't trapped in a genjutsu. Or rather, with his current level, he wasn't even worth using genjutsu on. Kisame chuckled dismissively. You don't get it, brat. The Sharingan enhances its user's dynamic vision, allowing them to see movements that others can't. Right now, what you're seeing and what Sasuke is seeing are completely different. What you think is weird is actually a fierce battle happening in their eyes. And obviously, in this battle of eyes, Sasuke is being completely overwhelmed. After all, Sasuke only has 3 Tomo Sharingan. But Itachi. Itachi has the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan ***. How can a firefly compare to the radiance of the full moon? Naruto, as always, believes in Sasuke. Hearing Kisame's explanation, Naruto scratched his head. He didn't quite understand it. But he did understand that Sasuke was losing. And that was unacceptable. Sasuke, you got this. I believe in you. You're not gonna lose to that guy. Naruto shouted with all his might, cheering Sasuke on. Kisame, annoyed shark noises. This infuriated Kisame. He had just patiently explained what was happening, and yet this dumb blonde still had the audacity to cheer even louder? You little brat, do you not understand words? Kisame snarled, visibly irritated. Enough! Stop distracting Itachi. Be quiet. As he spoke, he even reached for Samehada, seemingly preparing to deal with Naruto directly. At that moment, a split second of distraction flickered in Itachi's cold demeanor as he subtly turned his head toward Kisame. This is my chance. Sasuke's eyes lit up. In an instant, he launched his ninth charge. His Uchiha-style high-collared shirt flared as he became a streak of lightning, surging straight toward Itachi. And then, Itachi remained as composed as ever. He slowly turned back, his expression indifferent. Then, with zero urgency, he extended his hand. Boom! The wall shattered. Sasuke's Chidori, brimming with power, was casually pinned against the wall by Itachi's hand. The force of the impact sent shards of debris flying, leaving Sasuke's entire left arm covered in bloody gashes. Pain *** intense, unbearable pain ** flooded him. How is this happening? Sasuke couldn't comprehend it. I had an opening. I saw my chance. Why couldn't I land my attack? Itachi, the master of psychological damage. Don't understand? Itachi's voice remained as cold as ever. My foolish little brother. I'm truly curious ***. Exactly how delusional must you be to think that just because you want to, you could kill me? With that, he tightened his grip, applying crushing pressure to Sasuke's wrist. Crack! A clear, crisp dislocation echoed through the hallway. Aha! Sasuke screamed in agony, the pain searing through his bones. Naruto loses patience, Shinyu makes her move. Naruto, unable to watch any longer, rushed forward, ready to summon the toads to intervene. Before Kisame could react, a blinding white flash streaked between them. In one swift motion, Shinyu pulled Naruto back and smacked his hands apart, disrupting his hand signs. At the same time, she drew an ice blade and slashed straight at Itachi's back. Feeling the faint yet sharp aura emanating from behind him, Uchiha Itachi, who was reminiscing about his parents with his younger brother, slowly turned his head. He had originally believed that Chiyu, as she claimed, would uphold Sasuke's dignity and refrain from taking action. However, he hadn't expected that both he and Kisame had been deceived by her. If the ninja world had someone akin to Zhang Wuji's mother, then this moment might become another legendary feat nonetheless. He remained unperturbed. Against a mere Chunin, a simple genjutsu would be more than sufficient. A trace of surprise suddenly appeared on Itachi's usually indifferent face. At that moment, Chiyu had already closed her beautiful crimson eyes, relying solely on the perception released by her sword domain to engage in battle. It had to be said, this was indeed an exceptionally brilliant move. Facing Chiyu in such a state, Itachi's Sharingan genjutsu, which had been ready to activate, instantly lost its target. Left with no other choice, he swiftly pulled a kunai from his sleeve and engaged in a hasty confrontation. Boom! A small shockwave exploded at the point of collision between the kunai and the ice sword, shattering Chiyu's ice blade in an instant. Simultaneously, the powerful impact force traveled through the kunai, rushing toward Itachi's palm. In Kisame's astonished gaze, the kunai in Itachi's hand was forcibly knocked away, leaving him momentarily exposed. Seizing this rare opportunity, Chiyu did not hesitate for even a moment. She slightly bent her body, her hands forming a loose grip at her waist. In an instant, an ice-blue katana, still within its sheath, took shape. The next second, the katana was drawn, and a flash of blinding white light enveloped every inch of Chiyu's skin and hair. White Fang sword style, second form, modified, Iajutsu flash. Slash! A streak of pure white sword light grazed past Itachi's scalp like lightning, and several strands of his smooth black hair gently floated down. He dodged that? Chiyu's delicate face tensed as shock surged through her heart. She had no time to pause or catch her breath. In an instant, dozens of sword slashes rained down like a torrential storm. This technique secret sword, 1000 strikes in one was the same one she had previously used against Guren, but this time, she retained its full power. However, what happened next was astonishing. Faced with Chiyu's relentless high-frequency assault, Itachi moved with the precision of a machine, dodging whenever possible, and blocking with a kunai when unavoidable. If an attack could be evaded by shifting a centimeter, he would not move an extra millimeter. As a result, Chiyu's sword slashes merely brushed past his fingertips, skimmed his sleeves, grazed his cheek, and even swept by his forehead protector and ear, but never truly landed a hit. It was as if he was the ultimate master of precision dodging. For a fleeting moment, Chiyu felt like an ordinary grunt in the legend of Yin Xuanying. Even though she wielded a firearm, and her bullets were theoretically impossible to dodge, her opponent seemed capable of predicting her every move, reacting 3, even 10 steps ahead of time. Under such circumstances, even though she was the one holding the weapon, she found herself powerless against him. What's more, the gap between her and Itachi wasn't even as vast as an armed person versus an unarmed one. So this is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Chiyu couldn't help but admire it from the bottom of her heart. No wonder so many people coveted those crimson eyes. The insight provided by the Mangekyo was truly terrifying. Coupled with Itachi's lack of any apparent weaknesses in his abilities, even though she had seized the initiative and possessed the speed of swift release, she was still unable to convert her advantage into dominance. At best, she was barely maintaining a 60-40 battle, and even that 40 was gradually shifting toward 50. She had to admit, when it came to micro-movements and precision combat, she had no way to gain the upper hand against Itachi. Since that was the case, she had no choice but to resort to large-scale attacks. Chiyu diverted a fraction of her attention. While continuing to pressure Itachi with her sword, she formed a one-handed seal with her left hand, activating the ice release technique she had learned from Kakashi in the Land of Snow. Ice release, swallow snowstorm. Itachi's eyes flickered with surprise as the shattered fragments of Chiyu's ice sword suddenly came to life, multiplying continuously until they transformed into numerous swallow-shaped ice shuriken. Whoosh! 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 The swallow-like ice blades soared through the air in a wide arc, then surged toward Itachi from behind. This time, Chiyu swore to put him in a position where even his incredible skills wouldn't allow him to fend off attacks from all directions at once. However, Itachi's response was shockingly simple. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Claw Scarlet. Tiny fireballs, like scattered stars, erupted from his mouth, spiraling outward to form a protective barrier around him. As the flaming projectiles expanded, Chiyu's swallow snowstorm collided with them head-on. Despite being a clash between ice and fire, the moment the two forces met, they produced a sharp clinking sound like stones striking each other. Under the intense heat of Phoenix Sage Fire Claw Scarlet and the concealed shuriken hidden within the flames, Chiyu's swallow snowstorm was neutralized, halting her assault momentarily. As Chiyu sliced through the lingering fireballs and prepared to advance once more. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Boom! A massive fireball, large enough to engulf the entire corridor, roared toward her. When did he even form the hand seals? From behind, Naruto's shocked voice rang out. Hearing this, Chiyu let out a helpless chuckle. This isn't Sasuke you're dealing with. Sasuke takes 60 seconds to form one seal, but Itachi can perform 6 seals in a single second, and with just one hand no less. If you could actually see him forming seals, that would be the real miracle. But still, this great fireball is a real problem. Chiyu's hands swiftly formed seals. She couldn't afford to be pushed back. Behind her were Kisame and Jiraiya. If she retreated, the battle would be over, and her objective remained far from complete. Ice release, Demonic Ice Crystal Mirrors. A series of rectangular ice mirrors rapidly materialized, forming an impenetrable barrier against the incoming fireball. As the scorching flames crashed into the ice mirrors, beginning to melt them, Chiyu suddenly charged forward. In the astonished gazes of those behind her, her dazzling white figure vanished into the ice mirrors just before they melted completely. Before anyone could react, a brand new demonic ice mirror silently formed behind Itachi. The next second. Shatter! Chiyu burst forth from the mirror, her long blade sweeping forward in a ruthless arc. However, Itachi seemed to have anticipated it all along. He turned calmly, his expression as unreadable as ever. Clearly, he had already prepared for her arrival. Suddenly, Chiyu's delicate nose twitched slightly. A faint scent of burning paper reached her nostrils. At the same time, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through her. Raising her gaze, she saw several explosive tags, already burned 2/3 of the way through, drifting down toward her. Seeing the explosive tags continuously drifting down, a sharp alarm rang in Chiyu's mind. Even with her strength, facing such a close-range explosion from multiple explosive tags would inevitably result in injuries. Fortunately, there was still time to salvage the situation. Wind release, gale palm. Chiyu swiftly raised her hand, and a powerful gust of wind burst forth from her jade-like palm. Under the force of the storm, the explosive tags' burning process accelerated, while the strong wind also pressed them firmly against the ceiling. Boom! A violent explosion erupted instantly. Crash! Fragments of the shattered ceiling rained down like a storm, while thick dust rapidly spread through the air. The dense smoke and debris obstructed visibility, making it difficult for Kisame and Jiraiya, who had been locked in a standoff, to see what was happening ahead. What's going on? What's happening? A frantic Naruto jumped up and down anxiously. But unlike Niji, he lacked the Byakugan, and in this situation, all he could do was worry helplessly. However, after a brief moment, Jiraiya suddenly seemed to sense something and turned his head. Kisame, noticing his movement, followed suit. A gentle breeze blew past Naruto's back, carrying with it a faint, familiar fragrance. Naruto frowned in confusion, sniffing the air. What's that smell? It's so nice, and familiar. Jiraiya, meanwhile, covered his face in exasperation and sighed at his foolish disciple and grandson disciple. Thank goodness Minato wasn't as clueless as Naruto back in the day. If he had been this dense, unable to even recognize a girl's scent, I don't know when I'd ever get to see a next generation. Jiraiya, now lacking the energy to scold, simply muttered, Naruto, haven't you noticed? There are 2 more people behind you now. Ha! Naruto spun around in shock, only to realize that at some point, Chiyu had appeared behind him, with Sasuke in tow. Chiyu? And Sasuke? When did you guys get here? His face was full of disbelief. Just now. Chiyu responded with a slightly fatigued smile. The explosion from the explosive tags had been tremendously intense, yet she had chosen not to retreat. Instead, she had charged straight through the blast. Itachi's preset explosive trap was indeed ingeniously placed, but the thick smoke generated by the explosion had also significantly hindered his Mangekyo Sharingan's vision, preventing him from utilizing his greatest advantage to its full potential. Chiyu had always been physically frail, but even she hadn't expected herself to be this bold, literally charging through an explosion head-on. Under such circumstances, the two clashed once again. However, while they had indeed exchanged blows, Chiyu had no intention of continuing the fight to the end, because her true goal today was not to battle Itachi. Thus, after feinting an attack, she cleverly bypassed Itachi, seized Sasuke, and used a space substitution technique to retreat swiftly. With that, her fake battle with Itachi, real rescue mission for Sasuke plan had been successfully executed. Now, it was time to shift the focus. After casually brushing off Naruto's questions, Chiyu turned her eyes toward Jiraiya, her face full of dissatisfaction and barely suppressed anger. Jiraiya-sama, what exactly were you doing? Your reaction was way too slow. Ah, my bad, my bad. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched the back of his head, offering a sheepish grin. I got a little caught up dealing with this lady here. She was under Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu. He gestured to the side, where a voluptuous woman in a purple dress leaned weakly against the wall. However, upon seeing the woman, Chiyu's delicate eyebrows furrowed even deeper. So, what you're saying is, as one of the legendary Sannin, you got distracted by a woman under genjutsu? Jiraiya was instantly at a loss for words, because, well, that was exactly what had happened. But Chiyu wasn't finished. Taking a step forward, her tone grew sharper. If Sasuke and I hadn't shown up unexpectedly, Naruto would have been here alone. And in that case, he would have already been captured by the enemy, wouldn't he? Is this how the legendary Sannin protect their disciples? How utterly ridiculous. Jiraiya was left speechless. On one hand, she was completely right. On the other, it had been a long, long time since anyone had scolded him so bluntly. For a moment, Jiraiya was stunned. He was one of the legendary Sannin. Did he really deserve to be berated like this? Even Naruto, who had been watching from the side, felt that Chiyu was being a bit too harsh. Chiyu, I'm fine, right? Let's just let it go. Cold sweat formed on Naruto's forehead as he tried to mediate. But Chiyu wasn't having it. You're fine? Yeah, you're fine, but only because Sasuke held them off. If Sasuke hadn't bought time for you, would you still be standing here unharmed? If Sasuke and I hadn't rushed over from Konoha at top speed, you would have already been captured today, Naruto. Her voice was firm and unwavering. If you want to forgive someone, go talk to Sasuke. Because he was the one who got beaten up to make up for Jiraiya-sama's mistake. Her words struck like a hammer. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke, his fists clenching tightly. Sasuke's eyes were still open, yet devoid of any light or focus. He had been utterly beaten down. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live broadcast finally began to process what had just happened. Damn, when you think about it, Itachi and Kisame could have taken Naruto easily. If Sasuke and Chiyu hadn't arrived in time, he really would have been captured. Yeah, honestly, Naruto should be thanking Sasuke and Chiyu. Wait a minute, does this mean all that talk from Chiyu earlier about different types of battles was just stalling for time? She never intended to fight Itachi seriously. The moment Jiraiya arrived, she immediately went to rescue Sasuke. Holy crap, you're right. She's always been incredibly adaptable. Ha! I knew Chiyu wasn't the type to be stubborn. Take that, haters. Haters? What haters? You guys don't understand, Chiyu is my wife. I've known her for 10 years. She's ridiculously strong, I've been a fan for a whole decade. On the live chat screen, Chiyu's reputation was rapidly undergoing a dramatic reversal. And in moments of such reversal, where someone proves themselves beyond doubt *** fans flock in droves ***. Though it wasn't as massive as the wave she had received during her infamous bath scene, the surge still brought in a whopping 180,000 impression points. Chiyu smirked in satisfaction, this mission had been well worth it. After glancing briefly at her updated impression balance, she refocused her attention on the battlefield. Jiraiya, having been thoroughly scolded, finally steeled himself. The wild-haired Sannin spoke with a newfound seriousness. All right. I get it. This was my fault. I'll take responsibility. He looked at Chiyu and Sasuke with gratitude. Before I return, I'll be counting on you both, Chiyu and Sasuke. Then, turning to face Itachi and Kisame, his voice darkened. Your target is Naruto, isn't it? Using genjutsu to lure me in, that was a dirty trick. But now, you're both staying right here. Biting his thumb, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu, Toad Gourd Prison. With a grotesque squelching sound, fleshy red walls rapidly expanded, enclosing the entire inn and creeping toward Itachi and Kisame's feet. Seeing themselves caught in the trap, Itachi immediately called out. Kisame, move. As the fleshy tendrils closed in, the two Akatsuki members swiftly dodged to the side. Gazing at the departing figures of Itachi and Kisame, Chiyu quietly condensed a long blade in her hand, preparing to strike once more. In the original storyline, Jiraiya had to face the Akatsuki's Suzaku duo alone, but now with her presence, perhaps they could hold them off together. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Chiyu abandoned the idea. Even if they managed to stop these two brothers, what would be the point? They couldn't kill them, and if the Akatsuki duo chose to fight desperately, the ones getting injured might very well be herself and Jiraiya instead. Thus, Chiyu chose to let them leave without interference. With that decision made, the outcome became obvious. Amaterasu. Itachi activated his Mangeko Sharingan, summoning the inextinguishable black flames, which instantly engulfed the fleshy walls of the toad's stomach. The intense flames quickly consumed the surroundings, allowing Itachi and Kisame to make their swift escape, leaving only the eternal Amaterasu fire burning fiercely upon the walls. Seeing this, Jiraiya retrieved a blank scroll and, with practiced ease, drew a sealing flame formula, preparing to seal away the Amaterasu flames. Since Chiyu was standing right beside him, she observed the entire sealing process in full detail. As a result, on her personal interface, a new skill entry appeared. Sealing flame formula, untrained, 1/100. Watching this unfold, Chiyu's heart stirred, and she instinctively raised a hand to stop Jiraiya. Please wait a moment, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya paused and turned to her in confusion. What is it, Chiyu? Nothing major, Chiyu smiled slightly. I just wanted to ask, could you leave me a portion of the fire? I'd like to seal some of it myself. I find this flame quite interesting. Jiraiya stroked his chin, puzzled. Well, I suppose that's fine. It makes no difference to me. Then he raised an eyebrow. But, do you even know how to use the sealing flame formula? Chiyu's smile remained bright. Of course. Though inside, she silently added. Actually, no, I don't. But that's not a problem. System, add points. Chiyu glanced at her personal interface and lightly tapped on the sealing flame formula, untrained, 1/100, entry. Ding. Consumed 8,500 impression points. Sealing flame formula, untrained, 1/100, sealing flame formula, expert, 1 out of 100. A surge of knowledge flooded into her mind. By now, with her mental resilience reaching a certain threshold, the impact of acquiring C-rank jutsu was minimal. After quickly sorting through the information, she retrieved a scroll and, alongside Jiraiya, effortlessly replicated the sealing flame formula. Jiraiya, watching her movements, was visibly impressed. "Well, would you look at that? You actually know how to do it." Since Chiyu clearly possessed the skill, he didn't ask any further questions. "Alright then, I'll seal half of the fire, and you can take the rest." With that, Jiraiya activated the sealing flame formula, extending an invisible hand toward the Amaterasu flames and sealing away half of them, leaving the remainder for Chiyu to store. Observing this, Chiyu couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation. Aside from his perverted tendencies, Jiraiya truly had no major flaws. Like now, she had merely expressed interest in Amaterasu, and without hesitation, he had agreed to let her take a portion of it. However, she was well aware that, as a beautiful young woman, she was right within Jiraiya's target range. With his level of skill, if he truly wished to spy on someone, there were few in the world who could stop him. Because of that, Chiyu hadn't dared to visit any hot springs lately. She couldn't even remember the last time she had enjoyed a relaxing soak with other girls. Ugh. I'll just have to wait until I'm stronger and then have a talk with him. She made a mental note to herself. At the same time, she activated the sealing flame formula, successfully storing the remaining Amaterasu flames. The moment she sealed them away, she could feel the immense, scorching power contained within the scroll. Just as she had suspected, on her personal interface, a new skill entry appeared. Blaze release, Kagetsuchi, locked, prerequisites not met. Just as I thought. Seeing the blaze release entry, Chiyu's lips curled into a delighted smile. "Everyone, I've picked up another Kekei Genkai. Blaze release, Kagetsuchi, the ability to manipulate Amaterasu's flames at will." This was no small gain, a truly valuable acquisition. Just as she was reveling in her success, a sudden gust of wind whooshed past her. "Chiyu, wait, what just flew by?" The next second. Bam! Dynamic entry. A figure launched into a flying kick, landing directly in front of everyone. "Guy?" Jiraiya blinked in confusion as Might Guy came into view, still mid-kick. At the same moment, Guy also realized who he was about to hit, his initially serious expression immediately shifting into a comical look of wisdom, borderline idiocy. But it was too late to stop. His size 45 sandal slammed squarely into Jiraiya's face. Boom! A deep, muffled impact rang out. Jiraiya, who had held his ground against Itachi and Kisame without taking a single hit, was now rolling across the ground like a tumbling gourd, kicked by his own ally. The sheer irony of the situation sent the live broadcast chat into hysterics. Everyone was too busy laughing to realize just how powerful this kick actually was, or that the man in green spandex had nearly just ended the storyline right then and there. As the saying goes, never compare battle power with comedic characters. Jiraiya clearly understood this fundamental rule of the universe. After a round of awkward apologies from Guy, he simply waved his hand in defeat, choosing to let it go. For now, the priority is to get Sasuke back to Konoha's medical ward. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. He has multiple fractures, and that Mangeko-induced mental attack. Itachi really didn't hold back. Naruto's face filled with concern. "Pervy sage. Sasuke will be okay, right?" Jiraiya shook his head. "Hard to say, his mental damage is significant." Naruto clenched his fists. He recalled Sasuke's battle with Itachi and Chiyu's words. Sasuke had taken this beating for his sake. The realization made his anger surge uncontrollably. At the same time, he felt the sting of his own weakness. Both Sasuke and Chiyu were far stronger than him. And even Chiyu, with all her strength, couldn't defeat Itachi. Their target is me, right? If even Chiyu and Sasuke can't stop them, am I supposed to spend my whole life running? Of course not. Jiraiya's voice was firm. That's why I'm going to train you. Kid, if you don't want to feel this powerless again, then you better be ready to give it your all. With that, Jiraiya clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder, his resolve unwavering. And Naruto, spurred by his words, found his determination reignited. Under the tremendous boost brought by the White Fang sword technique, the agility attribute, which had always been one of Chihane's weaknesses, seemed to be magically enhanced at this moment. It experienced an astonishing triple jump, soaring directly from the level of an ordinary Jonin to the Sudokage tier. Without any hesitation, Chihane continued to invest impression points to enhance her abilities. Between Katon, Fire Release, and Mokuton, Wood Release, she decisively chose Mokuton. As 111,000 impression points quietly flowed out, her Senju would release, which was originally only at the proficient level, instantly advanced to Senju would release, Master, 1/1000000. A brand new power surged into Chihane's body like a gushing spring. Under the radiation of this newfound power, the giant tree in front of her, previously pierced through by the white fanged sword technique, began to heal at a visible speed, with the wound at its core rapidly closing. This is. Witnessing the strange phenomenon occurring to the tree, Chihane's expression instantly turned serious. A new revelation flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning. For the next few days, Chihane devoted herself entirely to researching the power she had gained through her would-release upgrade. Through her tireless efforts, her research progressed steadily. Meanwhile, the plot continued to unfold. **** Orochimaru **** and Kabuto Yakushi had finally located Tsunade, officially setting the stage for the three Sannin battle. However, what surprised her was that when Chihane observed Kabuto through her live broadcast interface, she found that he showed no signs of his previous serious injuries. This filled her with curiosity, and she secretly decided that the next time she encountered him, she would thoroughly investigate. Yet, what Chihane didn't know was that while she was planning for Kabuto, someone else was secretly scheming against her. In the distant land of rain, within White Zetsu's underground nest, Uchiha Obito was undergoing his daily training. According to his plan, the critical moment was only 3 years away, the official launch of his grand scheme. To create a world where Rin existed and Rin loved him, he had to race against time and give it his all. However, just as Obito was deeply immersed in his training, a pitcher plant-like figure suddenly emerged beside him. It was Zetsu. Though Obito sensed Zetsu's arrival, he had no intention of stopping his training immediately. He planned to finish his current set before engaging in conversation. But while he ignored Zetsu, Zetsu took the initiative to approach him. "What's the matter?" Obito stopped his movements, his expression slightly displeased. "Obito, we have a situation." Black Zetsu spoke, handing over a piece of wood. "Take a look at this." Obito took the wood with a puzzled expression, closed his eyes, and began sensing it carefully. After a moment of sensing, he looked at Black Zetsu in confusion. "This is just a tree created by wood release. What's the issue?" "So, you're confirming that this is a creation of wood release, correct?" Black Zetsu continued. "Of course. That's obvious. Even if you ask Toby to check, he'll say the same. Wait." Obito's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he suddenly realized something. Among his people, only 2 individuals truly understood would release himself and Toby. If Toby had created this tree, there would be no reason for Zetsu to bring it to him so deliberately. Which meant someone else used genuine wood release? Who? Obito asked hurriedly. After all, real wood release wasn't the weakened imitation used by Yamato. True Mokutan created living trees that could survive independently even after separation from the user's chakra. These trees could even absorb an enemy's chakra for their own use. The key component that made this possible was yang release, yang chakra, the power that infused life into the trees. Water plus earth plus yang, this was the true secret behind Senju Hashirama's invincible wood release, which had once dominated the entire shinobi world. And now, just as his plan was about to commence, a new Mokutan user had suddenly appeared. This was not good news for Obito. "It's a girl from Konoha Hoji Chihane a teammate of Uzumaki Naruto," Black Zetsu explained. "She was training near the Jinchuriki, which is how White Zetsu's surveillance accidentally discovered her. We checked her bloodline records. There is indeed a trace of Senju ancestry, but it's very diluted. We never expected a reversion to her ancestral bloodline in this generation." "Senju, huh?" Obito's expression darkened. "Even after disappearing, they still don't let people have peace." Black Zetsu ignored Obito's complaints and continued, "So, this is the situation. Obito, how do you want to handle this girl?" Let me think." Suppressing his irritation, Obito began to seriously consider the matter. He had already gathered intelligence on Chihane. After all, anything related to the Jinchuriki was among his top priorities. Not to mention, Chihane was also connected to Kakashi, being his younger sister. After contemplating for a moment, Obito realized that a genuine Mokutan user was extremely valuable. If he could bring her under his control, it would be a tremendous asset. Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to see Kakashi's despair after losing his sister. "I have a plan." Obito looked at Black Zetsu, and the two began secretly scheming. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, before Chihane could even get a chance to participate in the 3 Sannin battle, she received a sudden recall order from Konoha. The messenger was an old acquaintance Yuzuki Yugo Returned to Konoha? Why? Shihane was puzzled. She had been assisting Jiraiya in searching for Tsunade, an honorable and vital mission for the sake of Konoha's fifth Hokage. Even if Konoha was currently facing difficulties, they wouldn't need to recall a mere Chunin, right? Because you're the only one who can handle this. Yuzuki Yugo smiled mysteriously. You remember the Odonin you captured earlier? Well, As Yuzuki Yugo explained in detail, Shihane's expression turned into a mix of amusement and frustration. That woman. Seriously. Well, I have to admit, this is so like her. Fine, I'll go back. Thus, Shihane made the decision to return to Konoha, even though it meant missing out on the 3 Sannin battle. The situation was urgent. The prisoner, Durin, was a rare bloodline limit user with crystal release. Konoha wanted to recruit her, but Guren was stubbornly refusing. She even went on a hunger strike, refusing to speak to anyone. However, she made one demand: she wanted to see Shihane. Curious about Guren's intentions, Shihane hurried back to Konoha with Yuzuki Yugo. Upon arriving at Konoha's prison, she saw Guren, her face pale from hunger, yet her spirit unshaken. So? Shihane asked with a chuckle. You insisted on seeing me, what do you want? Upon seeing Shihane, Guren's obsidian eyes burned with fierce determination. I refuse to accept defeat, she declared, word by word. Pretty girl I want a rematch, Still planning to fight another round? Your obsession runs pretty deep. Hearing Holian's words, Xianyu's expression became somewhat strange. Should I say that you are steadfast in your convictions, or just unbelievably stubborn? Don't worry about all that. Just tell me, are you going to fight or not? Holian proudly lifted her chin. Don't tell me you're scared. Afraid of losing to me? Afraid? Xianyu shook her head with amusement. You are nothing more than my defeated opponent. Why would I be afraid of you? But if you insist on fighting me, there has to be some stakes, right? Like, what you'll do if you lose. Otherwise, I can't just keep coming to fight you every time you demand it, can I? Holian fell into contemplation. Xianyu's words made sense. She could act willfully once or twice, but could she keep doing so indefinitely? She knew all too well what Orochimaru did to prisoners who refused to surrender. And this was Orochimaru's birthplace. While Konoha might be better than Orochimaru's lair, how much better could it really be? Moreover, no one from Orochimaru's side had come to contact her, let alone rescue her. Holian felt that she had most likely been abandoned. In that case, Holian gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. Isn't it that you all just want me to join Konoha? Third time's the charm. If I lose again this time, then I will join Konoha. Good. Xianyu nodded in satisfaction. Then let's begin. Immediately, someone was ordered to release the chakra seal on Holian. Under the supervision of the prison's ninja guards, the two were led to a large open training field, specifically designated for prisoners to exercise. A cool breeze swept through the area. Xianyu stretched lazily, her slender waist fully exposed. However, Holian looked somewhat unsteady. Seeing this, Xianyu gave her a friendly reminder. Before we start, why don't you eat something to regain some strength? Otherwise, if you lose and start complaining, that wouldn't be good. No need. I keep my word. Holian snapped angrily, thinking Xianyu was mocking her. Besides, I have my own ration pills. Under Xianyu's surprised gaze, Holian untied her hairband. The band was made up of small crystal-like beads, looking entirely artificial, like some industrial product. However, Holian roughly tore off a handful of these crystals and threw them straight into her mouth, biting down hard. With loud crunching noises that made onlookers' teeth ache, Holian's aura visibly surged. Impressive, girl. Xianyu hadn't expected Holian to have such a trick up her sleeve. Sealing ration pills inside crystals was quite the creative idea. Of course, the Konoha prison guards watching from the sidelines were all turning pale with anger, but that was another matter entirely. After restoring some of her chakra, Holian did something that shocked Xianyu. She pressed a heavy finger against her own heart. Dead life acupuncture. Boom! Holian's chakra erupted like a blazing torch, sending powerful waves of energy outward, shaking the air and generating fierce winds. Hey, that's way too sneaky. Seeing this, Xianyu sighed helplessly. I thought we agreed if you lose, you'll join Konoha? That's right. If I lose, I'll join Konoha. Holian declared proudly. But if you can save me after I activate dead life acupuncture, then what reason do I have not to join Konoha? I will fight with everything I have. No matter the outcome, I can at least say I did my best for Lord Orochimaru. Alright. Xianyu had known all along that getting Holian to join Konoha wouldn't be easy. She created a shadow clone and sent it to fetch the medical team, then gestured at Holian. Come on, let's not waste any time, fight me head on. I wouldn't have it any other way. Holian grinned wildly, forming hand seals at high speed. Crystal release, giant hexagonal shuriken. A massive hexagonal crystal disc, about the size of a small house, spun rapidly along the ground. The hardened concrete beneath it shattered under the impact, making it look as if a runaway truck was barreling through. The sheer force of the attack made Xianyu re-evaluate Holian. Looks like you're really going all out this time. But I'm not the same as before. Now, I can accomplish anything. Xianyu activated her swift release again, and an elongated blade of light formed in her palm. Facing the incoming giant hexagonal shuriken, she casually swung her sword. In an instant, the blade of light extended several meters, slicing the massive shuriken into fragments. What is that? Holian was utterly baffled by the sheer power of the strike. But when she saw Xianyu closing in, she had no time to dwell on it and quickly launched more jutsu. Crystal release, crystallized pentagonal path. Crystal release, hexagonal shuriken barrage. Crystal release, divine crossing technique. Just like during the second Chunin exams, a relentless barrage of crystal release techniques rained down on Xianyu. The deafening explosions forced the prison guards watching from afar to step back, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. However, compared to Holian's overwhelming display, Xianyu appeared incredibly relaxed, almost leisurely. She didn't even bother using the full speed of her swift release. Holding her light-constructed sword, she simply walked toward Holian, slicing apart any incoming crystal attacks with effortless swings. The only techniques that forced her to move slightly were the ones Holian launched from underground. Seeing this, Holian could hardly believe her eyes. Was this truly the same person she had barely lost to in the Chunin exams? This didn't feel like a battle, more like she was being toyed with. Damn it! Stop underestimating me. Holian unleashed her strongest attack for the third time. Crystal release, crystal dragon descends. 3 enormous pink crystal dragons roared into existence. Go, crush her. Holian commanded, sending the dragons charging forward. Xianyu finally showed a hint of seriousness, but only a hint. She poured a massive amount of chakra into her light blade, reshaping it into the long, spear-like form she had used before. Taking careful aim, she hurled the spear forward. Boom! The glowing spear shot through the forehead of one crystal dragon, piercing clean through its tail before continuing into the forest beyond. The entire dragon shattered instantly, breaking down into tiny crystal particles. Without missing a beat, Xianyu formed another light sword and reappeared beside the 2 remaining dragons with a flicker of speed. Slash! Slash, asterisk asterisk. Crack! Crash, asterisk asterisk. The remaining 2 crystal dragons were swiftly cut to pieces. Holian was left speechless, utterly stunned by the sight before her. But as the one who had caused this scene, Xianyu frowned slightly, looking down at the hand holding her sword. A distinct, glaring wound ran from her palm to the base of her thumb. Her previously relaxed expression grew more serious. This injury hadn't been caused by Holian, it had occurred when her light sword shattered upon slicing through the crystal dragons. Had she not reacted in time, the resulting uncontrolled high-energy particle burst might have left her hand riddled with holes. At this moment, one of the biggest weaknesses of the swift-release light sword became painfully clear: it was unstable. For all its cutting power, it carried a risk of self-destruction, potentially harming both the user and their opponent. Xianyu truly hadn't expected that the light sword created by her swift release would have such a flaw. But thinking about it carefully, it made sense. If this sword were truly so perfect, then why would White Fang have bothered to forge his own White Fang short blade? Clearly, a light sword that had a physical base to rely on would be far more stable and powerful than one without. Looks like I'll have to forge a short blade of my own, just like White Fang, Xianyu silently planned in her heart. At the same time, Holian noticed Xianyu's unusual movement. She saw that Xianyu was injured and bleeding. She's bleeding. Realizing this, Holian was instantly reinvigorated. If Xianyu could bleed, then she wasn't invincible. The faint sense of defeat that had begun to settle in her heart was immediately replaced with renewed determination. She swiftly formed hand seals. Crystal release, crystal wall 8 formation. Boom, boom, boom. Thick walls of crystal, as sturdy as city ramparts, rapidly rose around Xianyu, encasing her within an enormous crystalline prison. Still not giving up? Xianyu looked at Holian with a face full of confusion. Even if my technique has flaws, you still can't defeat me. Just give up, stop struggling in vain. I know that. But I still have one last move. Crystal release, single thread of radiance. Holian roared as she leaped high into the air. Four chakra flames ignited around her above, below, left, and right, forming a glowing rectangular outer frame with a diamond-shaped core. At the center of this formation, pure blue crystal encased Holian entirely. Within that small crystal shell, her chakra surged wildly, yet was forcefully compressed, exuding an ominous and terrifying pressure. She can still activate that technique at this point? Seeing Holian in midair, Qianyu's expression grew serious once more. She knew full well that even the Three Tails had struggled against this jutsu. As Qianyu braced herself, Holian's final technique reached its climax. The four surrounding flames each released a concentrated energy beam, converging at the center before unleashing a devastating high-energy laser straight at Qianyu. The powerful laser struck the crystal prison Holian had used to trap Qianyu, instantly melting a massive hole through it. And with the constraints of the crystal prison, Qianyu had nowhere to dodge. I did it! Seeing this, Holian felt a sense of liberation wash over her. Initially, defeating Qianyu had merely been a task assigned to her by Orochimaru. But after suffering repeated defeats at Qianyu's hands, what had once been a straightforward mission had evolved into a personal obsession. Now, after 3 battles, exhausting every trick and technique she had finally given her all and, at long last, she had won. Even if she were to die now, she would have no regrets. Her final ounce of fighting spirit spent, Holian fell from the sky. Her gray robes fluttered in the air like a wounded, wingless crane. However, instead of crashing into the hard ground, she found herself landing in a soft, warm embrace, carrying a faint fragrance. Holian opened her eyes in confusion, only to be met with Qianyu's infuriatingly smug smile. She then glanced at Qianyu's body, completely clean, unscathed, and as composed as ever. Realization dawned on her. With a look of pure unwillingness, she grumbled, "Damn it. I even used my final move, couldn't you have at least taken it head-on?" But Qianyu, still wearing that infuriating smile, responded matter-of-factly, "I'm not some big chunk of meat, why would I just stand there and take your attack head-on?" Holian didn't know what big chunk of meat meant exactly, but from the context, she got the idea. Trembling, she pointed a finger at Qianyu's nose, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and wailed, "Why you bastard! This is unfair. I don't accept this." Seeing this, Qianyu rolled her eyes in dramatic fashion and, as punishment, pinched Holian's cheek. "Didn't you say you'd keep your word? Relax, go recover, you tsundere brat." With that, Qianyu waved her hand, signaling the waiting medical team to hurry over and take Holian away. And just like that, Holian's stubborn, unyielding mouth was forcibly silenced. At last, the day's ordeal had come to an end. However, as she watched the medical team carry Holian off, Qianyu didn't let her guard down. Instead, her gaze shifted toward a nearby building. "Hey, you there, the one sneaking around and watching for so long, it's about time you came out, don't you think?" Clap, 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 clap. A series of crisp claps echoed through the air. Then, in Qianyu's slightly widened pupils, a shadowy figure slowly emerged, a gloomy-looking old man, his right eye and right hand both wrapped in bandages. Despite his apparent physical handicaps, the single eye visible beneath the bandages gleamed with sharp intelligence. The scar on his chin spoke of the hardships of time, and a formidable aura naturally emanated from him. "Impressive. Not only did you notice my presence, but you truly live up to the title of Konoha's finest rookie. That was an excellent battle, Phoenix Temple Qianyu." A rigid smile appeared on the old man's face, one that could almost pass as genuine. "And you are?" Qianyu deliberately displayed a hint of confusion, pretending not to recognize him. Pleased by the opportunity to introduce himself, the old man straightened slightly, his tone carrying an air of pride. "I am the Hokage's advisor, the leader of Konoha's route, Danzo." Hokage's advisor. Qianyu put on an exaggeratedly shocked expression, staring at Danzo as if she had been completely overwhelmed by his title. Seeing her reaction, Danzo felt a surge of satisfaction. So what if she possesses wood release? So what if she's mastered ice release? In the end, she still shows the proper respect before my authority. However, before Danzo could fully bask in his self-importance, Qianyu's face suddenly shifted into an awkward but polite smile. Lord Danzo, no offense, but maybe I'm just ignorant. I don't think I've ever heard of you before. Are you really the Hokage's advisor?" Danzo's once confident expression froze instantly. Because, in truth, he wasn't actually the Hokage's advisor, not anymore. After his involvement in the Uchiha incident, the third Hokage had stripped him of that title. But more importantly, Danzo had never expected anyone to question his position. Whenever he had boasted of his role in the past, no one had ever dared to doubt him. Yet here was Qianyu, outright questioning his legitimacy. Nevertheless, Danzo had no choice but to maintain his facade. Of course I am. The only reason you haven't heard of me is because I don't normally appear before the public. Danzo's tone was firm as he continued, if Hiruzen is the light that guides Konoha, then I am the darkness beneath it, the roots that sustain its strength. Together, we have upheld Konoha's prosperity for many years. Sugoi ne. Hearing Danzo's self-aggrandizing speech, Qianyu let out an exaggerated gasp of admiration, her eyes sparkling with apparent reverence. Had Kakashi been here, he would have immediately recognized the act. Qianyu was just playing along, treating Danzo like a fool. Unfortunately, Danzo was not Kakashi. He didn't realize she was merely humoring him. Meanwhile, Qianyu's next question followed seamlessly. So then, Lord Danzo, what brings you here to see me today? Danzo spoke solemnly, I want you to join my route. Route? Qianyu's face showed a look of confusion. What kind of organization is that? Danzo patiently explained, Root is a special organization that silently supports Konoha from the shadows, much like the foundation of a great tree. You can think of it as another form of the Umbu, but compared to the regular Umbu, Root is far more elite and takes on even more dangerous missions. If the Umbu represents Konoha's face in the darkness, then Root is the hidden strength behind it, the elite of the elite, the true shadow within the shadows. It is the perfect place for a genius like you. Qianyu put on a look of sudden realization, as if she truly understood Danzo's words. Seeing that Qianyu did not show immediate resistance to the idea of joining Root, Danzo was secretly pleased. He believed he had a real chance of recruiting her and quickly pressed forward. So, what do you think? Are you willing to join Root and truly protect Konoha? No. Qianyu suddenly revealed a dazzling smile, as radiant as 100 blooming flowers. Danzo's expectant expression froze on his face. He had assumed that his words had moved her and that she would readily agree. To his surprise, she outright refused. Had all his passionate rhetoric made no impact on her at all? Was this girl playing with him? Suspicion arose in Danzo's heart. Fortunately, before Danzo could lose his temper, Qianyu quickly followed up, I don't want to make a decision so quickly. Qianyu spoke with confidence, Lord Danzo, if I'm going to join an organization, shouldn't we at least talk about the benefits first? Protecting Konoha comes at a cost, after all. I'm willing to contribute, but that doesn't mean I should risk my life without any compensation. Oh, so that's what's on your mind. Danzo's tense expression eased slightly. Rest assured, Root, as Konoha's unseen protector, offers unique benefits. And with your talent, your treatment in Root would be top tier. You would have unrestricted access to Konoha's vast collection of jutsu and forbidden techniques. Additionally, we have our own independent research division. I recall that you've already mastered ice release, yes? Our research team can help you develop it even further. As for specialized ninja tools and custom uniforms, those are naturally provided as well. Custom uniforms? Upon hearing this, Qianyu's eyes lit up for the first time. Deep down, she had always wanted Root to provide her with high-quality stockings. After all, with the current level of craftsmanship in the ninja world, the quality of stockings was quite lacking. Her long, beautiful legs were always bare, and without the elegance of stockings, she felt something was missing. That's right, we offer custom uniforms as well. Danzo nodded affirmatively, though inwardly, he scoffed. Women, they always focus on such trivial things. He would never understand why appearances mattered so much. It was like Hiruzen marrying Biwako at a young age. Before long, his once strong physique had deteriorated into a scrawny frame. Still, if Qianyu was tempted by the idea of customized clothing, that was good news for him. Danzo seized the moment and pressed again, so? Are you ready to join now? Hold on. I have a few more questions first. Qianyu quickly waved her hand, signaling Danzo not to rush. Danzo took a deep breath, suppressing his impatience. Fine. Ask your questions. I want to know, after joining Root, what is the monthly salary? How is the salary structured? How many paychecks a year? Is it 12, 13, or more? Does Root provide insurance? What about retirement benefits? Qianyu fired off her questions like a rapid-fire jutsu. As she continued asking about benefits, Danzo's mind began to blur. He could understand questions about monthly pay and salary structure. Even the idea of multiple paychecks a year wasn't too strange. But when she mentioned 5 insurances in one fund or 5 insurances in 2 funds, what on earth was she talking about? Was she asking about something like compensation for fallen shinobi? Danzo had no clue. However, he couldn't afford to appear ignorant in front of Qianyu. So, he cleverly sidestepped her barrage of benefit-related questions and went straight to the core issue. If the compensation meets your expectations, will you join? Of course not. Qianyu took a dramatic breath before continuing. She then raised her delicate fingers and began listing more concerns. Even if the benefits are good, what about the number of vacation days per month? How much annual leave do I get? What is the organizational culture like? What are the opportunities for promotion? Joining an organization isn't just about immediate benefits, it affects my long-term future. I need to know these details before making a decision. Danzo fell into another long silence. Honestly, he was at a loss for words. This was a ninja organization, a military force dedicated to protecting Konoha, and she was worried about vacation days. If she was already thinking about taking time off before even joining, what would she accomplish in the future? Danzo didn't even want to imagine it. However, remembering the valuable intel he had received earlier, he forced himself to remain patient. If all of these conditions meet your expectations, will you join Root? That, still isn't certain. Seeing Danzo's twitching eyebrow, Qianyu took another dramatic breath before delivering the final blow. I also want to check out Umbu before deciding. She even smiled shyly. You know, compare my options. Maybe Umbu has better benefits? You. Danzo nearly coughed up blood. Compare your options? Do you think Umbu can compare to Root? Umbu has been declining for years. That doesn't bother me. Qianyu puffed out her chest confidently, her eyes gleaming with determination. I don't care whether the organization I join is strong or weak at the start. No matter where I go, I will make it the strongest. Good. That's the spirit. You truly are Konoha's most outstanding young talent. Danzo nodded approvingly. Although Qianyu had frustrated him with her obsession over benefits, her confidence was undeniably impressive. Thus, Danzo made his move. Activating Konoha Tsukimi, he spoke smoothly, but Qianyu, a genius like you has precious energy. Why waste your efforts on mediocrity when you could join the best from the very beginning? Qianyu's expression grew dazed. That, actually makes sense. Then I'll join. Her voice suddenly stuck. Join what? Danzo leaned in slightly, his lone eye gleaming ominously. He increased the power of his Sharingan's influence. Yet, no matter how much he pushed, Qianyu remained frozen like a download stuck at 99. Danzo resisted his irritation. What's wrong? Are you still unsure about something? Qianyu, seemingly dazed, lifted her head slowly. Her red eyes stared vacantly at Danzo, and her soft lips parted. Benefits, must be good. Danzo was utterly speechless. He had never expected that even under the influence of Konoha Tsukimi, Qianyu would still fixate on benefits. Just how deep did her obsession run? Exasperated, Danzo finally relented. If you join Root, you will be my right hand, second only to me. You will have full access to all of Root's resources. That should be enough for you, right? Yes. It was as if Danzo had unlocked some kind of VIP speed boost. Suddenly, Qianyu's response sped up. I'm willing to join Root. Good. Then let's go right now. Danzo had no patience left. He needed to get Qianyu to Root immediately and brand her with the curse mark to ensure her obedience. However, he failed to notice the cold glint flashing in Qianyu's eyes as she silently followed behind him. Qianyu truly hadn't expected that the cunning and scheming Danzo would dare to use Konoha Tsukimi on her directly. If it weren't for her exceptionally strong mental fortitude and her ability to activate Shundun to accelerate her thought process the moment she sensed something amiss, she might have really fallen into his trap this time. Of course, given Danzo's complete lack of moral boundaries, the fact that he would resort to Konoha Tsukimi to recruit her wasn't surprising to Qianyu. What did surprise her was that she actually held enough value for Danzo to use such a trump card. Konoha Tsukimi was one of Danzo's most well-hidden secret weapons, and he had previously only used it once during the struggle for the Hokage seat. This meant that, in Danzo's eyes, her value now was equivalent to that of a Kage. Although she didn't understand how Danzo had come to this conclusion, it no longer mattered. Originally, Qianyu had only planned to brush Danzo off casually and find an excuse to reject his invitation. But who could have anticipated that Danzo would go so far as to use Konoha Tsukimi just to ensure her entry into Root? Since he was so determined, she might as well join. However, she was well aware that while she might be able to fool Danzo for now, making him believe that she was already under his control, it would not be easy to free herself from his grasp in the future. Before long, the two finally arrived at the root headquarters. A swift and efficient female ninja quickly approached and, without Qianyu noticing, secretly placed a cursed tongue eradication seal on her. Seeing Qianyu successfully fall into his hands, Danzo finally felt a weight lifted off his heart and let out a long sigh of relief. Now that Qianyu was secured, the next step was naturally to test her. The two entered a specialized training ground, and Danzo looked at Qianyu with great anticipation, saying, "I heard that you can use wood release. Could you demonstrate it for me?" Wood release? Qianyu was genuinely surprised this time. "How do you know that I can use wood release?" Danzo smirked triumphantly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "Don't underestimate Root's intelligence network. In this village, there's nothing that Root doesn't know." "Is that so?" Qianyu sneered inwardly. She was well aware that Root had suffered a severe blow during the Uchiha incident and had later lost financial support from the third Hokage, forcing it to scrape by on its remaining resources. Moreover, she had rarely demonstrated her wood release capabilities, only recently had she been researching it. If Danzo knew about it, someone must have tipped him off. Recalling where she had been studying wood release, a realization struck her. So, I was discovered by White Setsu? Everything connected at once. She finally understood why Konoha had suddenly summoned her back. The previous matter regarding Guren was likely just a cover, the real reason was that her wood release abilities had been exposed. After her abilities were discovered, White Setsu must have informed Uchiha Obito. Fully aware of the power of wood release, Obito couldn't allow Konoha to gain another user of this technique. Thus, he leaked the information to Danzo, knowing that Danzo's greed and unscrupulous nature would drive him to either recruit or eliminate her. This would then create an opportunity for Obito to execute his own plans. However, neither Obito nor Danzo had expected Qianyu to agree to join Root so easily. Since Danzo wanted to see her wood release, she might as well fulfill his wish. Qianyu clasped her hands together, took a deep breath, and sank her energy into her dantian. Then, using her diaphragm as a power source, she unleashed a deep and resonant voice. Wood release, nativity of a world of trees. Boom! With the release of a massive amount of chakra, amplified to Kage level through her enhanced wood release, an enormous, lush forest instantly took shape in the training ground. Feeling the boundless vitality radiating from the trees she had created, Danzo's right hand, wrapped in bandages, began to tremble uncontrollably. It was the reaction of the Hashirama cells within him, a dangerous signal for Danzo himself. However, at this moment, Danzo was completely mesmerized by the power of Qianyu's wood release. He was so captivated that he paid no attention to the potential dangers. Gazing at the vast and majestic forest of wood release before him, Danzo burst into loud laughter. Good, good, good. Excellent. Well done, Phoenix Temple Qianyu. You are truly impressive. Regardless of what ulterior motives the mysterious figure who had leaked the information to him might have had, at this moment, Qianyu, possessing the power of wood release, was already in his grasp. Everything else could be put aside. Because he had never imagined that after losing Yamato, a wood release user, he would actually find another one with true mastery over the technique. Such immense vitality, such a grand scale of wood release, what could possibly stand in his way on his path to becoming Hokage? He even roared in his mind, what could possibly stop him now? Sai! Danzo shouted. Swish! Sai instantly appeared beside him, kneeling on one knee. Lord Danzo, you called for me? Danzo pointed at Qianyu and ordered, take Qianyu to familiarize herself with Root's environment and help her complete the induction process. Remember, from today onward, Qianyu is my right guardian. Other than Ryoma, no one is allowed to disobey her orders. Understood, Lord Danzo. Sai nodded solemnly before turning to Qianyu and respectfully saying, Lady Qianyu, please follow me. That's it? Qianyu looked at Danzo, a hint of confusion in her eyes. That's it, that's it. Nothing more. Danzo smiled warmly at Qianyu, a rare display of amiability. Qianyu, take your time getting to know Root. If you have any requests, just tell Sai. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. With that, Danzo indeed turned and left, disappearing in a few flickers. He had been too excited just now and needed to deal with the abnormal reaction in his right hand immediately. Alright then. Watching Danzo leave, Qianyu shrugged nonchalantly. She had expected him to chat with her for a while but hadn't anticipated that he would leave after just one glance at her wood release. But that was fine too, she had no interest in wasting time with an old schemer like Danzo. Alright, Let's go see what interesting things Root has to offer. I can't wait. Xianyu rubbed her hands together excitedly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Under Sai's guidance, Xianyu began exploring the intricate tunnels of Root. Yashiyama Hayato was already 60 years old this year. If, in his youth, he had harbored dreams and cared about so-called bonds, then ever since he joined Root in his 30s as a tailor, those dreams had long been eroded by reality. His life now revolved around his wife, children, a warm bed, and clocking in at work on time every day. However, precisely because of this stable lifestyle and his naturally meticulous and responsible nature, he had become one of the few old employees in Root, earning the title Tailor Sage. Even Danzo would occasionally greet him. Everyone in Root affectionately referred to him as Mr. Yashiyama, who can make anything. Of course, Yashiyama Hayato himself didn't care for such titles. After all, most of the people in Root were emotionless killing machines with simple clothing needs, which failed to ignite his creative passion. As he aged, he found life en route increasingly dull and uninspiring. Sigh. Sitting in his workshop, Yashiyama Hayato sighed helplessly. Even I sometimes wish for a bit of change in my life. As if answering his prayers, a burst of energetic footsteps suddenly echoed outside his workshop. Moments later, a dazzling girl with silver hair and crimson eyes ran in cheerfully. "Hello, old man. I need a custom outfit." The girl greeted him with a bright smile. "Oh?" Seeing such a lively girl, Yashiyama Hayato's interest was piqued. After glancing at Sai, who gave a slight nod to indicate this was an official Root order, Yashiyama Hayato became even more curious. "Since when did Root have such a unique girl? What kind of outfit do you want?" he asked curiously. However, when he saw the designs Qianyu handed him, his expression froze. After a long silence, he removed his reading glasses, carefully wiped them with a cloth, then put them back on. Looking at the radiant girl before him, he couldn't help but say, "You seem a bit too emotionally expressive." Huh? Hearing Yashiyama Hayato's words, Qianyu's face showed a bewildered expression, and she was momentarily stunned. Yashiyama Hayato sighed helplessly at her reaction. His years en route had taught him when to stay silent and when to speak. Normally, he wouldn't comment on a ninja's choice of attire, but this time, he just couldn't hold back. "So, you want the clothes made exactly according to these specifications?" Yashiyama Hayato asked for confirmation. Qianyu nodded seriously. "Yes, just follow the design. But I do have some special requirements regarding the quality." "What kind of requirements?" Yashiyama Hayato immediately perked up, ready to listen carefully. "Oh, nothing too major, just a small detail," Qianyu gestured with her fingers, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I need this outfit to withstand B-rank wind release techniques without getting torn or damaged in the slightest." Her last encounter with Orochimaru's great breakthrough had left a deep impression on her. The sheer force of the wind release had been terrifying, and she still felt lingering fear from that experience. However, the moment she voiced this request, Yashiyama Hayato froze. "B-rank wind release? Girl, do you even know what you're talking about?" "Of course I do. B-rank. What's the issue?" Qianyu tilted her head, her innocent expression making Yashiyama Hayato both exasperated and helpless. "Is there a problem?" Yashiyama Hayato felt a surge of frustration, 1,000 Konoha-style curses bubbling in his mind, but he forced them down. He patiently explained, "B-rank wind release techniques are no joke. Even Konoha's toughest jonin vests might not withstand them, let alone a set of lightweight clothing like yours." "Oh, I see. Sorry, I wasn't clear enough in my explanation. I'm not asking for defensive strength, I mean resistance to tearing." Realizing her wording had led to a misunderstanding, Qianyu quickly clarified. Since she frequently used wind control sword techniques, she was often surrounded by strong winds, causing her clothes to billow violently. That's why she needed her outfit to be highly resistant to tearing. Even so, Yashiyama Hayato wanted to argue further, but Qianyu was firm. "I don't care. Isn't Root supposed to have access to all of Konoha's resources? Are you telling me you don't even have the technical expertise for something this basic? Hey, you little brat." Yashiyama Hayato, now provoked, stiffened in response. "Root does have good materials, but whether you qualify to use them is another matter. If the higher-ups allow me access to the rare materials stored up over the years, would you still refuse to make it?" Qianyu countered without backing down. Good. That's exactly what I was waiting for." A sly glint flashed in Qianyu's eyes as she turned to look at Sai. Sai understood her immediately and stepped forward to whisper a few words into Yashiyama Hayato's ear. "What? Is that true?" Yashiyama Hayato's eyes widened in shock, and he almost jumped up in excitement. I can really use any material I want? Of course. Lady Qianyu has full access to all resources. This is Lord Danzo's direct order. Sai confirmed with certainty. Alright. Yashiyama Hayato thumped his chest confidently. Leave it to me. There's a reason they call me the Tailor Sage. I'll make exactly what you need. Great. Qianyu nodded in satisfaction. That's the spirit. With the clothing issue settled, Qianyu bid farewell to Yashiyama Hayato and headed to her next destination *** custom equipment ***. However, she soon realized that while Yashiyama Hayato had been easy to deal with, the other departments weren't so easily fooled. Not that it mattered. Qianyu sneered inwardly. What does it mean to be Danzo's right guardian? It means that if department heads can manage something, I can manage it too. If they can't handle something, then I definitely have to step in. Act first, report later. Danzo has already granted me special privileges, ***. What's the matter? You dare to object, ***. With the authority Danzo had given her, Qianyu rampaged through various departments, pillaging everything she could. Even in the cafeteria, she would take food without hesitation, one bowl after another. If she wanted soup, she had soup. If she wanted dry rice, she took dry rice. If she couldn't finish, she would just stuff it in her pockets and take it with her. Before long, the uniform department, equipment department, and secret vault department, essentially every division en route, had been looted like they had been hit by a bandit raid. The staff were left in utter chaos, cursing under their breaths, calling her nothing less than a plundering thief. But Qianyu's looting spree came to an abrupt halt when she reached the deepest level of Root's underground laboratories. Not because she had a change of heart, but because she was stopped. Standing before her was a man wearing a hooded cloak similar to Aburame Shino's, except his was black. A strange purple mark adorned his right cheek. Qianyu frowned slightly. And you are? I am Danzo-sama's left guardian Aburame Ryoma, the man introduced himself, extending a hand with a subtle motion. Please turn back, Qianyu. The area ahead requires Danzo-sama's direct authorization for access. Oh? Is that so? Fine, then. Qianyu pouted, showing a hint of disappointment, but she didn't argue with Aburame Ryoma. Instead, she simply turned and left. After all, he was the left guardian, and in the ninja world, the left side was considered superior. As the right guardian, she wasn't supposed to challenge the left guardian. Or so they thought. As Aburame Ryoma watched Qianyu disappear down the corridor, he sighed in relief and turned to leave. But at that moment whoosh ***. Qianyu activated Shundun, swift release, moving like a ghost. In an instant, she was right behind Ryoma. Combining the ground shrinking technique from ancient swordsmanship with her wind control sword technique's aura suppression, she successfully concealed her presence, skillfully slipping into the restricted laboratory right behind Ryoma, completely unnoticed. Ryoma walked inside, proceeding deeper into the lab. After a while, he sensed something off and turned around suspiciously. But by then, Qianyu was nowhere in sight. Watching him shake his head in confusion before dismissing his doubts, Qianyu smirked from behind a cold storage unit. Still too weak, huh? As Danzo's most trusted subordinate, Aburame Ryoma held a position of great power en route. However, since he had transitioned into administrative duties, he had neglected his own strength, making him vulnerable. This fatal weakness had allowed Qianyu to infiltrate the lab without a hitch. Of course, her temporary cursed tongue eradication seal also helped her bypass Root's security barriers, further ensuring her success. Alright then, let's see what kind of goodies Danzo was hiding in here. With curiosity gleaming in her eyes, Qianyu began to explore the lab carefully yet boldly. However, she quickly realized. This wasn't just any laboratory. Because soon enough, she found herself standing before a jar filled with dark green liquid, inside which floated several eerie, spherical objects. There were many such jars scattered throughout the lab, each labeled with different tags. The one before her was labeled 45-1. Others had labels like 1, 2, 3, and some had combinations like 12-23. As for what was inside these jars, taking advantage of a moment when the lab personnel were distracted, Qianyu sneaked closer to inspect one of them. As she moved nearer, the murky green liquid became clearer, revealing the contents floating within. Human eyeballs. Dozens of them. Seeing this vast collection of preserved eyes, Qianyu took a step back, her mind racing. She had unknowingly stumbled upon Danzo's Sharingan warehouse. When Xianyu stood before the most powerful and interchangeable hardware in the ninja world, she had to admit her heart wavered just a little. Of course, she had no intention of replacing her own eyes, but the beauty of the system was that, who said you had to physically possess a Sharingan to enjoy its abilities? No matter what, I need to get my hands on a Sharingan first. Xianyu once again turned her gaze to the densely packed jars before her. If her guess was correct, the numbers on the labels represented the number of tomo each Sharingan had. If she simply wanted a basic Sharingan, all she had to do was find a jar labeled with 3 tomo, and use space substitution technique to swap it out. However, just as she was about to take action, she suddenly remembered something crucial. That was Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but this fact was hardly known to anyone. If his eyes were among these jars, they were likely misclassified as ordinary 3 tomo Sharingan. The real problem was, with so many jars, how could she possibly identify which one contained Uchiha Fugaku's eyes? If only the root members were considerate enough to write names on the jars, Xianyu muttered under her breath. There were no names, only numbers. To find the corresponding records, she would have to sift through the mountains of documents in this massive laboratory. Finding the jars had been easy, but locating specific records in this chaos? That was nearly impossible. Just as Xianyu was fretting over this issue, a rough voice suddenly reached her ears. Yakushi Ryo. What the hell are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get me the Sharingan labeled number 31. Why yes. I'm sorry, Omiki-sama. Right away. A frail-looking girl responded in a panic, her hair cut into a short bob, face partially obscured by large, round glasses. She was short and timid, clearly lacking confidence. Xianyu didn't particularly care about the girl's appearance, but what did catch her attention was her surname. Yakushi. Xianyu narrowed her eyes, watching the weak-looking girl. Could she be related to that Yakushi? Silently, Xianyu followed Yakushi Ryo. She watched as the girl approached the number 31 Sharingan jar and deftly formed a series of complex hand seals, dispelling the sealing technique placed on the container. Only then did she carefully lift the lid and retrieve the preserved Sharingan from within. Then, Yakushi Ryo carried the Sharingan over to the man she had called Omiki-sama and placed it onto a strange device. As the machine activated, chakra, electrical currents, and a special medicinal fluid began pouring onto the Sharingan. Under this stimulation, the single tomo Sharingan started spinning rapidly, almost as if it was about to split and evolve into a 2 tomo Sharingan. But in the end, the Sharingan's rotation suddenly halted, and crimson cracks spread across its surface. Its vitreous gel oozed out like blood leaking from a wound. Another failure. Omiki clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it! Everything was calculated perfectly. This experiment was theorized for months. Where did it go wrong? His anger quickly found an outlet. Maybe I should replace my assistant. Yakushi Ryo, it must be your bad luck infecting me. Omiki sneered viciously. This is why women shouldn't be in the lab. I am sorry, Omiki-sama. Yakushi Ryo trembled, tears welling up in her eyes as she bowed repeatedly in apology. Seeing her pathetic demeanor, Omiki's rage subsided slightly. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he said, "Forget it. Just take this garbage and dispose of it." "Yes, sir." Yakushi Ryo stepped forward, collected the ruined Sharingan, and left. Naturally, Xianyu stealthily followed her again. The two of them arrived at a secluded disposal site within the lab. But to Xianyu's surprise *** the moment they were alone, Yakushi Ryo's expression completely changed, ***. Her fearful and submissive facade vanished instantly, replaced by cold indifference. That bastard Omiki. If I weren't still investigating my mother Nono Yakushi's death, I'd have already knocked his teeth out. Yakushi Ryo gritted her teeth, muttering darkly to herself. That useless dog. With his pathetic understanding of theory, I guarantee he could run this experiment 1,000 more times and still never figure out the key. Oh? Hearing Yakushi Ryo's murmuring, Xianyu stepped out from the shadows and smiled. Then tell me, what do you think is the key to evolving the Sharingan? Who's there? Yakushi Ryo whipped around in terror. The moment she saw Xianyu, an unknown figure, her instincts kicked in, and she opened her mouth to shout for help. But before she could make a sound, swoosh! Xianyu moved like lightning, grabbing both sides of Yakushi Ryo's face with one hand. A wave of searing chakra surged into her skin, then burned the tip of her tongue. Then Xianyu let go. Yakushi Ryo instinctively tried to scream. But no sound came out. In fact, the moment she even thought about calling for help, she felt a paralyzing numbness spread through her body. This sensation was all too familiar to members of Root. This is the cursed tongue eradication seal. Yakushi Ryo's eyes widened in horror as she stared at Shinyu. Why you? You actually modified my cursed tongue seal? Not bad. Quick reaction, sister. Shinyu nodded approvingly. Her own cursed tongue eradication seal proficiency had reached master level, 1/102400. That was why she had been able to modify Yakushi Ryo's seal at will. Although she couldn't control all of Danzo's systems, she could easily alter the seals of specific individuals. That was precisely why she had never feared allowing Root to place a seal on her, because with her system, she could brute force hack her way through anything. Alright, now talk. What is the real key to evolving the Sharingan? Yakushi Ryo took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. In my opinion, the key to Sharingan evolution lies in pupil power, but this so-called power is not entirely generated by the eyes themselves. The eyes merely serve as a vessel. Without an external source of pupil power, no amount of stimulation will trigger evolution. Therefore, there are only two ways to evolve a Sharingan. One, to transfer pupil power from other Sharingan, concentrating it into a single eye. 2. Implant the Sharingan into a living host and put the host under extreme stress, rather than directly forcing evolution on the eye itself. Hearing her explanation, Shinyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Because Yakushi Ryo had actually pinpointed the true secret behind Sharingan evolution. Not bad. Shinyu grinned. So why haven't you told them this? Yakushi Ryo scoffed coldly. Told them? I want them to keep failing. The only reason I'm still en route is to uncover the truth behind my mother Nono Yakushi's death. In this state, Yakushi Ryo couldn't even breathe properly, her entire body was paralyzed, as if she could suffocate to death at any moment. In such a desperate situation, her life and death were completely in the hands of others. Even if she had thoughts of rebellion, she couldn't act on them. However, at this seemingly hopeless moment, Yakushi Ryo suddenly mentioned Yakushi. No. Hearing this, Shiba was startled. She looked at Yakushi Ryo curiously and asked, Are you her daughter? Yakushi Ryo gently shook her head and explained, I am not her daughter. I was just one of the children from the orphanage sponsored by Nono Mama. But Nono Mama was very gentle, so everyone liked to affectionately call her that. Shiba nodded in understanding. She recalled the original story's mention of Yakushi Nono's orphanage. Aside from Kabuto, no other children seemed to have been mentioned. Now, it seemed that most of the children had joined Root, which aligned with her preconceived notions of Danzo's way of doing things, using everything to its fullest potential. She continued asking, Are there many people like you in Root? Yakushi Ryo's face darkened instantly. She replied helplessly, Not many anymore. Ichiro and Jiro died shortly after joining Root during a selection process. Keiko and Wada went on other missions and have been missing ever since. As for the others, before joining, they were full of ambition, but after joining, they became silent and unrecognizable, as if they had turned into completely different people. They might as well be dead. Shiba sighed softly and remarked, Sigh, in this world, those who can persistently fight for a goal are always in the minority. However, deep down, she was secretly pleased because she had discovered someone en route who harbored resentment against it. This was undoubtedly a great advantage for her. Her expression turned serious as she said, Let's make a deal. I happen to know the cause of Yakushi Nono's death. You help me with something, and I'll tell you how she died. How about that? Yakushi Ryo's spirit was instantly lifted. She had been searching for answers for years without any leads, yet now, a clue had suddenly appeared. She almost agreed immediately, but in that instant, she bit down hard on the tip of her tongue, using the pain to keep herself clear-headed and suppress her impulse. She gritted her teeth and said, Not enough. Tell me what you want me to do first. Shiba's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure as she questioned, You still want to negotiate terms with me? Yakushi Ryo clenched her teeth tightly, trying to suppress her fear, and said with determination, I have worked en route for nearly 4 years and know everything about this place. If you truly need something done, I am definitely the most suitable person for the job. I believe I have the right to negotiate terms. Shiba remained non-committal and stated her condition, I want the registry of Sharingan users. I need to know the original owners of each Sharingan. Yakushi Ryo suddenly understood. She said, You have a target in mind, which is why you need the registry. But what about the sealing jutsu to unlock them? Don't you need that? Without it, how will you obtain the Sharingan? Shiba sneered, That's none of your concern. I have my own ways. She didn't want to waste more words with Yakushi Ryo and made her stance clear. Yukushi Ryo firmly responded, "Fine, I can get you the registry. But I have a condition too. You must not only tell me how Nono Mama died, but also give me a Sharingan." "Just one is enough." This time, Chiba actually laughed. She looked at Yukushi Ryo, secretly analyzing her thoughts. Yukushi Ryo's cursed tongue eradication seal was linked to Chiba. If she tried to reveal any information about Chiba, her entire body would become paralyzed and immobilized. But the seal's effects didn't stop there. It could also allow Yukushi Ryo to establish a sort of contract with Chiba. This was where Yukushi Ryo's intelligence shone. She was working to turn herself from a coerced root member into Chiba's accomplice. After all, if Chiba were someone without scruples, she could simply use the seal to get rid of Yukushi Ryo after the task was done. En route, Yukushi Ryo would merely be seen as a traitor. No one would suspect that an outsider had eliminated her. If Chiba wanted to be thorough, she had every reason to dispose of Yukushi Ryo afterward. However, becoming an accomplice was different. It meant that, to some extent, they were on the same side. Realizing this, Chiba gave Yukushi Ryo a deep look and inwardly admired her. This seemingly delicate girl is far from simple. She's quite the talent. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chiba said, "I can't give you a Sharingan directly, but I can give you an opportunity to obtain one yourself. Now, go get me the registry." Yukushi Ryo did not hesitate any longer and turned to retrieve the documents. Before long, she returned to the laboratory with the registry of Sharingan serial numbers. As Chiba had expected, the registry detailed each Sharingan's original owner, including their age, strength, and other key information. Names, of course, were the most basic details. Chiba quickly flipped through the registry, but something strange happened. No matter how she searched, she couldn't find Uchiha Fugaka's name. She looked at Yukushi Ryo in confusion and asked, "Is there something wrong with this list? Why can't I find Uchiha Fugaku? Are you sure this is the right registry?" Yukushi Ryo nodded with certainty and said, "I remember that person. He was the head of the Uchiha clan. It seems Root never obtained his Sharingan from the start. Of course, I can't say for sure whether they got it or not, but ever since I've been here, I've never seen Uchiha Fugaka's name. Maybe his eyes aren't in this lab." Chiba closed the registry, deep in thought. After carefully recalling the situation, she realized that Root might truly not have Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. After all, Root was unaware that Uchiha Fugaku had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, whereas Black Setsu knew this clearly. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan that had barely been used. Black Setsu had no reason to let them circulate in the outside world. Most likely, he had taken them. Given White Zetsu's abilities, retrieving them during the window of time when Sasuke was unconscious and before Root arrived was entirely possible. So, I'll have to choose a different target? Chiba reopened the registry and selected two potential targets, Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Izumi. Both had 3 Tomo Sharingan. One was a beautiful mature woman, and the other was a lovely young girl. Their eyes were aesthetically pleasing and aligned with her preferences. After weighing her options, Chiba ultimately decided to take Uchiha Izumi's eyes. There were 2 reasons for this. First, they were close in age. Uchiha Izumi's eyes were young and of high quality. Moreover, she had awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan at a young age, indicating significant potential. Second, Uchiha Makoto was Sasuke's mother. Taking her eyes felt somewhat inappropriate. Furthermore, Chiba was still unclear on the exact process of using a Sharingan. If it was simply a transplant without any external changes, Sasuke might recognize her, which would be a troublesome situation. To avoid any unexpected problems, Chiba quickly took action. Chiba effortlessly obtained the Sharingan. She casually grabbed 2 pieces of paper, wrote a few characters on them, and then used the transformation jutsu to make them look like Sharingan. Then, she stealthily approached the glass jar labeled with Uchiha Izumi's number and used a space substitution technique to swap out the real Sharingan. Immediately, a new notification appeared on her personal interface, but she only glanced at it briefly before turning back to meet with Yukushi Ryo. "You got it so quickly?" Yukushi Ryo looked at Chiba in shock as she returned swiftly. "Yeah, thanks to the nutrient solution you provided." Chiba shook the test tube in her hand, which contained an unknown liquid with 2 eyeballs floating inside. "Anyway, it's done. Now, tell me about Yukushi Nono." "All right." Chiba began to explain slowly. In truth, it wasn't a complicated story, it was just another case of Danzo discarding his pawns after they had served their purpose, a bloody tragedy. Yukushi Kabuto himself also had some inherent issues. Upon hearing about Yukushi Nono's fate, Yukushi Ryo clenched her fists tightly, her eyes burning with anger. "Kabuto and Danzo. I will definitely seek justice for Nonomama. She then looked at Chiba with determination. You mentioned giving me a chance to obtain a Sharingan. What did you mean by that? It's simple. Chiba pulled out the 2 pieces of transformed paper again. I swapped out the real ones inside with these fakes, but the transformation jutsu has a time limit. Eventually, the fakes will be exposed. That's your opportunity. If you can successfully pull a switcheroo, then it's yours. I see. Yakushi Ryo nodded silently and accepted the counterfeit Sharingan from Chiba. After handing over the fake Sharingan, Chiba casually asked, by the way, what do you plan to do with the Sharingan? Yakushi Ryo's eyes flickered with hesitation, as if debating whether to answer. Eventually, she decided to speak. There are 2 reasons. 1, to enhance my own strength. 2, I want to experiment. She pulled out a test tube filled with a faintly red liquid. Seeing the test tube, Chiba's eyes narrowed. She could sense something from the liquid, something she had just acquired from the Sharingan, ocular power. Yakushi Ryo explained, my job is to dispose of broken Sharingan. But destroying something so valuable is a waste, so I've been trying to extract the residual ocular power from those broken eyes. So far, I've been fairly successful. A hint of pride appeared on her face. Impressive. Chiba sincerely praised her. She finally understood Yakushi Ryo's goal. She wanted to try synthesizing a Mangekyo Sharingan. For someone who not only had such an idea but also acted on it, Chiba had to admire her. She could foresee Yakushi Ryo making interesting advancements en route in the future, but that was none of her concern. While Yakushi Ryo's ocular power enhancement techniques would be invaluable to most Uchiha, Chiba herself had an external cheat and didn't care much. So, under Yakushi Ryo's astonished gaze, Chiba simply learned a bit about her technique before bidding her farewell and continuing her peach and elixir theft journey en route. Not long after, Danzo finally stabilized the Hashirama cells. However, his office was soon crowded with department heads from all over Route. Lord Danzo, you must do something about Lady Chiba. The head of the equipment department was in tears. Our department can no longer accommodate such a deity. She had us forge 4 weapons made entirely of chakra metal, a spear, a great sword, a katana, and a long sword. That alone consumed 3/4 of our chakra metal reserves. And she still wasn't satisfied. Yes, Lord Danzo. And what about my secret scrolls department? The head of the secret scrolls department pushed the equipment department head aside. Aside from the forbidden techniques that require your direct authorization, Lady Chiba has taken every scroll related to sealing techniques. If she returns them, that's fine, but every time I ask, she just says she hasn't finished reading them yet. Now, I feel like I'd become her personal secretary. And me, Lord Danzo. The head of the training department shoved the previous 2 aside. A few days ago, I was training new recruits when Lady Chiba suddenly arrived, saying she needed a few maids to serve tea. She directly picked 8 female ninjas from our trainees. These were our top undercover operatives in training. Each one was incredibly valuable. How can they be used as maids? Get out of my way. You all think your grievances are bad? Suddenly, the Root Finance Department head arrived, kicking the others aside. Then, he dramatically dropped to his knees before Danzo. Lord Danzo, you really must do something about Lady Chiba. If this continues, Root will go bankrupt. Danzo's expression grew serious. He felt that the previous complaints were trivial, just some weapons. Chiba was worthy of them. But financial matters were something he couldn't ignore. He asked seriously, what did she do this time? What could have alarmed you so much? The finance head was nearly crying. Lady Chiba has been treating people to meals, and making us cover the bills. Danzo's serious expression eased slightly, replaced by surprise. She's just treating people to meals? Why make such a big deal out of it? If outsiders hear about this, they might think Root can't even afford to buy someone a meal. That's what I thought at first too. The finance head's face was full of sorrow, tears streaming down his face. But she treated the entire Akimichi clan to barbecue. Who? Danzo shot up from his chair so fast that he didn't even use his cane. Choza Akimichi and his entire family, including his son, his cousins' sons, his uncles, his aunts, his sisters, his nieces, and the finance head started listing names like reading a menu. Danzo's vision darkened. Did she just invite the entire Akimichi clan? Not the entire clan. The finance head shook his head precisely. But about 2/3 of them. Thud. Danzo collapsed back into his chair, feeling his temples throb with pain and dizziness overwhelming him. He knew all too well how much the Akimichi clan could eat. Inviting 2/3 of them to a meal? The fact that Root hadn't gone bankrupt immediately was only thanks to his years of financial prudence. If he could, he wished he could use Izanagi to erase the past minute as a dream. Unfortunately, Izanagi only worked on the user, not reality itself. Struggling against his skyrocketing blood pressure, Danzo grabbed the finance head by the collar, his lone eye filled with fury. "Why didn't you stop her?" "I tried. But I really couldn't." The finance head was on the verge of tears. She was accompanied by Sai, who said it was your order that no one should interfere with her. "I even tried physically stopping her. Look." He pointed to his swollen cheek. "She hit me when I tried. I really couldn't stop her, Lord Danzo." Danzo took a deep breath. "How much money do we have left?" The finance head hesitated, glancing at the other department heads. Danzo understood and waved them away. The others exited the room, not hearing the financial report. But soon, Danzo's furious roar echoed throughout Root, "My money!" To prevent Chiba from squandering more funds, Danzo issued 12 golden decrees to restrict her actions. Chiba was swiftly summoned and scolded thoroughly. However, Chiba didn't care. Her strategy for dealing with Danzo's reprimands was simple: either sincerely apologize or just agree with whatever he said. Fortunately for her, Danzo soon became too preoccupied to reprimand her further. The real fifth Hokage, Tsunade, had arrived in Konoha. Since Danzo wasn't immediately vying for power against Tsunade, Chiba decided to enjoy a peaceful return to normal life. One day, as she carried a bento box to visit Sasuke at the hospital, her live broadcast resumed. What? Naruto was caught off guard by Sakura's sudden statement and asked with a confused expression, "Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden?" Sakura gave an awkward smile and carefully tried to persuade him, "Well, Sasuke-kun is injured and in a bad mood, I understand that, but there was really no need to start a fight just now." After saying this, she anxiously glanced at Naruto, who had stood up for her earlier, constantly signaling him with her eyes, hoping he would drop the matter. Naruto hesitated visibly. He had wanted to argue with Sasuke on Sakura's behalf, but now that Sakura had forgiven Sasuke, he didn't know what to say. Some people might feel betrayed by Sakura's reaction and become frustrated. But Naruto was different, he only felt concern for Sasuke. He even thought Sakura had a point. After all, anyone who had just been beaten down might have a bad temper. However, Sasuke, now impatient, scolded coldly, "Shut up, Sakura. This has nothing to do with you." His gaze remained fixed on Naruto, as if no one else existed. Then, he provoked, "Naruto, are you scared?" "Ha? Scared?" Naruto was instantly triggered. He scoffed, as if, "I was just worried that since you just recovered, you'd get injured again if I hit you too hard." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, his whisker-marked face showing a confident grin. "Humph, you sure talk big, dead last." Sasuke smirked slightly, completely unfazed by Naruto's words. He stepped out of bed barefoot, not even bothering to put on his shoes. As he reached the door, he turned back and gave Naruto a provoking glance, "Let's go." "Fine by me." Naruto followed without hesitation, completely ignoring Sakura's calls. He didn't even glance at her as he passed by. Seeing the two of them, their eyes locked onto each other as if she no longer existed, Sakura felt a strange sense of confusion and loss for the first time. Wait. Didn't Naruto always like me? Why is he suddenly ignoring me? Not understanding the situation, Sakura instinctively ran after them, trying to persuade them, "You too, Sasuke, Naruto, don't do this. Can't you just talk things out? Naruto and Sasuke, your teammates. However, Sasuke merely turned back and gave her a cold, piercing look. That gaze seemed to cut through her soul, and Sakura immediately froze in place, unable to move. This version of Sasuke, with his terrifying aura, was something she had never witnessed before. Having transferred to the medical unit early, she had never seen this side of him. This was nothing like the Sasuke she had imagined in the past. In fact, she started to feel that this was the real Sasuke, a true avenger, violent, cold, and shrouded in darkness. The word Yusashii, gentleness, had no place in the life of a true avenger. At that moment, a realization dawned on Sakura. She understood that mere words would never stop these two. She lacked the strength and the right position to intervene. So, if she couldn't do it, who could? That's right, Chiba. Chiba can definitely stop them. Sakura suddenly remembered that Team 7 wasn't just Naruto and Sasuke. Chiba was part of it too. She knew Chiba's strength well. During the Chunin exams, she had even secretly taken leave to watch. She hadn't seen Sasuke's fight, but Chiba's abilities left a deep impression on her. Moreover, in recent days, Chiba had been following the philosophy of eat Danzo's food, take Danzo's resources, and use Danzo's facilities. She had been bringing meals from route for both Sasuke and even Sakura. Since mealtimes en route were fixed, Chiba's schedule was predictable. If she followed her usual routine, she should be near the hospital by now. Without hesitation, Sakura turned and ran off to find Chiba. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Naruto arrived at one of the most iconic battle locations in Konoha, the rooftop. Before a fight, there was always a verbal clash. Naruto looked at Sasuke from a distance, feeling a tightness in his abdomen and a thrilling excitement coursing through him. He suddenly laughed, ha ha ha. Sasuke frowned deeply, his expression darkening. What's so funny? It's not funny. Naruto shook his head and replied proudly, I'm just excited. Because I can finally defeat you. What did you say? You, the dead last, dare to talk like that? Sasuke growled, clearly provoked. After being utterly crushed by Itachi, Sasuke had been forcibly pulled out of his once relatively stable mindset. Now, he couldn't find his place anymore. This was why he had challenged Naruto. Defeating him would serve as an anchor, a way to return to the familiar world he once knew. But unfortunately for Sasuke, if there was one thing Naruto was dead serious about, it was surpassing him. He had always longed to stand on equal footing with Sasuke. Of course. I never planned to stay a dead last forever. Naruto declared, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. This only made Sasuke feel more humiliated. Ridiculous. You idiot, don't get ahead of yourself. Humph. Occasionally influenced by Chiba, Naruto placed one hand on his hip and smirked. The ever-calm Sasuke is actually getting this emotional? Looks like you're really anxious, Sasuke. The 6 virtues of the cyber gentleman. Naruto had only mastered one of them, but when used correctly, it was enough to be devastating to a primitive warrior like Sasuke. Sasuke's face went from red to blue to green, finally turning pitch black. His 3-tomo Sharingan spun furiously, showing how enraged he was. But according to the cyber gentleman's second rule *, only those who have mastered the 6 virtues can counter those who have mastered the 6 virtues *. Sasuke had not learned this from Chiba. He racked his brain but couldn't come up with a proper rebuttal. In the end, he simply spat out, enough talking. Let's fight. Fine. Naruto agreed seriously. But before we start, put on your headband. I can wait for you to do that. I don't need to. Sasuke scoffed, pointing to his forehead with his thumb, his expression twisted with arrogance. Because no matter what, you'll never be able to land a hit here. You don't get it. Naruto's anger flared. Adjusting his headband, he said sternly, this is about respect. It means we are equals, fighting as Konoha shinobi. That's exactly why you're so damn arrogant. Who said we're equals? Sasuke snapped. That's just how I see it. I've never thought I was inferior to you. Naruto clenched his fists, standing firm against Sasuke. At this point, their emotions reached their peak. And then, the iconic roars that would echo through the entirety of Naruto rang out. Sasuke. Naruto. They clashed fiercely, exchanging rapid punches and kicks. From the sound of their blows and the wind generated by their movements, it was clear they were fighting for real. So it really came to this, huh? Arriving just in time with Sakura, Chiba sighed at the scene unfolding before her. To Chiba, this battle was inevitable. Naruto saw Sasuke as a friend and wanted to catch up to him. But Sasuke's goal had always been revenge. As an Uchiha, he had a strong sense of pride. While he also saw Naruto as a friend, the closer Naruto got, the more it triggered his resistance, because it made him feel weak, as if he was being surpassed by a dead last. This contradiction had been brewing for a long time, and Itachi's arrival was merely the catalyst for its explosion. Chiba decided to wait for the right moment before stepping in to stop the fight. Sakura, however, was confused. Chiba, aren't you going to stop them? No need. Chiba waved dismissively. Sakura-chan, remember boys and girls are different. For them, fighting is also a way to strengthen their bond. She even considered grabbing some popcorn and soda to enjoy the show. When Sasuke saw Chinyu appear before him, he was visibly stunned for a moment. A faint, bitter smile appeared on his originally cold and handsome face. I did consider the possibility of being stopped by you, but now that it's actually happening, it still feels unbelievable. Sasuke sighed and asked, Chinyu, why are you here? Because this is the only road leading out of the village. So, I've been hanging around here a lot lately, just to see if I could catch some kid trying to sneak away from home. Chinyu stood gracefully under the moonlight, a small, proud dimple appearing on her face. See? Didn't I catch one just now? Yes, this time, you really caught me. Sasuke's shoulders slumped slightly, as if he had relaxed completely. He revealed a gentle, helpless, and complex smile. As expected, Qianyu, my feelings have never been wrong. You really understand me well. A series of memories flashed through Sasuke's mind in an instant. From that time at Qianyu's house, when she generously let him copy her jutsu and guided him to become stronger, to the relief he felt when he saw Qianyu return safely from the Forest of Death, to their recent battle against Uchiha Itachi, where Qianyu had steadfastly supported him, and even during his fight with Naruto, when she stopped Sakura from interfering. As a companion, a friend, and a teammate, Qianyu had always been so reliable and perfect, someone he could trust unreservedly. Only Qianyu could predict his actions so precisely and intercept him here. If he had a choice, if he were still the proud young master of the Uchiha clan as he once was, he would have truly wanted to stay in Konoha, to have a teammate like Qianyu, and maybe even. Sasuke shook his head, cutting off his own fantasies. He knew there was no turning back. For the sake of revenge, he had to leave. With this thought, Sasuke took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The fleeting vulnerability and complexity in his expression vanished like an illusion, and the hard, cold mask reappeared. He silently adjusted his breathing, preparing for battle, and looked seriously at Qianyu. So, are you going to stop me? The three-tomo Sharingan quietly emerged as Sasuke solemnly gripped the new longsword at his waist. I don't want to fight you, but don't force me. Oh? Hearing Sasuke's words, Qianyu was momentarily stunned. Seeing his expression, she knew he must have misunderstood something. She originally wanted to clarify things immediately, but suddenly, an interesting idea came to mind. A playful smile appeared on her lips as she stepped closer to Sasuke with an enchanting grace. But what if I insist on stopping you? As she spoke, Qianyu took Sasuke's hand and slowly drew out the sharp longsword crafted by the ninja cats. Then, she placed the blade against her slender, fair neck, letting the cold steel lightly touch her delicate skin. Locking eyes with Sasuke's crimson Sharingan, she parted her lips slightly. If I insist on stopping you, Sasuke, will you kill me? Qianyu. Faced with such a heart-wrenching question, Sasuke's right hand, which held the sword, trembled slightly. Pain flickered in his scarlet three-tomo Sharingan. Caught off guard, this moment of intense conflict triggered something even deeper within him. The metaphorical scales, which had once appeared before Uchiha Itachi, resurfaced again. But this time, the weights on both sides were even crueler. On one side was Qianyu's life, on the other was the blood feud of his family and parents. A soul-wrenching question emerged: was he willing to give up his revenge for Qianyu? The answer was obvious. Because deep within Sasuke's core, the option of abandoning revenge simply did not exist. In Qianyu's shocked gaze, she saw the three-tomo and Sasuke's Sharingan begin to rotate, slowly converging toward the center. Before she could react further, Sasuke turned his head slightly, his expression twisted, his voice pained yet resolute. Qianyu, I'll say this one last time, don't force me. Although he said not to force him, from the way he looked, if truly pushed to the edge, he might actually strike. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into silence. Looking at Sasuke like this, Qianyu was startled, not because of his words, but because of his spinning Sharingan. After all, Sasuke didn't know, but as a transmigrator, Qianyu was well aware, when the three-tomo begin rotating and converging toward the center, it is a sign that the Mangekyo Sharingan is about to awaken. This typically happens when the user experiences extreme emotional stimulation, with overwhelming negative emotions surging forth. And now, she had inadvertently become the catalyst for Sasuke's Mangekyo activation? She was utterly shocked. Had she really reached such an important place in Sasuke's heart? All she did was dress prettily, act gentle and considerate, occasionally tease him for fun, and maintain reliable strength. Was that really enough to affect Sasuke this much? Well, Qianyu had to admit, perhaps it was. Because Sasuke had always been someone deeply starved for affection. Understanding from others was an incredibly rare thing for him. Loneliness and solitude had always accompanied him. And her presence just so happened to fill that void, in a way completely different from Naruto. In that case, it made sense that she held such an important place in his heart. After all, hadn't Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan awakened because of her before? Not to mention, Sasuke's sexual orientation had always been completely normal. But if that's the case? She originally just wanted to put on a good show for the livestream viewers and make a strong impression, yet she had unknowingly captured Sasuke's heart in the process? Qianyu felt a wave of inner conflict. She started regretting her impulsiveness. Now, she faced an even greater dilemma. The atmosphere had already been built up to this point. Should she actually let Sasuke kill her to push things forward? With her strength and Sasuke's current mental state, she could easily create a realistic shadow clone for Sasuke to kill without him realizing it. But if she lets Sasuke go through with it and awaken the Mangekyo, another issue would arise. What if Sasuke truly fell in love with her? Thinking of this, Shinyu instinctively glanced at the livestream chat, hoping for some inspiration. However, the chat was filled with nothing but playful teasing and jokes. Shinyu, at that moment, the sword was only 0.01 centimeters from my throat. Yet, a quarter of an incense stick later, its owner will fall completely in love with me, all because I decided to tell a lie. Shinyu, you claim that all is empty, yet you shut your eyes tightly. If you dare to open them and look at me, I refuse to believe that your gaze will remain empty. And then, suddenly realizing that Shinsasu is incredibly sweet. Shinyu really understands Sasuke. Agreed, forget Sakura and Ino, they're just little sisters. Even if Shinyu doesn't succeed this time, she'll leave an unforgettable mark in Sasuke's heart. What's this? I lost my white moonlight? Ladies, hurry up and write the novel. A tragic genius tsundere boy, born into misfortune, loses his white moonlight in pursuit of revenge, only to later find himself in a full-blown chasing his love after a funeral scenario. I live for this. Give me more. I'll do anything. Seconded. 10 years later, after achieving his revenge, Sasuke returns only to find that Shinyu has fallen for someone else, and that person is none other than Naruto, the honest and dependable guy Sasuke once ignored. Just imagining this scene makes me want to start writhing in excitement. Seeing the barrage of comments, Shinyu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. At this moment, aside from playful jokes and meme-worthy remarks like the ones above, the majority of the other comments came from female viewers. Meanwhile, the usual Shinyu, my wife, comments seemed to have vanished without a trace. The rare ones that did appear were filled with the pain of betrayal. In their place, the suppressed voices of the Shinsasu shippers had risen in full force. To everyone watching, it was now undeniable Shinyu liking Sasuke was a fact. She had just hidden it too well before. Otherwise, why would she force Sasuke into such an ultimatum? This drastic shift in perception triggered an explosive wave of impression value. Her previously dwindling impression value skyrocketed past 300,000 in an instant and was still climbing. Yet, for the first time, Shinyu felt as if she were holding a burning hot potato. Because this wasn't a sustainable way to gain impression value, it was a short-term, high-risk move, like draining a pond to catch all the fish at once. While the immediate rewards were massive, the long-term consequences could be severe. Her system didn't rely on monetization, it thrived on maintaining and growing her audience. If viewers felt misled or betrayed, they might stop following her altogether. And if that happened, what then? She realized the stakes immediately and knew what she had to do next. Sasuke could fall for her, that was fine. She was willing to be Sasuke's white moonlight. But she could never let the livestream audience believe that she liked Sasuke back. She was Fenghuang Temple Chinyu, not Haruno Sakura. Forcing Sasuke into a choice was something Sakura would do, not her. So then, what would Fenghuang Temple Chinyu do? Simple. Sasuke. Shinyu suddenly spoke, her voice drifting down like moonlight from the heavens, cold and ethereal. What? Sasuke turned abruptly, his gaze snapping back to Shinyu. For some reason, looking at her calm expression, one that seemed to have already reached a decision, a deep, unsettling premonition welled up inside him. He opened his mouth, about to ask, Shinyu, what are you trying to? But at that exact moment, Shinyu grabbed his sword hand tightly. Sasuke, confused, instinctively tried to pull away, only to feel an unstoppable force surge forward. In his wide, startled Sharingan eyes, the finely crafted ninja blade, forged by the ninja cats, slowly but inexorably sliced through Chinyu's delicate skin, her glistening flesh, and the vital artery buried beneath. The powerful carotid artery was severed. In an instant, scalding hot blood erupted like a fountain from her slender, fair throat. Caught off guard, Sasuke was drenched in the torrent of blood, the thick crimson hue flooding his vision. But right now, he had no time to care about his eyes. He lunged forward, desperately trying to staunch the bleeding with his hands. But Shinyu had pressed too hard. Sasuke, lacking medical ninjutsu, could do nothing to stop the ceaseless gush of blood. After struggling for a while, he finally lowered his trembling hands in defeat. He looked at Shinyu's face, now pale as a sheet from rapid blood loss. And in utter disbelief, he asked. Shinyu, why? Shinyu smiled weakly. Because, you are an avenger. For the sake of revenge, there should be nothing you aren't willing to abandon. Asterisk. Asterisk yet, just now, faced with my question, you hesitated. Asterisk. Asterisk as an avenger, you hesitated between me and your revenge. Asterisk. Sasuke's heart trembled. She was right. He had hesitated. But even if I hesitated, why would you? Sasuke forced out the words. Xianyu's voice was faint but firm. Asterisk, I don't want to become your weakness. Asterisk. She was barely clinging to consciousness now, but she pushed through. Asterisk, if you are destined to leave, then you should do so without hesitation. Asterisk. Asterisk, cut off every bond. Asterisk. Asterisk, only then can your blade of vengeance truly cut through everything in its path. Asterisk. Asterisk, just for that? Asterisk. Sasuke couldn't comprehend it. Even among the extreme Uchiha, this was beyond reasoning. Asterisk, your way of thinking is more extreme than mine. Asterisk. But Xianyu only smiled. Asterisk, it's enough. Asterisk. Asterisk, go, Sasuke. Asterisk. Asterisk, go to Orochimaru, gain power, and complete your path of vengeance. Asterisk. Asterisk, this is the last thing I can do for you. Asterisk. With those final words, Xianyu's head tilted to the side. And the last breath left her body. The once radiant beauty, just moments ago full of life, now lay motionless, a lifeless doll with a horrifying wound on her neck. No, Xianyu. Xianyu. Sasuke collapsed to his knees, unable to hold back the overwhelming grief crashing over him. Tears of blood streamed down his cheeks. And in that moment, his three-tomo Sharingan, which had been shrinking toward the center, finally condensed completely. Before blooming outward into the six-pointed shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan. A cold, overwhelming power surged from within him. But neither Sasuke nor the livestream audience was paying attention to that anymore. They were all staring at the screen in pure bewilderment. Asterisk, wait, did Xianyu just die? Asterisk. Asterisk, the death was kinda abrupt, wasn't it? Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, that was indeed a bit reckless. Xianyu looked at the barrage of comments and nodded. Not only reckless, but the reasoning was also quite far-fetched. Originally, I wanted Sasuke to personally kill me so that it would leave a deep impression on him. Maybe I could even stage a resurrection scene, maximizing the dramatic effect. But when I actually tried it, it felt too awkward. So I just used Sasuke's sword to kill myself and then acted out the scene awkwardly. Anyway, he wouldn't be able to tell if it was real or fake. I'm just that willful. Now that Sasuke has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, there's no need for any more weird tricks. After saying that, Xianyu, completely unharmed, stepped out from the shadows. Her delicate feet were wrapped in plum blossom pattern cloth shoes as she once again stood before Sasuke. She extended a small, slender hand, her fingers as fair as scallions, and grabbed Sasuke's chin as he knelt, holding the corpse of Xianyu. Forcefully, she lifted his face, bringing her stunning visage etched deeply into Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan closer to him. Her dazzling, mesmerizing ruby-red eyes observed the scarlet six-pointed star of his newly awakened Mangekyo with great interest. As Sasuke's scarlet Mangekyo eyes reflected his shock and disbelief, Xianyu's lips curved into a playful smile. She nodded in satisfaction and said, "Looks like my intel was correct. The three-tomo Sharingan evolves into the Mangekyo when subjected to extreme emotional trauma. TSK, well done, Sasuke. It seems I hold quite an important place in your heart." Then, Xianyu let go of Sasuke and looked down at her lifeless corpse. Admiring herself, she said narcissistically, as expected of me, even in death, I'm still this beautiful. I just didn't control the blood spray properly. Why did it all splatter on his face? I should have gotten some on the clothes too. A pure white dress, as pristine as snow, with specks of crimson blooming like plum blossoms, such a contrast between a girl's unparalleled beauty and the grotesque wound on her neck would evoke sorrow for something so lovely being destroyed. That would be perfect. After all, tragedy is about showing others the destruction of something beautiful. Xianyu remarked nostalgically. Before Sasuke could respond, the barrage of comments exploded with excitement. Lu Sun, yes, I did say that. So Xianyu isn't really dead? She was just pushing Sasuke to awaken the Mangekyo? Exactly. The Mangekyo Sharingan is the same one Uchiha Itachi uses. It's said to be a level above the regular Sharingan. Then what about the scene just now? Obviously acting. I knew Xianyu wouldn't sacrifice herself just to sharpen Sasuke's blade of revenge or whatever. Yeah, that scared me. Don't pull stunts like this again. Good thing this was resolved in one episode. If it had been at the end of an episode, the pacing would have been a mess. It's fine, really. You're all talking about Chinyu, but I'm actually feeling bad for Sasuke. He was so devastated just now, and it turned out to be fake. I can't even imagine how much of a shock this must be for him. For real. And Sasuke, this poor kid, wait, is he completely broken now? Everyone turned their attention back to Sasuke on the screen. Ever since Chinyu had appeared and examined his Mangekyo, he had been sitting there blankly, head lowered, lost in thought. He looked like someone who had just experienced the highest of highs and the lowest of lows, now utterly drained. Noticing the comments, Chinyu also bent down to look into Sasuke's eyes. Hey, Sasuke, you haven't lost your mind, have you? As soon as she spoke, Sasuke's brand new Mangekyo Sharingan glared at her fiercely. His cold and stern face could barely conceal his anger, as if he wanted to lash out at Chinyu to vent his frustration. But in the end, he exhaled a long breath, his expression softening. He looked up at the bright moon in the sky, feeling deeply relieved. You're alive, that's really great, Chinyu. You know, for a moment there, I truly thought you were dead, just like father, mother, sister Izumi, and Uncle Shisui. I really hate that feeling of being the only one left in the world. Loneliness is truly painful. As he spoke, Sasuke withdrew his gaze from the moon and looked at Chinyu instead. His scarlet six-pointed star eyes reflected her slightly awkward expression. Slowly and sincerely, he said, so? I'll let it go this time. Chinyu, I'm begging you, even though I know you did this to help me awaken the Mangekyo, please don't joke about things like this anymore, okay? I got it. Chinyu lowered her head in agreement, looking like a guilty child who had just been scolded. The usual tricks may fool people, but only genuine emotions truly resonate. If Sasuke had gotten angry and yelled at her, she would have had plenty of ways to deal with it. But instead, he calmly expressed his feelings and reasoned with her. This, she had no defense against. Seeing the usually untouchable Chinyu looking so flustered, the barrage of comments erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Chinyu, so you do have a day like this. Yeah, this cunning girl totally got countered by Sasuke's sincerity. I never expected this. Sasuke, the proud and sensitive one, actually has this kind of side to him. Yeah, oh no, this contrast is hitting hard. I know Chinyu doesn't like Sasuke that way, but what if she starts falling for him now? Wait, don't even say that. Gah, I'm panicking now. The audience, who had just been laughing, suddenly grew tense. Fortunately, at this moment, neither Chinyu nor Sasuke had any intention of taking things further. After baring his heart to her, Sasuke stood up from the ground. Looking at his soaked clothes, he suddenly noticed that the blood Chinyu had sprayed on him had now turned into regular water. Curious, he asked, so, was the blood also a ninjutsu effect? My eyes couldn't see through it at all. How did you do that? Just a tiny bit of transformation jutsu trickery. Chinyu replied, making a small gesture with her fingers. Alright then. Sasuke didn't press further. Instead, he turned to Chinyu and casually invited, let's go. Chinyu was momentarily confused, thinking Sasuke was asking her to join him in seeking out Orochimaru. But then she noticed that Sasuke wasn't heading in the direction of leaving the village, he was walking toward Konoha instead. Wait, are you going the wrong way? She asked. Nope. Shimura Tavern is this way. Sasuke looked at Chinyu strangely. Shimura Tavern? Isn't that an izakaya for ninjas? Chinyu grew even more baffled. But seeing the faintly mischievous smile on Sasuke's face, she suddenly realized something. Wait, you're not leaving? Yes. Sasuke nodded decisively. I sought out Orochimaru to gain power, but now that I have awakened the Mangekyo, my strength is sufficient. Why should I leave? That actually makes sense. Chinyu was momentarily speechless after hearing Sasuke's reasoning. Indeed, once an Uchiha awakens the Mangekyo, their power skyrockets to Kage level if they go all out. This was no joke. But if Sasuke stayed in Konoha, how would the iconic Naruto vs Sasuke battle and the subsequent storyline unfold? Of course, setting aside the issue of the plot, Chinyu suddenly felt an inexplicable unease as she looked at Sasuke, who had deactivated his Mangekyo. His black and white eyes were now filled with her reflection. A troubling thought crept into her mind. Was Sasuke staying in Konoha for some ulterior motive? This was genuinely terrifying. After all, she was well aware that she had likely raised Sasuke's affection for her way too high. From helping him grow stronger, to providing him with emotional support in his confrontation with Itachi, to now orchestrating a scene that triggered his Mangekyo awakening, this was practically the role of both a father and a mother. Not even parents could necessarily push their child to awaken the Mangekyo, yet she had managed to do it, all thanks to her system-assisted clone and transformation jutsu. If she put herself in Sasuke's shoes, facing a girl who was breathtakingly beautiful, had a perfect yet playful personality, and treated him exceptionally well, how could he not fall for her? Forget about revenge after that, Sasuke still had the mission of reviving the Uchiha clan. And what was the key to a clan's revival? Population growth. Following this logic, the more Chienyu thought about it, the more convinced she became that Sasuke was developing inappropriate feelings for her. On instinct, she took 2 steps back, creating a bit of distance between them. What's wrong? Sasuke's eyes flashed with confusion as he noticed her sudden retreat. And nothing, Chienyu forced to smile. I just wanted to ask, why do you want to go to Shimura Tavern? Oh, nothing special. Sasuke chuckled. After going through all these emotional highs and lows tonight, I'm hungry. You've been waiting for me around here every night these past few days, it must have been tiring. So, I wanted to treat you to a meal. Give me some face, will you? He made a gentlemanly invitation gesture. However, as Chienyu observed Sasuke's posture and demeanor, her unease intensified. Internally, she screamed, "Go back. Go back to being that cold, aloof, arrogant Sasuke." Her visible tension only grew stronger. It wasn't that she lacked strategic composure, it was like when people jokingly say, "Bro, you smell nice," but then one day, their bro seriously leans in and whispers, "Bro, don't turn around. It's me." That kind of whiplash could send anyone into a panic. And considering that she was a girl, the impact was even greater. At the same time, Sasuke picked up on Chienyu's unusual behavior. "Chienyu?" He tilted his head slightly, mimicking how she used to do it. His already handsome face now carried a hint of adorable confusion. The livestream chat instantly exploded. AWSL. Ah! Prince Sasuke's cuteness, am I really seeing this for free? Damn it, Sasuke-sama, stop looking at that dead white-haired girl. Look at me instead. I'm so jealous of Chienyu. She's incredibly talented, ridiculously strong, has 2 amazing teammates, one a tragic genius, the other a sunshine goofball, and her mentor is an elite badass. This is literally a main heroine script. Whoa, I don't envy lovers or immortals, I only envy Chienyu every single day. Clearly, the chat was filled with female viewers who were absolutely dying of jealousy. Unexpectedly, this whole situation brought Chienyu a massive wave of impression points. Although it wasn't as dramatic as her earlier plot twist, it still earned her about 150,000 points. However, while Chienyu's peripheral vision caught the influx of comments, her internal panic only grew stronger. Because right now, Sasuke looked like he was going to do something to her. This time, she had really gone too far. Previously, she had thought about stirring up some chaos before the 3-year time skip to ensure a steady flow of impression points. But now, her primary focus had shifted to, as long as Sasuke doesn't take me, it's a success. So, how could she avoid this situation? The answer was simple: make him leave before his emotions could develop further. She was truly panicked now. With this in mind, Chienyu solidified her new core objective for today. Looking at her increasingly unreadable expression, Sasuke called out again, "Chienyu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" No, nothing at all. Chienyu, fearing that Sasuke might physically reach out, took another step back. "I just want to ask, are you absolutely sure you're staying, Sasuke? The people who were supposed to pick you up are still waiting." "Oh, you mean them?" Sasuke replied nonchalantly. "Let them wait. Orochimaru is our enemy anyway, ditching them is no big deal. But why do you bring this up? Is there something on your mind?" His gaze turned serious. "Yes." Chienyu nodded fervently. "I think you should go to Orochimaru." Then, she dropped a bombshell. "Aren't you curious how I knew about the Mangekyo Sharingan's awakening method?" Sasuke's brows furrowed, his demeanor instantly shifting into serious mode. "Why?" "Because I joined an organization," Chienyu said slowly. "Root. Have you heard of it? I was recently invited to join. The leader values my abilities and offered excellent terms, so I accepted. But while I was there, I saw something." She locked eyes with Sasuke. Words are too weak to describe it. "Come, enter my mindscape, I'll show you." "We need to go into the mindscape?" Sasuke grew even more suspicious. But since it was Chienyu, he didn't take it lightly. His Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life once more, and as their eyes met, the real world faded away. Replaced by the horrifying scene Chienyu had reconstructed in her mental space. In a vast, dimly lit room, countless Sharingan eyes were suspended in jars, floating in a grotesque display. The chilling sight materialized before Sasuke's eyes, ***, and in front of the entire livestream audience, ***. This is. Sasuke's eyes widened abruptly, his very presence within Shinyu's mental space flickering as if suffering from a bad connection. Meanwhile, the livestream audience was equally shaken by the scene before them. What the hell is this? Holy shit, that scared the life out of me. My trypophobia is acting up. Why did this suddenly turn into a horror movie? Wait, is that really what matters right now? Shouldn't we be focusing on the fact that those jars are filled with Sharingan? Seriously, this is insane. There are so many. Could this be where all of the Uchiha's eyes ended up? This has gone completely off the rails. How does Konoha even have a place like this? Yeah, this many Sharingan. Sasuke is going to lose it. And indeed, Sasuke was losing it. Just moments ago, he had gained newfound strength.